Emperor Leon asked about whether or not she wanted to keep her mother alive. He was ordering her to answer. The little girl couldn't find the words to answer. The emperor ordered the guards to get that Grasnula out of there and get rid of her. The man who was beside the little girl turned to His Majesty and informed him that even if the seventh princess was not born from Empress Jung-gong, she was still the dragon heir, and asked him to think carefully again. Leon approached the little girl, lifted her face by her chin, and asked about whether she wanted to continue retrograde or what. Stop crying. In the original book, the seventh princess cried a lot, and made the tyrant angry, so he soon took her life. Baby shouldn't cry. The little girl immediately started thinking how she could survive. Otherwise, she would be taken away her life in 3 days, just like the book said. She didn't want to end up like this. In fact, 3 days ago, she was trying to pass the college entrance exam, but suddenly she felt dizzy and her eyes completely closed. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a different world. She didn't realize if she had been reborn or what was going on. The book was about a tyrant emperor. What was worse, Ye Chiki had insulted him and the daughter of the third concubine. Then a blow ensued for Chiki's mother. The little girl, on the other hand, immediately ran up to her mother. The seventh princess's life was cut short because of the tyrant. The third concubine's daughter kicked Chiki with her foot and asked if she was going to pretend to be feeble-minded to avoid punishment. The emperor looked at her, causing her to flinch slightly. Leon looked at Chiki's face and talked about how she looked so ugly, and asked about how dare she call herself the heiress of the dragon that was right in front of her. Chiki thought about the fact that she only had one choice. She immediately rushed to the emperor, her father. The little girl talked about how she didn't look pretty yet, but she would try to become like her father. The emperor ordered her to disconnect from him. She needed to survive at all costs. He kicked her with his foot, but that didn't stop the little girl, and she ran back to her father. Leon asked about her, scum, being so brave or what. He just picked her up by the collar of her clothes and kept thinking about how he had never seen such an ugly girl. One move and Sitsi was back on the floor. Her father asked about what if she remains ugly even when she grows up. Sitsi said that wouldn't happen. The little girl kept saying that she would work on herself and would definitely not disappoint her father. The emperor couldn't believe that she dared to call him father. He reached out his hands again to her face and pulled her cheek. He can see that she is not afraid of him at all. Of course she is afraid, and how could she not be? Sitsi is most afraid of death. She took his hand and addressed him as her daddy and kept talking about how good he is. Mr. Zhao couldn't understand whether he thought the seventh princess was willing to die or not. Leon is really curious to see what kind of person she will grow up to be. After he let go of her cheek, he asked why her face had become even more horrible, to which Mr. Zhao replied that it was because he pressed hard. Since she is a child, she has a sensitive skin. The emperor explained that he had only squeezed her cheek for a few seconds, and she was already so red. The princess was able to endure such insolence from the emperor. He reported that this girl was indeed disgusting. He turned around and left. She survived. Chiki was very happy. The emperor had given conditions that if she didn't become beautiful, he would throw her to the palace wolves to be eaten. As she knew, the great tyrant raised more than 12 wolves in the imperial palace that actually hunted humans. First, he threw those who resisted him in the courtyard. Then she happened to see those wolves tearing the flesh of that man, and the emperor was happy about it. Kiki doesn't want to become food for the wolves. Palace. Chiki knew that she would live there, but it's better than being killed by a tyrant. As she got closer, near the fence, she heard some kind of growling. At first, Chiki didn't realize where that sound was coming from. The little girl hesitantly walked even closer and saw a cute little kitten. She noticed that it had hurt itself and realized why it was sitting there. Chiki would like to raise it into a big white kitten, but she was too poor, so she wouldn't be able to feed it. One moment and the kitten ran away. The little girl didn't realize where it was going. She asked about him taking her somewhere or what. She crawled under the opening under the fence and saw incredible beauty. She wondered what this place was. It was so beautiful and cozy. Kiki ran up to the set table so happily, and thought about how the heavens had clenched over her. There were so many things there, and only in that moment of her happiness did she notice that the tyrant was there too. If she made it to his palace, she should find a safe place to survive. But little girl, why thought she was really ugly? Chiki sat and thought about whether to check it or not. She waved her hands gently and turned to her father. She noticed that he wasn't awake, since she could eat now. The little girl kept muttering that she was really hungry, and if he would be offended by her, she asked for forgiveness, as she would only eat a little. Chiki was eating with such pleasure. Suddenly the emperor was approached and informed that concubine Jen wished to meet him. This made the little girl shudder. She thought that it was all over because someone had gone to the emperor, which meant that the tyrant would wake up. She decided that she had to hide as soon as possible and found a place under the table. Leon opened his eyes and asked to let the concubine in. If Chiki was spotted, her life would be over. She was determined that she would never dare to touch another person's food again. The concubine greeted the emperor, to which he asked about why she had come. Concubine Jen replied that she just missed his majesty. As soon as Chiki heard that voice, she couldn't find the words to describe it. This caused a cookie to fall from her sleeve, which landed right under the tyrant's feet. This frightened the girl very much. She took the cookie back with a sharp movement. The concubine went on to say that she had learned a dance, so she had come to demonstrate it to him. The emperor reported that the concubine was quite interesting. He asked her to dance until he told her to stop. Concubine Jen reported that he would do his best. Chiki saw the whole picture and thought that not this, because the tyrant's facial expression is becoming too intimidating, and concubine Jen will definitely become unhappy. Jen began her dance, but she accidentally caught on her dress and fell directly into the hands of the emperor. He, in due time, pushed her away and ordered the guards to take away the concubine. This really surprised Jen. She asked him to wait. Chiki becomes scared. This tyrant is really cruel. The little girl didn't realize that he first watched that woman dance and then killed her or what, and she also wondered why he didn't leave. Leon tapped on the table and asked about how long she was going to hide downstairs. Tsitsi thought about the fact that she had been spotted. The tyrant kept asking about if she didn't want to come out on her own, then maybe Grand Leon should get her out or what. The little girl ate her cookie and thought about how that was it. Now her life was doomed and she was going to be beheaded, so she hurried up and ate that piece. She decided that no one died that easily in ancient times after all. A meow was heard. The tyrant kept talking about how it really wasn't decent, and Leon wouldn't hurt her. Peeking out from under the table, Chiki saw the tyrant feeding the kitten a cookie. She was relieved that he wasn't talking to her, but she was saddened that that kitten was his pet. Tsitsi decided she would run back when that tyrant left, but for now, she decided to get some sleep. After a while, she woke up and realized that she was lying on the spot where the tyrant was resting. She kept thinking that she must have been sleepwalking and ended up on that couch. She was very lucky the emperor wasn't there. In any case, she had to get out of there or there would be trouble if the tyrant spotted her. Just as she wanted to leave, a kitten ran up to her. Tsitsi asked about him waiting for her there, and then she suggested that he go back together. As it turned out, the emperor was watching the whole thing. This was very interesting to him. Chiki got under the fence again and saw Daibai's reaction, the kitten. She asked about what had happened. In the distance, the little girl saw the people the kitten hissed at. She didn't realize that those people were the ones who had hurt his paw. Suddenly, she was grabbed by her clothes. Mr. Zhao shouted to Her Highness and told her to look at the person they had found. Chiki asked her to let her go. The third concubine's daughter came up to Chiki and asked about the fact that she was the one who saved that little beast. Mr. Zhao, who was holding Chiki, said that surely this little scum must have saved the little beast. Her subordinates saw them together. Chiki immediately started fighting back with words about how none of them dared to bully the kitten. Mr. Zhao turned to Her Highness and told her to just watch how that savage was behaving, to which the daughter of the third concubine informed that she should be punished then. She raised her foot to Chiki's face with her foot. She reported that the wolves her father raised in Hushang had not been dainty in a long time. On the grass, all bruised and bloody, lay Chiki and the kitten beside her. Suddenly, she heard a wolf growl. Tsitsi thought that this was her end. She really didn't want it. The wolf had already come straight at the little girl. But suddenly, the wolf smell suddenly evaporated, as if it was replaced by a different but familiar scent. Tsitsi opened her eyes and recognized from her shoes that it was her daddy. Lian lifted the little girl's head, and she cried. The servants greeted His Highness. The emperor rose from his seat and shot an arrow straight at the wolf. The daughter of the third concubine could not believe that her father had killed the wolf he had raised for years for the sake of that ugly girl. His Majesty lifted the little girl in his arms, and she asked him to help her with the kitten. She thought the man would surely remember him if she told him. Chief Master Zhao asked the guards why they were standing like statues, for they should open the gate and escort His Majesty into the palace as soon as possible. It was terrifying. It was as if the emperor was listening to a melody on a tall building a second ago, and then suddenly he thought there was someone downstairs. He simply took his bow and arrow and jumped off the 10-meter-high building. Mr. Zhao had never been so scared in his life. The emperor ordered the wolves to remove themselves and called Dr. Xuan himself. The little girl kept talking about the kitten. The emperor ordered to take it too. Mr. Zhao didn't understand if this was the seventh princess's idea, because raising a tiger cub was too much. On the way, the daughter of the third concubine approached them and spoke to her father, to which the latter asked about whether he was too used to her. The people outside apologized to the emperor. The third concubine's daughter couldn't believe that her father did such a thing because of that unfortunate seventh princess. He coldly looked at her and killed her man. Her father doesn't like dirt, but the princess couldn't believe that he took that Graznula in his arms, and before that, he also jumped off a tall building to save her. The third concubine's daughter didn't understand what had happened. Mr. Zhao noted that none of the princesses had ever stayed overnight in His Majesty's chambers before, and now he let that dirty seventh princess sleep on his bed. He thought that girl was a disgrace to His Majesty. Lian asked about what he was waiting for because he should go and get a doctor. Afterward, the little girl had already started to wilt and wanted to touch the bandage. The emperor, however, asked her not to touch it. Chiki couldn't believe that she heard that tyrant's voice. Her father asked her about her waking up. Chiki couldn't believe that that tyrant had saved her, and this place was very similar to his chambers. Chiki couldn't believe that the tyrant showed mercy to her, or what. He was still beautiful, even while wearing different clothes. Leon couldn't understand what the fool was doing, and the little girl kept turning to her daddy. At first, Mr. Zhao thought that she would remain dirty, but after taking a bath, the little girl became so cute and beautiful that she was a sight to behold. Mr. Zhao told them that they had to feed her now. The emperor asked them to give it to him. This surprised the servant very much, for His Majesty is personally going to feed the seventh princess the medicine. This was the first time he was seeing such a sight. Chiki was shocked that the tyrant would feed her. Even if he doesn't say anything, she is still a little scared. She must save her little life this time. The emperor asked her to open her mouth, to which Mr. Zhao informed that that soup is too hot and needs to be cooled down before giving it to the princess. His Majesty said that it was such a hassle to raise a child, but he still did as Mr. Zhao said. The tyrant is probably patient for now, though he might attack her at any minute. As soon as the baby tasted the soup, she realized that it tasted very bitter. Mr. Zhao said that, of course, because this medicine would be bitter, but it was good for her, so she should eat some dates and the bitterness would go away. Chiki thought about what a good man he was. The little girl really tasted good. The emperor was only watching her. The little girl held out a date to her father and informed him to take a bite too. His Majesty never liked sweets, and his mood was not the best so far. The emperor didn't understand what Chiki wanted, but still, he ate a date from his daughter's hands. It was a slap in the face for Mr. Zhao. Chiki was just happy, for she gave the date for Daddy to eat. The emperor has many heirs. It was speculated that he was fond of his third daughter, but it was not certain. Perhaps he loved her because she was born in the palace. Leon gently stroked Chiki's head. He took the plate of dates away from her and told her that if she ate too many sweets, she would get toothache. Mr. Zhao turned to His Majesty and said that perhaps the seventh princess was hungry, for she had not yet eaten, to which the emperor asked for food to be served. After such an order, all the servants started to serve the food. Chiki was happy that she wouldn't go to bed hungry, so she could not worry. The emperor thought about the fact that indeed, food made children like her very happy. This was excellent. Chiki walks towards the food, but suddenly the emperor caught and lifted her up. He didn't understand why it was so light. Maybe it had been poorly fed before living in the palace. It was very scary. The tyrant's body temperature is so low that he deserves to be called a cold-blooded animal. To eat a single morsel, she risked her life and cried out. The emperor brought her to the table, where Chiki saw there was a lot of meat. But this food is too exquisite, because it is only served to a tyrant. His Majesty asked the little girl if she was hungry, to which she answered positively. He stroked her head and told her how honest she was. This great tyrant is really as he is described in the novel. His temperament and beauty are so off the scale that no one can compare with him in the whole state. Handsome men like him probably don't suffer like this as fathers. But what's most important is that he hasn't cut off her head yet. They sat down at the table together. Chiki was wary, to which the emperor asked about her being afraid of Lin or not, to which the little girl replied in the negative. What a silly thing to say, thought the little girl. He took a piece of fish and removed the bones. He put it in her plate. The emperor asked about what she didn't want, or what. Mr. Zhao didn't understand that His Majesty enjoyed spending time with the seventh princess so much, or what. After all, he had just recently talked about catching her and chopping off her head. Chiki remembered the kitten and wondered what had happened to it, and if it was still alive. Leon asked the little girl about what happened. She started talking about the kitten. Mr. Zhao informed that she should not worry because Dabai is under the care of a healer for now, and he will be sent to her the next day. Chiki asked about then he is very seriously injured or what. Master asked her not to worry as he is fine and the injury is not serious. The master didn't understand why she cared for him so much as this cub is actually a future tiger that will eat humans. Chiki decided that she had to survive and protect him so that he would not be bullied anymore. The emperor noticed that this cub was starting to look neater than before. After the meal, they sat on the couch. The babe thought about how this was the best meal she had eaten in days. But this is the tyrant's palace, so she shouldn't get too excited, because soon she would be sent back to the half-decayed palace again. When she thinks of that palace, it seems so foreign to her. Mr. Zhao announced that it was time to turn the tables. Although the emperor was a ruthless tyrant in the original, the upside was that he didn't spend much time with women. He was fair, resourceful, and far-sighted, and most importantly, a determined man. Also, this man was abstemious, as befits a mature man. So a large number of readers liked him. Leon wanted to take the card. Meanwhile, Chiki took a cookie and watched him. He turned to the little girl and asked her to pick one. She did so. Chiki asked her father which one he liked better. The emperor thought she would eat in silence, but he didn't think she would ask about his preference. He took her cheek and asked about if she knew what variety it was. Chiki thought about how she would know since she was only 5.5 years old. If she told him her level of mental development, he would immediately suspect something wrong. She tried not to panic, to pull herself together, and then asked him if he thought it was time to put her down. The little girl kept talking about how her mom had the same cookie, and she also wanted to meet her dad. The emperor asked about her wanting him to fulfill her wish, or what. He didn't realize that she didn't know what happened to her mom, or how. The little girl reported that it was not possible because her mom was injured, so she was not able to meet her dad. Mr. Zhao noted that she understood a lot. Yes, she had always been innocent and kind, but she was terribly jealous. Leon gently wiped Chiki's face. Mr. Zhao asked His Majesty why he was looking at him like that. The Lord explained that Empress Rongbi was guilty of breaking the porcelain doll that the third princess gave him last time, so the third princess got angry and began to beat Rongbi with a whip. Leon asked about whether he had asked that, to which the Lord asked for forgiveness. but it gave the emperor to wonder if he really spoiled her too much. He ordered those cookies to be taken away as they finished eating. The Lord thought about how this behavior of His Majesty would make many of the beauties in his harem sad. The emperor looked at the little girl and asked about her bedtime, to which she agreed and rubbed her eyes. He picked her up in his arms and carried her back to bed. She remembered that the original tyrant's cleanliness was quite strong, and the women of the harem were always in another part of the palace. Tsitsi thought about the fact that he would definitely not leave her there anymore. But she was very much surprised that he put her on the bed. He lay down next to her and told her to sleep. Chiki thought about the fact that if the tyrant got up in the middle of the night, he would not be happy to see her. She was afraid that he would either suddenly become violent and strangle her, or throw her out into the street. Chiki moved as far as the edge of the bed, at which the emperor didn't realize that he was so scary, or what. He stretched his arms out to move her and thought about her being so far away from him. He asked about her thinking he was going to eat her, or what. He didn't understand why she was so far away and moved her towards him. When he visited the harem, he saw the little girl, but she didn't stick to him. He didn't realize that aback she was so disgusted with him. The little girl mumbled that she was cold. Leon put his arm around her. Such a problem, he thought. In the morning. Mr. Zhao and his servants arrived at the emperor's house, but as soon as they entered his room, they saw that he was awake. Mr. Zhao asked why he had gotten up so early and how he had slept. The emperor silently got up from his chair and walked to the bed. Mr. Zhao wondered if the seventh princess had given him trouble last night. The master saw the princess sprawled out on the bed. The Lord thought about how shouldn't she be 5.5 years old? He doesn't think she was crying in the middle of the night asking His Majesty to breastfeed her. That little wench had been gnashing her teeth and snorting all night, keeping him awake. If she wasn't his blood daughter, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist and would have strangled her last night. Leon ordered them to change his clothes. Mr. Zhao asked about whether His Majesty was doing well. His Majesty ordered the Lord to wake her up, to which the latter asked about right that minute, because the seventh princess was sleeping so sweetly. But just a glance from the emperor was enough to understand and get things done. Mr. Zhao walked over to the bed and started waking up the princess with thoughts of her father letting her spend the night there. From such cuteness, Mr. Zhao couldn't stand it. She was so cute. The little girl ran up to her daddy and informed him that she wanted him to take her in his arms. Mr. Zhao immediately suggested to the princess that he should do so. This made the little girl very upset. Leon took her in his arms and asked about why she was crying. The little girl pointed at Mr. Zhao with words about him being a bad uncle. Mr. Zhao immediately began to apologize, for he didn't mean to offend the princess. The emperor looked at Mr. Zhao so much that he shed tears himself. He asked the little girl not to cry. Chiki realized that her plan was working, and so she needed to keep playing. She turned to her daddy and then kissed him on the cheek. He couldn't believe that she dared to kiss him, that presumptuous little girl. His Majesty's other children always kneeled before him, but there was no child as bold as the seventh princess who was able to kiss His Majesty. The mere thought of the princess being pierced by Mr. Zhao's sword made Mr. Zhao throw up in shock. Chiki asked about whether Daddy liked Chiki. After all, she loves Daddy. Mom also loved and kissed her. He himself wondered about whether he liked his daughter. Tsitsi was already thinking about whether he hated her or what. She pressed herself against him. Of course, she shouldn't have rushed things because, like in the original story, he would remain an unfeeling tyrant. In any case, if he wanted to kill her, then so be it. She jumped from his embrace and thought about the fact that she felt uncomfortable there for some reason. She had never seen her father in her past life, only knew that he was a courageous police officer. When she was still in her mother's belly, he had died in the line of duty. When she was born, she had only her mother by her side. She did not get to feel the fatherly love that other children received. She was initially afraid of him, but Leon's past behavior made her feel love for the first time. She had always had little hopes and always thought she was allowed to do anything, but in the end, the little girl had gotten too carried away. Chiki turned to her father and informed him that he could go. It was no big deal, and she would behave herself. Leon wondered why she was smiling at him like that. After all, she clearly wasn't happy. He wanted to hold out his hands to her, but he thought about the fact that a true emperor should not have any weaknesses. He should be unfazed. The emperor did just that, turned around and walked away. This made the little girl cry. Mr. Zhao ordered the servants to dress up the princess, and he ran after the emperor. The little girl was already dressed up. The maids were delighted with the princess. They told her that she was so cute, and it was no wonder that His Majesty liked her. This tyrant's genes are really good, and in the original novel, Ye Qixi completely inherited his appearance. If you think about it, not long ago she was living in a dilapidated cold palace, but now she not only slept in the palace of the great tyrant for one night, but also wears beautiful clothes. The little girl feels as if she is in a dream, but soon she will have to return to her dilapidated palace. Suddenly she heard a meow. It was a kitten that was brought to her. Tsitsi wrapped the kitten in her arms, but the servants asked the princess to be careful because it was not a kitten and continued to shake with fear. They were still thinking that they should not have let this predator near the princess. Qixi turned to her sisters to see how handsome Dabai was and suggested that they come over and pet him. This caused the girls to be horrified. They immediately fell to their knees and begged the princess for pity so she wouldn't scare them. Qixi didn't understand why they were scared of the kitten, so cowardly. The little girl kept stroking the kitten and talking about not being offended, as it was the cutest of them all. She turned to her sisters and told them that if they didn't pet him, he would get upset. One of the girls informed that he was a tiger and was cruel in nature, so her servants were afraid of him. Qixi didn't understand anything. Dabai is a tiger cub, not a kitten. The servants only confirmed that it was a tiger cub. She shouted that it was impossible, to which she was asked to calm down. Chengqian Temple. The emperor sat on the throne. The emperor started talking about Dai Shun, but came to his senses in time and informed him that it didn't matter. Leon was approached by the third princess. He asked about her walking in on him. She asked about how he was still angry with his daughter. Ye Chen realized her mistake, and she would no longer molest her seventh sister like she did last day. The emperor immediately remembered Qixi. He informed Ye Chen that it was all right. Next time she shouldn't allow such a thing to happen. To which the princess replied that she understood that she shouldn't make the same mistake twice. She asked about whether he was free, as his son was waiting for him to teach him how to wield a sword. Leon replied that he hadn't practiced with Ye Chang in a long time. He already wanted to stroke the princess's head on automatic, but then he abruptly removed his hand and didn't realize when he got the habit. Ye Chen asked about whether something had happened to him, to which the latter replied that there was nothing. Mr. Zhao reported that the seventh princess had arrived. Leon ordered her to be sent back. Ye Chen thought that the daughter of a poor concubine whom no one loves wanted to compete with her for the emperor's favor. She had taken wishful thinking for granted. Mr. Zhao, who was accompanying the princess, informed her that if she was afraid of this young tiger, a servant could help her send it to the menagerie. To which Qixi replied that there was no need. Even if Dabai was a tiger, he was very docile and had never harmed anyone. She will take care of it herself. The master replied that she liked him very much, and then added about when she arrived at Weiyang Palace, she should get up from the palanquin. Upon arrival, Qixi noticed that the place was not like where she had lived before. Mr. Zhao explained that His Majesty had specially ordered her palace to be renovated, and left some palace servants there to serve her. Qixi reported that she was very much enjoying everything. The little girl found it hard to believe it. Now she's not the most unhappy princess. Mr. Zhao informed that she should not forget about the important day that will come in 10 days. In 10 days, it would be His Majesty's birthday, so she would need to send him a present. 10 days later, Wen Hall. The little girl sat and thought about how dare these princesses be late for the tyrant's birthday. According to the plot of the book, the tyrant's 3 sons are more ruthless and selfish than his other children and don't get along with each other. She has to be careful not to become their punching bag. The little girl decides to become invisible and then no one will see her. The 9th prince, Ye Mohan, came into her room. He asked about who this cute little girl was and why he hadn't seen her there before. Such a beautiful person. He took her cheek and asked about her being silly since he was talking to her. The little girl informed him that she was in pain. He thought she was a dumb little girl, but it turned out she wasn't. Tsitsi asked her to let her go. Mohan abruptly let her go and explained that she had grown so much, and her uncle had completely forgotten that she was no longer a baby. This was the 9th prince who had not married once in the original story, and he wasn't mentioned much in the plot. Mohan asked her about the fact that she really didn't remember him. He recalled that her uncle, having once been her babysitter, didn't see her for a long time after that. It's rare, but this person was the closest person to Yechiki in the original. It was a pity that after she died, he became extremely angry and rebelled. Chiki immediately grabbed his sleeve and turned to him. Mohan stroked her head with words about her being so pretty. Everyone listened and obeyed the tyrant, but only he was adamant and always had his point of view. The little girl stretched her arms out to her uncle and asked her to take her in his arms. Last year she was so ugly that she couldn't just go outside, but now she had become so cute. Mohan gladly took the little girl in his arms. Of course he's a good man, that's why he smiles at her so much. It would be great if he became her father. It was announced that His Majesty had arrived. Chiki, as soon as she saw him, she thought that he was scary to look at. Someone had hurt her or something, which made her cling to her uncle. Mohan apologized to his brother for not being able to bow to him, being with a baby in his arms. Lian announced that they were having a family dinner, but the 9th prince shouldn't have come, and if he wasn't comfortable holding someone in his arms, it would be best to let them go. Mohan did so, with the words that his words were reasonable. The book didn't really mention their relationship, but now she could feel the tension between them. Lian asked his brother not to spoil anything on this day, to which Mohan informed the little girl that her father was always cold, so she shouldn't be afraid. He leaned closer to her and told her that since he was playing the obedient brother for now, he would secretly take her out of the palace with him after it was over, and they would have a good time. The little girl replied with great joy that she was the best uncle in the world, and she loved him so much more than anyone else in the world. Mohan replied to the little one that he too loves her more than anyone else in the world and will take her away from her father sooner or later. Please, sooner that time would come, she would rather be with the 9th prince than with the tyrant emperor. Her uncle announced that the banquet was about to begin and it was time for him to go sit down at the table. He will come to fetch her when the banquet is over. Chiki will wait for her uncle there. She will finally be able to get out of the palace, even if it is temporary, and take a look at the outside world. Behind her, she noticed the blue robe, the narrow eyes, the pale skin. This person in the original is a crazy lunatic, and her dread 6th brother, the 6th prince Ye Ting Shengu. He hates being stared at, so she will be the first to leave. He grabbed her shoulder to make her stop. He informed about her looking cute but acting weird. He asked about the fact that didn't she want to meet her older brother. It's over. Now he won't let her go. Chiki replied that wasn't true. She wouldn't dare. The prince asked for what she called him, to which the little girl replied that 6th brother. She didn't realize that she was wrong. After all, he was the 6th prince. Shengu thought about the fact that this little girl had never dared to speak in front of him before, but now she was being bold. He thinks it's impossible for her to change so quickly. He took her cheek and asked her not to call him that again. This man is so dangerous that his eyes seem to be able to see right through her, so she will try to pretend to be crazy and stupid to get him off her back. Chiki said that if the 6th brother hadn't grabbed her so suddenly, she would have kept quiet. Shengu didn't realize that she wasn't afraid of him at all or what. He leaned over to her and informed her that he would definitely take away her sight next time, so she wouldn't dare to look at him again. This guy is really crazy, just like in the original. This scene was being watched by the emperor. The gentleman noticed that the emperor was in good spirits. Mr. Zhao said that the first emperors in the past had 3,000 beauties in their harem. Now it was time for him to add to his harem. He asked how His Majesty would like them to call the most beautiful ladies to him. It's been 10 years since His Majesty came back from the war. They all kept talking about how the ministers also thought that this year would be the most fortunate year for him if he got married. Beauties are rare indeed, and this year would be good for him to be able to add to his harem. Lian reported that even if he did get 100 women in his harem, they wouldn't be of much use to him. Chiki didn't understand why he was angry over the words the ministers said. It frightened her. The emperor didn't realize that he was a ghost, or what. After all, that girl had been glaring at him from the sidelines all the time, but now she just turned away after meeting his gaze. This made the emperor's mood a little worse. Chen turned to him and told him that it was his birthday, so the ministers and sons had been looking for a long time and finally found a gift for him. Chen presented the emperor with the gift. The minister reported that this sword is very good. It has a sharp, impenetrable blade. This dragon-pattern sword was made by a professional craftsman in Jiangnan Jianfang, so everyone hopes he likes it. Lian looked at it and reported that it was quite impressive. Chen thought about how her father didn't like her gift. He didn't like it at all. If he had really liked this sword, he would have definitely taken it and looked at it, but he didn't even touch it. The third princess thought about how the cheapskate still hadn't offered her gift, but her father had been looking at her all this time and he didn't even praise her. Even if her father hates Chen, she knows it's because of Chiki. After all, he treated her differently before until she showed up and ruined everything. Chen reported that she had heard that the seventh princess had also prepared a gift for her father. She asked about why don't they look at it. Chiki replied that she couldn't, and it was best not to open it right away. The third princess snatched the gift from Chiki's hands and informed her that she didn't have anything she couldn't see. Chiki asked her to return the gift. Chen asked about why it couldn't be opened, since she had to see what was in that box. The third princess was born Empress of the Palace. That's why she's so generous with gifts. And Chiki, in her opinion, is just a lowlife who doesn't even have money. What kind of gift can she give being a petty beggar? She decided to embarrass her in front of everyone for once. Chiki made it known that she was not allowed to look at it, since it was made especially for Daddy. As soon as Chen started to open the gift, the emperor immediately closed it and took it for himself. Lian turned to his daughter and asked about the fact that she hadn't heard it well, or what, since her sister had told her not to touch it. Chen explained that she was just curious. Lian didn't let the third princess speak and turned to Chiki and asked if he could look at it. The little girl gave an affirmative answer. He asked her to come closer to him. Sitsi quickly complied with this request. There was no way he could get used to her being so small. Chiki informed that only he could open and look at the gift. The emperor asked if it was for sure. The princess is really poor. She can't afford to give away any precious things. When she goes to school, she can only draw pictures. The emperor did so. Chiki thought about what a shame this was, and now death was definitely waiting for her. Lian turned the papyrus with his portrait on it and asked if she drew it. The little girl informed that she didn't have any money, so she did it. She asked about if he liked it. Chiki knows that this gift is not comparable to Ye Chen's gift, but even he didn't like it. She really wished her father wouldn't talk about such a thing in front of more people, because it would really hurt her. The emperor stroked her head and told her that she had done a good job and that he liked her very much. Lian handed over the portrait and asked him to give it to the ministers and invite all the officials to appreciate it. Chiki is quite talented, so she shouldn't be so worried. The ministers said that the portrait is very similar to the emperor, and it seems that the seventh princess can already paint at a young age, which is really worthy of respect. Looking at the character of the painting, we can say with certainty that it is His Majesty. The girl is simply a goddess of painting, as she managed to transfer everything to the picture. Chen thought about the fact that the sword, which she bought for a lot of money, actually became unimportant junk compared to some painting of a commoner. The princess thought about whether or not her father's words about liking the painting meant that Chiki had won his love. The minister noticed some more text on the painting. It said that, "Fortune is like the long flow of water in the East China Sea, and life is no older than Nanshan. The birthday star gives color to the Tathagata and has been revealed to Shuyu Guanghua ever since." What a poem. They had never heard of it as a birthday poem. Chiki explained that she happened to see this phrase in an ancient book and so she wrote it. The gentleman asked if the princess could also read, to which the little girl replied that she could read a little. One of the ministers showed the paper and asked if she knew what was written on the old official paper. The little girl replied that Tin was part of her sixth brother's name and pointed to the prince. Shengu thought of her acting suspicious and clumsy in speaking her literacy, but the people around her fell for it. The minister noted that the seventh princess clearly had a penchant for reading. He showed her the paper and asked about how it read. Chi-Chi wondered if Ting Shengu was digging a hole for her. What could he possibly have against a 5-year-old child after all, saying the emperor's name in the main hall is a serious offense? Chi-Chi started to talk about how it reads as, but the minister kept on asking about whether she understood. Shengu thought about the fact that if she really didn't know, the ministers would drive her skid, and if she was intentionally wrong, she was committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. The emperor reported that Chi-Chi was still too young and did not need to be able to pronounce all the words. He promised that he would teach her everything in the future. The minister didn't understand. Didn't His Majesty strictly monitor the purity? Even the most beloved third princess had never been in the emperor's arms, and the unloved seventh princess had been taken in the arms of the emperor himself in front of the ministers. He thought he should help the third princess get rid of the seventh princess, but first he had to make amends. He went to the emperor and told him that the seventh princess was talented and intelligent since she could read, and then added that it would be better if the seventh princess came to the country to learn everything. Chen Ding would do his best to teach her all the possible sciences. The second minister reported that the imperial college was a place of education only for princes and princesses. The emperor asked about whether or not she wanted to enter Guozi College for further studies. There was some misunderstanding. The minister said that he would like to explain to the seventh princess that the point of the college is that only members of the royal family study there. In addition to calligraphy, essays, and the 6 arts, they can choose the science of understanding the world while gaining experience. The third princess and the sixth prince are already studying there, and the eldest prince will also teach her when he is free. If the siblings are all going to college together, this girl should not refuse. She seems to like it there in the future. Chi-Chi's life by those 3 will become hell. She won't be able to go back to her old life. Tsitsi replied that she didn't want to study. She didn't like it. She cried. The minister asked the princess not to cry. The emperor said he understood. Yes, her ploy worked. She will not study. Sister Avan reported that the banquet had gone on long and the snowy road was slippery, but they had better get back to the palace. Chi-Chi asked about whether Taifu Chin's relationship with the other concubines was good. Sis replied that she didn't know, but she had heard that she was a pre-instructor at the Empire's college, and other mothers often inquired about their children's progress from Taifu Chin. Chi-Chi announced that it was already time for them to move out, as it was getting colder outside. Sister Avan held out a dish to the princess and informed her that this would keep her warm. Chi-Chi wondered what position she had in the harem and what she was really hiding, for Taifu Chin was the concubine and mother of the third princess. Suddenly, she abruptly began to be tossed from side to side. It was reported that the sixth prince was there. The little girl didn't understand why the one stopped her carriage. Shengu walked over to Chi-Chi and asked about if she could give him a ride. Chi-Chi said yes. It would be very difficult for her, a fragile, small, and naive little girl, to survive in a harem that resembled a wolf's den. Chi-Chi held out a handkerchief to him with words for him to wipe the snow off his face. He asked her to call him by his first name. That kind of made the little girl start to shake. He explained to her that she shouldn't shiver. Chi-Chi didn't understand what was wrong with him. Maybe he was just testing her vocabulary or something. Then she decided to wipe his face herself. The little girl addressed him as an older brother again, to which he asked what she called him. Tsitsi explained that her arm was already hurting from holding it like that. He was, as it turned out, far worse than a tyrant. Shengu took the handkerchief and thought to himself that he must be crazy to think she looked like a princess from a fairy tale. This embarrassed the prince a bit, and he decided to dismiss the thoughts. After all, she was just a simple 5-year-old girl. Chi-Chi noticed that he was shivering and thought he was cold. He handed him the dishes that warmed her, and let him know that he was warm. Shengu asked about whether she had called anyone else big brother, to which the little girl replied that she had not. That was good. He stroked her head. So far, she had only seen him as a brother, which is what she should call a big brother. Shengu informed the little girl that she was very talented, so she shouldn't worry about going to college. Chiki asked about him wanting her to go to study at the Imperial College or what. The prince is acting suspicious, after all. Why would he support his sister? He is clearly up to something. The prince explained that he sees her trying, so he wants to study with her, and asked how she sees it, to which the little girl replied that she didn't like studying. He started hugging her, telling her that she had to be obedient or she would get into big trouble. Under his pressure, she agreed to go to that college. Shengu asked if she was afraid of him. Chiki explained that she was just a little tired and she wasn't. He took her cheek again and noted that she was chubby. Chiki informed him that as soon as she returned, she would lose weight immediately. The prince rose from his seat and only confirmed her words that if she ate too much, she would get fat, and then added that he would also like her to draw a portrait for her older brother in a week. She didn't realize what kind of man he really was. That look in his eyes irritated her so much. Okay, she needs to calm down, and she should also avoid this guy. Lingyuan Pavilion a few days later. Chiki was running along with Daibai. They fell to the ground and she embraced that his color is really not easy to see in a pile of snow. Sis went over to the princess and explained that last night was quite cold and windy, so you shouldn't spend too much time or play outside for too long in such weather, or you'll catch a cold. The little girl said that she had never seen so much snow. Her sister still insisted that the princess should not make trouble. The little girl got so carried away that she didn't notice and crashed into something. It was the emperor. She thought she was done for. Lian asked if she was having fun, to which the little girl, trembling, replied that she wasn't having fun at all. He asked her to hold out her arms. Sitsi reluctantly did so, and asked him not to do anything, for she knew it was wrong and she would never play outside again, only that he would not hit her hands, for she was afraid of pain. He asked her what her little head was thinking. Was he really that horrible to her? The little girl, almost crying, explained that she thought he had people who could behead her. He inquired of her about her accusing him or what. He decided to just see her palace and see her, and the training would carry over to another time. She thanked him. The emperor informed her that she should take a nap while he went first, and then reminded her to remember to practice the words she had been taught before. Chiki waved happily and asked him not to forget about her, for she would be waiting for him. When she was already lying in bed with Dabai by her side, her uncle came into her room and asked her to be quiet. They were walking along the rooftops, and Mohan explained that he had come for her, so she should pack soon. Tsitsi was thrilled that her uncle was so strong that he could jump on rooftops. They carefully jumped off the krishi. The uncle explained that if she liked it outside the palace, he would often take her outside in the future. The girl was overjoyed at this news. Uncle Mohan is really jealous of her ice father, who had a cute little daughter like her. If her uncle has a daughter, he will spoil and love her more than anyone else in the world. Too bad Ye Mohan, the 9th prince, didn't have any children in the original, and later he also ended up being pierced by arrows because of the change of palace. How she wished she could change the fate of a good man like him. In the market, a man was selling candied hawthorns. Fragrant and crunchy candied hawthorns on a butterhead. The little girl immediately wanted them. The vendor informed her that if she wanted them so badly, her daddy would be sure to take one head for her. The uncle leaned over to Chi-Chi and asked her not to call him Uncle Emperor there, or they would be quickly uncovered. She started calling him Uncle, but that only broke his heart. He didn't understand why at least not Daddy. He had already despaired and asked her to choose. He would buy everything. It turns out that the 9th prince's guards had been watching them all that time. The vendor handed over the head completely, to which Sitsi informed that the spirit sticks would be enough. Mohan asked about why, instead of taking all of them, she decided to take only 2 sticks. Sitsi explained that she likes to take everything in moderation. Moreover, 2 sticks would be enough for Dabai and Dad. Mohan asked about her knowledge of it. Chi realized that she almost got burned and replied that what she meant was that she shouldn't eat a lot of sweets. That's what Sister Awan had said. Not far away, she saw the sixth prince, but there was some iron-masked man standing next to him. She can't say anything in the palace, but she will tell in a restaurant nearby. Mohan asked about what she saw there, to which the little girl replied that she saw nothing. She didn't realize whether the man had disappeared or she just imagined it. Her uncle said that he would like to show her the best restaurant in Beijing, which was in that Linlong pavilion. It's called the Spring Banquet. Now that he went there is no reason not to try it this time. Chi reported that she was really already hungry. They sat at the table. Chi excitedly reported that it was so expensive. Only with her uncle could she go outside the palace and eat such good food. Mohan said that he had just been informed by the guards that something had happened at his mansion, and he had to go back there to find out what was wrong, so he couldn't send her back to the palace by himself. She can eat for now, and then a senior guard will pick her up. Chi informed him not to worry, she would be fine on her own, and then asked about whether she could pack up the leftovers later if she didn't eat everything. Her uncle informed her that there was no need to take anything away. If she liked the dish, he would even send it to her palace every day. She asked him to wait a moment. She handed him the letter and explained that she wanted to give this letter to her father for his birthday, along with a present. But at that time she was not practicing and did not know so many symbols. He asked about the fact that it would be awkward for her to give this letter herself, so she asks her uncle. To which the little girl explained that this was true, but she didn't think her uncle would be able to help her. He leaned over to her and informed her that he could help, but Chi would have to pay her uncle the emperor for taking her outside the palace. The uncle remarked that she was so nice, since his niece was asking him for help, he had no right to refuse her. Even though she is happy, the situation in the palace is not encouraging. Maybe one day this letter will save her life. Suddenly she was approached. Her sixth brother came by and informed her that her name is really cute. Shengu told the guard that he could go, for he would later personally escort the seventh princess away. The one wanted to object, but the prince asked about how the one dared to disobey the order of the prince in front of him. He walked closer to Chi. She thought about what he needed outside the palace. Shengu continued to approach her and the little girl kept backing away. He asked about why she was immediately pulling away from him. Was he scary or what? Chi cried, for her little brother will push her down, to which Shengu asked her to stop crying. She told the truth. He understood everything as long as she didn't scream. He informed her that she had lost her royal face. He held out a handkerchief to her to wipe her tears. The guy thought about the fact that no matter how you look at it, she is just a pathetic and whiny 5-year-old girl. He doesn't know why, but he feels like she's not easy. On one hand, he can't give up and not learn something about her. On the other hand, he doesn't know where to start. Shengu asked Chi, who had started to eat, that she was acting so carefree but didn't think he could poison her by feeding her that food. This came as a shock to the little girl. She asked about, isn't it a shame for her brother to spoil the food? Shengu asked about how she doesn't care about her life, but she feels sorry for that table of food or what. He doesn't understand how she earned the emperor's favor. The prince kept asking about if the food was really poisoned. Would she be able to live long after eating it? The princess replied that she believed that Big Brother was not like that. If he cared about her life, he wouldn't do such a thing. Anyway, these princes have always been cruel and cold. It doesn't matter whose hand she dies by. He didn't realize that she would just take it like that and trust him or what. He asked her to stop eating already. He picked her up in his arms and informed her that it was getting late, so it was not safe to go outside the palace after curfew. He would send her back to the palace first. Chiki's hands dropped her chicken leg, which she didn't finish. If she stays there, they'll come, but there's no need to know that. He put her in his carriage that would take her back home to the palace. He reminded her not to let anyone see her, not to say anything to anyone, nothing after she returned to the palace. Chi agreed and promised. Lingyuan Pavilion. She doesn't know if her tyrant father likes sweets, so she will ask Sister Awang to give them to him. Upon arrival, she didn't realize why it was so quiet and where everyone was. Chi called out for both Sis and the kitten, but suddenly the emperor ordered her in. He asked her about where she came from. The little girl replied that she came from the palace, to which came a new question about her leaving the palace, or what. Leon shouted, asking about who let her. She replied with a bit of a stutter that no one herself. Her father asked about who she came with. The tyrant is too angry, so if she admits that her uncle let her go out, she will definitely kill him. Chiki replied that no one. She went out for a walk by herself. Leon asked how such a young lady dared to deceive him. Chiki said she didn't. The emperor asked about whether she really thinks he is stupid or what. After all, the palace walls are surrounded by royal guards. When she left the palace, who she left with, what roof she walks on, and what clothes she wears. He was yelling about whether she knew how dangerous it was outside the palace. She was just going after someone she didn't know or what. He raised his hand at her, to which the little girl fell over. She noticed her candied hawthorns fall out. The emperor reported that he thought that that stranger had taken her to some expensive place, but it turned out that she was just holding a cheap candy. Tsitsi replied that it was something she loved and wanted to share it with someone, but no sooner had she finished than her father questioned who it was with. He asked about it being her lover. She only shared it because he bought her some simple sweets or what. He snatched the bag from her hands and asked about her coming to him just to tell him about someone else or what. He lifted the bag of sweets upwards and asked about whether he was her father or Yemohan. The little girl asked him not to, but her father still threw her sweets on the floor, which cracked. She cried and asked her father about why he won't listen to her explanation and only throws her things. She hates her father, to which the emperor calmly replied that he didn't expect her to like him. The emperor said that the palace servants of the 7th princess's palace took bad care of the mistress and she subsequently escaped, so all the servants will be executed. Chiki said that it was not their fault, as she was the one who begged her uncle to take her with him, and she was the one who pretended to fall asleep and then ran away. Her actions had nothing to do with them. Chiki begged for mercy for them. Leon explained that if it was all a joke to her, she could go and fool around outside his palace. He would not rescind his order. The little girl sat and cried. She thought about how accompanying him was like accompanying a tiger. She would ignore him again. 3 days later, Emperor's room. The emperor reported that if there was something to say, he should say it. Mr. Zhao reported that the 9th prince had been waiting outside for an hour. He asked if he should be invited. The emperor ordered him to be sent away. Mr. Zhao replied that it was fine. Mr. Zhao went out to the 9th prince and asked if he had heard the emperor. Mohan handed the lord the letter and said that he had been asked to give this to Nanny. Let the emperor see how the time would be. As the prince started to leave, he added that Leon didn't like sweets after all, and the little girl had bought candied hawthorns. These words surprised the emperor. Mr. Zhao asked what he meant that the 7th princess had bought them for the emperor. The prince replied that he thought that his brother was a tyrant, incapable of loving his children, and especially the nanny. He was pleasantly surprised that this little girl turned out to be loving and good-natured. And they both have similarities. The emperor wants Nanny Nian to pretend to be his daughter, but it really hurts the little girl. Some people don't know they are in bliss. As soon as Mr. Zhao turned around, he was startled to see the emperor standing behind him. He asked how long the one had been there. Leon ordered him to hand over the letter and close the door. He took out the letter and began to read it. Chiki was addressing her father. She talked about how when she first met him she was very scared, but she wanted to get closer to him. Chiki began to watch her appearance to please Papa and not disappoint him. Although Daddy is cruel, he has a good side. He can't beat her. He became her savior when she was left alone to die on the mountain, which means he is the most powerful and kind daddy who gave her a fatherly love that she didn't feel before. On her daddy's birthday, Chiki could only give him a picture drawn by her own hands as she couldn't afford to buy an expensive gift. Even though she put a lot of effort into it, it didn't seem like he liked it. But despite this, she finally has a daddy and she no longer feels like an unwanted child. She is really happy. She also likes candied hawthorns, which the palace doesn't have, so her uncle took her to town so she could buy them. They were really delicious, so Chiki wanted to share with her dad. This letter made his hands shake. Now he understood what she meant by saying that she liked candied hawthorns. The emperor ordered the carriage to be prepared. The lord informed the emperor that he would not be able to go as the palanquin had been in a state of disrepair for a long time. They were ordered to prepare another one. Mr. Zhao kept nagging the others that God forbid His Majesty would fall ill. A few minutes later, they were told that the new palanquin had been prepared. The master invited His Majesty to pass, but the emperor was nowhere to be found. Lian Wuzhui went to the Qiki Palace, where he was accidentally met on the doorstep by his sister Avan. She apologized to him for daring to look at His Majesty. Lian asked where she was. Avan replied that she had fallen fast asleep after visiting him. The emperor went into her room. He asked Dabai the tiger cub to be quiet. The emperor thought that she was probably still angry with him. Even if he woke her up, he would still have to bow his head to this girl. He gently covered her with the blanket. Suddenly, there was a sudden rumble of thunder that woke the little girl up. She immediately threw herself into a hug, thinking she was hugging her sister Avan. Qiki asked about why her waist was so wide. The little girl asked for her sister to stay with her, but she didn't understand why she was silent and wiped her eyes. She was very surprised when her tyrant father was sitting instead of her sister. She didn't understand if it wasn't him who hadn't accepted the sweets from her a few days ago, what else he wanted to do to her. She hated to see him so much. Lian asked about how she was feeling. The little girl informed that she was going to sleep already and asked him to get out of bed. But just as thunder rumbled again, Tsitsi grabbed his clothes and asked him not to leave, for she was very much afraid of thunder. Her father agreed and started stroking his head. Tsitsi kept saying that she was afraid of thunder, and she was also afraid that her father would break the candied fruit that she wanted to give as a present. He hugged her gently. He apologized to her for being wrong. He kept talking about how he shouldn't have broken the candied hawthorns that Qiki wanted to give him. He asked about whether she was willing to forgive him. This surprised the princess very much, and she didn't realize if she could be having auditory hallucinations due to lack of sleep. She couldn't believe that the tyrant had just apologized to her. How could an arrogant man like him bow his head and apologize? Qiki replied that he would strangle her like that. He informed her that she could go to bed already, and he would be there for her. The little girl reached up again and kissed her father on the cheek. She informed her that Qiki was forgiving her daddy. She noticed the look on his face and thought to herself that she better keep quiet, because he might get angry again, and she now needed to apologize to him. Lian kissed his daughter on the forehead as well. He informed her that it was very nice and she could sleep, and he would stay by her side. Babe asked about him really not leaving her. Lian explained that if she was afraid of thunderstorms in the future, he would always sleep next to her, in the morning. There were different jewelry on the table. Chi-Chi asked if it was all for her or what. Sister Awang said that it was all given to her by His Majesty in the morning before he left, so it was all hers. Chi-Chi explained that she was now the richest princess in the palace and would not be in danger of poverty. Mailshka turned to her sister and said that it had rained and snowed last night when her father came to visit her, and that in the morning she felt unwell and thought she had caught a cold. To which Awang only confirmed that His Majesty came by last night, and his clothes were wet. Qiki informed that it was time for her to go outside as well. Qiki suggested that she should go and see her dad off, to which Avan tried to stop her. After all, the princess should wear a cape as it was cold outside. Third Princess Yechen's palace. The princess talked about how that ugly woman dared to take her father away from her. Her servants reported that not only that, the servants had also heard that last night, His Majesty had actually ignored the cold, thunderous rain and went to visit the seventh princess without taking a palanquin, and by the time he arrived, his robe was soaked through. They went on to say that after His Majesty left her palace in the morning, then he ordered the Minister of the Interior to send a lot of gold, silver, precious stones, and ancient treasures to her palace. They don't know why His Majesty gave her so much wealth, for she is only 5 years old. This made Ye Chen very angry, and she reported what must have been the one who asked for it. She knows how to get her father's attention back. She needs to teach that little girl a lesson, and ordered the servants to go after her. Imperial Garden. Ye Chen greeted Chiki and announced the meeting. Chiki noticed the familiar dress and didn't understand why Chen was there. Chiki greeted the future empress. Ye Chen said that it had been so long since she had seen the seventh princess, and she looked so much prettier. She had managed to please her father and attract attention. Chen asked why she was standing so far away from her. She asked her not to be afraid of Chiki and to come closer because she wouldn't hurt her. Subs to me, what's next will be... What's... The little girl thought about the third princess, thinking she was totally stupid or something. She wouldn't let her bully her a second time. Chiki turned to her sister and informed her that she had some things to do, so she would leave first. To which Ye Chen abruptly grabbed the little girl. She asked about where she was going, because her sister was kind enough to talk to her, and Chiki dared to ignore her. Chen abruptly dropped the little girl and asked about whether she enjoyed pretending to be miserable in front of her father for the sake of making him pity her and love her. Even in front of her, she does the same thing. Sister Avon abruptly ran up to Chiki, but she was abruptly intercepted by the third princess's maidservants. Avon asked about what Chen was doing. She kept asking the third princess about whether she was afraid of punishment, because no matter what, the seventh princess is also His Majesty's heir. Ye Chen's maid slapped her and told her that if she said a word, she would be the next to get what she deserved from their princess, so she should watch her mouth. Chiki stood up sharply and asked who she was, and shoved her sharply, saying that she was nothing but a hyena tied to her mistress who let her abuse her sister Avon, to which that maid turned to the third princess to see how insolent the seventh princess was. Chiki thought that it looks like Ye Chen wants to fight with her, so she will give her a beating and prove that she is not a little girl who is easily intimidated. Chen thought that it was a waste. A little girl like her wouldn't be able to handle her servants. Chen ordered all of them to catch that ugly girl, and if they let her escape, they would all be punished. The third princess came up to her and explained that she wanted to see how hard she was working to get away. But just then, the little girl abruptly took and bit her hand. Everyone immediately rushed to the third princess, forgetting about Chiki, who was pinned to the ground. Chiki stood up and said that she had allowed her to be arrogant and overbearing, disrespecting her elders and lording it over the little one and bullying them. But now she would act on behalf of heaven and teach her to be a goody-goody. The little one swooped down on Chen. She ordered her not to move, to which the third princess asked what she was doing. Chiki slammed her head against Chen's head. That's what made her fall down. The little girl ordered her to get up, for they weren't done yet, but that was just Chen's tears watering. She had forgotten that no matter how arrogant she was still a little girl. Chiki bringing her to tears is a sin. The third princess's conscience asked about whether she was all right, to which Ye Chen asked about what that one was saying. After all, she had seen what she had done to her. Chiki explained that if she can't handle her emotions, she should just cry. But that kind of parenting is not inherent in a princess. Chen would still continue the bullying after she cried. Chen said that she would die with her. Suddenly, the emperor appeared and asked about what was going on there. Ye Chen rushed over to him and said that he should teach Chiki a lesson because she dared to raise her hand. She is crazy. Lian ordered Chen to stay away from him. He leaned over to Chiki and asked what had happened, to which the little girl replied that they just had a fight. Lian took the little girl's cheeks and asked about the bump on her forehead and if it was just a fight or what. He then turned to Chen and informed her that she would be grounded for a month. If she commits the crime again next time, he will take her to Jizhou Palace, put her in a corner, and then she will think hard about her behavior. He asked Chiki to come with him. Chen was crying and couldn't understand why he didn't believe her. The servant turned to the princess and asked her to get up from the ground, for she was cold, to which the princess shouted that they were a bunch of useless idiots, for they giggled and just watched her being bullied. She ordered them to spill. The second brother appeared and reported that he kept puzzling over who it was that was yelling at the servants and disturbing his sleep, and it turned out to be the third princess. The appearance of the second brother made Chen terrified. Meanwhile, at Chiki's, the little girl asked her father to wait for her for a while, as she could not keep up with him. The emperor asked why she did that a few minutes ago, because she can't fight with anyone all the time. Tsitsi said that she wouldn't do that anymore. Her father started to lift her up in his arms, to which she explained that she was dirty. Lian informed her that he was aware of the fact that she had gotten dirty, and so he asked her not to dodge the question. This tyrant had always been suspicious to her, but at this point there was an opportunity to clear things up. Chiki started talking about how it all started on his birthday. On his birthday, he sent Chiki to study at the Imperial College. Sister Chen was originally the only princess who was allowed to enroll there, but now Chiki is also studying there, so she was naturally angry. The emperor explained that she always had problems with poetry and calligraphy, and he wanted to stop her studies, but she was praised and insisted on continuing her studies. Sister Ye Chen is the daughter of Empress Rong, who lives in the main palace, and Chiki is the daughter of a commoner, so Taifu Qin does not value her as much as Sister Ye Chen. Empress from the main palace, indeed in the Imperial College, it is customary to worship the highest, so she may assume that Empress Rong and Qin Taifu are secretly conspiring. But this child in front of her is also worthy of studying there. The little girl walked to Sister Awang. She asked her about those servants, saw her, and so they ran away because they are afraid, or what? She answered that they were not. They were not afraid. They were just in a hurry to go about their business. Chiki asked about what happened and asked her not to hide anything. Avan replied that His Majesty's brother Zhao whipped the third princess's maids who provoked her to fight with her. Perhaps His Majesty gave such an order, so now all the servants in the palace are afraid of him. Her tyrant father has made her a respected person that everyone fears, and it's for her own good. Chi-Chi suggested to her sister to take a walk. They were met by the minister who greeted them. Chi-Chi thought about whether it was Taifu Qin or whoever. Chi-Chi immediately grabbed Sis's hand and turned her around in the opposite direction, away from the man. Sis asked about what was the matter after all. They were going to the Imperial Garden. To which the little girl replied that there was no need to say anything, but simply to follow her. The man turned to the princess and told her that he was Minister Lao, and then asked if she remembered him. It's not like he could be wrong about her. Chiki replied that she had not seen him once for 7 years, to which the minister replied that if she didn't remember him, it was no big deal. He was going to visit the 7th princess's palace himself to ask her to go with him to Guozikyang School. Chi-Chi thanked him for his kindness and informed him that she didn't know him at all. So, they would see each other later. Just taking his feet in his hands, the little girl disappeared over the horizon. The minister asked her to wait. He offered to give her a puppy as a reconciliation, and he could also buy sugar pumpkins. But even that couldn't stop the princess from running away. She didn't understand what was going on and why the minister was chasing her, because it was so uncultured. Only she wanted to catch her breath as suddenly she was grabbed by her hand. It was the 6th sibling who covered her mouth with his hand so as not to give her away and asked her to keep quiet. Chi-Chi noticed that he looked even worse than he had since their last meeting. She wondered if he was injured or if he was sick. The minister didn't understand why a princess with such short legs could run so fast. Shengu reported that the man had already left. He asked his sister why he was chasing her, to which Chiki replied that he wanted her to go with him to the village to listen in on the phone conversation. The 6th sibling reported that there was nothing bad there, and then asked about why she was running away. The little girl explained that she didn't want to be the center of attention, which also applies to traveling. Guozijiang looks like a school, but it's actually a place where powerful people collide. Now Shengu realized why she was acting like that. He coughed. Chiki asked if he had hurt himself, or if he was sick, because he looked terrible. Shengu briefly replied that it was none of her business. The little girl thought about how she really shouldn't worry about him, let alone talk to him, but she doesn't know why every time she sees him, she feels that he looks a lot like her. But it's worth staying alert in case he pulls something. Shengu informed her that she had to go back, because being born in the palace, she was already doomed to survive, and if she hid forever, she would just die. It was the first time he had analyzed the pros and cons with her, and perhaps the first time he had opened his heart to anyone. Brother explained that as for her safety after she went to the village, she should let her 6th brother protect her. Now that she had heard of his secrets twice and he hadn't bothered to kill her, it was safe to be around him. They walked out together to the minister, who immediately took notice of them, especially the seventh princess. Shengu asked about the fact that didn't the seventh princess promise to draw his portrait last time. Chiki informed that she could start right that minute. Shengu informed her that she should then go and paint sooner, rather than later. So she did. Only the minister was once again left without the princess's attention. The sixth prince turned to Taif Chin and informed him that he could not linger any longer, for the students were waiting to ask for advice on their articles. Central Hall. His Majesty has arrived. The little girl immediately rushed over to her daddy, but just then, the little one noticed behind him, Taifu Chin again. She asked him about why he was there again. What a persistent one. Taifu Chin turned to the seventh princess and informed her that the sixth prince had stopped the minister in the morning, but he missed her and wanted to give her something. In his hands, he held a cute little puppy. The minister went on to say that he had heard that she had a kitten named Dabai, and then asked about how she looked into getting a puppy too. Tsitsi asked about who told him about Dabai being a kitten. Suddenly, Dabai comes running into the room, just growling, which startled the minister. He couldn't believe that it was Dabai. The minister just threw the puppy on Dabai's head and fell down from the realization. Chiki explained that Dabai was a white tiger. The emperor ordered Taifu Chin to be taken to Tai Yuan's healer. The little girl went to her father and reported that she had thought about it and was ready to give an answer. The emperor asked what kind. The little girl reported that she wants to go to the village to improve her skills. The state superintendent can train people and guide them to improve their skills. Chiki doesn't want to be a stupid princess. She doesn't want people to think that the emperor's daughter is illiterate. Leon picked her up in his arms and informed her that he did not recall his daughter being so eloquent. The little girl reported that this was true. The emperor explained that he could get her a place there in the spring anyway if she wanted, but in the meantime, she should go change, and they would go for a walk somewhere. Tsitsi was excited. She asked about them being outside the palace or what. Lian explained that if she wanted to, he would take her out of the palace often. The little girl thought about the fact that she thought the tyrant was getting jealous, inviting her out of the blue for a walk. She reported that she remembered everything. The emperor asked about what Mohan had bought her that time. Leon bought her anything she just wanted and showed her. She had a lot of fun with him. She asked her father about whether they bought too much, to which Leon asked about her not liking the way her dad treated her or what. The emperor thought about how ridiculous it was that Mohan was trying to trick his daughter into buying only 3 sticks of sugar hawthorns. The little girl informed her father that she had the best daddy for her, so she would be the best daughter for him too. She suggested that her father go to the fish fair. A carriage that ran very close could have caught the little girl, but the emperor took her away carefully. Mohan appeared from the carriage and turned to his niece. Chiki asked why he had come, to which Mohan replied that he simply had nothing to do. He missed the feast he and Tsitsi had made that day. He then turned to the emperor and informed him that he was there too, to which the emperor replied that unfortunately yes. Mohan saw that amount of sugar hawthorns and asked about him wanting a store to open them or what. The emperor informed that it was for his daughter, to which Mohan replied that it would be bad for her to eat so many sweet things. Her father turned to Chiki and explained that her dad just didn't want to seem stingy to her. The little girl reported that she wants to eat already. It was impossible for her to understand how the brothers had lived in peace with each other for so many years. The emperor took his daughter by the hand and informed her that he would take her to the fish fair. After everyone sat down at the table, the tension came. Chiki didn't realize what the awkward silence was all about. Leon asked his daughter to sit closer, since it would be just the two of them eating. Mohan informed that he too would be eating with them, for he too was very hungry, to which he replied that he did not care for him. Mohan explained that it did not matter whether he was hungry or not, for they had to feed the child first and put a piece in her plate. The emperor didn't understand the meaning of they, and put a piece in the little girl's plate as well. At last, she would be able to eat. Everyone took turns trying to put food on her. It was too much. Chiki turned to her father and uncle and informed them that she wouldn't be able to eat that much food, to which they collectively replied to her to just eat. Half a month later, Lin Yuan Pavilion. Avan was gathering the princess with the words that she had her first exam, and so she shouldn't be late. On the way, she spotted the sixth brother. When he's relaxed, he looks so innocent and harmless. If only he was always like this and wasn't bothered by all the fighting. Tsitsi took out a piece of paper and a pencil and decided to draw him. She wanted to keep this portrait as a keepsake. But suddenly, Shengu snatched the portrait from her and informed her that Daochin was right, that she was a gifted girl. The little girl asked him to return the drawing, to which Shengu replied that since the portrait was painted for him, he would accept it. The little girl informed him that she would complain to her daddy and he would beat him. The sixth brother explained that he had heard that she had a fight with Ye Chen in the Imperial Garden. Chiki replied that it was true, but it was Chen who provoked and insulted her first, so she couldn't help herself and hit her. She is a child, so fighting is normal for her. Shengu reported that later, the emperor's concubine and Qin Taifu were informed about the incident, but her father realized early on that it was Ye Chen who was involved, and punished her mother as well. And then asked about the fact that she had deliberately set it up herself, didn't she? Chiki couldn't believe that he had guessed, even though he didn't have any proof, but knowing her motives was tantamount to staying close to her. Only the little girl wanted to reply as Shengu explained that he didn't say she did wrong. After all, it's not easy for anyone to live in the palace because it's always a place rife with trouble. It seems that he didn't mean to hurt her. He went on to say that there was no shame in hurting people to save his life. He asked her to try not to have a showdown in public next time and to never tell anyone. Even though she had almost gotten into his personal life twice, he didn't seem to want to get rid of her, and instead taught her how to survive. He informed her that they had to go to the State Department. Perhaps about the palace she should confide in this particular guy. Chiki asked him to wait for her. National State Department. Chiki turned to her brother and reported that there was no bench there. In addition to the place where the crown prince usually attends classes, there are also descendants of honored generals, but there is no shortage of people who rely on their father's achievement. He asked the little girl to stay close to him. She wondered what the sixth prince was like in class, whether he was lazy or not. The third princess is still under house arrest and won't come to class. As soon as they entered the classroom, everyone started to pay attention to Chiki. They were wondering who she was, why they hadn't seen her there before. She must have a good education to study in the State Department system at such a young age. Chiki was looking at the floor, so she didn't notice the boy and crashed into him. She didn't realize who it was, but his hand was heavy. He Jing, the servant's son, shouted about what she was looking at. She has no conscience at all since she almost knocked a man down. He kept asking about whose child she was and who she was looking for. She replied that she wasn't looking for anyone. She just came to study, but she still asked for his forgiveness. To which He Jing asked about if they heard that little thing say that she came there to study. He kept asking questions about what an unsociable girl like her forgot there. Chiki thought about how his father wasn't that powerful, and he himself dares to make himself in charge and bully the weak. The minister's son kicks his finger at her and talks about how funny she is, just listening to her babble. The little girl so eagerly wants to punch him. Shengu, who had just appeared, lifted Chiki into his arms and looked at He Jin angrily. Shengu asked about him hurting his sister and still dared to call him brother or what, to which the latter replied that he didn't know that he was that girl's brother and asked for forgiveness. He Jing said that the sixth brother did not mind. He would ask his father to pay him for moral damages. Shengu ordered the man to shut up. It seems that He Jing is the son of a high-ranking official of the former Jing dynasty. The sixth prince ordered the man to scram. Chiki didn't understand whose child he was, the minister of labor, the minister of punishment, or the minister of ceremonies. He asked Chiki to sit next to him and not fidget when Mr. Chin entered the classroom. The teacher began the lesson. He talked about how they would be reviewing the UN opera they studied in the last class. He asked them to open their textbooks. Shengu thought to himself that this lesson was boring for him. He was more interested in how Chiki understood the material. He turned to her and saw that she was already sound asleep on her desk. Turning to him, she grabbed his hand and pressed herself against him. The sixth prince noted that she was too intrusive, but there was nothing wrong with that. She's like that innocent white kitten that the empress kept and escaped from her. Shengu hugged his sister while the teacher read the lesson. All the bad things were over. He ordered the teacher to be more lively. After a while, Chi-Chi woke up. She didn't understand why she fell asleep in the first place. The sixth sibling reported that it was the first time he had ever seen someone sleeping so soundly in class. Chi-Chi immediately jumped up from her seat and explained that she didn't fall asleep on purpose, she just dozed off a bit, to which he said that she had slept so much that the class was over. The little girl asked why the sixth brother hadn't left, to which Shengu replied that if the queen's honor guard had not returned to the palace and the roads to the palace had not been closed, he would have left long ago. The queen should also be at the palace, so he would go with her. The sixth prince reported that Queen Rong had gone to Ningzhou Tianjin Temple to pray for the country for 3 months, and she had only just returned. Chi-Chi reported that the queen is the biological mate of the 3 princesses. After such a long separation, she must be very caring towards them. He grabbed her hand and explained that it was natural. He heard that the queen had just returned, went to the palace of the 3 princesses, and then asked his sister about why she was afraid. Now Ye Chen may not be afraid with the support of her mother, will definitely sue her for slander. Shengu explained that she won't be too well in the next few days, so she should take it cautiously. To which the little girl briefly replied, clearly, the palace of the 3 princesses. Chen spoke to her mother and informed her that she had no idea how badly her daughter had been hurt. If not for the concubine's return, her daughter would have been almost humiliated at being trampled into the dirt. The concubine asked about who dared to insult her like that, to which Chen replied that it was the one born from the cold palace concubine, Ye Chi-Chi. She was born from a pathetic, abandoned concubine. She wondered if she would be a threat or not. Chen reported that the concubine didn't know anything, and her father doesn't care about her at all, but for some unprecedented reason, in the past few months it seems as if she's been replaced. She has had to resort to tricks and stratagems to gain her father's favor and secretly began to read and draw. Now that she is a clear favorite, she dares to strike the emperor's favorite daughter. The queen asked about the fact that she dared to hit her, to which the princess replied that she did. But her father refused to listen to her and even punished her for a month. The queen kissed her daughter and told her that she had to make the decision for her because her daughter had suffered so much. But she was back and would not let anyone bully her. She waited for her mother to deal with that girl. She thinks she should go see Ye Chi-Chi. Walking towards the exit, Chi-Chi started to sneeze. The sixth prince asked about her catching a cold or what, to which the little girl replied that it looked like someone was saying bad things about her. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them, white, grinning, fan and foxy looking. It was the second Prince Ye Aoshin. Shengu greeted him. Chi-Chi hid behind Shengu and thought that it was all over. It's really him, Ye Aoshin, the second prince who really likes to draw attention to his person. The second prince said that the last time he saw her fighting with the third sister in the imperial garden, she seemed very brave and heroic, and he was lucky enough to see her side, and then asked why she was so timid at this moment. Chi-Chi didn't understand how she had missed him, because he was there. Aoshin explained that the seventh sister's eyes were very sharp. Shengu intervened and explained that she was still young and could not see the difference between beauty and ugliness. The second prince reported that a rare opportunity to play with this dumpling, with her then cold and ignorant character. Chi-Chi is indeed an interesting child. Ye Aoshin might have some good things to say about her, although he might already be thinking about killing her. He crouched down and opened his arms with words for Chi-Chi to come to him and hug his other brother. This shocked the little girl very much. She hid even more behind the sixth brother's cloak. The second brother asked about her fear of him selling her or what, to which the little girl replied that she wasn't. She decided to approach her brother after all. That's it. Her life is over. But suddenly Shengu grabbed his sister's hand and yelled for himself. He turned to the other brother and asked for forgiveness, but Chiki was afraid of him. He asked why she was afraid of him, as if she was trying to eat him, but he only wanted to hug her. Tsitsi turned to the other brother and told him that men and women should not have unnecessary contact. This left him perplexed. He asked Shengu about not being a man or what, to which the sixth prince replied that he was still young and he didn't need to worry about such things unnecessarily yet. Aoshin said that the sixth brother, who is a recluse by nature, decided to play the hero and save the beauty, to which Shengu explained that his brother was being facetious. The second prince turned around and lastly added that it was very good, because he wanted to see how long he could protect her. Chiki asked about the second brother holding a grudge or what, to which the sixth brother replied that they will see. The little girl asked about what she should do then. Shengu took her bag off her shoulders and put it on her with words about if she can avoid, and if not, fight back. Chiki asked about just relying on the two of them together. He informed of how glad he was that she was using the word they, because it had been years, no one had ever said they to him. Yeah, buddy baby. Seemingly young, but the tone is so old-fashioned. Weiyang Palace. Avan met them and asked about why the princess came back so late. The servants are so anxious. The little girl was immediately approached by Dabai. Shengu asked her to be careful. Chiki turned to the sixth sibling and explained that it was Dabai and she was taking care of him. Awan added that Her Majesty is fine. Dabai started growling at the sixth prince. Chiki reported that Dabai is usually not like this. He is very obedient and she doesn't know what is wrong. As she walked down the hallway, the little girl heard from the royal study the emperor shouting about how it was fatal for them to get an official salary and eat rice every day, and then asking about why he couldn't get rid of them all. The little girl glanced with the corner of her eye into the study and thought about how her tyrant father was mad again, or that at times like this, it was best to stay away so as not to accidentally get crushed. The little girl's cup accidentally broke. The emperor yelled about whoever was there better get out. Chiki looked out and turned to her father. He asked about why she was there. The little girl stood in the middle of the room and thought about the fact that it wasn't a good time for her to visit yet. It was as if there was a war going on in there. Chiki informed him that she had come to feed him. He asked her not to move. The emperor lifted her up in his arms and ordered those to clean up the place. Already after cleaning up, he turned to his daughter and asked about her bringing something for Daddy, to which the little girl replied that it was a pineapple cake that he would like. He asked about the fact that she made it herself, to which Tsitsi replied that she doesn't know how to cook, so he shouldn't take offense at her. Mr. Zhao asked to be allowed to go first, for safety's sake, to which the emperor replied that there was no need and took a bite. Leon reported that it was delicious. Then Chiki decided to try it too. As soon as she rolled up her sleeves, the emperor saw the wounds on her arm and asked where she had hurt herself. Chiki replied that she cut herself, accidentally, when she was cutting a pineapple. The emperor asked about the Weiyang Palace servants being tired from their work and letting her touch a sharp knife or what. Leon had already ordered the lord to bring all the palace servants, to which the little girl informed that it has nothing to do with them, because Chiki wanted to prepare it for her daddy to eat, but she accidentally scratched herself. It has nothing to do with other people because her daddy can't implicate innocent people. She called her dad by name. Her father asked if he heard her call him by his name correctly, and then added that he didn't know who taught her those words, but since she begged, they would get away with it this time. But he wouldn't let her touch dangerous things in the future. The little girl replied that was fine. She thought she would have to get away with it, but she didn't expect him to be so unpredictable. She almost got her sister Avon and the others involved. She better be careful from now on. The emperor asked about what about going to the country to observe and learn right that day. Chiki replied that it was very good. Father asked about what her master had taught her. Chiki wanted to know that too. She replied that she had learned the 3 character classics. The father reported that it was really hard for Chiki. The little girl hugged her daddy with the words that it is not hard. Chiki is very happy, and kissed her father's cheek. He informed her that if she didn't keep up with the curriculum of the Imperial College, he could give her a little trouble, but she wasn't allowed to cheat next time. It turned out that he knew she was lying. Guojikwan never taught basic courses such as the 3 character classics, and mainly focused on poetry, books, and articles. The students studying with her, heroes or children of heroes, are much scarier from her, so he is not surprised that she is so hard to study. Chiki talked about how she met a chatty kid. He was not the son of which hero he was. His name was He Jing. Lian explained that he was the second son of He Yuanzhang, the Minister of Rights. He had mediocre qualifications and was not worthy of much responsibility. Besides, the Ministry of Rights has no real power, and then asked about why she was asking about this person. Babe explained that she doesn't have many people she comes in contact with, so she is interested in learning more. The Ministry of Rights, the second son, has no real power, and it looks like he is not part of the Queen's party, so he can use her for his own purposes. He asked her not to talk about others and gave her a pen. Chiki asked about him giving it to her, but her hands are so small and this pen is so big. Lian leaned over to her and informed her that she's still small, so it's naturally not for her, and then asked her to help with something and whispered everything in her ear. After a while, Chiki was on her way out. She was met by the Queen, who asked about why she was there, to which the little girl replied that she was bringing food for the Emperor's father. She didn't understand why she ran into him again, and the Queen was also there. She should get out of there quickly. Chen asked about her delivering the food, and then noticed the hand in the little girl's hand. She asked about the one stealing something or what, since she was so suspicious. Chiki replied with a smile that she had never done or stolen anything like that, and moved the pen to her basket. Chen rushed over to the little girl with words to give it to her. One motion and the basket with everything was already on the floor. Chen reported that the one was really brave for risking to steal her father's pen. Suddenly, the Emperor appeared and asked what the problem was. The third princess explained that Chiki dared to steal from him. This is really outrageous and he can't ignore it. Chen kept looking at the little girl and smiled. He thought that if she dared to steal something from the palace, she would be killed. Lian said that he had ordered Chen to stay locked up for a month, and then asked who would let her out. The Queen appeared and explained that he should calm his anger. She was the one who had lifted the ban without his permission, because the third princess had realized she was wrong. Lian informed that whenever he issued an order, the Queen that she could disobey it at will. Chen rushed to her father and informed him that it wasn't the concubine's fault. She was the one who wanted to see her father and knew she had done wrong. The Emperor asked the princess as to whether she knew what was wrong. She hasn't learned anything else over the years, but Chen has learned a lot of evil as he sees it. The older she gets, the uglier her heart looks. The concubine intervened in their conversation and explained that she was the one who brought her up badly, so she apologized for it. Lian stroked Chiki's head and asked her to give him a pen, which he gave her. Chen turned to her father and asked about the fact that he was the one who gave her this pen. It was the pen Lang Haoju used for the manuscript. The Emperor asked about what she wanted to say with it. Chen had many questions about it not being stolen by that princess. How could her father give her such a valuable item? She didn't understand why things were like this. The third princess approached Chiki and apologized for slandering her. The third princess, who had always been feisty, now bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Chiki didn't understand what was wrong with her. The little girl replied that it didn't matter anyway, as she wasn't angry with Sister Chen. The little girl turned to her father and asked him not to be angry with her little sister, for she had already realized that she had made a mistake. Just look at how sneaky she is. Lian reported that Chi-Chi is very sensible and reasonable. Chen thanked her and said that she would escort her back to Weiyang Palace, to which the little girl replied that it was fine and not worth it. The third princess took the boy by the hand and said that it was time for them to go, as her concubine and her father may not have seen each other for a long time, so they should not disturb them. Already in the carriage, Chen asked if she could ask her a question, to which the little girl answered positively. There could be nothing worse than this situation. She should have run away while she could. Chiki is completely surrounded by her people. Even if she killed her right there, no one would know. Get rid of the body and be done with it. The third princess asked about the tricks the little girl used to bewitch her father. Chen had asked her father for that pen several times, but he had given it to Chiki. Chiki informed her that she could give her the pen, but asked her not to be rude. Chen asked what she thought she cared about what she would give her. Chiki at least knows who she is looking at with her arrogance. One move, and the pen was thrown out of the carriage. Chiki ordered them to stop the carriage. Chen asked about the one who was upset, or that if she hated her so much, she should just hit her. The little girl turned to her sister and advised her to get out of the carriage and find that pen. The third princess told her that she didn't dare give her orders. Chiki, getting out of the carriage, informed her that after all, the pen was not originally given to her. Chen didn't understand what she had just said, how it wasn't for her. She asked her to explain everything to her. Chiki said that her little sister had asked him for the pen many times, and her father had not refused because he thought she was too young to use it. He asked Chiki to send her the pen, saying that she must be old enough to use it. Chen was a little confused and asked if it was for her. If you think about it that way, Chen's heart is not bad. At best, she is just a spoiled little princess. Chi-Chi can't attract much attention, but the queen is quite the Megara. The original story said that she was the one who would conspire with the previous dynasty to betray the country in the future. It looks like it's time for her to make a plan of action, so she's going to have to go to a meeting with her allies soon. Poor little girl, Chi-Chi thinks Chen is still struggling with whether or not her father loves her. Changhua Palace the next morning. The guard reported that the sixth prince had just woken up and asked the seventh princess to enter the inner hall and wait for a while. Chi-Chi thanked him and told him that the sixth brother's palace was similar in layout to Wei Yang Palace where she lived, so she would be able to get there on her own. The prince explained that she could walk there by herself. As she walked down the corridor, Chiki thought about the fact that as soon as she crossed the threshold of this castle, a chill creeped up her spine, and besides the guards at the gate, she didn't see a single soul. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around to see the man who had been opposite the sixth prince in the pavilion that day. That man leaned over to the little girl and asked about the man who had let her in. She heard his scent. It smelled like blood. The little girl remembers that the sixth prince in the original story was poisoned by the main character. Not only the sixth prince, but the great Tyrant, the second prince, was also killed by him, this man in black. Chiki trembled. The man wanted to touch her. Was it not the dark thread dragging at his heels? Recognized him, but she doesn't want to die like this. The sixth prince appeared and informed her that she was just a doll. Why scare her? The man bowed out. Shengu asked him to go first. It wasn't time for his part yet. Now that she's there, she has to do something. Chiki can change great tyrants and is able to change their fate. As long as the hero doesn't show up, these villains can survive. Shengu asked about her being scared to death and asked her not to let go yet. The little girl didn't realize that she was clutching her brother's clothes. Her brother wondered what she was doing in his palace so early. Chiki said that she had talked to her father yesterday, and he said that the guy from Guojiquan was the minister's second son. Shengu asked about what she meant to say, that the ministry was not among the parties patronizing the queen or what. Little replied that little brother is very smart. The Ministry of Rights has no real power, but it has a very impressive capital. If the queen really wants to bring it to her side, then all three of the minister's sons should go to prison, not just that little parasite. Chiki explained that with his smarts, if he can become a ruler in the future, maybe he can save this country. He's so smart. Well, she has the power to influence him. Shengu leaned over to his sister and asked about who taught her such words. The little girl immediately explained that she had made a mistake and asked him not to take her words seriously. Suddenly, the strap of her bag ripped and a notebook fell out. Shengu picked it up and asked what it was. The little girl told him that it was nothing and asked him to give it back. The brother opened the notebook and saw Chiki's drawings. He told her that her drawing skills were really something. Little reported that it was an accident. She asked him to remember that the Prime Minister is a scoundrel. The appetizers were just about to be served. They looked very appetizing. Shengu informed her that she shouldn't eat them as the Imperial College would serve more delicious appetizers that day. Then the 7th princess announced that she was leaving. The 6th prince asked the servant what she had put there. The servant replied that it was just a little poison that would make him sleep, but that poison would not kill him. He asked why she was poisoning him. The servant replied that the 7th princess was too clever. If anything went wrong, they were afraid she would be a hindrance to him. The prince reported that she had forgotten her place, and warned that if it happened again, she would blame herself. Imperial College. As soon as Chiki sat down at her desk, she heard shouts asking how he dared to attempt to attack the princess, if he was going to die or what. The little girl turned her head and saw the whole picture. She was greeted. He Jing was begging the 3rd princess to spare him, after all. He didn't want to do that, and he was doing everything for her. She asked about who asked him to wipe this princess. Was she so dirty or what? He Jing kept asking for her forgiveness. Chi-Chi turned to her sister. Chen informed He Jing that if he didn't want to die, he should get the hell out. The 2 students asked what it was, and that was it. Because the last time someone accidentally provoked the 3rd princess, that person hung naked in a big tree for 3 days. Looks like the 3rd princess is in a good mood. There's nothing to see. Chiki didn't understand why the 6th brother hadn't come yet. Chiki is usually slower than him, so he should be there by now. Suddenly, Chiki was approached by He Jing. He informed her that her 6th brother would not be coming. The little girl wondered why. To which he replied that since it was on the 15th, he doesn't come on the 15th of every month. She asked if he knew why he did not come at that time. To which the guy replied that he didn't know that. The original story didn't mention it. A 3rd princess came up to them and informed them that he was sick. How could he not be? She kicked He Jing hard with her foot, with words about rolling away as he had no business being there. But the guy lastly informed that he would still come back. Chen turned to Chi-Chi and asked about what she was staring at, her eyes 5-pointed. The little girl turned away from her and thought about why she was still so mean. After all, it's not typical of the 2nd prince. So young and already a bitch, it would be better to study well. The teacher suggested that they start the lesson. First, they would check how they had learned the program of yesterday's lesson. He turned to the 7th princess and invited her to continue with her next sentence like snow on a mountain. At this time, the little girl thought to herself, but she is the unlucky one. In her past life, she was a brat, and in this life she is plagued with learning, and it's horrible. Suddenly there was a whisper that continued the row. Chiki replied, as bright as the moon among the clouds. The teacher replied that it was right. The 7th princess is so young but already so wise, he would tell the council that she should pay more attention. She thanked the teacher for the praise, but what she really needed was to get away from her, and that was it. She turned to her sister and thanked her for her help. Weiyang Palace. Chi-Chi had already arrived home. She thought about how going to school was very tiring. She was very tired. Chi-Chi's mother, concubine Rong, appeared. She hugged her daughter and told her that she missed her very much. She is so cruel. She doesn't even come to visit and see her mother. This is Chi-Chi's mother, concubine Rong, who was thrown into the cold palace. The concubine reported that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Her Chi-Chi has become so beautiful. In the original book, concubine Rong treated her daughter badly. So why then did she make such a scene of deep love between mother and child? The concubine suggested that they go into the palace first. Whether this person was an enemy or a friend, she better keep an eye on her. There is little mention of the 7th princess's mother in the novel. She only knows that she made a mistake and was imprisoned in a cold palace. The emperor and Mr. Zhao were overseeing all of this. The lord reported that the 7th princess had not been loved since childhood. He has no idea how much she suffered and now finally reunited with her mother. So touching. Lian asked the one to calm down. Sister Avan met the little girl and motioned for them to go to the hall. Chiki asked about the whereabouts of Dabai. Awan replied that concubine Rong said that Dabai had gotten too big. Fearing that he would hurt the princess and the palace people, she ordered him to be locked up in the backyard in a warehouse. Chiki couldn't believe it. The concubine explained that it was a tiger, not a kitten, and the dog could be used as a toy. It's all for her. It's all too familiar. The mother informed her that she would live with her from now on and asked the little girl to tell a new story every day. The book said that she had a withdrawn character, didn't like living with others, and didn't even care for her own daughter. The emperor walked in to see them. The concubine greeted him. The little girl stretched out her arms to her father and ran up to him. "Savior, the great tyrant is indeed on time, and her palace would have been overrun if he had come an hour and a half late." Leon lifted his daughter in his arms and asked about when she was in class. Did she miss her daddy? To which the girl replied that she thought about him. Her father asked her if she was not paying attention to her lessons or what. Then, seeing her face, he kissed his daughter on the cheek. He asked her to forget about it. The concubine, watching such a picture, was convinced that this girl was so beloved that the rumors were not lying. Leon turned to the concubine and asked about what she was doing there. The concubine replied that she missed her daughter very much, so she had the courage to come and visit Chiki. The emperor, hearing this, replied that now that she had seen her daughter, she should go back to her cold palace and not run away again. The concubine began her notion that Chiki was also the daughter of the concubine. She lived with the concubine in the cold palace and had never been away from the concubine, and the concubine could not live without her daughter. Chiki didn't understand about whether she was really a loving mother, or if she misremembered the branch from the original story. The emperor asked about her meaning that the child was born from her alone and had nothing to do with him. She immediately began to explain that this was not the case. Leon went on to say that she had raised his child in the cold palace sickly and emaciated, with scars all over her body. If he hadn't known she was the biological mother of the 7th princess, he would have dealt with her long ago. The concubine reported that she knew it was wrong. He ordered the servants to drag her out to throw her back into the cold palace. The concubine wept and spoke of how she was willing to suffer the punishment, but asked that they not be separated, mother and daughter. Her heart could not bear to be separated from her daughter. The little girl wondered if it could be. They really had a strong bond. She didn't understand why she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Maybe she should judge the good and evil of people on her own, instead of following the instructions of the original story. Chiki turned to her father and let him know what she thought about it. He lowered her to the ground, and the little girl approached her mother. She made it known that if the mother wished, she could ask her father to let the mother live there. Tsitsi put conditions on the mother that she could not lock her dabai up and could not commandeer her there. The mother tearfully agreed. The little girl went up to her father and asked about whether everything was all right, to which he asked about how she thought, for she had verified all his ideas in 2 sentences. Tsitsi reported that since she knew her daddy loved her, she dared to be so presumptuous. He learned at a young age to be proud to be loved. Chiki could understand that. The little girl kissed her father on the cheek. He needs to give happiness to this concubine as well. The concubine didn't realize that this little girl was so significant to his majesty or what. Chiki informed that let her maid clean the east hall for her. Daddy agreed. The little girl's mother thanked his majesties. She thought that it seemed her trip was not in vain. Her daughter was her ladder to the palace. It's already late at night. If she insists on taking concubine wrong, the great tyrant might be displeased. That's right. The great tyrant always acted willfully. Who would dare to disobey his order? This time she had offended him. The little girl approached her father and asked about him being upset or what. To which the man briefly replied no. Tsitsi offered him a hug, but he declined it. She asked him to give her a hand. As it happened, she jumped on it, but just gradually started to slide off. The emperor grabbed her hand to keep her from falling. He said that he had met thousands, if not tens of thousands of people in his life, but she was the bravest. The little girl apologized and swore that she didn't do it on purpose. She hugged her father and asked about her daddy still being angry, to which Leon replied that he could do something about it. He informed her that he would get back at her. He pressed his cheek hard against her. Leon kept talking about how she was a bad kid, spoiled and proud. What happened a couple minutes ago, his way of revenge, was completely unique. The emperor announced that it was getting late. It was time for bed. In the princess's room, the father tucked his daughter in. Mr. Zhao came in and reported that he had found him. The emperor asked him to speak quietly. Mr. Zhao whispered everything in his ear. The emperor realized that she really had other plans. Leon asked him to keep an eye on her, as she was the princess's mother, and if anything was wrong, to report to him immediately. Mr. Zhao understood. The emperor can't kill the concubine right away, but if she harms Qiki, he will break all her bones. In the morning, a scream was heard that made the little girl wake up. She didn't realize what was wrong. It was the concubine screaming. She asked about who gave the order to release this beast and ordered them to capture Dabai immediately. The concubine kept shouting for him to get away from her. She gave the order that whoever released the beast, they should nati him and beat him 40 times. Did she decide to reveal her identity so soon or what? Qiki didn't understand. That one had already raised her glass to hit Dabai, to which Zitzi ordered her to stop. The concubine asked about why she let this beast out, and what if it bites, then what to do. Qiki asked about concubine wrong, forgetting what she said yesterday or what. Her mother replied that yesterday was yesterday, and now she lives there, so Qiki better save the palace and kick that jerk out. The princess briefly explained that it wasn't a beast. It had a name. The concubine noticed the princess's eyes. She didn't understand why her eyes weren't like before at all. It was unexpected, a bit like His Majesty's. Qiki announced that she was going to the Imperial Academy, and so she would not be able to accompany her to breakfast. She should not be embarrassed. The concubine didn't understand what was going on, for ever since she fell into the water as a child, she had been cowardly and stupid. Imperial College. She noticed that the 6th sibling never showed up. She wondered what happened to him, since he never told her. Someone came up to her, and she already thought that the 6th brother had come, but when she turned around she saw that it was the 3rd princess. Chen asked about the look on her face, and was she disappointed to see her or what? To which Qiki replied that she wasn't. Then the sister put her bag beside Qiki and asked her to move over. The 7th princess asked why she chose to sit beside her. Chen replied that it was an honor for Qiki to sit next to the princess. The little girl didn't realize what had happened to her, that she stopped hating her. Chen reported that she had heard that her mother had caused a scandal at Weiyang Palace yesterday, and her father had almost thrown her out of there and executed her. Her mother treated her so badly, but Qiki was so kind and let her stay in Weiyang Palace. Qiqi's memories of her mother from the original owner of the body are rather vague. She didn't understand how Chen knew that concubine Rong had mistreated her, whether the 3rd princess knew the past Qiki or not. Chen exhaled a sigh of relief and said that it was good that the concubine didn't beat her again. Qiki didn't know what she was talking about. Chen started to talk about whether Qiki remembered when they were younger, but she stopped herself in time and sadly said that she didn't remember anything, because she seemed to have really forgotten. It seems that the memory from the past of the real Qiki is slowly returning. The little girl remembered how they went boating. Then Chen asked why she still endured the abuse, because the concubine beat her so much. If she wanted, Chen could ask her father to allow her to live together. These memories were always in the mind of the real Qiki. But why did the relationship between them become like this? Qiki asked about the fact that they knew each other before, to which Chen asked about what she remembered. The little girl replied that she didn't remember much. It seems she once fell into a frozen lake and lost part of her memories. Chen started hitting her sharply with words about the white-eyed wolf. The little girl asked her that if she wanted to say something, she should speak up instead of hitting her. Weiyang Palace. The 3rd princess thanked her for giving her a ride and asked her not to be sentimental. They were just on their way, so she gave her a ride, but the princesses suddenly heard the cry that those servants are a bunch of scum. They can't even catch a beast. How pathetic they are. The 3rd princess was curious about what was going on, so Qiki suggested that they watch. What they saw was this. Avan explained that Dabai was the 7th princess's favorite pet, and the servants dared not to rashly chase him away, If the seventh princess found out, she would be very angry. To which the concubine asked about her being her mother. How dare a maid like her get mad at her? But that maid dare to cross her, or what? Avon replied that she dare not, but the princess will be back soon, so she shouldn't. But before she could finish her sentence, the concubine asked about how a servant like her dare threaten her. The concubine ordered Jouer to slap Avon. Chiki frowned as she watched. Chen asked about how she didn't care if her maid was beaten, or what. Chen informed that this concubine was a problem, to which the seventh princess asked her not to worry because she was about to take care of it. Chiki told Chen to go back home, as she would take care of it herself. The third princess asked about the fact that Chiki still feels sorry for this concubine, and she still wants to take responsibility for her. Chen is worried about Chiki. It seems that we can say 100% that this woman is incredibly evil, but we still need to observe her, so for now the only way out is this. And she whistled to Dabai, who immediately understood the command. Jouer asked Avon how dare she disobey her mistress's will, and only raised her hand to strike as Dabai immediately grabbed her and started biting her. The maid Jouer asked for mistress's help, to which the lady herself started running away and begging to be rescued. The mother saw that Chiki had returned. She saw that the tiger was running right behind her. The concubine stood behind her daughter and said that it was not easy for her to give birth to her, so she would die for her mother, and kicked the baby towards the tiger. Chen became behind Chiki's back and accurately led her away. The little girl didn't realize what that familiar feeling was, as if Chen had already saved her once before. It happened when the real Chiki was already living in a cold palace and was very hungry and climbed into someone else's garden. She was the first person she had seen outside the cold palace, very pretty and with delicious buns in her hands. Chen asked about what she wanted to eat and held out a bun. Chiki asked about if she could. The third princess introduced herself to her and asked about living in a cold palace. If she ever got hungry and was looking for food, she could come to her. The little girl thanked her. She had made her first reliable promise to her, letting her know that there was always a ray of light waiting for her outside the dark, cold palace. When they met for the second time, she brought her more food and medicine. Then Chen kept asking about who was beating her, why she had so many bruises, to which Chiki replied that her mother was beating her, because while she was hurt, her father would visit her. When Chen heard about concubine wrong bullying her, it was the first time she got so angry. Then Chen asked the concubine directly how there could be such an evil mother who beats her child mercilessly. She loves her and protects her. Chiki bit Chen with words about not being allowed to swear at her mom. Chen turned to Chiki and asked about whether she really bit her because of her mother or what. Then Chen firmly made it clear that she would no longer care for her, and she should go after her mother and just die in the cold palace and hit Chiki. But she let her down a lot and hurt her. That's why she hates her. Then the concubine turned to the third princess and then to her daughter and said that she did it by accident, but she didn't have time to finish. Chen simply kicked her with her foot. The concubine immediately threw herself into tears and explained that she really didn't mean it. Then the third princess said that she hated her and the concubine should try her whip. Chiki noticed that the third princess was so brave, but in the past she had managed to bring her to tears once. At that time, Chiki didn't understand why she was acting like that. Chen noticed Chiki's look and asked about her looking like that. Did she think she did wrong or what? Then the princess explained that if Chiki wanted to say something, it was better to refrain from doing so. If it wasn't for the little girl, she would have beaten her up a long time ago. Chiki took her hands, which puzzled the third princess, and thanked her for saving her. Chen was surprised that the little girl thanked her instead of blaming her. The third princess was a little embarrassed, but replied that she hadn't saved her, so there was no need to be sentimental. Then the seventh princess rushed into her arms and thanked her for saving her, protecting her, and not abandoning her in danger. Chen asked about what she remembered or how. Chiki regretted the past. Chen asked about how she thinks that if she just asks for forgiveness, they will be a family again or what. Chiki accidentally fell into the water and went into a coma for a long time, and after waking up, she lost her memory and forgot a lot of things. She didn't remember it until now. She didn't want to forget her, and so she asks for Chen's forgiveness again and again. As soon as Chen heard about Chiki falling into the water, she asked about what she had done and pointed at the concubine. That one immediately started to make excuses. The little girl can't remember clearly, but even poisonous snakes don't damage their eggs. That case, it probably couldn't have been done by concubine wrong. Chen ordered to remove that poisonous woman, lock her in the wood room, and let her wait for punishment. The concubine would rush to Chiki and talk about how Mom was wrong. Mom was suffering a lot. She should help her. She is her only mother. Mom gave birth to her in agony, and Chiki has no conscience. The third princess informed her that if that one continued to talk nonsense, she would tear out her insolent tongue. The little girl turned to the princess, to which the latter turned around and asked about Snowa wanting to protect her or what. The concubine almost killed her. Chiki explained that she wasn't going to ask for her. She didn't understand what people were like before and didn't understand the motives behind her actions. Now, she felt very guilty. Chen asked her to stop pushing pity. After all, she didn't care about Chiki. The third princess turned around and said that the little girl could not understand her, and so she was going home. She hides the real her behind a stale shell. Chiki reported that she was dizzy, to which the third princess immediately reacted and caught her sister. Chen explained that Chiki had been outside for so long and the weather was also windy. Naturally, she would get a headache. She informed that she knew the little girl couldn't manage without her, so she would go with her to the palace. Chang Fang, late at night. Shu'er asked for Madame's forgiveness for her poor performance. Shu'er replied that Shu'er had nothing to do with it, as she was the one who had treated her unfairly and cruelly. The maid said that she heard a whistling sound before she was bitten by the tiger, and then asked if Princess Kiki had already noticed what they were doing and had bitten the tiger on purpose. Then the concubine asked about the fact that she had been there from the beginning and did it at the right moment so that she would make a mistake, and Chiki would be easier to get rid of her. Yes, that's what the concubine was giving her credit for. The concubine reported that this creep was already scheming. We should have drowned her in that lake then. Suddenly the door opened. It was the emperor. The concubine immediately crawled to his feet. Lian reported her throwing such words around and then asked who she wanted to drown there, to which Chiki's mother replied that she wouldn't dare. The emperor came closer to her and asked her how it was that she couldn't and why she wasn't doing anything about it, to which the one replied that it was the third princess. She was defiant and ruthless, and only then began to take something with the minister. Lian asked, really. He threw a bottle at her feet. The concubine didn't realize that wasn't that Hehuan-san who helped him get Shu'er, and how could it be in such hands? Shu'er looked out and informed that it was not the concubine's item but hers. Lian noted that she was very honest. He reported that he wanted to keep her alive since she is Chiki's mother, but now he is sorry. He hates lying women more than anything. The concubine kept talking about how she wouldn't dare and asked him to spare her life. The emperor had ordered them to be given to the wolves to eat. The concubine couldn't believe it. The sleeping hall of Weiyang Palace. The two sisters were asleep. Lian went in to see them. Chi woke up and asked what he was doing there. Her father replied that everything was fine. He just missed her, so he came to see her. Chi explained that she was really scared and asked her little sister to sleep with her. Lian couldn't understand when their relationship had gotten better, since they had only argued before. He informed her that it was getting late, so they should go to bed. The little girl only wanted to ask, to which the emperor replied that she wasn't safe there, so the little girl shouldn't worry. Chiki wished her father a good night, to which he reciprocated. He stood up and stroked Chen's head and wished her good night as well. As soon as he left, Chen responded by saying the same to her father. Early the next morning, Chen could not understand how Chiki was doing this, for she asked the question again sometime later, but received no answer. The little one lay in her lap and slept. The little one asked about wasn't she afraid of being asked questions. If it wasn't for Chen, she would have been punished long ago. After yesterday's incident, their relationship seemed to be changing. The ice in her heart melted, and the third princess became more like a competent sister. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Chen grabbed the little girl's head to prevent her from hitting. Like and subscribe to my channel. It helps me a lot. Hey, everybody. Today I will tell you about a story called The Way of Life of the Cannon Fodder Girl. I will ask you to subscribe to the channel so as not to miss interesting and similar stories, and also it helps my channel very much. Enjoy it! Chen looked out of the window and asked about who made the servants do this. Cheeky didn't understand what was going on. A great prince appeared in front of them. The servant fell at his feet and asked for his forgiveness because it turned out to be an accident. He was holding a kitten that got hit by the carriage and asked him to shut up and asked him how he was going to make amends. The servant asked him to save his life. He was ready to cut off his arms or legs, but only if the prince would forgive him. Tsitsi asked about how he would be willing to cut off his arms and legs because of such or what. The third princess explained that if that servant got to the emperor, it would be even worse for him. The great prince did so little wrong. She knows only that his joy or anger is manifested only by deeds, not emotions. The servant kept asking the prince for mercy. He was willing to make up for everything. To which the great prince replied that his severed arms or legs would do him no good. Chen asked the little girl not to go there and stay out of it, as he wouldn't hesitate to handle it himself, and they should just leave. Cheeky informed her that it was okay. She would go over to the kitty, and so she did. The seventh princess looked at the kitty and said that it looked like it had a scratch on it and she could bandage it to stop the bleeding. The grand prince asked about her knowing how to bandage him or what. The little girl explained that she had saved a white tiger once, so she wanted to save the kitty. The prince was a little surprised. The seventh princess informed that he would need to be sent to the hospital anyway and treated with herbs, and he would be fine in a couple days. The prince reported that his cat didn't like people, and so he shouldn't touch it, because it would bite. But after the dressing, the kitten itself went to the baby to lick her. The prince noticed it and could not believe it, because he was always naughty. He asked the girl who she was, to which Tsitsi introduced herself to him. The prince reported that she looked like the emperor. The little girl informed that she was going to Gojijian to listen to a study, so she would go. That's how they parted ways, but just outside the carriage, they met again. The prince informed them to go to the hospital. Chen asked about him going up or what, to which the little girl replied that he seemed to want to take the kitty to the hospital. Chen asked about him finding out who had hurt his kitty and if he would retaliate. The little girl couldn't believe that he was really that serious. Suddenly, the kitten jumped out of the prince's arms and ended up in Cheeky's arms. The third princess asked her to let it go. This cat is his life force. She doesn't need to touch it. To which Tsitsi replied that it wasn't her, it was him. The seventh princess stroked the cat and turned to her brother to tell him that this kitten is so cute. The great prince asked about her liking her. The cat continued to lick the girl's hands. Then the brother called the cat named Niang Niang and asked her to come to him. As soon as the little girl heard this name, she immediately thought that it was a sweet and noble name. The great prince asked for the carriage to stop. Cheeky asked about weren't they going to the hospital. He got off the carriage and explained that Niang Niang would be afraid of the doctor. Cheeky asked Chen about why they are not going to the hospital. Does he have some idea or what? The third princess replied that she doesn't know him that well, so she has an idea. They could run away and have some fun. The little girl exhaled and thought about how these princes are strange and elusive, so we should stay away from them. Suddenly, Brother Erhuang appeared near the window and suddenly asked about why he got into their carriage. Chi-Chi was very much startled. She turned around and greeted her brother. The prince asked about whether she knew that man. The seventh princess sharply closed the curtains and asked the man to get out of there, while she herself shouted to the coachman to collapse. The prince didn't realize what was going on. It's inappropriate for now. Guojikwan. Cheeky informed her sister to go first as she needed to go to the bathroom. Chen asked about going with her. The little girl replied that she didn't need to. She was on her own, and that she should hurry to class. Chen said she would wait inside. Qi didn't realize that someone was already there. The sixth brother appeared and asked about what she was doing there. After all, it was a national studies class. The little girl asked about when he came to Chinese. Shenggu informed that he finished the beginner's course 3 days ago, and now he came to listen to the Chinese lesson. He didn't say a word to her, to which the sixth prince asked about why he had to report. The little girl thought about the fact that, yes, he basically didn't have to tell her. After all, they had gotten together because of the benefits and then split up. This made the little girl very sad. Shenggu saw the sad face, explained that it wasn't about that, and asked her not to take it personally. The little girl informed him that it was okay and she would go. Shenggu grabbed her hand and asked about whether she would go to class. Qi replied that she might as well. He touched her nose and informed her that it was better not to fall asleep this time. Qi promised that only this time she would definitely not fall asleep. In class, the little girl fell asleep again. He stroked her head and informed her that it was already the second lesson. Qi asked about her falling asleep again or what. The seventh princess explained that she was a baby after all, and babies are sleepy and lethargic when they get older. Shesta's little brother informed her that she couldn't sleep in class. She noticed a hooded man. It was the sixth emperor or something. The little girl grabbed her clothes and turned to her brother with frightened eyes. Shenggu asked about her being scared of a lesson about martial arts or what. The man took out a dagger and started talking about that victory strategy, enemy strategy, attack strategy, close combat plan, fusion plan, defeat plan, a total of 6 plans and strategies. He asked about who would answer what it meant. He saw Qi, pointed his dagger at her, and asked why a woman was present. Shenggu replied that she was just listening to the lesson and not disturbing anyone. Qi said that she was very obedient and not noisy, and asked to be allowed to stay there with her brother. The man explained that women have always been untalented. Obedience is good, even though she is small. She should not listen to men's lessons. Even if she listens to them, she will never understand. So she should leave. She didn't realize that this dynasty is so patriarchal or what. They will remain misguided and never realize that talent is meek. She rose from her seat and reported what he had just asked about the 6 tactics of war. The first 3 are used by the higher-ups, and the last 3 are used by the underprivileged, each containing 6 calibers for a total of 36 calibers. She asked about what he had asked about, after all. Everyone turned to her and didn't understand how she knew that, since she only looked about 6 years old. Then the teacher decided to ask about the defense principle of Wei Liao and the warring kingdoms. Qi confidently began to answer his question that Howling Kingdoms, the first 12 chapters, are devoted to politics and warfare, and the remaining 10 wreath tactics, advocating the implementation of the military principle of punishing violence and prohibiting injustice, and the martial mindset of allowing the enemy to judge the general before raising troops, which contained only dialectical materialism. This surprised the man very much, and he asked about who she was. Qi introduced herself as the younger sister of the 6th prince, the 7th princess of the Qi dynasty. The man asked her to sit down. It seems he underestimated women. With such accomplishments, she needs to work harder. It's a good thing she didn't skip classes in middle school. Shenggu asked about where she was with that. After all, he had never seen her studying military lessons, to which the little girl replied that she had only quoted a few words of Daddy's that she had heard. The 6th little brother asked about him really saying that. Baby answered that she didn't say much, just a few words. She asked about the truth that modern women are good without talent, to which the man replied that they were not. He asked her about the fact that she wanted to be an ungrammatical and talentless woman, to which the babe replied that no, a woman is a person, not an accessory. Better to go into battle and guard territory to be free than a canary in a cage that can't read a word. Such statements he had never heard before. Babe went on to say that she has people she wants to protect, relationships she wants to keep, and she should know how to do those things. She doesn't want to be left behind by important people. Shenggu thought about the fact that she was smiling, but he couldn't see the silliness in her eyes that was inherent to her age. The emotions she was showing, the things she was saying, Sixth brother had asked her then to stop fluttering her tongue and do things that kids her age do, to not meet monsters in the dark. Chiki understood everything. That's when she found out. He made it known that she should get back already if she was tired because he was going to go sword training. The little girl asked about the lesson being over or what. Shengu explained that it was only theory, and the practice is that when going into the arena, swords and guns have no eyes. It is best not to watch a man saying he is going into battle to kill the enemy. Tsitsi asked to wait for her. Noon. Martial arts arena. The little girl looked around and noticed that the hammer that was there, it was much taller than herself. Behind her, she noticed a huge man. She kept thinking that if she was as strong as that, she wouldn't have to be afraid of ferocious opponents anymore. She just admired that guy. He said hello to her, to which the little girl did the same in return. He asked her about whether she wanted to play with that hammer or what. Tsitsi culturally declined. The guy introduced himself to her as Wang Daju and said that he was in Chie's class. Wang Daju asked about her first time there because he hadn't seen her before. To him, she is such a charming girl. Fantastic art class. It only recruits capable people with talents. It seems like this kid is very suitable. Chi was approached by Shengu and asked about why she came there. Wang Daju asked about him being her brother, because you look good. But only the sixth prince didn't answer anything and just grabbed the little girl's hand and left with her. Chi asked him what was the matter, to which Shengu asked her not to have too much contact with strangers. Shengu went on to say that at first glance, he thought the evil one was sly. One should not do business with him. Chi reported that it was only him with his caution that seemed foolish. The sixth prince reported that there are foxes in the henhouse, so she should be careful. The little girl knows that very well. He asked her to go with him. A voice came from behind him saying, "What a coincidence." He saw the adorable Chi again. The little girl thought to herself that it wasn't such a good coincidence. She didn't realize that was it, really the second prince again. The second prince reported that the last time Chi ran away, they were still on good terms, so he would say a few words. She has grown up since then. Indeed, the child changes every day. Now he understands the joy of a father raising a child. He went on to talk about how she clung to the sixth prince so much when she saw him. She is so scared and wants to hide. He asked her to call him second brother. It would be more familiar. She didn't understand why he liked to do that so much. Suddenly, arrows started flying, one of which did catch the second brother a little. Shengu, who was the one shooting them, informed that it was time to stop. After all, he was the one who brought Chi there, and he would take good care of her. The second prince reported that his new shooting technique was good, not the same person anymore. Chi didn't understand what he meant. Has he changed so much eel he is the same as her? Sheng explained that there was nothing to compare him to. He turned to Chi and told her that it was getting late, and she had to go back. Chi asked about him not doing archery. Shengu asked about how it was so important to her that she hadn't seen it before. The second prince wanted to see how long he would hide his foxtail. On the carriage ride home, Chi wondered what the sixth brother was thinking, about the second prince, or about everyone finding out his secret. They started talking together and stopped together out of embarrassment. Chi turned to the sixth brat and suggested that they talk. He asked about the fact that she just wanted to call the other brother, or what. The little one thought about him being confused because of that, or what. She replied that he was easily fooled. She wondered if he would want to finish her off in a fit of rage and feed her body to the dogs. She went to her brother and told him that she knew it was wrong. He was arrogant, cruel, mean, but it was too late. If she can't cry, she should just pinch herself. That's what Chi did. Shengu asked her not to pinch herself, because he believes her. He went on to say that the last exam for the Imperial College Elementary School is in 10 days, so we need to prepare sooner rather than later. The little girl reported that she was already tired. Why did he remind her? Shengu asked her to do her best, because it was already clear to everyone that she was falling asleep as soon as she entered the classroom, so the teachers had given up hope on her grades. 10 days later, Gojijen. The teacher announced that the final test was over, so they had to finish writing and hand in their papers. The little girl was lying on the desk, thinking that she had been studying and suffering all her life, but there was no way to escape the exam. What a pity. Chen asked her what was wrong with her because she had lost so much weight. Maybe she wasn't being fed at all. Chiki said that maybe she had lost weight in a short time. Chen asked about the teacher prescribing her something, why she didn't know about it. The teacher was afraid that because of her marks, her father would hold him accountable, so the teaching was in excess, everyday homework. Chen asked who had done this to her and suggested that she go to the courtyard to see how fat her white dog had gotten. The little girl explained that it was like a barrel and added that it was a white tiger, not a dog. The third princess agreed and then added that to be like Chiki, she would soon get a lion. The emperor came. The little girl immediately rushed into her father's arms. The emperor asked why she was running so fast and if he fell down, what? The little girl replied that she missed her daddy. Chen greeted her father as well. The emperor said that their test results came back, they did very well. Taifu praised him for their wonderful article on management. Chen said that Taifu had taught her that. Chi-Chi wondered why she had missed that question. They were writing the same test or something. She didn't find this question on it. Suddenly came the realization that there were more questions on the back of the sheet. The seventh princess immediately rushed into her father's arms and asked what if she did poorly on the exam, missed a lesson, for example. Father asked how could it be that his Chiki was so smart and had never missed a class. After dinner at the palace, Mr. Zhao came in. The emperor asked what Chiki's test paper was. He answered positively. At the same time, the seventh princess stopped eating. Chen asked her what's wrong, why she's not eating. The little girl asked that if she didn't pass the exam, Daddy wouldn't beat her, to which the third princess replied that he wouldn't. Tsitsi was already happy. But then she added that he'd go straight to killing her. But the emperor is crazy about her and will keep her alive, so she shouldn't worry. As soon as she said that, the seventh princess became even more worried. Mr. Zhao suggested that His Majesty take a look at the seventh princess's work. After a couple of minutes, after reading it, he abruptly slapped the table. Seeing his face, the seventh princess thought that that was it. Her childhood was over. The emperor only turned to his daughter, to which she immediately announced that she was going to the restroom. He ordered her to stop. Chen asked about her writing the exam so badly or what. Chiki turned to her father and asked about why they shouldn't eat first and then eat later. He shouted and ordered her to come over to him. This horrified both daughters. The little girl thought she had no choice but to cry. He shouted for her to stop crying and explain what she had written. Lian asked her to fully explain what she wrote, to which her daughter replied that it was just symbols. Her father informed her that if she did not explain what they were, he would punish her and her sister. After dinner at the palace, Mohan, who had arrived, did not understand why the servants were kneeling. Suddenly a crying sound was heard sharply. The servant reported that the seventh princess had failed the test and had angered His Highness therefore. Mohan asked about him hitting her or what. The prince immediately rushed to the door and informed that she is still young and will write the test well next time. The servant informed that he cannot intrude like that. Mohan abruptly opened the door with his foot and asked His Highness that he should not hit her, for it would raise a knife in her heart. The emperor explained that he was raising his children, so he should mind his own business. The prince reported that he heard her crying and immediately rushed to his niece. He asked the little girl where he had hit her. The little girl immediately rushed into her uncle's arms. She reported that her daddy had not hit her. Then the uncle asked why she was crying. She had so much strength that her body began to go numb. She moved closer to her uncle and explained in his ear that Papa's eyes were so angry, that's why she was scared and cried. To which the prince replied that she had better be his daughter. The emperor ordered them to stop and took his daughter away from him. Lian explained that if he looked at her test, he would be just as angry as he was. The little girl handed her uncle the test. He looked at it and asked how she could have written it like that, because she was missing a few strokes in each symbol. Uncle began to read that the northern border is tormented year-round by Japanese pirates, and the emperor has sent troops there, and there are 2 of them. Cao Dai knows how to place troops on the water. Meng Jing knows the tactics of the Japanese pirates. Mohan asked about which of the above is right. Chiki replied that no one can pacify them. Only the emperor leading the troops can pacify the border, the inhabitants, and become famous for centuries to come. Mohan asked that if it wasn't any of the above, why did she choose her father? To which the little girl replied, "Then the northern frontier is in the desert, so we will have to scatter troops over water." The uncle inquired why not Mungjing then. Chi replied, because the border is still in danger to this day. Since it is not peaceful, he is not capable of it. The prince stroked her head and informed her that she is so small but so smart, and it comes as a shock. The seventh princess didn't understand. Shouldn't children of 5.5 years old understand this? Then the emperor turned to his daughter and asked her if she knew how to lead troops into battle. She knew, but could not say something beyond her age. The emperor said that the king of a country only leads troops when there is a guarantee of victory. Chiki replied that she doesn't understand. She thinks that she and dad are wise, and if they go somewhere they can come back. Leon asked about why Chiki thought her father was capable of it. The seventh princess thought about praising them, but not too conspicuously. The emperor asked why not talk about all the uncles. She realized that it didn't need to be stretched. Father kept asking about what she thought he was so good at. Chiki replied that dad was the most powerful. He informed that he thought the strongest should have a reward. Tsitsi then kissed her father on the cheek. She seemed to have successfully dodged the smack, and daddy backed off. Chiki asked about the fact that she wasn't too stupid after all. Her father patted her on the head and explained that she was so smart and also had unique ideas. He turned around and reported that they didn't have the sniff of talent to give top marks at all. Mr. Zhao appeared and asked about what the orders were. Leon picked up the test paper and reported that let the people from the Imperial College change it. That is, give it a higher grade. This surprised the seventh princess very much. Chiki turned to her father and said that there was no need to change the grade, because next time she would just write the test well. There was no need to do that. The emperor asked about what she thought was unworthy of the highest grade. The little girl explained that she would try her best to get a better grade, or it would be unfair to the other students. After all, she's his daughter, born with status, so why worry about this fairness, since no one would dare to squeak? Chiki reported that those who claimed the existence of jumping horses in ancient times were severely punished. The horses got scared and trampled the world, and the ruler tried to unite those people by all means. The emperor asked about what she meant. The seventh princess explained that the emperor had broken the law and committed the same crime as the common people. Even though she was his daughter, he must maintain the image of the wise emperor as an emperor who was fair to everyone. These words surprised Uncle very much. He asked about how his brother had produced such a daughter, to which the emperor replied that it was simply worth repeating after him. Everyone sobbed. Leon informed that then she shouldn't fail the exam next time. Chiki promised that she would work hard. Her father didn't understand when she became so smart and different from his daughter. He hugged her. Uncle was watching. The emperor asked him not to look at him like that. He had picked beautiful girls for him, and he would be able to choose the next day. Mohan didn't understand which girls he was talking about. Leon explained that he was over 20, so it was time to get married. The prince thanked his brother and asked him to marry him. The emperor hoped someone would be attracted to him this time. Leon thought about the fact that he had never shown interest in anyone. There was a time when he suspected that his brother preferred men. Mohan said that he would do his best, and then asked if he could borrow Chiki for a day. He explained that among all of them, he would choose the one that Tsitsi would approve of. Asked the little girl that she would like to choose her aunt. Chiki said she would have to think about it, as she might not feel comfortable outside the palace. The emperor told them not to stay long and to come back soon. Leon explained that he was responsible for his daughter, for he couldn't bear it if anything happened to her. Chen asked about Chiki still being alive. Did the emperor punish her or what? The servant reported that His Majesty came out of the seventh princess's palace, so she is fine. The third princess asked if she was all right or what, because she thought she heard her crying. The servant reported that the duke was there. She ran into her uncle. He told her how he realized it was her who ordered Chiki to be thrown into the forest. She began to explain that it was all a huge misunderstanding. Mohan explained that if he ever heard of anything like that again, he wouldn't stand for it. Chen promised that it wouldn't happen again. At the end, the third princess added that Chiki had changed. She would love and protect her. Her uncle thanked her for doing such a thing, much to the princess's surprise. Next morning, Duke Wan Li's residence. Mohan asked the little girl that she must be tired after the long trip. He asked the cooks to prepare the most delicious appetizers for her, and they also prepared fish for her. He knows how much she loves it. To which Tsitsi replied that all she needs is him. Sounds tempting, she was so hungry. Mohan stroked the princess on the head and explained that he had some matters to attend to, so he would be gone for a while, and she could eat. If she needed anything, she should tell the servants. The little girl ate quietly. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice saying that she couldn't find the sword. She went to the sound and saw the sixth prince there. The little girl asked what he was doing there. Shengu asked if he was not allowed to be there or what. Chiki wondered if he was also helping his uncle find a wife or what. The uncle came and informed that he must have left him in the backyard. Shengu thanked him. Mohan petted the little girl and explained that he was leaving and she should wait for him there. Shengu walked over and sat at the table. He asked his sister about why she was there. The little girl came over and explained that she thought her brother was also helping her uncle find a wife. Shengu was surprised. They seemed to have different reasons for being there. Brat reported that it seems that she and uncle are close. Chiki replied that he treats her well. Then Shastoy Brat asked about if she and him, are they close? To which the little girl answered positively. They decided to form an alliance. Of course they are close. Shengu replied that was a lie. He kept asking her about why she doesn't visit him. She is there to help her uncle find, traveled all the way there but never once came to visit her brother. The little girl asked him to stop banging, for she was not a drum. She poured him some water and handed him a glass with the words that she would definitely visit him next time. He agreed. Her uncle came by and asked about what she was doing, taking care of her older brother or what. Chiki was happy to finally see him. He brought the sword Shengu had asked about. The sixth sibling informed that he likes to be taken care of. Mohan explained that he was jealous because he wanted Tsitsi to rub his shoulders too, so he took her in his arms and offered to go outside. He saw his older brother's face suddenly darken. It scares him. Chiki reported that she felt like he had taken her to help him choose a wife. Uncle explained that it was just an excuse for her father to let him go. He wasn't going to get married yet. Suddenly, a servant appeared and said that he had brought portraits of women. He just had to say who he liked, and they would send her to him. He took that list and thought about the fact that Han had sent the list after all, which he said he didn't have time for. Chiki opened the portraits and was already showing him the beautiful ones she thought. Mohan looked and reported that she had a beautiful figure, but her face was not beautiful enough. Then she showed another one, the one who was the daughter of the Chancellor. Shengu intervened and explained that the Chancellor was too loyal to the Queen. He didn't like another one, but there was one that his uncle did like. Face as round as the moon, chiseled figure. Her father will like her. He would recommend her as a new concubine. He asked about, it's not like she doesn't know her father's preferences. Her uncle will add her to the list of concubines. It is as if she is reading his mind. Mohan informed that he knows exactly what kind of women her father likes. Chiki thought about what the original story said about the rift in her uncle and father's relationship. But if the father marries a woman his brother recommends, and she gives him a child, the story might end differently. The little girl reports that the uncle is right. Then she will choose someone for both her father and him. After a while, Tsitsi reports that the left pile is for the uncle, and the right pile is for the father. They are the same. It looks like she divided everything equally. It is said that red women destroy empires. She hopes that this time they will save uncle's life. By the way, if the beautiful groom diverts her father's attention, he won't have time to worry about her grades. She loves him and Daddy very much, so they should let her take care of them. Her uncle informed about the fact that he doesn't need to help her. It's better for her to help her father. Chiki asked her uncle about going to the lookout if she can go with him, to which Mohan replied that he would go alone. It seems Tsitsi is determined to marry him. She asked him to choose his wife wisely as she had spent a lot of time in making this list, so he should try harder. Mohan, on the other hand, quickly gets ready to leave. She is doing this to save him. Chiki remembered that she forgot about the sixth prince. She turned around and saw him. The little girl asked about if they could choose portraits for her father together. Shengu informed that they were alone, so she could not pretend to be a child. She sat down and started looking through the portraits again. The little girl asked about him coming there for the sword, to which the sixth sibling informed her that she shouldn't ask too many questions. She didn't need to know. Shengu then asked that she wasn't there just to choose her uncle, why she was really there. Chiki replied that his older brother didn't need to ask too many questions. He didn't need to know. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She showed him the portrait and informed him that there were girls between the ages of 14 and 15 on the list, and then asked about whether he wanted to take a look or not. Now even Sheng didn't understand who this Chi-Chi was. The little girl kept talking about how that girl is so cute. She thinks he'll get along with her just fine. The sixth little brother asked if she even knew what kind of women he liked or not. The seventh princess asked her brother if he liked that girl. She could see he was angry with her about it. He took the portrait of that girl and started cutting it up, saying that he likes her. After all, she chose her for him. He likes her so much he doesn't even know how to fight it. The little girl was shocked at what was happening. She immediately started apologizing to him. He replied that he didn't need to apologize. He thanked her for taking an interest in his personal affairs. Babe asked about him being mad at her because the girl was only 13 years old or what. She didn't know he was interested in older women. Shengu got even more angry. He coughed violently. Chiki wondered about what had happened. She didn't understand. He coughed because of her. What if he fainted? She walked closer to him. Shengu was shaking all over. Chiki noticed what was wrong with his face, for red marks appeared there. He ordered her to get away, not to look at him, and to turn away. Chiki didn't understand why he was acting like that, because he was angry with her. Perhaps that's why he doesn't leave his palace on the 15th of every month. She didn't understand what caused his illness. Shengu asked about where his medicine was. Chiki asked about if he was all right, if she could help him. Suddenly, something rumbled. The little girl thought about whether he died or what. She turned to her older brother and asked about if he was okay. She abruptly ran over to him and yelled about him not breathing, need to call 911, but then remembered where she was and called for servants, a doctor. He opened his eyes and grabbed her hand and asked her to be quiet. Tsitsi couldn't believe his body had come back to life. She asked her little brother about the fact that he was really okay, to which he replied that he was fine. That day hadn't come yet, and the poison was already making itself felt. He should up his medication to keep it under control. He couldn't believe she'd seen him. He didn't know whether to kill her or not. The little girl took his hand and asked about him being sick or what. Is it serious because his hands are so cold? The sixth prince asked about her not being afraid of him, to which the seventh princess replied that she is afraid, of course she is, but she and he made an agreement. They are friends. If he dies, and her father suddenly gets tired of her, she will be a lonely orphan again. Shengu kept asking about what if he tries to kill her for learning his secret, to which the little girl said that everyone has secrets. Sometimes it gets easier if you have someone to share your secret with. He asked her not to tell it to anyone. If she blabbed it, she would die the same day, to which the princess replied that she understood. The seventh princess reported that she was glad she was so quick-witted, or else she wouldn't have been there a long time ago. The sixth little brother asked what she was mumbling about, to which the little girl replied that she promised to keep his secret a secret. She wanted to leave quickly, but Shengu grabbed her by her clothes and explained that dead people don't tell stories. He makes it sound like he's going to kill her. Her brother picked her up in his arms and proceeded to tell her that he would believe her, and then asked her about her not letting him down. To which the little girl replied that of course not, swearing on her favorite food, chicken legs. He stroked her head and told her that she knew what would happen if she broke her promise. Chiki asked him to stop scaring her, because she knows everything. Early evening, The palace of the seventh princess. Shengu asked her to come in. He informed that she should stay away from him. She turned around and asked what he was talking about. Shengu explained that he didn't like him. Chi-Chi realized that the sixth sibling was living by his own rules. What a teenager. In the palace. Awan asked the princess about where she got all those portraits. Sis asked who they were since they are all so cute. The little girl informed that she had chosen them for her father and uncle. Suddenly, the emperor appeared and asked about who she had chosen for him there. The little girl asked about what brought him to her at such an hour. Her father moved closer to her and explained that he had come to find out what wisdom she had shared with her uncle. She held out the portraits to him. The emperor asked about him asking her to bring the portraits there or what. The little girl explained that she had chosen the most beautiful women for him. He asked that she had brought a bunch of portraits for him and for her uncle, but why? The little girl said that because there were not so many women in his palace. Besides, they are all kind of weird and crazy. Chi-Chi went on to say that her siblings are all grown up, and they don't want to play with her, so she wants a little brother. The emperor just kept quiet. Her uncle told her about the things to look out for. He said that women with wide hips have an easier time giving birth, and a round face means that a wife will serve her husband well. The emperor asked about the fact that it was her uncle who told all those things. How dare he tell such things to his daughter? Leon decided that it would be impossible for his brother to take Chi-Chi away from him. The princess asked about whether he liked any of them. Her father thanked her for doing such a job, but asked her not to do such a thing again in the future, to which the daughter informed that it was her responsibility. Mr. Zhao asked about the fact that he wanted to find the ninth prince, to which the emperor replied that they should find him, then added that they should also find more people with round faces and big buttocks. Chunhua Palace. A man came to the sixth prince and informed him not to pretend to be asleep, for he knew he was not. Shengu asked what the man had come for. The man replied that he had come to see how the man was doing after revealing his secret. Shengu asked about how the man knew about it. The one asked the prince to eventually stay away from that little girl. It won't be good if they become friends. Shengu explained that he had a sense of proportion. The man asked what sense of proportion he was talking about. The little ignoramus. He slapped the sixth prince with words that he would have a hard time deciding to kill the little one. Shengu ordered the man not to touch her. The man reasoned that he shouldn't get his head in the clouds because he wouldn't always be able to protect her. He threw him a bottle of medicine and told him that he should never forget who he was. The new year is approaching, and the palace is very lively. It's morning, the imperial palace. Mr. Zhao asked His Majesty to take a look at the gift list as the end of the year is approaching. The emperor said everything is in order. Let everything be under control on New Year's Eve, and let the princes and princesses choose their favorite items. He is personally preparing for the Chi-Chi ceremony. The little girl woke up. Her father asked about her reading it or not. She abruptly threw herself into reading. The emperor would like to ask her about how she sees the meaning of the phrase, "Courage is also courageous," in the Chaogui debate. Chi-Chi replied, to get drunk to death, one only needed to drink a glass of wine or what. Fortunately, the girl was studying classical Chinese. Her father asked about the Hongmin banquet, meaning the minister died and did not escape it, and the guilt was enough to say goodbye or what, to which Chi-Chi repeated her words about only needing a glass of wine to get drunk to death. Leon reported that yes, Chi-Chi's understanding is really different. He asked her to go play, leave her dad alone, so she did. She still relies on her deep cultural heritage. On her way out, Chi-Chi met the third sister. Chen reported that she wanted to go to her when she saw Daddy, so she asked the little girl to borrow Dabai. The third princess explained that she went to play and was bullied by a gang of boys. Chi-Chi asked about bullying others who would dare bully her. Chen asked about why mumble. They should just take out Dabai and get back at them. Street. Chi-Chi inquired about what was going on. Chen explained that she'd bought a red bean bun in that alley, and as soon as she took a bite, a gang of boys took it away. She ran after them, but their dog bit her. She'd been afraid of dogs all her life. She could have taken them all. The seventh princess began to calm her sister down and suggested she just go and punish them. Chen handed her a baton and explained that it was for self-defense. If those brats dared to hit her, she could beat them to death. Cheeky asked where she hid the baton. Act carefully. Courtesy first. If the enemy doesn't budge, she won't budge either. A stone flew at the third princess. She asked about the one who dared to treat her like that. The boys said that he did not expect such a thing, for he should be quieter than water, lower than grass. Cheeky, hearing their voice, realized that the voice sounded very much like a child. As soon as that gang of boys came out from around the corner, Chen announced that she was asking him if he would apologize to her in public. Otherwise, they would all be put in jail. They taunted her by saying how scary it was that if she was a princess, he was the wizard of the Emerald City, and then asked if a princess would eat buns bought from a commoner. Tsitsi explained that bullying and intimidating the weak is not the act of a gentleman. She then asked about how he was going to hurt her further after he stole her things. Those guys started laughing even more and talking about how eggs don't teach the chicken. They continued to mock them, saying about the two little princesses coming to sort things out. Cheeky exhaled and announced that they had already accomplished the first point. It was time to beat them up now. She picked up that baton and threw it at Duan Shilin, which hit him right in the forehead. All the boys ran over to him and asked him if everyone was all right. Chen turned to her sister and asked why she was hitting him, since he wasn't the one who stole the bun, and he didn't say a word. The little girl explained that the thief would be caught first, and then the king. Chen is the eldest sister. She must have a sense of right and wrong. After all, he let them steal the bun and beans and let the dogs bite her. It's not right. Duan asked about what she wanted. Cheeky informed that they may not pay for the bean bun, but apologized to her sister. Chen reported about Cheeky defeating him so easily. Duan Shilin reported that he could apologize, but he could ask them to apologize, but he had a bump on his forehead because of her. Then how would the score be settled? Cheeky knew that he wouldn't compromise so easily. Babe asked her sister about why they shouldn't take Dabai out. Chen added that it was the end of the year, and if something happened, it would be hard to explain to her father, so on a 1, 2, 3, they'd run away. Cheeky asked the boy about how about he hit her too and apologized to her sister. Then they would get even and it would be fair. Dabai was already starting to growl. Duan made it known that if he hit her, it would really be a mockery of the weak. He turned to the boys and ordered them to apologize to her. They did so. The little girl couldn't believe that this apology had such an effect on them. Duan informed them that the bean bun was gone, so he couldn't refund it. Chen asked about whether he thought that if he gave it to her, she would want to eat it, or what. Is she like someone who doesn't have money for a new one? Being a beggar means acting like a beggar. If it happens again, he will be unfortunate. She threw the silver to them and informed them that next time, no stealing other people's stuff. The boys rushed over to that silver and talked about how it was really silver, it was money. They went up to him and told him that now they were rich, they would be able to see doctors. Their little sister would be saved. Chen asked about the fact that isn't it just metal? Why are they so happy? Cheeky replied that even the closest to the sun has dark corners. Turns out they wanted to save their little sister. That sounds really sad. Chen asked about why don't they go to the capital to the church. Since they have so little money, they should be accepted there. Duan asked about how she knew about this church, what it even was. Chen took out her gold badge and asked about what didn't this princess tell him before. Cheeky asked her not to show her badge, because it was wrong. Those guys were excited to see what a huge piece of gold it was. Duan informed that in such a case he couldn't let them go for nothing. They all picked up their clubs from the floor. Chen asked about what he was doing. The princess kindly kept him alive. He shouldn't go near them anymore, not even at a cannon shot. To which the man replied that they all deserved to die. Tsitsi called out to Dabai, who immediately started growling at them. The boys asked about it being a real tiger or what. They should run away. All of them were very scared. So they did. They all started to run away. Chen would see what he could do about it. She ordered Dabai to show those bullies what he could do, but as soon as they wanted to jump on Duan, he immediately threw some powder in his eyes. Chiki asked about what he did to him. Chen asked about how dare he even. As soon as she returned Ovo the palace, she would tell her dad, and he would get his head chopped off. He opened a bottle of some flavoring that put the princesses to sleep. As the sun set, the baby woke up and Chen was tied to a pole. It looked like those lousy guys had kidnapped them. She noticed some girl lying down and coughing. She was talking about not being thirsty. He asked her to be kind and drink this medicine. Then the sickness would recede. She went up to the bed and reported that he says this every time she drinks it. Vidurg Kiki sneezed. Duan turned to her and saw that she was already awake. The little girl asked about what he wanted. He approached her and asked if she was hungry, to which the little girl briefly replied, no, she wasn't hungry. She didn't understand how he even dared to kidnap the princess. Who knows, there might be poison in there. He took her hand and put it in her bun and informed her that she was such a little princess, so delicate, she must despise him and not want to eat the leftovers from the oven. She reported that when she first tasted it, even a bun seemed like a luxury. A dog came up to her. The little one rushed to him and asked about where her Dabai was and what they had done to him, to which Duan replied that her white tiger was fine as long as she behaved herself. He kidnapped her, her sister, and the tiger cub. She asked him to let them go, and then she will give him money. Duan shouted, ordering her to shut up, and swung his hand. He hit the wall next to him and informed the little princess, gold is honored and jade is precious. Their lives are cheaper than this all. The little girl scrambled to explain that she didn't mean that. He grabbed her hand and pulled her along with words that she would go outside to beg for food, and if she said one word, her sister and the tiger would die. Already outside, the little girl was thinking about how she didn't want such a lesson. Duan asked about whether she had ever seen begging or not, to which Chiki replied that she understood what he meant. She asked about whether he really wanted her to do it. Chiki gathered more air and shouted that concerned citizens, brothers and sisters, grandparents, she asked them to save the child who was dying. Duan abruptly covered her mouth and asked about what she was doing. The little girl removed his hand and reported begging for copper coins, and then asked about the fact that didn't he himself wish she was doing it. The boy asked about the fact that if she begged for a penny like that, begging annoyed everyone and no one wanted to help. But suddenly everyone started throwing coins and wishing the best for her. Then Chiki thanked them for doing that. Duan was shocked. The little girl asked about, isn't he happy? They already have so much money. She asked him about if she had enough money, he would let them go or not. The guy asked about what she really thinks he brought there to ask for money. Kidnapping a princess is a serious crime that will destroy all the 9 clans. If he dies because of that, he will drag E with him. Chiki asked him not to do that. He asked her about if she knew what the seminar was about. Tsitsi asked if it wasn't a shelter. At first glance it is. They take in orphans, but behind doors. Babe asked what goes on behind the doors. He replied that she would know right away. He put his hand behind her back and pressed a point in her back to make her voice disappear. She didn't understand what he was up to, what was going on, or who had it. Suddenly there was a crowd of men looking for Duan. He grabbed the little girl's hand and signaled that it was time to run. One of the crowd said that they would see if he could escape and threw a baton, which hit him right on the head. He fell to the floor and pulled the princess with him. Duan made it known that he wouldn't let anything happen to her and apologized for involving her. Chiki didn't realize what was going on. He was intentionally drawing attention. Now she didn't understand what was going to happen to them. A man walked up and kicked him with his foot, with words about how he had been looking for him for a very long time. One of the crowd approached the little girl and asked about her parents being bakers by any chance. She was so cute. Duan abruptly broke out of his grip and ordered the man not to touch his sister and bit his hand. This made the little girl fall down sharply, and the guy was grabbed again. That man ordered them to take the two to the orphanage. Meanwhile, a great prince was passing by. He heard a commotion from the street. He asked about the commotion. He Yen, who was riding along with him, reported that it seems a few children had escaped from the orphanage. This happens often, and it's normal. When their stomachs are full and their bodies are warm, sometimes they start to miss the cruel world. The Grand Prince reported that it was so noisy. It was early morning, and it seems the Imperial Guaridia were busy looking for something. The prince was approached and informed of something. He asked about whether it was true. He Yen asked about what happened, because he looks kinda bad. The great prince rose from his seat and motioned for him to follow. Meanwhile, the men kept asking about her being mute or what. She's pretty, but unfortunately she can't speak. Well, the world is full of men who like mute women. Tsitsi realized that the orphanage was involved in human trafficking. He grabbed her cheeks and informed her that he would take good care of her. Suddenly, his servants announced that a noble guest had arrived. Shelter. The Lord asked why they did not invite their guests inside. After all, they were from noble families. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by tigers. He asked the guest what had brought him to them at such a late hour. He noticed that the man was wearing expensive clothes, so he must be rich. The man asked about the kind of girl he wanted, for he must have heard rumors about the reputation of their establishment. The emperor asked about the kind they had. The man is completely unable to read him, and the emperor looks at him like a snake at a rabbit. The head of the orphanage informed that they have different ones. They will find one to his liking. Even though they are called an orphanage, they secretly provide various services. It is common if a couple of girls go missing from there. The emperor rose abruptly from his seat. He couldn't believe it. Suddenly a guard ran into the room. That man didn't understand what was going on, where all those soldiers had come from. But as soon as the soldiers turned to His Majesty, then the man understood everything. Shanggu entered the room and brought the princess in his arms. The emperor asked about who had done this to her. The little girl had frightened eyes. Shanggu reported that the seventh princess was fine. Her arm was sore, but he had examined her thoroughly, and she should recover soon. Lian apologized to his daughter that it was all his fault, for he had been careless in his treatment of her. The man couldn't believe this princess. The emperor handed her over to the sixth prince again and asked him to take her away, for she should not see what would follow. Lian ordered them all to be killed. The head of the orphanage asked for his forgiveness, for he didn't recognize him. Screams were heard, but her brother covered Chiki's ears so she couldn't hear. The little girl began to cry. He informed her that everything is fine. He is there for her. Shanggu doesn't even want to imagine what could have happened to her if they hadn't found her. What a relief. Chiki asked about whose tigers they were, to which the little brother replied that his name was Biho. He had been staying with her father's Lian Han for years. This really surprised her. After all, he called His Majesty by his name. That's a crime. Shanggu informed that she was not allowed to talk about it. She was in mortal danger. No one would believe her anyway. She agreed and settled back on his shoulder. As soon as the sixth prince showed himself, Chen immediately started running towards them. Chen ran up to her and asked her to look at her. She asked about the ones that hurt her, needing to see if there were any bruises. Chiki reported that she was fine and not hurt, but her clothes were soiled. She better not touch her. The third princess hugged her sister and reported that she was very worried, and if something happened to her, she would kill everyone there. Chiki continued to talk about how she was fine. Chen held out his handkerchief and asked her not to cry, as her beautiful face was already swollen with tears. The little girl cried even more and explained that it was the same for her. The princess turned to Duan and asked about whether he thought she would forgive him just because he sent someone to untie her, or what. Chiki reported that she was laughing one moment, and then angry the next. The guy was asking for forgiveness. Chen kept talking about how it was too late for that. The little girl tried to hold her little sister back and explained that she was sure he had his reasons for it. He must not be that bad. Chen then asked her about how she could thank him. He was using her for his own revenge. Duan asked about whether the life of a princess was more important than the life of an ordinary citizen. He explained that his sister had died in that orphanage when she was only 8. They had lied by saying she had died of malaria. Chen reported that it didn't mean he could use others for his revenge. The guy reported that that wasn't all he wanted. He certainly wanted to kill him, and then asked about the fact that is there any justice in this world. He admits that it wasn't the best way, but if he hadn't, they would never have known what the orphanage was hiding. Chiki explained that she understands his whole situation, but the world isn't divided only into black and white. He was able to shed light on what's going on in that orphanage, but they've already started investigating anyway. He didn't need to kidnap her. The investigation would have shut the place down anyway. The guy couldn't believe it. He asked about when the kingdom started caring about them. Mohan came up to them and asked about the fact that he ever believed that the kingdom would protect him. The uncle asked the little girl not to worry as he is there for her. Mohan embraced that he knows that Duan despises the kingdom because his father, General O, died. But he was a traitor, and the kingdom showed mercy and didn't wipe out his entire family, including him. The guy screamed about his father not being a traitor. He can understand why the guy holds a grudge, but he kidnapped the princess. The uncle asks the king to spare him, but promises nothing. Duan reports that he is glad the orphanage will be closed, except that the children from the orphanage will be sold to other places where they will be abused, so they want to get rid of the orphanage. The 9th prince said that His Majesty will rebuild the orphanage and give it to a new owner, and the children will be put up for adoption to families where they will be taken care of. Guy asked about His Majesty actually taking care of the children. Chiki replied that since he says so, it must be true. Now he doesn't care what happens to him anymore. He thanked them for saving the children. Chiki was glad that the father, uncle, brother, sister, all of them are there. The emperor took the little girl's hand and suggested they go home. Night Palace. Avan kept crying and talking about how the princess had been through so much. Baby girl sat in the bathtub and talked about how everything was okay. She was safe now. Sis reported that she was so glad that the princess was back. In the 2 days that she was gone, His Majesty refused to attend the morning sessions. The little girl thought of how he would surely punish her for sneaking out of the palace. The emperor loves his daughter so much. After she came to her father, Chiki immediately threw herself into his arms. Leon asked about her injury and asked her to let him look at her, to which the little girl replied that she was fine. Just when the emperor was about to get angry with her, Chiki immediately apologized for such a thing and promised that she wouldn't run away from the palace again. He asked her about her lying again. She promises him that she won't again, and if she escapes, then she will study in his office for 2 whole months. He will remember that, but there shouldn't be a 3rd time. Tsitsi asked about what would happen to the people he arrested at the shelter. The short answer was that they would all be killed. Leon explained that there seemed to be too many people involved in this case, and he would investigate it thoroughly. Chiki asked what would happen to the boy. The emperor replied that of course he would be killed as well. Chiki was horrified. She explained that he had only done that to reveal the truth about the orphanage, but her father added that he had held her hostage and had broken the law. The father embraced his daughter and explained that in order to have order in the empire, everyone should follow the rules, that the boy was good for revealing the orphanage's affairs, and then asked about the fact that if others start acting the same way as he did, then what would be the point of the law? The little girl asked about the law not being able to reason in 2 ways. He laid her on the bed and let her know that he was glad she was safe. If his plan had gone awry and she had been hurt, what would he have done then? Tsitsi wondered if that meant he could change his mind or what. There was hope. The little girl grabbed her father's hand and explained that it's not like she was injured. Besides, her uncle asked him to spare that boy, and her father can't dishonor him. The father asked about her using her own uncle to change his mind or what. The 7th princess reported that if he did as his uncle asked, everyone would consider him a merciful ruler. But if people knew about his deeds and that his uncle had asked him to show mercy, they would start comparing him to him. The emperor thought about the fact that the boy served the past emperor. If he kills him, people might not like it. Chiki cared so much for his daddy. Lian informed about the fact that she would think about it. This made Chiki very happy, and she kissed him on the cheek. I really appreciate your activity and support. Thank you for your warm comments. I read them all. In the meantime, I'm off to make a new video for you, and I wish you guys a good day and a great mood. See you guys soon. See you soon. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. The next day at the palace, Chiki asked her father about whether or not the tiger would ever grow so big, to which her father replied that, of course, because all children grow up. The little girl noticed that he was kind of emotional. She walked over to the tigers that were playing and petted them with words about how even though children grow up, it doesn't mean they love their parents less. Lian smiled softly at his daughter's words and informed her that she will be 7 years old this winter. When she gets older, he plans to support her in everything. He asked her what she thought about it. The little girl informed him that she would love it. Well, that's his promise to her. She agreed to it. Spring Palace. Sister Avon approached the princess and informed her that she would not be able to travel with her for a full 2 weeks. Chiki replied that it was fine after all. She was going with the other younger students, and she would also have her sister and big brother with her. The 6th prince asked his sister not to worry, to which Avon thanked him. On the way, they met a great prince. He asked the little girl about leaving the palace to go on a spring trip, and her father allowed her because she was still very young. She was not even allowed to take her servants with her. Chiki replied that her father had authorized it. The 6th prince and the 3rd princess would go with her, and then asked about what brought him there. The great prince replied that he had business there, so he decided to check on her at the same time. The little girl was a little surprised at this. The prince said that it looked like his kitten missed her. The 6th prince couldn't stand it. He turned to his brother and explained that they didn't have time to talk, because they were already waiting outside. The great prince stroked her head and told her that it would still be cool in early spring, so she should dress warmly and be careful not to get lost. Chiki didn't realize since when he had become so grouchy. She agreed and just called him brother. Afterward, she informed him that they would be going. The brother mentally turned to his mother and asked about him being so unapproachable since Chiki had grown up so much, but still refused to call him her brother. The little girl was met by the 3rd princess at the karti. Shengu asked her to sit with her sister, for they would ride together in the carriage, while he would ride on horseback. Chiki asked about him not riding with them. He looked at Chen and replied that he would be uncomfortable in the carriage. Chen took Chiki's hand and reported that she had seen her brother in the palace and asked about him offending her, to which the 7th princess replied that not at all. The 3rd princess explained that she didn't know him yet and that he didn't get along well with people. The little girl didn't think he was bad. She likes him. Chen asked if she was serious, if she liked him enough to marry him or what. That's not what Chiki meant. Suddenly, the 6th prince appeared abruptly. Chen asked him about going with them in the carriage. She really wanted him to say no, because she didn't want to go with him. Shengu sat down next to Chiki and replied that his horse was suddenly sick, so he would have to ride in the carriage. The 3rd princess didn't understand why, so unexpectedly. Wang Daju asked the horse not to give up. After all, His Highness needed it. As soon as the little girl saw this guy, she immediately asked about him riding with them, or what. Shengu informed that he just happened to hear that she was getting married. Noon Palace. The emperor asked about the princesses leaving. He was so busy that he didn't even say goodbye to them. He asked about whether Chiki was upset, to which Mr. Zhao replied that no, the 7th princess was already quite old. She was so happy to leave with the 6th prince. The emperor reported that she was happy to leave the palace. Lord Zhao immediately apologized and explained that he had misspoken. Lian reported that she was still a child and so new experiences should be exciting for her. Mr. Zhao said that he saw the 7th princess looking out the window as they were leaving. She must have missed him by now. The duke asked him to give her the tanghula, and when he did, She finally smiled. The emperor asked about his brother's whereabouts. How are his plans for the southeastern army? He handed it to him. Mr. Zhao explained that Mohan had provided his suggestions last night, and he had already begun to approve them. The emperor ordered him to summon him immediately, to bring him to him. Mr. Zhao tried to explain everything. The emperor asked about him being dead or what, to which the lord replied that the Gerog had also gone on a trip. This made Lian furious. Meanwhile, the sixth sibling petted the baby girl and asked her to wake up, for they were already there. The little girl woke up and asked about where it is on the spot and where is Sis, to which Shenggu replied that she was outside. As soon as they got out, Chiki was ecstatic. She asked about them having to go all the way there or what. Shenggu said that this place was built for the most respected kings and officials. The serving jinn was already there, so they should hurry. She agreed. After a few minutes, Shenggu informed that if she got tired, he could carry her. Suddenly, Mohan appeared and lifted the little girl in his arms and asked about why she didn't wait for him. Tsitsi immediately rushed to hug him, saying that she had not noticed him and thought he was somewhere ahead. Uncle asked about the fact that did she really think that he would have let her climb those steps. Mohan turned to the sixth prince and asked about the fact that he too wanted him to take him in his arms, to which Shenggu asked him not to call him that. Shenggu asked about how could he refuse, since it was so nice of his uncle. The sixth prince stretched his arms in his uncle's direction, causing Mohan to think that perhaps he intended to play a joke on him. After a while, Chiki asked if uncle was tired. He replied that he wasn't. He was holding 2 children in his arms. In fact, his back was aching terribly. The little girl offered him some rest, expressing her concern for his well-being. Mohan responded by explaining that he felt healthy and strong, unlike her father, who, he said, spends his days in a static position. In the luxurious palace, the emperor suddenly began a series of sneezes. Mr. Zhao, concerned about his condition, suggested that a doctor should be summoned to assist him. However, the emperor, not wanting to draw attention to his ailment, rejected the idea. He asked to tell everyone that in a few days he would put on simple clothes and leave the palace to walk among the commoners. The temple. Everyone was already asleep. The third princess asked Chiki to get up. The little girl asked about why she was still awake. Chen asked about whether or not she was hungry too, since they were only fed with vegetables alone in the temple. She asked her sister to get dressed, and he will go eat something delicious. Chiki asked about where they would go. Chen asked her not to worry about that and just follow her. The third princess asked her to be careful and quiet so as not to wake the others. The forest wilderness. The journey through the forest wilderness was true, and Chen was not wrong in her words. Once they overcame all the difficulties of the journey and reached their destination, the view of the guys in front of them was taki true. Wang Daju noticed the 7th princess who had found herself in their company and politely invited her to join them, offering her a taste of the meat dish. Shenggu took a chicken leg and explained that it was a bit spicy, then offered her a skewer. Chi-Chi was puzzled as to why he was being so kind to her, as this was something she had never experienced before. Her younger brother asked her if it tasted good, to which the little girl took a small piece and tasted it, then replied that the flavor was delicious. He Jing reported that he kept wondering why the prince wasn't eating, but he was just waiting for his little sister. Chi-Ki didn't realize that he was saving it all for her or what. Chen knocked he on the head with words about how he wasn't the only one who cared about Chi-Ki, after all. She was the one who brought her sister there, so in the middle of the night. Hei explained that he didn't mean that. Chen asked where he was going, to which the guy asked for help. Chi-Ki asked Shenggu that he was the one who arranged it. The 6th prince reported that the food in the temple was good, but it was still growing. It needed nutrients, so he learned how to make this yummy stuff. She couldn't believe it was for her. Shenggu asked about her being so surprised that he condescended to such a humble task, like feeding her, or what. Chiki explained that she and he were different. She had to do everything herself, and he was loved by everyone. He asked about how she liked this new life, to which the little girl replied that she loved it. Everyone was so nice to her. She wished her life could be like this forever. If only they would all get along and live in peace. Shengu patted her on the head and promised her that he would protect her, so she shouldn't worry. He made her a promise that as long as he was alive, he would strive to provide her with a comfortable life. She realizes that the future ahead may be uncertain and full of challenges, but it seems inevitable, so she should cherish every moment with him. Shengu asked her to look up at the sky. Chiki shared her admiration for how beautiful and bright the night sky was, adding that the air was so fresh and clear in ancient times. The sixth prince showed interest and asked an additional question about ancient times, to which the little girl realized her mistake and explained that they meant outside the palace, outside. The prince said that this was logical, for she had never been outside the palace. She asked him if he had ever seen such a beautiful nighttime before. Shengu said that he had seen it when he was very small, and never again since then. Chi-Chi wondered how he managed to leave the palace when he was little. Did he sneak out like her, or what? Shengu explained that she didn't need to know the details yet. She would soon know the whole story. Chiki wondered what he was hiding. The prince informed that it was late. He would escort her out. If she asked him, there was no way he would tell her. She would have to wait until he decided to tell her everything himself. Suddenly the uncle appeared, expressing curiosity and asking what they were doing in such a remote part of the forest. Everyone suddenly remembered that they had something important to do, and without wasting any time, they quickly left the place. Mohan questioned the reason for their sudden departure, claiming that he had no intention of chasing or delaying them in any way. He then asked Tsitsi to hold out a piece of chicken leg to him. The little girl did as the uncle asked. The uncle then asked what they had been talking about, to which Shengu replied that the conversation was about nothing in particular, and then asked the uncle what had brought him to this place. He explained that he had been awakened by the aroma of meat, and the thought occurred to him that perhaps the children had decided to have a feast without his participation. Shengu announced that they had originally intended to call him in, but decided it would be best to let him rest, considering he was carrying Chiki after all. Uncle couldn't understand how Shengu dared to make fun of him. Uncle asked for permission to start telling the story in order to brighten up this splendid evening. In response, the sixth prince said that if he had such a wish, he was quite free to continue his story. Chiki turned to him to tell the story. Mohan began to tell a story going back in time. It told of an inexperienced individual who, being miserable in his work, showed poor skill and was guided by rash actions. His decisions were rash and extremely cruel, as he indiscriminately ordered the execution of anyone who got in his way. One day, a woman grabbed drumsticks and spewed out all her pain. She entered the Lord's office and, starting a conversation, told him of her worries. Her husband, who worked at the city gate, had reported some strange happenings to her and then disappeared, leading her to seek the Lord's help. She hoped that the official would show interest and ask questions about what exactly her husband had told her in order to get to the bottom of the situation. In turn, the official inquired interestedly about what exactly her husband had told her, implying that perhaps he had encountered an incident involving corruption and crime. Was this correct? He immediately revealed to her her husband's secret that had suddenly surfaced in front of her. The official announced that her husband had discovered his hidden truth, leading to an imminent threat to his life, and he could not let him live. In the end, the official decided to remain the sole possessor of this secret by ending her husband's life. He invited her to pay attention to the drum she regularly struck and pointed out the presence of a birthmark on its surface. Chiki, with grief in her half-strangled voice, expressed her surprise and horror, asking if it wasn't true that this official had skinned her husband and used it to cover the drum, and then allowed her to beat on that ghastly instrument. Shengu covered her ears and turned to her uncle to ask why he was scaring her. Mohan explained that it's just a story, it's all made up. Suddenly Chen rose decisively from her seat, getting to her feet with vigor. She made a suggestion that it was already time for rest, and suggested that she wished everyone present a good night, so that everyone could rest and recover. Uncle reported that he thought they were brave, to which Chen explained that she wasn't scared, she just wanted to sleep. Mohan agreed smilingly. The sixth prince suddenly stood up from his seat and announced that he would take it upon himself to escort Chiki out. This announcement caused Chen, who had not expected such a turn of events, to be surprised. She was already heading towards the temple when she suddenly turned to ask him not to get lost. The sixth prince made the suggestion that they would walk together. His uncle appealed to him to take care of the little frightened girl. Chiki asked her little brother about why on earth they were going that way. Shengu asked about how she didn't think that way was more beautiful than the main road. It was dark and windy. The prince is trying to scare her more. She heard some sound that made her very scared, and she clung to her brother sharply. He asked her what had happened. She explained that there was something in the bushes, maybe just a snake. Shengu asked about her fear of the snake or the human skin drum. He asked her not to be afraid because he was with her. The sixth little brother lifted her up in his arms. The little girl explained that she was afraid, but not of wild animals or human skin. Then the prince asked what she was afraid of. She explained that she was afraid of the cruelty of politicians, the recklessness of officials, and people who commit murder without any motivation. She is disturbed by the experiences of helplessness that people can feel in their suffering, like the woman in the story or the boy who kidnapped her. The prince approached her to ask if she knew that his sentence had been announced this morning. In response, Chiki inquired as to the exact sentence that had been pronounced. He would not be executed. Instead, he would be sent into exile 3,000 miles away. The little girl asked why so far away. Her brother asked about her being disappointed or what, to which the little girl replied that she wasn't, but Shengu asked her not to lie to him. She is too kind, forgiving the one who kidnapped her. Shengu informed that if she was a boy, her father must have appointed her crown prince by now, to which the little girl replied that if she was a boy, they all wouldn't have to do anything. Her brother asked what she said. The little girl with a smile cheerfully replied that it was nothing much. After a while, Chiki asked him about something happening between him and his father, or what. Shengu inquired about why she asked about it. Chiki explained that it seems like he doesn't like his father, since he calls him by name behind his back. It's all in the past now. Shengu explained that it had nothing to do with her. She knew he was in pain. Maybe it had something to do with his disease, the one that caused the patterns on his face. He popped a candy bar into her mouth and apologized for snapping at her, so she should eat the candy bar and beg him. The princess reported that she was not mad, but the candy tasted so good. She asked about it being candy from the palace, to which her brother replied that it was candy from his personal stock. She was so pleased with the candy. He took her hand and suggested that she should go further. The girl asked about whether he had any more. Shengu replied that he didn't, and she shouldn't do that next time. The little girl asked about how so. Her brother embarrassedly replied that she should not show her kindness to anyone else. She gently hugged his hand and asked for another candy. Finally, he agreed and gave her the last one after all. Outside the gate, Shengu asked her to come in. She asked about how he would come back. The prince explained that he didn't have far to go, but he would make sure she went in first. She thanked him for seeing her off and said goodnight. The sixth prince wished her the same. He can't make friends, and yet she makes him want to change that. It started to rain. Shengu thought about the fact that she will probably find out who he really is soon, which means she should stay away from him. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. As soon as she went inside, she heard the sound of water. She already wanted to look outside to see how Scary Brother was doing. After all, he might come over to see them. Vidurg Chen put her on the floor and asked her to be quiet. She reported that there was someone there, so she should go to bed soon. Chiki asked about who was there. The third princess explained that they didn't look like monk guards. They didn't have candles in their hands. They might be villains, so we should be careful. Suddenly, someone opened the door to them. Chiki thought it was already an assassin, and she food recovered from her kidnapping. Someone kicked her finger and asked her what she was thinking about. Chiki felt it sounded like her older brother's voice, realizing his unique timbre and intonation. He told her that it had started raining so hard outside that he had made the decision to go inside to wait for the rain to stop. He asked her who she took him to be. The little girl replied that she didn't take him for anyone in particular. She looked at her sister and inwardly thought that she had probably fallen asleep, judging from her condition. She must have been very tired. Chiki expressed her thoughts that the rain probably wouldn't stop soon, and since there was an empty space on the bed, he could lie down and rest in peace. Shengu asked about her wanting him to sleep there. Chi-Chi began to reason that it was cramped, but he would fit, though it might be a bit uncomfortable. Shengu then clarified his question that he meant that she wanted him to sleep next to her, or what? The little girl asked, "What's the problem? After all, it's a room for both girls and boys. Besides, they're still little and they socialize well." The little brother interjected that they are socializing. The seventh princess took his hand and replied that of course they were accomplices, recognizing their mutual bond, but also recognizing that she didn't know everything about him yet. She brought him a blanket, covered him gently, and announced that they had classes scheduled for tomorrow, so they needed a good night's sleep. She's so innocent. That man who grabbed his shoulder informed him that the poison continues to spread through his body. Already soon the antidote won't be able to help him, so the prince needs to make a decision and urgently. Shengu has already chosen his path, so there is no need to hesitate, and this little girl, you just need to get rid of her as soon as possible. The sixth prince turned to her and mentally asked her if she was afraid that he would kill her. Just one move, and she's dead. Suddenly, she grabbed his arm, put her arm around him, and leaned against him with words of candy. Shengu said he couldn't and gently took his hand, but the little girl was still holding on to his finger. He took out one candy and put it in her mouth with words that she had won. That's how they fell asleep. Chiki opened her eyes and thought about the fact that her brother almost strangled her. Luckily, this time she escaped death. He is still wary of her. She decided that she needs to gain his trust and be more careful, although the candy is delicious. Shengu put his arm around her and asked her to go to sleep already. The next morning, the monk shared his thoughts with those gathered, speaking of the wisdom of the Buddhist expression, "Those who are alive can die, and those who are dead can live." Positioned in close proximity, Chen turned her attention to Chiki and, with an important expression on her face, asked for her help, expressing an urgent need. She formulated a question about Chiki having a vision of a young man covered in a robe of a blue hue, showing interest in her abilities and power of intuition. Chi-Chi asked about who he was. His name is Yu Seung-sung, a character who is not universally loved. But despite that, he is commonly referred to as Handsome Sung, due to his marvelous looks and attractive appearance that attracts the attention of others. Chen explained that she had never met him at the imperial school, so she wanted to go there so badly and her sister should help her. Chiki asked what she wanted to do, but warned that she wouldn't help her with murder or arson. The third princess asked her not to worry as it wasn't like that. Chen reverently held out the letter, calling for the moment of truth as she turned to Chiki in a sweet smile and remembered how fortunate she was to have gotten rid of the negative thoughts, giving way to pleasant feelings. Break. The princesses were hiding to catch a moment when he would be alone. Suddenly, Yu Seung-sun was surrounded by a group of girls whose conversation revolved around various ways of expressing their admiration. One of them claimed to have drawn his portrait with great inspiration. Another was proud to have made a scented sachet that she associated with him, and a third spoke with a doting look about how she wanted to hand him her favorite scarf as a token of attention and commitment. Chiki, turning to her sister, expressed her doubts, questioning the need to continue her journey to him. In response, Chen, answering that question, asked a counter-question herself, expressing her bewilderment at her possible doubts and emphasizing that there was no reason not to continue in his direction. The seventh princess expressed her thoughts that she didn't think his looks were that attractive anymore, and noted that her younger brother looked much more attractive. She then asked if anyone shared her viewpoint, or if she was alone in her views. In her response, the third princess strongly emphasized that she had never expressed any attraction or admiration towards the person in question. Tsitsi, though hesitant, agreed to comply with this request. but she put it on notice that she could give no assurance as to the result. In response, she was persuaded to focus on what she was capable of doing and to use all her efforts to accomplish that goal. With a confident expression on her face, the princess stepped resolutely into the thick of the crowd, showing her determination and steadfastness in the face of the challenge she was about to take on. His assistant, as soon as he returned, he couldn't believe that he had only stepped back for a second and he was already surrounded. He took their gifts, saying that the master preferred peace and quiet, so they should not give him any more gifts, and asked them to leave. Tsitsi came up from behind and poked him with her finger to get his attention on her. He asked what her name was. The aide reported that she was still very young, and even such a little girl required his attention. The seventh princess informed that she wasn't. She had just brought him a letter, to which Yu Seong-sung replied that she didn't need to. The little girl didn't understand what Chen saw in him. Her impression of him was so strong that she would feel disappointed if her sister didn't hand over the letter. To avoid such an outcome, Cheeky decided to hand him the letter and convinced him of the importance of accepting it, as it was not even necessary to read it, just accept it. Master Song replied that he didn't like her. In response to his words, the man apologized, realizing that his comment might have been hurtful or unpleasant to Cheeky. He explained that his remark was about her short stature, intending perhaps to show concern or give her advice. On the one hand, she felt the urge to speak out or even resent his words, but on the other hand, she was anxious to remain calm and not go into conflict. Cheeky informed that he might not take it, but he shouldn't mock people. The master explained that he was only telling the truth, and she should come back when she was older. This left the little girl in shock. When Seong-sung confronted Wang Daju, the Grand Master intervened, demanding his disciple apologize to the princess. Not understanding who Wang Daju was, Seong-sung expressed his bewilderment and wanted to understand the significance of this person in this situation. The little girl approached the guy and thanked him. The master asked about if they knew who he was and wanted to fight or what. Cheeky turned to the kid and informed that he was the son of a very powerful person, so it was worth retreating. Wang Daju grabbed the master's hand and explained that whoever he was, he shouldn't treat the little girl like that. The kid would accept any consequences of his actions. He turned to the master and informed him not to even think that he would let him leave without apologizing. Shung Sung asked, how dare the guy even, he remembered him. Master apologized to Cheeky for being harsh. The little girl was snappy. She held out the letter again and informed that it was a letter from her older sister, Ye Chen. He could do what he wanted with it, but she had to give it to him. He accepted that letter, saying that he had misunderstood her and asked for forgiveness. Chi-Chi replied afterward that it was fine. Her sister liked him, but not her. She took Wang Daju's hand and suggested him to leave. The girls came to the temple and talked about him refusing that little girl's letter. She said she didn't like him and didn't understand what a little girl could understand about it. They wondered who that little girl would like. The uncle heard all this. He analyzed their words and thought that maybe this letter was from Cheeky. But she is still so young, after all. He thinks it's worth intervening. If it's from Cheeky, he'll show up and save her from dire consequences. Mohan turned around and saw the emperor. He didn't understand why brother had arrived. His uncle felt that the information he had learned about should not be reported to His Majesty immediately upon his arrival. It was not clear to him how she had acquired the skill of composing love letters in the first place, and it caused him some bewilderment. Leon turned to ask Master Song what was going on and watched his reaction carefully. In response to this question, Master Zhao provided information that the person in question was the son of a high-ranking general named Yu Seong-song. The emperor turned to Mr. Zhao and expressed his displeasure, ordering him to strictly monitor his son's behavior so that he would not get involved in flirting with little girls. Mr. Zhao took the instructions carefully and promised to carefully observe his son to comply with the emperor's requirements and instructions. Study room. Chen kept talking about the letter her sister handed over. He didn't seem like a suitable match for Chen. And besides, Cheeky seemed like she had heard of him before. Chen said that this is exactly what she wanted, because now Seong-sung will know how she feels. Chi-Chi asked if she really liked him that much, since the master was evil and not very handsome. The third princess patted her on the head and explained that she was too young to understand. As soon as Chen saw him, she knew he was the one. She wants to ask her father if he will let her marry him. Now Chi-Chi remembered, because she was wondering why his name seemed so familiar. In the novel, Yu Seong-sung hurt Chen. In the original story, 16-year-old Chen begged the tyrant to let her marry Yu Seong-sung. She talked about how she didn't want to marry anyone but Yu Seong-sung. Then, the emperor replied to her that it was her choice, so she would not regret it. The third princess was determined to marry him even if she had to give up everything. However, the night after the wedding, Yu Seong-seon revealed his true colors. He told her that now that they were married, he would be honest with her, that his only true love was Ho-jun, and that she would live with them. Chen then asked about what he said about loving her, why he lied to her then. Yu Seong-sung married Chen purely for status and position in society. But he only showed his real face after he got his hands on money and power. When the third princess gave birth to a child, her husband said that Ho-jun would take care of the child, because a princess has no status to take care of a child. Then Chen asked not to take her child away. Finally, when his beloved fell ill, Seong-seong reported that Ho-jun's heart had weakened. He needed to drain the blood from Chen's heart. He will be forever indebted to her. If she wants, she can take revenge on him. Just don't hurt Ho-jun. In the end, Yu Seong-sung cut Chen's breast and pumped the blood out of her heart. Chen kept talking about how she hated him so much. However, no one noticed another female corpse, because in those days the country was attacked by enemies from the north. Chi-Chi, concerned for Chen's welfare and convinced that she could not leave her alone in such a difficult situation, decided to come to her aid. Through her efforts, Chen tried to bring her sister to reality, realizing the importance of talking about what was going on and possible causes of discontent or worry. She asked her a question about what had happened, implying whether it was possible that Chen was uncomfortable about her relationship with Yu Seong-sung or some other reason. In response to this appeal, the little girl grabbed her hand, showing her sincerity and conviction, and asked her to believe that she didn't think this guy was the right one for her. It was a display of her trust and faith in Chen as a trustworthy and close person. In turn, Chen, interested in further conversation, decided to find out more about the reasons for Yu Seong-sung's rejection, clarifying why he doesn't meet expectations given his high status and coming from a well-to-do family. The little girl is confident that she can find someone better and not settle for a tit for tat. The sister reports that she doesn't understand what Chi-Chi is trying to tell her with this. She's trying to say that Chen should look for another man. Chi-Chi said that when she grows up, she will ask her father to let her choose a husband, and she will choose the best one. He will not be ugly, short, fat, or thin. She will have to take at least 100 men hostage to choose the right husband. At this moment, the emperor and uncle and Mr. Zhao stood at the door and heard all that the little girl was saying. Chen asked her sister about whether people would not judge her behind her back for dating many men. Then Chi-Chi asked a counter-question about why they would judge her. Wouldn't her father be judged for spending time with a lot of women? The third princess reported that Sitsi had provided her with an excellent argument. The little girl suggested that they stay with their father longer and get married as late as possible, since they are their father's only daughters. When they were of marriageable age, they would ask their father to find them handsome husbands, and if their father failed, they could ask their uncle, and if their uncle could not find anyone, they would ask for the first, second, and even the sixth princes. How they wish they were grown up already. The emperor suddenly interjected about them wanting to get married as late as possible, wanting to take many handsome men as concubines or what. Chi-Chi immediately hid her face. Chen asked about what brought him to them. Father lifted the seventh princess by her clothes. She thought about the bad timing of her father's arrival. Lian walked closer to the little girl and asked about what she had just said. Sitsi cried with the words that she would not say such things again and apologized for it. He ordered her to stop crying. The little girl thought about whether this was how her life would end. The emperor asked about what she had done wrong. Chiki replied that she told her sister something she shouldn't have said. Father asked about if that was it, but baby added that she shouldn't talk about boys like that. He asked her to be quiet, and asked about what she had said about boys. The seventh princess whispered that he liked boys. He asked her what she was mumbling about. The little girl said nothing. Then her father asked her what she thought of the deaf, or what. At the same time, Chen was watching all this with thoughts that she should run away. Her father turned to Chen and ordered her to come to him. He reported that he was spoiling them too much. Uncle intervened with a request that he show mercy. Chiki is so small. She was most likely taught this by Ye Chen. She is the one he should punish. This caused the third princess to be shocked. Lian began to reason that the eldest daughter failed to set a good example, and this made sense. He ordered his brother to kneel, after all. He should be punished too. Mr. Zhao served tea to the emperor. Chen looked at her uncle like that, to which he asked about why she was looking at him like that. After all, he was also being punished. At the same time, Chiki asked Chen to let her write off. They wrote letters of apology. After a while, they brought their letters. The first one was Chiki's. Her father read her letter and informed her that her handwriting was terrible, and she also signed as Ye Chen. He informed them to go and get ready for bed. He hoped they wouldn't make similar mistakes again. He even sent his brother. To which Mohan informed that he had spent so much time writing this letter, so his brother should at least read it. Lian got up and informed about his daughters waiting for him to put them to bed. Mohan asked about whether the palace was aware of his absence. Lian asked about him also trying to control his every move or what. To which the ninth prince replied that he is just worried that the officials will get upset when they know about his secret departure from the palace. The emperor replied that he had sneaked out, which is more understandable. Mohan said that kings used to sneak out of the palace to play with young flower girls, but he sneaked out of the palace to visit the temple. He just missed Chiki, I guess. Uncle asked about the fact that if it wasn't true, then why did he react so strongly to Chiki's words? He sees right through him. To which Lian replied that it was none of his business. The emperor liked it better when he didn't care about anything at all. If his brother said one more word, he would make sure he never opened his mouth again. Mohan only laughed. Chiki was in bed and kept thinking that her father was angry again. Better she should just pretend to sleep and that's it. Suddenly he walked in on her and asked about her really sleeping. He kept talking about how she had grown so much since the last time they saw each other. She was taller and had gotten a little fat. Her father asked her about the fact that she really wanted to have lots of men. When she grew up and got married, she would leave him and go far, far away. The little girl wondered if her father was angry because he didn't want to think about her leaving him one day. He clung to her with the words that she had promised that she would not leave him. The baby accurately showed herself to her father and replied that she still promised she wouldn't leave him. He realized that he was awake. Chiki kissed her father on the cheek and explained that she wouldn't leave him even if she got married. She would always live in the palace, so he would have to take care of her. He said she was a liar. The princess asked him to promise her, so he did. Suddenly the sixth prince entered the room, and in accordance with custom, greeted his father. This moment seemed like it should have been filled with the joy and warmth of a meeting, but his father's face reflected emotions far from benevolence, anger, and cruelty. Nevertheless, he also responded to his son's greeting. Chichi, observing what was happening, could not understand the reason for such a negative attitude in her father. She wondered if perhaps his anger was due to the fact that he was soaked or had to wait out the rain. In turn, Shengu turned to her father and decided to find out what had brought him here, suggesting that it might have been some sort of secret visit. His father's answer to this question was a short and unequivocal yes. Lian asked his son to let him know immediately if he was in trouble. He need not behave the same way in the temple as he did in the palace. Shengu asked about whether it was true what he heard that Chiki had given some guy a love letter. The father suggested his daughter tell her brother what happened, and he had things to do. Chiki didn't want him to leave after all. How could she handle her brother alone? The sixth brother sat down beside the little girl and informed her that she could talk, for he was listening to her. Chiki asked about what to tell him. He inquired of her about the fact that she was not going to tell him anything. The little girl immediately gave in, only asking him not to get angry. "I'll have to turn Ye-chen in." The little girl started talking about how this love letter wasn't from her, it was from Sis. She likes him. After a while, Shengu was pouring water. He handed the glass to his sister and asked about what it means that Ye-chen wants to marry Yusong, but he doesn't have the proper status. Lian won't like that. Chi-Chi had to talk so much, so she was thirsty. Sixth bro sat next to her and asked about that guy telling her he was in love with someone else. How did she know so much about him? She choked up at such a question. Chi-Chi can't tell him that she knows all this because she read the novella. The sixth prince, though, is strange, but it's not like he went through reincarnation like her. He wouldn't believe her if he told her the truth. The little girl replied that, "Yusong, he's ugly." She had heard different rumors about him. It seems he was like that since he was born. He has a pointed mouth and cheeks like a monkey, eyes like a rat, and he's also stupid. Shengu asked about what she wanted to say. Chi-Chi took his hands and explained that she and Ye-chen were not right for each other, so she needed to help him. Shengu agreed to help her and blushed a little. It was easy. Usually the sixth prince doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. The little girl realized she was still holding his hands and abruptly let go. The prince announced that she was not marrying him yet, so they should figure out a way to separate them. They would make Ye-chen fall out of love with him. Now it was the little girl who was embarrassed. That's right, she's only 13 years old. When her sister is a teenager, if she still likes that Yusong, she will ask her father to banish him from the country. Shengu asked Chi-Chi how old she was. She said she was 6. Then her brother explained that he had forgotten that she was so young. He thought she was a young lady. The little girl could not believe it because she barely reached his waist. The question from his brother was unexpected and a little strange. How could a 6-year-old girl suddenly talk about husbands and concubines? It inspired some doubts and raised questions about her knowledge and experience, which logically could not have been so developed at such a young age. Stunned by the question, Chi-Chi decided to take advantage of the cover available to her and grabbed a pillow, covering herself with it as if trying to escape the unpleasant conversation. She emphatically stated that she had no idea what it was about, and that she herself had not said anything of the sort, not understanding how this information could have reached her brother. Her brother, not satisfied with the answer, decided to clarify the situation, taking the pillow away from her and asking another question about how many concubines she planned to take. However, his question only caused more confusion and bewilderment to the little girl, who, unexpectedly, replied that she would like to take just one concubine. However, watching her brother's reaction, she suddenly realized that perhaps she should not have said such things. The princess immediately made it known that as long as she had him, she didn't need anyone else. Sheng dropped the pillow and asked about what she had just said. Only she wanted to explain herself as her brother ordered her to shut up. The little girl thought about whether it was his illness again or what. Why he was blushing so red then. He asked her not to say such things, no more talk about concubines and such. She's still too young for such things. To which Chi-Chi replied that he had asked her himself. He picked up the pillow, put her back on the bed and suggested that she go to bed. She didn't understand what was wrong, why he was so angry. After all, she had agreed to all his terms. She lay down on the bed and explained that he had his own room. Shengu turned to her and told her that he was staying there, as he was used to sleeping there after last night. He asked her about her not liking something or what, to which the little girl replied that everything was fine. She snuggled closer to him and added that she liked sleeping with him. Sheng didn't understand. Did this little girl even know what she was talking about? Her brother asked her why, to which the princess replied that he smells so nice. Smells like that, and reached into his pocket. Shengu asked what she was doing. He smells like this candy she got from him. Now the little brother understood why she was acting like that. She wanted the candy. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the little girl grabbed her mouth. Shengu immediately asked what was wrong. He asked her to open her mouth for him to look. She complied with the instruction given to her without objection. The sixth prince made an important statement, concerned that the little girl's milk tooth had begun to wobble, and expressed the opinion that in such a situation, it would be better to refrain from giving her candy so as not to aggravate the problem. In an attempt to resolve the situation on his own, he made the drastic decision to extract the tooth, having prepared himself using the handkerchief he already held in his hand. However, upon hearing his intentions, the little girl decided to express her opinion and point out that there was no need to worry about the trouble it might cause him, and that it was better to just wait for the tooth to fall out on its own. Against his advice, the girl insisted on her opinion and stubbornly refused the procedure. In turn, the prince, seeing her persistence, asked her to return to him. The princess asked that he would not pull out her tooth. The prince replied that he would not, and offered her another candy. She took it with great pleasure. It was butterscotch. Shengu asked her to chew faster. This surprised the little girl a little, for she was so eager to savor it. Finally, she agreed to fulfill her big brother's request. A while later, she noticed that one of her teeth, which had been wobbling for a long time, had finally broken off and was in the palm of her hand, like a little gift from fate giving her a new stage in her life. Shengu, hearing her excited cries, asked her to calm down and stop worrying, considering that everyone else in the house was already asleep and her agitation might disturb their peace. He also comforted her, emphasizing that the situation was nowhere near as catastrophic as she thought. When they finally reached the riverbank where she could take solace in the sight of the water, Shengu addressed her again, this time urging her not to fall into sadness over the loss of her tooth, promising that a new one would grow in soon, and it was only temporary and not worth worrying about. Chiki thought about what he thinks she is sad about the tooth, or what. Yes, she is mad at him for deceiving her. The prince said that he had gone through the same thing when he was little. She would soon grow new molars, and they were so much trouble. He suggested that she should go already. After all, she needed to sleep. Tsitsi decided that this time she would forgive him, but only because he was handsome. The next day, in the dining room, the little girl kept holding on to the sore spot where the tooth had fallen out. Chen reported that she had heard that her sister's tooth had fallen out. Chi-Chi replied that it didn't matter because Big Brother had taken all her candy. Chen couldn't believe that she had taken all her candy again. Wang Daju extended his hand towards the little girl and asked her to guess what he had in his hand. If she could correctly guess what the item was, he promised to give it to her. Without hesitation, Chi-Chi called out the answer. Candy. That was the correct answer. The little girl asked about where he got the taffy. The kid replied that he earned them by sweeping the stairs in the temple. If she wanted more taffy, he could work some more. Shengu approached from the back and asked about what she had in her hand. The little girl happily replied that Wang Daju had given her the taffy. In one deft move, the little brother took them from her. Now they were his. He inquired if she wanted more taffy, but after learning that she had lost a tooth, he recommended that she switch to tofu or other softer foods. They had some cleaning to do at the temple, so she would have to hurry up with the food. Chi-Chi felt her emotions approaching the brink of tears. After finishing their lunch break, they moved to the third floor of the building. Chi-Chi talked about how they had taken away her candy, and now they were also giving her a task. Wang Daju replied that the sixth prince did that for her, and he could clean up for the two of them. The little girl replied that although she was aware of her small physical form, she was still eager to help in her own strength. The boy noted that she was not small, probably paying attention to her age. He lifted her up on his shoulders and explained that if she sat on his shoulders, she could dust there. There was a cobweb. She commanded which side Wang Daju should go to so that it would be clean. They heard her shouting and telling her to go away. The two of them carefully looked out to see who was there. There was the sixth prince and a girl talking about how they should clean together. Wang asked about the fact that it wasn't her brother, to which the little girl replied that he talked so rudely to the girl that she wasn't surprised. The guy asked if she wanted to say hello to him. Chi-Chi explained that she didn't, and besides, he took her candy. Sheng noticed the edge of Chi-Chi's clothes. That girl talked about how she loved him since they started studying together. She arrived there just to see him. The girl asks him to let her admire him from afar. That's all she wants. Sheng already wanted to leave to Chi-Chi, but the girl kept talking about how she has loved him for so long since she was Shunyi and wanted to touch him. The sixth prince ordered her not to touch him and took her hand away. He asked her about her love for him. She replied that she might not be good enough to be his wife, but she would be happy as a concubine. He still asked about whether she was sure it was him she was really in love with. She didn't understand what the man meant. Wang asked Chi-Chi what was the matter. Was it because she saw her brother talking to another girl? He replied that no, that's not the case. It doesn't bother her. She's upset because, but here's the truth. She didn't know why. Because Shenggu didn't do anything wrong. The little girl continued to diligently wipe the dust. She made it known that she just didn't want to see him. In fact, she had other brothers. She approached Name and expressed her interest whether it was fair to assume that he still had some candy left or not anymore. Wang Daju gave her a candy and informed her that she would get a toothache after all. To which the princess replied that it had nothing to do with the candy, her milk teeth would fall out anyway. He got up from the floor and added that he didn't understand her sometimes, and said he was going to get some clean water. Chi-Chi looked around and saw that there were a lot of military books. She was willing to bet that Big Brother would want to read them. Now realizing this, the little girl didn't understand why she was thinking about him again. He stole her candy. She should stop thinking about him. The princess saw a familiar book. It was the 4 national military strategies. She was sure she could reach it. But suddenly someone took the book. The little girl turned to thank him, but saw the 6th prince in front of her. A picture was forming in her mind that he was busy cleaning the stairs with a certain girl, blatantly ignoring her presence. In response to her bewilderment and irritation, he decided to show his displeasure by beginning to literally knock her on the head with words, pointing out her indifference or inattention to his presence. Noticing her irritation, Sheng approached her and asked her what had hurt or angered her so much. The little girl, answering his question, confirmed that she was indeed feeling resentment. Showing his manners and respect for her feelings, he apologized to her for inadvertently causing her irritation. Tsitsi then intervened and expressed her decision, sending him off to continue his cleaning job on other floors, perhaps to avoid further misunderstandings at the current location. He took her candy, made her lose her first milk tooth, and also that girl almost drooled on him, and then he shows up at her place to help her get a book. Shenggu is a terrible person. The prince informed her that he was in no hurry to get anywhere, and then asked about the book she wanted to get. The little girl asked him to give it to her. Looking at the title, he asked her about this book she wanted to give him, or what. The little girl reached out to pick it up with the words that she wanted to give it to someone else. He did not stop talking, and continued to question who exactly the subject was. His response was to inform him that it was about someone other than him. Shenggu asked about the fact that she wanted to give that book to Wang Daju. She liked him better than him or what, and threw that book on the floor. He concluded that she has enough fearful brothers around her. It seems like she doesn't need him. Tsitsi thought about the fact that he heard everything she said then or what. The little girl replied that she didn't mean it. Then the prince asked her about what she meant. She likes someone else. Since she doesn't want to call him Big Brother, she doesn't want to give him a book. Then the 7th princess replied that she likes him. She only wants him. He turned around and walked away, adding that he would do as she said. Chiki saw that he was angry. But except it was her who was angry with him, then why did he have the upper hand? At the temple, her father informed Chen that he forgives her this time, but she shouldn't do it again. Chen agreed. She would never write love letters again. Many scrolls were brought to the emperor. Leon informed his daughter that she could go to dinner. Mr. Zhao wanted to explain himself, but Leon interrupted him and told him that he had said he wanted to see how people lived, so he would just wear simple clothes. He asked them why they had brought so many imperial scrolls. Mr. Zhao said that they were important documents. They were the reason why the coachman was driving the horses so hard. The emperor slammed his foot on the table. The lord begged for mercy. Lian asked about where his brother was. He ordered them to send for him. The lord reported that he had left the temple early in the morning. He wanted to walk among the people. The emperor took one scroll and spoke of how he could see that his brother was actually leading a life of celebration. Lian ordered Mr. Zhao that if he decided to return, he would not open the door for him, and if he decided to climb over the wall, he would break his legs. Suddenly, a little girl entered the room, turning to her father, who was at that moment busy with his business. Mr. Zhao, hearing her voice, announced that the seventh princess had come, and hence he had better go to her. She appeared to want to know something from him, perhaps about his busyness or his mood. To the little girl's question as to what he was busy with, her father replied that he was free at the moment and ready to hear her out. She could come in and address him with any questions or requests she had. To this, the little girl replied in the affirmative, confirming that she had already taken care of her dinner, and then added that she had one request she wanted to make or discuss with him, probably something important or of concern to her. Chi-Chi was asking her father's permission to take part in a treasure hunt. The little girl explained that the poetry hunt is a spring trip that lasts 2 days and 1 night in the mountains behind Jingfang Temple. All students are required to go there, but because Chi-Chi is too young, Qin's mentor told her to ask her father for permission. The emperor informed that he already knows about this trip, but the forest behind the mountains is so thick, even though they work in pairs, they need to bring 10 poems, and it is not safe. The little girl promised her father that she could do it. When Lian asked why she was so insistent on going there, she only nodded affirmatively. Yes, she did want to go there very badly indeed. Her father had expressed concern about the wild beasts in the mountains and asked if she was afraid. Chi-Chi, despite the warnings, insisted and said she had no fear, for she could climb trees. Her determination was unbreakable. The little girl asked her father for his permission to go, smiling, replied that she was too stubborn, and he had no power to refuse her. He agreed, but advised her not to overexert herself and to always be on the lookout. The princess, despite her own fears and doubts, agreed to her father's demands. The emperor said that it was late and her sister must be waiting for her. She should come to the forest the next morning. She agreed. As soon as the little girl came out, he turned to Mr. Zhao and ordered him to increase the number of guards in the forest. It is necessary to protect the seventh princess. Chen asked her sister about the fact that she would really take part in the treasure hunt. Chi-Chi replied that yes, and asked her sister the same question. The third princess said that she would not participate. She had already come to the temple twice, but had never participated in the hunt. Chi-Chi, stunned by what was happening, decided to express her surprise and asked the reason why. In response to Chi-Chi's question, Chen, gathering her courage, approached the little girl's ear, as if divulging strictly secret information, and revealed a secret. The forest is haunted by ghosts, their being present in the dark corners and inner depths of the place. However, Chi-Chi, who had a more skeptical view of the world, found it difficult to believe such claims, remaining skeptical of mystical explanations. The third princess, who happened to be close to where this dialogue was taking place, decided to intervene in the conversation and end the discussion by covering Chi-Chi's mouth and calling for silence. In spite of this, Chi-Chi was not going to be silent, continuing to insist on her point, and sheltered under the blanket, continued to voice her doubts and questions. She recalled the scary story her uncle had told at the barbecue in the forest, insisting that there was a grain of truth to the story and it couldn't just be dismissed as pure fiction or folklore. There used to be ghosts on the mountain, and so a monk was sent to exorcise them. On his way up the mountain, he met a woman. Chi-Chi asked about the monk falling in love with her or what. Chen answered with a fair amount of tension in her voice, stating that no, she was not alone here. She asserted that she was the wife of a hunter who had gone hunting for deer, and that her place was to wait for his return, hoping for a favorable outcome to this dangerous enterprise. Thereupon the little girl inquired afterward what happened afterward. What was the outcome of the waiting? The monk, showing concern for the woman's safety in the wilderness, concluded that leaving her alone in the forest was a risky endeavor, so he decided to support her and stay by her side, sharing her anticipation and anxiety. Despite the 7-day wait, the hunter's return never came, leaving Chen and the monk with a heavy burden of uncertainty and disappointment. And Chiki, paying attention to her sister's words and the persistence of her convictions, penetrated to the heart of what she said, realizing that the story she was telling was imbued with deep meaning and carried grief and tragedy. Chen, with an exhausted expression on her face, insisted that the 8th day spent in the monk's abode had turned into an unbearably long wait. She turned to ask the woman why her husband had still not returned, given that it had already been 8 days since he had left. In response to the monk's question, Sister Chen asked for a guess as to how the little girl's response had been given and continued her story, emphasizing that the woman had slowly turned to answer him. Suddenly, Tsitsi intervened in the conversation, whose voice rang with a mysterious tinge as she informed, on behalf of the woman, that she had already been waiting for her husband for as long as 200 years, but he had never returned, leaving her alone and waiting. Chiki's words pierced Chen to the core, and the sudden terror made her shrink into a tiny ball, her body trembling with fear like a tree trunk burned by leaves in a dark and ominous forest, devoid of light and hope. Chiki, seeing Chen's reaction, couldn't hold back her laughter, and said that she had heard this story before when she was a little girl herself. However, Chen did not quell her fears, and remarked that she still felt small and helpless. The little girl, still unsettled, continued to recount the horrors she had heard from the old woman's mouth, adding that it wasn't the first time she had heard the story, claiming it was in her previous life. Once again, gripped by fear, Chen almost cried. However, the 7th princess, seeing her condition, promised that she would not scare her with such stories again, suggesting that they go on a treasure hunt together to take her mind off her dark thoughts. Thank you, viewers, subscribers, for everything. Don't forget the opportunity to express your appreciation. Give me a like and subscribe to my channel, as your support means a lot to me. Thank you. While you're enjoying this content, it's worth mentioning that I'm already busy creating new exciting content that will be coming soon to the channel. Stay tuned for more updates. Wishing you a wonderful day. Chiki and the 3rd princess were determined to go treasure hunting together tomorrow, the morning of the next day. The following actions were taking place behind the mountains. It was announced that we should move in groups of 2. People who drew the same number would pair up. Chiki drew the number 26, but her loyal friend drew the number 13. Apparently, she'll have to break up for a while. Chiki thought that it would be great if the mentor would make an exception and let them be a couple for the emperor's sister. She was approached by the 6th brother. Chiki didn't mind being paired with him since this brother can grill kebabs well. He stated he has number 26 as well, and was happy to be paired with Chiki. Shengu noticed this. He was not happy to see the 6th brother together with Chiki. Chiki noticed this. She saw that Shengu was angry with him. He hadn't calmed down yet. Shengu approached her and asked about why she wasn't wearing bandages. Chichi didn't understand why she should wear them. However, Shengu warned that they would soon have to climb a mountain. How could they climb with such wide clothing without bandages? The horror. When Shengu asked about supplies, Chichi said that her supplies were at Yuanshan's sister's house. Shengu was not happy about this. He asked Chiki to run to her sister and get her food. She obeyed her clever brother. Meanwhile, the sisters were discussing the student who cleaned yesterday with the 6th prince was so scared that she went crazy when she came back. This girl heard that she keeps saying she sees ghosts and all sorts of other weird and scary things. Today she was sent back. Chiki didn't know what those sisters were talking about. The 3rd princess brought Chiki her supplies. She stated that she couldn't find Chiki until now. Chiki was happy to see her friend, and then asked her if she had heard of a student who sees ghosts. The 3rd princess was puzzled. Chiki explained that it was a student who confessed to her 6th brother yesterday when they were cleaning together. In turn, Her girlfriend explained that she had heard that that girl had gone crazy while she was still cleaning. There was such a sudden illness. But that's not surprising. Chiki's brother didn't get along with anyone at all, she thought. Who knows? He might pretend to be a ghost and run around scaring people around. Shengu came in and was angry with Chiki. After all, taking his supplies didn't mean chatting for long. The foreman announced to the students about the event that lasts for 2 days and 1 night. He asked them to start heading off with their companions to the mountains to search for poetry. Shengu picked up Chiki and led the way. She in turn said goodbye to her friend, barely making it. The third princess asked Shengu to take care of Chichi. It was afternoon in the mountain trail. The sixth brother was walking at a very fast pace, and Chiki couldn't keep up with him. She had short legs and really couldn't keep up with him. Her temperament was slower, and she tried not to lose sight of Shengu, following him as much as she could. Shengu didn't understand which brother he was talking about. This misunderstanding caused some confusion, but Chiki did not insist, preferring not to inflame the conflict. Chiki clearly knew that this was Sheng's way of showing his resentment towards her. It was a feeling she couldn't ignore, but she decided to approach him with understanding and openness. She asked him not to be angry. That wasn't what she had meant yesterday at all. Truth be told, she didn't know how it happened. This request was a manifestation of her desire to resolve the misunderstanding and restore harmony in their relationship. Shengu wanted to know the reason for this action and planned to listen to his sister. For her part, Chiki stated that there were reasons she couldn't tell him. It's like saying. When she saw that student approaching him, it made her feel a little sad. This confession remained a mystery to Shengu, but he respected her right to privacy and inviolability. Shengu stated that since she couldn't explain it, he wouldn't question her further. He wanted her to tell him when she was mature enough. His decision showed his respect for her personal boundaries and his understanding that some things can only be discussed at the right time. Chichi kept calling Shengu her brother, but he asked her not to. He believed she had another real brother. This moment reflected their individual views on family relationships and ties, but it didn't cloud their mutual understanding. It was like jealousy, suggesting that the couple might be in love with each other. Tsitsi clarified that she didn't mean that. She said that he was her only older brother. This clarification cleared up the misunderstanding between them, allowing them to stay connected and build trust in each other. Shengu asked if she realized how serious her words were. Chichi hesitated for a moment, but she understood everything. Shengu didn't understand his little sister at all at times. He didn't know if she was really stupid or if she was just pretending. For her part, Chiki said that she understands the difference between the terms friend and ally. She added that he was very important to her. These words were her sincere acknowledgement of the importance of his presence and support in their trials together. Shengu took his sister in his arms and explained that a few sweet words would not buy his forgiveness. His tone was stern, but inside his heart, his feelings for his little sister still flowed despite their bickering. Chichi understood everything, and she also understood that Shengu was no longer angry with her. This reaction brought her relief, knowing that their bond remained strong even after misunderstandings. Shengu realized that they were in a dangerous place. He decided to go scouting and asked Chiki to wait for him at the same spot. His decision was a deliberate one, and he did it for their mutual safety, showing concern for his younger sister before taking any drastic steps. At the same time, finding something to eat for his little sister who was already hungry. In turn, he asked his sister to look for clues regarding the treasure. Chichi understood her task. Before leaving, Sheng kissed his sister's forehead, thus causing cuteness. This gentle gesture reminded them of their strong bond and brought warmth and security to the hearts of both of them. He left and asked her the same thing, that she should not go anywhere. Chiki obeyed. Her heart was full of trust in her older brother, and she resolutely agreed to his request, promising to stay put until he returned. The sun was already setting over the horizon, and Shengu did not return. He had been gone for a long time. A shadow of anxiety enveloped Chiki as she stood there, looking at the falling rays of the sun with no word from her brother. Chiki thought of bad things, that perhaps her brother had stumbled upon a wild beast. Her thoughts were filled with anxiety and worry for his safety, and she prayed that he would return unharmed, or perhaps that her older brother had decided to leave her here alone. The thought pierced through her, causing mixed feelings of worry and resentment. She couldn't understand why he would do such a thing, and she felt abandoned and hurt. Rustling was heard in the bushes. The little girl was frightened. She realized that if it was a predator, she wouldn't be able to hide in the tree. After all, she didn't know how to climb trees. Her heart began to beat harder when she realized that she could be in a dangerous situation without protection. It was Big Brother with the fish. He had startled her. The sight of him evoked mixed emotions, relief that it was just him, and annoyance at him for his act. She looked at him with displeasure, but was also relieved that she wasn't alone in the woods. The little girl was crying, for her older brother had scared her by being late and leaving her alone. She thought the wolves had eaten him. Her tears were mixed because of fear and resentment. She felt betrayed and cheated, but sought comfort in the thought that he was now by her side. Sheng asked about the wolves that Chiki had said could eat a man. His surprise was evident, for not a trace of these wolves could be seen in the neighborhood. He expressed his embarrassment by mentioning that Chiki had no fear when she was kidnapped, but now shuddered at the thought of wolves. Shengu was sure that this was strange and ambiguous. Regardless, Shengu shared his findings, clues, and a couple of fish he had caught. Chiki was happy to hear about the fish and expressed her admiration. Offering Chiki to wait for him at the spot, Shengu decided to go get firewood. However, she refused and preferred to go along with him. They continued on their way, accompanied by the noise of the forest and the rustle of leaves under their feet, like familiar melodies accompanying them on their journey. Shengu turned to Chichi, asking her a question about her comfort. He wanted to know if she was cold in this place. Being attentive to her comfort was a sign of his care and consideration for her well-being in this unfamiliar place for them. Tsitsi, in response to his question, stated that she was not cold. Her answer was calm, and she looked confident. This expression of confidence reflected her determination to handle any challenges that might arise in their adventure. After that, Chiki moved on to another topic, asking about the fate of that unfortunate girl they had heard about. Her curiosity about the fate of others was a manifestation of her concern for the people around her, and her desire to better understand the world around her, even in the face of unexpected events. Shengu was interested in the matter and asked what Chiki had heard. He was curious as to what could be known about such events. When Chiki shared her insights, Shengu went even further, suggesting that she imagined that she herself had become the object of fear. Chiki responded to Shengu's words by claiming that she did not experience fear. Her voice sounded confident, as if she was trying to convince him of this. Shengu expressed his displeasure, noting that he didn't like it when someone got too close, regardless of their intentions. This made Chichi think for a moment. Observant and attentive, Tsitsi noticed that Shengu always tried to keep his distance from other people. She concluded that perhaps he was experiencing loneliness. She speculated that Shengu probably cries often when he dreams about something frightening or disturbing. The next morning, upon waking up and finding that Shengu had already left, Chichi felt uneasy. She looked around, expecting to see his familiar figure, but he was gone. At that moment, it was clear to her that a new part of their adventure had begun, and she felt mixed feelings of joy at the anticipation of new discoveries and anxiety for his safety. She had just seen a black shadow, and she was not amused at all. Under the influence of the night's silence and darkness, which emphasized loneliness and uncertainty, even the most ordinary objects seemed unfamiliar and a little frightening to her. This moment led to the realization that their situation might be more complicated and dangerous than she had thought. Shengu turned to Chichi, asking if she was awake. His question was full of curiosity, for the night was quiet and peaceful. The light and easy attitude of the night reflected his calmness and confidence that they would be able to handle any difficulties that might arise. Chiki, upon hearing his voice, addressed him as an older brother. Her words sounded cheerful and playful, as if she was trying to cheer him up. This moment emphasized their close relationship and ability to support each other in difficult moments. Shenggu then suggested that Qi go wash by the stream while they searched for the treasure. His determination was evident when he proposed this plan. Qi, examining the trail, expressed her opinion that it looked unusually new and untraveled. She was sure they would find some clues here. Approaching the tethered rabbit, Qi questioned its presence. Shenggu, answering her question, asked her to try to guess. His words sounded cryptic. Qi speculated that Shenggu, returning from fishing, might have tied the rabbit to this path to mark his way. She expressed her thoughts, thinking it was a clever move. When Shenggu expressed his approval of the idea, Qi continued her observations. She noticed a pile of dirt that was a different color from the rest. This led her to the conclusion that it could be a clue. Delighted by the discovery, Qi exclaimed, turning to Shenggu. Her words sounded full of admiration, and she eagerly waited to solve the mystery. As she approached the next discovery, Qi continued to express her appreciation. She supported and encouraged herself and Shenggu, ready to explore further. Concluding her observations, Qi made the assumption that Shenggu had purposely left these clues behind so that she could find them herself. This thought only fueled her determination and encouraged her to search. Qi noticed the bright moon and dim stars, expressing her musings aloud. Shenggu suggested that it might be a hint to watch out for shadows when traveling. In expressing her thoughts, Tsitsi said that she did not find the hunt too difficult. She argued that the clues should be clear and accessible to young children. Noting the bright moon, dim stars, and crows and magpies flying south, Qi suggested heading south. Shenggu agreed with her idea, finding it made sense. Seeing that time was running out, Shenggu offered to hurry, and even offered to support Qi to speed up their movement. When noon came, Qi decided to move south, confident that it would be their salvation. She inquired about the possibility of testing her hypothesis. Shenggu expressed his misgivings about entering the cave, deeming it too dangerous. He asked Qi if she wanted to enter. Thinking back to past events, Qi recalled a conversation with her father where he asked her if she was afraid of wild animals. She proudly stated that she had no fear. Without dwelling on her decisions, Qi reaffirmed her willingness to move forward. Her words sounded resolute, and she showed no signs of hesitation. In response to her determination, Sheng promised to protect her with his life. He asked her if she felt fear. She admitted that she was afraid, but said she wasn't so much when he was around. Qi expressed her confidence in Shenggu and acknowledged that his presence calmed her. This supported her decision to continue the journey with him. Shenggu discovered a torch indicating that someone had been in this place before them. This made him uneasy and confused. He began to look around the surrounding area, trying to find any signs of other people's presence or possible threats. Inviting Qi to follow him, Shenggu asked her to let him know if she got scared. Qi, however, responded negatively to his question, claiming that she had no fear. Her determined tone and confidence served as support in this difficult situation. Suddenly, something terrible and incomprehensible happened. It confused and frightened Qi. Shenggu also felt a strange sense of uncertainty and sudden tension, but he tried to remain calm so as not to panic in front of Qi. Qi, finding herself in an unknown place, fearfully expressed her fears and concerns. She suspected that they had been kidnapped. Her voice sounded anxious, but her older brother wasn't around. Some strange people were talking. They were bandits. They were having fun together, their jokes and laughter filling the air. But underneath all that atmosphere, Qi felt a bit uneasy. Qi assumed that they had been kidnapped by mountain bandits. Her musings were filled with bewilderment and fear of the unknown. She questioned herself about what would happen next and how they would manage to get out of this situation. Suddenly, however, she realized that her older brother Shenggu had come to save her. His appearance brought hope and relief to her heart. Qi felt secure, knowing that he was here to help her. Shenggu walked over to her and released her hands from the restraints. His actions were calm and decisive, which reinforced her faith in his ability to protect her. In his eyes, she saw determination and willingness to fight, which gave her strength and confidence for the future. The brigand's words, mentioning Vizier Gyeongsong's children and their intention to obtain gold, made Chiki uneasy. She thought about the possible dangers they faced, pondering how they could deal with such a threat. One of the brigands tried to reassure them, stating that he was monitoring the situation. His words were filled with confidence, but to Chiki and Shengu, it was a reminder of the seriousness of their situation, that even with apparent safety, danger could always be near. Chi asked Shengu what to do next, wanting to understand what steps they should take. Shengu suggested staying still and trying to figure out how many enemies were nearby, demonstrating his willingness to prevent a possible threat. In her musings, Chiki asked Shengu how he managed to get rid of the ropes. He replied that they didn't let themselves get caught, but Chiki wondered, "You ran away? Why did you come back?" This question, arising from the unexpectedness and strangeness of the situation, continued to occupy her mind. Assuming that Shengu had returned to help her, Chiki confirmed her thoughts out loud. Shengu only confirmed her words without making any comment, which only strengthened her confidence. Chiki continued her musings, asking if this was indeed the case. However, Shengu interrupted her with the words, "fool," perhaps expressing his displeasure, which disturbed her relaxed state. One of the bandits asked if Chiki and Shengu were awake. Our guys realized that they were already in danger and needed to act faster and more carefully, weighing their every action and word. Kiki, frightened, realized that she had been spotted and in a panic asked her older brother to leave, but found that he had already disappeared, leaving her alone with the bandits, which only increased her anxiety and worry. When the robber approached Tsitsi, she was frightened, but was able to question his intentions and state that she had no money, trying to understand what he was going to do. The bandit calmed her down by stating that he did not need her money and asked her to just wait at the location, making it clear that he had other goals and that money was not his main interest. He then threateningly warned that if her guardians didn't have the money, she would die, leaving her anxious and uncertain, threatening Chiki and filling the situation with tension. Shengu, noticing that Chiki was alarmed, began to make a plan, realizing that the situation was serious and required a quick and effective solution. Chiki noticed that the bun was soft, unlike the previous one she had been given when she was kidnapped, and made an assumption about its origin. Shengu agreed with her, adding that it seemed prepared especially for them. They discussed that the area in question was for scavenger hunts, and that the guards were to keep her safe. However, the question arose as to how the bandits had managed to sneak in here with such a supply of fresh food, which struck them as odd. Both realized it was part of the game, and Shengu decided to follow instructions. Chiki supported his decision, finding his plan remarkable. They reviewed the plan and found it promising. It made them optimistic and confident in their abilities, and they saw potential and the prospect of success in it. Tsitsi asked for a break, citing stomach pain. She claimed that she needed to visit the restroom, giving herself an opportunity for rest and reflection. And in reality, it was their plan that she decided to put into action. The bandit showed annoyance and asked what had happened. Expressing his displeasure at what was happening, he was beginning to feel irritated at the sudden pause and delay. Chiki offered to tell him what had happened, but only if he came closer to her. She used this moment as a way to draw him into proximity for further interaction and fulfillment of her plan. Shengu warned the bandit not to move if he wanted to preserve his life, asserting his power and control over the situation. He appreciated Shengu's strength, realizing that he was squeezing his wrist with tremendous force and realizing that he was blocked by his movements, admiring his physical power and skill. In his mind, the latter could not believe what was happening, realizing that he was stranded under the control of a strong opponent, feeling powerless before his opponent's strength. The bandit noticed some talent in Sheng and expressed his appreciation, emphasizing his skill and experience in managing difficult situations, as well as strength despite his young age. Shengu realized that an ordinary kidnapper should not have had the knowledge of blocking his movements, which caused him to wonder and wonder who might have been behind it. The bandit turned his attention to Shengu, noticing his appraising look, and urged him not to be surprised and not to try to run away, emphasizing his power and control over the situation. Shengu concluded that having lured them here, the bandits were hunting them, and made an attempt to take the map so that they could leave the place, showing determination and eagerness to free themselves. Shengu then ordered the bandits to hand over the map, intending to leave this place with Chi-Chi, showing his confidence and willingness to act to save them. The bandit claims that Shengu is the sixth prince and recognizes his unusual abilities, noting his young genius and acknowledging his outstanding qualities. Chi-Chi expresses surprise and joy that their assumptions were correct, showing his satisfaction at the confirmation of the guesses. The bandit announces that he has no map and explains that his only duty is to guard Shengu, revealing his role in what is happening. Chi-Chi asks who has the map then, implying that someone must have it, raising the question of who might have the necessary information. The bandit apologizes to Shengu, saying that he can't tell him the map's whereabouts, and asks him not to tie him up because he has already guessed the solution to the riddle, choosing to leave. Shengu plans to continue playing the role of the outlaw once the rest of the group wakes up to maintain his disguise. Chi-Chi ponders the rabbits she sees and notices that they are similar to the ones her older brother used as landmarks. It occurs to her that the bandits may have fished out all the rabbits in the mountains, and without a map, it will be difficult to find her way out of here. Chi-Chi decides to ask the bandit a question about the rabbits, asking if he likes them. The bandit admits that he loves rabbits, to which Chi-Chi offers to pet them. He agrees, but warns to be careful as the rabbits are afraid of strangers, expressing his affection for the animals. Tsitsi warns the brigand that they may be charming if he does not provide them with a map, showing his willingness to use any means to achieve his goal. Tsitsi expresses her threat by saying that she will strangle one of the rabbits right now if it is not provided with a map, showing the seriousness of her intentions. She continues her threat by saying that she will turn the rabbit into soup, emphasizing her determination and willingness to go to extreme lengths to achieve her goals. The robber is outraged and asks how she can be so cruel, expressing his bewilderment at her threat. But at the last moment before Chi-Chi begins to carry out her threat, the bandit agrees to give them the map in exchange for her letting the rabbit go, showing an immediate willingness to compromise. Chi-Chi offers a deal to the bandit. He will give her the map, and she will give him the rabbit, trying to find a solution that would satisfy all parties. Shengu confirms that he understands the situation and agrees to go along, confirming his willingness to continue the journey and actions. Chi-Chi thanks Shengu for offering to take the rabbits with her if they get hungry, expressing her appreciation for his concern. She politely declines the offer, stating that she does not want to take other people's things, and again expresses her gratitude to Shengu for his kindness. Shengu responds by expressing his sincere gratitude to Chi-Chi for her loyalty and devotion, understanding her reluctance to take other people's possessions. Chi-Chi admits that she learned such tricks because of Shengu, emphasizing his important role in her training and skill development. Shengu, in his usual joking style, retrospectively asks Chi-Chi if she used the skills he taught her to blackmail rabbits. Chi-Chi laughs and admits that although she did use the skills she learned, she did so for creative purposes and in no way intended to kill animals. Shengu, expressing his pride, thanks Chi-Chi for saving him, emphasizing the significance of her actions and their interaction in a difficult situation. In response to Chi-Chi's assurance that she will always protect him, Shengu, maintaining his jocularity, remarks that perhaps he doesn't need to, alluding to his own strength and skills in dealing with adversity. Shengu urges to keep moving and look for a way out while it is still light, emphasizing the need to act and use the available time to their advantage. Chi-Chi asks Shengu to wait and catch fish for her. She also shows interest in fruit and addresses Shengu as an older brother. Shengu promises to collect the fruit and also warns Chi-Chi to stay and keep the fire going and stay out of the water. Chi-Chi offers to help with catching fish to make efficient use of his time. Shengu jokingly responds to Chi-Chi's words by doubting her strength, but Chi-Chi claims that she has muscles and is a strong woman. Shengu ends by asking what Chiki can do with her small hands, to which she replies that she can still catch fish. Shengu strictly forbade Chiki from going near the water, making sure she understood him. He promised not to move and was sure she would stay put. Shengu then asked Chiki to promise him to stay put and wait for his return, to which she responded positively. After his return, Shengu asked Chiki if she had gone near the water in his absence, to which she claimed that she had stayed put the entire time. Shengu decided to check Chiki's hands to make sure she hadn't gone near the water, but she surprisingly asked why he would do that, offering instead to show him the fruit she had picked. Shengu asked Chiki to show him her hands, expressing his demanding nature. He then expressed his disappointment, thinking that Chiki hadn't moved from her spot, and she suggested that if she had said she had caught a crab on land, he would have believed her. Shengu persisted in demanding to see her hands, while Chiki admitted that she had indeed gone down into the water disobeying his instructions and was willing to accept the punishment. At this time, Chiki began to worry that Shengu might have punished her for her act. Otherwise, why would he want her hands? Chiki assured Shengu that she would not lie anymore and would follow his instructions, asking him not to be angry with her, in response to which he remarked that she didn't even realize what she had done wrong. Shengu decided to take care of Chiki, providing her with fruit and urging her to eat it all before resting. He promised to watch over her, showing care and attention to her well-being. However, Chiki suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach and could not hide her distress by exclaiming about it. This sudden discomfort disrupted their plans for the night and raised Shengu's alarm. Shengu instantly reacted to the problem by urgently asking Chiki what had happened and what was bothering her. His immediate response indicated his willingness to provide help and support in a difficult situation. Chiki pointed out the pain in her abdomen, and Shengu advised her to stay still so that he could examine the situation in more detail and possibly administer first aid. This moment emphasizes Shengu's concern for Chiki's health and comfort during the problems that arose. Shengu concluded that perhaps Chiki had caught a cold due to the cold April weather, and advised her not to exert herself too much so as not to worsen her condition. His concern for her was clearly evident, which only strengthened the bond between them. He suggested that Zitzi probably enjoyed her time in the water, considering it was an amazing pastime. Asking why she was now taking cover, he expressed his curiosity and desire to understand what had happened. Chiki explained that she probably shouldn't have gotten into the water, and Shengu noted that her illness probably made her refrain from rash actions. This exchange of words showed that they were both concerned about each other's health. Chiki expressed her regret to Shengu, calling herself a burden. Her words reflected her tendency to be self-critical and her desire not to be a burden to others, but Shengu probably did not share this view of her. Shengu, turning to Chiki, assured her that she was not a burden to him. His words sounded sincere and comforting, filling her heart with hope and peace of mind. Chiki expressed her regrets again, emphasizing that without her help, Shengu might have long since gotten out of the mountain labyrinth. She sincerely wished him good luck and success in his endeavors. Shengu shared his outlook on life, expressing the idea that winning is not the only important thing in life. His words reflected a deep understanding of the value of experiences, lessons, and the very process of striving for a goal. Chiki commented on Shengu's words, noting that he only participated in the competition for the sake of winning. Her observation pointed to his passion for achieving his goal and his determination to move steadily forward, even if it required sacrifice and perseverance. Shengu shared his thought that if you never stop to savor the moment, you can miss out on the beautiful things around you. For him, it is more important to appreciate every moment of life than to think only about winning. Immersed in thought, Chiki thought about her older brother, feeling that he had a stubbornness and wisdom that she admired. Her thoughts delved into his philosophy and attitude towards life, which she found interesting and inspiring. Turning Chiki's attention to the sunset, Shengu invited her to enjoy the beauty of the sunset. They both stopped to fully appreciate this moment of nature, which turned out to be enchanting and peaceful. Chi-Chi expressed her gratitude to Shengu for his support and faith in her, feeling that his presence and words always lifted her spirits and inspired her to accomplish new things. Her words sounded sincere and warm. In response to Chi-Chi's words, Shengu responded modestly, shying away from praise and noting that supporting and being by Chi-Chi's side was always natural to him, as he always strived to be there for her in difficult moments. As they neared the end of their treasure hunting trip, Shengu approached Chi-Chi, asking if her stomach was still bothering her, expressing concern for her well-being. Chi-Chi replied that she no longer felt any concern, indicating that her condition had improved. Chen noticed that her loyal friend Chi-Chi had yet to join them. She had managed to miss her during this time. Chen, upon discovering Chi-Chi, expressed her joy, noticing her return after her absence. Her enthusiastic announcement of Chi-Chi's return indicated that her presence in the group was long awaited and appreciated. Amid Chi-Chi's joyful return to Chen's group, their meeting emphasized the unity and friendship between them. Chi-Chi expressed concern about the condition of Chen's leg, suggesting that it may have been attacked by a bear or trapped. Chi-Chi's sixth brother revealed that the princess had stopped the kidnappers, surely taking care of her. Chi-Chi expressed shock, suggesting that Chen had broken her leg when the kidnappers tried to attack them. Her reaction reflected care and concern for her friend's well-being. The sixth brother clarified that Chen had simply tripped over a rock as they were leaving the cave, thus causing a minor injury. Chen expressed her displeasure at Shengu telling Chi-Chi part of the events. Her reaction reflected a desire to control information about herself and her actions, and to remain the center of Chi-Chi's attention. Chi-Chi questioned how they had become so close, handing something to Shengu. Shengu noted that there had been a lot of changes in 2 days. The host announced that they had several candidates to win, noting that most couldn't make it past the kidnapper stage. But these 6 survivors had set an example of wisdom and courage. The presenter announced that the winners would receive tickets to the Lantern Festival, pointing to the bags and ordering them to return the next day before morning classes began. On the main street, Chi-Chi mentioned that she had heard that under the temple in the area was free to walk around at night, and that it was usually crowded. Chen wondered what was good to eat here. Chi-Chi replied that rabbit dishes were famous here and that she was going to eat her fill. The mention of delicious local dishes whetted the friends' interest and appetite, adding to the atmosphere of adventure and discovery. Tsitsi discovered a famous restaurant and suggested that we all go there together. Her initiative in organizing a common time and space emphasized her desire to spend time with her friends and create enjoyable and memorable moments. Chi-Chi inquired about the condition of Chen's leg and asked if she needed help. Chen assured that she was fine and that she was already feeling better thanks to Kyung's excitement. This moment emphasized the care and attention between the friends, showing their willingness to support each other in any situation. Chi-Chi asked a question about Kyung and inquired about what was going on between them. Chen asked in surprise what the discussion was about. The opportunity to openly discuss the relationship between the princesses revealed their inner world and added a dramatic element to their story. Chi-Chi expressed his observations about how he felt about Chen. Chen claimed that it had always been like brother and sister between them, and she didn't understand what it was about. Chi-Chi wondered who said they liked each other, hinting at the possibility of something more between them. Chen didn't understand what Chi-Chi was saying and suggested that they stop this conversation and move on. The sixth brother, watching the scene, thought about Chen's strange behavior, wondering if she was sick, why she was so red. The sixth brother offered to help Chen, offering her a fan in case of a fever and asking if she needed something to eat or drink. Chen reacted by refusing the sixth brother's offer, ordering him to remove himself, but he obediently agreed and promised to come if called. Shengu noticed how the sixth brother had to try harder because of his feelings for Chen, assuming that Kion probably needed to make an effort. Thinking about the sixth prince's behavior, Chi-Chi began to realize that he was still quite young, and his actions seemed not mature enough, perhaps not responsible enough. When Shengu declared himself tired and went to rest, he suggested that the others continue to enjoy their time. Chi-Chi spontaneously asked if they were going to eat, showing concern for them. Shengu replied that he was fine and suggested they meet later at the temple, to which Chi-Chi responded by promising to bring him food, emphasizing her willingness to care for his comfort and convenience. On the second floor of the restaurant, Chen approached Chi-Chi, questioning her reasons for her reluctance to eat based on her previously stated intentions to satiate herself, prompting Chi-Chi to reflect on her feelings and thoughts at that moment. Surprised by her lack of hunger for food, Chi-Chi questioned Chen about the reasons for her loss of appetite, but received only a suggestion that it might be due to the absence of someone, which Chi-Chi rejected. Chen, while not dismissing her idea, added that she hadn't mentioned her older brother, which hinted at other possible reasons why Chi-Chi might have lost her appetite. Chen's unexpected remark that Chi-Chi might be growing up and maybe falling in love made Chi-Chi happy, but she wasn't sure how it would affect her life and relationships. In response to Chi-Chi's suggestion to go to her father's house after the meal, Chen informed her that he was away as he had business to attend to in the morning, emphasizing that their father was busy with imperial affairs and problems. Upon learning that Chen was aware of her father's absence, Chi-Chi began to wonder how she knew about it. The answer to her question was the sixth brother's assertion that her father had passed the information to him. This made Chi-Chi wonder what her father's reasons for such a message could be. Reflecting on the connections of her father, Kyun, to the emperor, and considering his legitimate position as a courier, Chi-Chi began to ponder what the implications of this connection might be. The thought arose that perhaps Kyung's father had ties to the queen, especially given his interest in the emperor's comings and goings. This made Chi-Chi think about the possible political intrigues her father might have been involved in. The sixth brother mentioned the upcoming major rite at the end of the year, commissioned by the emperor and entrusted to his father. Chi-Chi reflected that perhaps she was worrying too much about her father's possible connection to the queen. Chen suggested that Chi-Chi go to their uncle's house if their father wasn't home. Chi-Chi replied that she didn't want to go because she felt awkward in front of her uncle and thought he didn't love her. She would rather just walk the streets and visit the stores. Chi-Chi reflected on her uncle's beautiful courtyard, which seemed much more cozy and well-kept than her father's. She noticed that despite the strained relationship between her father and uncle, her father had always shown kindness to her younger brother. Realizing that perhaps she should reconsider her attitude towards her uncle and try to understand him better, Chi-Chi began to ponder what could be the reasons behind his behavior. The stranger warned to be careful, as Tsitsi almost got caught. This incident made her wonder who could be the one who showed up if her uncle was receiving a guest. Chi-Chi's emerging questions and ponderings encouraged her to try to expand her awareness of her surroundings and observe more closely. The stranger, after admitting his mistake, promised to be more careful in the future and addressed Shengu as a prince. It was surprising for Chi-Chi to hear the word prince, and she began to remember where she had seen him before. She noticed that the person who had been by Big Brother's side in the morning had disappeared. Then, suddenly, there was silence. At that moment, Shengu appeared and asked Chi-Chi interestedly why she was here and what she was observing. In response, Chi-Chi asked why he always crosses in her path. Chi-Chi begins to believe that fate has brought them together and begins to contemplate the possible consequences of this chance encounter. Chi-Chi states that she will keep everything she saw a secret because they are inseparable allies, and she has no intention of violating his trust. Shengu turns to her, figuring out if she will support him in any circumstance, regardless of his actions and position. He continues, asking if she will help him even if he harms someone she loves and disrupts her peaceful life. Chi-Chi ponders whether he is telling the truth or trying to intimidate her, and what exactly he is up to and who he intends to harm. Shengu begins to ponder that Chi-Chi's best option may be to run away from him. He sees this as her chance to preserve her well-being and status as a princess, even if his own plans are unsuccessful. Tsitsi, for her part, asks herself a series of questions about her older brother. She wonders about his erratic behavior and begins to speculate whether he may be suffering from bipolar disorder, or whether he has ulterior motives whose purpose is to push her away. Her uncle approaches Tsitsi, noticing her rush, and offers his help, seeing that she is sweating. Despite this, Sitsi responds to him with a smile, indicating her pleasant attitude towards him. The uncle suggests that Chiki may have been expecting him for a long time. Upon hearing that she has come to visit, he decides to interrupt his business. He then wonders if she has already eaten, to which Chiki replies in the affirmative and holds out a gift to him, showing her concern for him. This little girl didn't forget about her uncle either. Good girl. Uncle expressed his praise for Chiki and congratulated her on her third place in the hunt, emphasizing her success and achievement. He then suggested spending time together to have a good time, expressing his willingness to pay attention to her and give her a joyful moment. After that, the uncle decided to buy all the hoops from the shopkeeper and instructed him to close the store, showing his determination and generosity towards Chiki to satisfy her wishes and desire. Chiki responded to her uncle's words with a smile and agreed to his proposal, showing her gratitude and willingness to accept the invitation to spend time together. The uncle tried to encourage Chiki by saying that she still had many chances and suggested that she try her hand at it, showing his desire to support her and encourage her to keep trying. Chiki agreed to the idea, expressing optimism and willingness to try new things. Her uncle assured Chiki that he would buy her more hoops and asked her not to worry, showing concern for her wishes and wanting to reassure her. Chiki replied that everything was fine and suggested that perhaps she just hadn't gotten used to the situation yet, expressing her feelings and expectations. Shengu approached Chiki and asked what she wanted, willing to help her with something, showing his willingness to provide support and assistance. This demonstrates his consideration for his sister and his willingness to support her in her time of need. The uncle turns to Sitsi, surprised by her attention to him, reminding her that her brother is asking her. This indicates his surprise and possible bewilderment at the attention he is receiving from Sitsi and his desire to draw her attention to another family member. Sitsi pondered the contradiction in her uncle's behavior. Why is he, having shown aggression earlier, now suddenly here, offering to help her win prizes? What is motivating him? This reflects her thinking about her uncle's possible ulterior motives and intentions, which may be unclear and even possibly strange. Chiki pointed to a particular hoop that she liked, expressing her preference and showing that she had discovered something that caught her attention among the items presented. It had to be thrown and hit to win. The vendor consoled Chiki by emphasizing that even getting one hoop was already a success, and assured her that she would have many more opportunities to win in other competitions, which brought optimism and confidence to her mood. Shengu was successful and was able to hit the hoop into the target and win the competition, showing her skill and proficiency in the task at hand, much to the admiration of those present. The vendor was impressed by Shengu's skill, expressing his respect for his skills and recognizing his outstanding ability, highlighting the significance and impression made on those around him by his success in the competition by winning. Shengu approached Chiki to try again to choose a suitable hoop and asked her to name the one she would like to have, showing his willingness to help and support her in doing so. The uncle shared with Chiki about the significant progress the sixth prince had made in horseback riding and marksmanship in archery, noting how it had changed his character and abilities, which interested Chiki and made him think. Shengu politely asked his uncle to leave if he had no further questions or business for them, expressing his willingness to take over Chiki's care and showing his concern for her well-being. After offering to take responsibility for Chiki, Shengu received her agreement happily, showing that she appreciated his concern and was willing to accept his help and support. Expressing his irritation, the uncle emphasized that he needed to get back to his business and asked Chiki and their company to return to the temple once the current classes were over, showing impatience and eagerness to get on with their business. Chiki noticed signs of irritation in her uncle, leading her to speculate that he may have been displeased with something or someone, causing her worry and concern about his mood. Shengu, in an attempt to reassure Chiki, advised her to ignore her uncle and not take his emotional state personally, showing his support and concern for her. Taking on the role of a mentor, Shengu undertook to teach Chiki how to throw the hoop, urging her to focus on the prize and promising that she could achieve it, showing his faith in her abilities and motivating her to succeed. The salesman, expressing his disappointment, discovered that his precious prizes, including a salt purse made by his wife, had disappeared, causing him bitterness and frustration over the loss of something valuable and personal. The store owner, for his part, expressed his anger at the destruction of his business by the children, noting that they did not realize who they had just offended, and emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the damage to his business. Chi-Chi, concerned about what was happening, approached Shenggu, eager to understand the situation and find out what had happened, showing her interest and concern for what was happening. Upon reflection, Chi-Chi comes to the conclusion that perhaps Shenggu is trying to distance himself from her because of the danger of his plans, which he is unwilling to divulge, and is therefore being aggressive, remaining a mystery to her, causing her anxiety and misunderstanding. Chi-Chi begins to ponder the possible reasons behind Shenggu's strange behavior, considering the possibility that there may be personal motives and goals behind it that she is unaware of. Various scenarios flicker through her mind, trying to figure out what could have caused such a reaction. Chi-Chi then, focusing on what's happening, states that she doesn't remember anything about what Shenggu was talking about, and the only thing in her memory is that he won all the prizes for her. This emphasizes her puzzlement and attempts to reconstruct the sequence of events. Shenggu, in turn, declares that she will no longer speak to Chi-Chi in this tone, expressing her displeasure and perhaps seeking to maintain her independence or authority in her sister's eyes. Chi-Chi responds calmly, noting that it is already starting to get dark, and suggests that Shenggu hurry up and go back, showing his calm and judicious side to the situation. The vendor approached the children with the intention of escorting them, but his facial expression was angry, which caused some anxiety in the children. They started to feel some tension in the air. Shenggu ordered them out of the way, displaying aggressive behavior, emphasizing his intention to protect his friends and sisters from potential danger and demonstrating his determination. The vendor, who was with his friends, then grinned and sarcastically asked if he had heard correctly that the child had told them to get out of the way, causing the children to become anxious and confused about his attitude and intentions. The vendor made threats to the children, pointing out his rules and warning that playing with them could end badly, increasing the tension in the situation and causing the children to think about the possible consequences of their actions. Shenggu responded to the vendor's threat by noting that he had not heard such words in a long time, expressing his bewilderment at the aggressive response and trying to understand the reason for this behavior. The vendor continued to be aggressive and taunted Shenggu, but did not have time to finish his sentence, emphasizing the growing tension in the conflict and the increasing danger for both parties. Shenggu decided to interrupt the conversation by grabbing the salesman's arm and hurting him, demonstrating his determination and willingness to defend himself and his loved ones in a difficult situation. Shenggu then suggested that Chi-Chi leave the place after realizing that it was over, showing concern for her safety and a desire to settle the conflict to avoid further incidents. The vendor was surprised at the boy's strength. Chi-Chi turned her attention to the pursuers and Shenggu tried to calm her down, telling her not to worry, showing concern for her emotional state and trying to support her in this tense situation. Soon, the prince's protectors stepped in and attacked the vendors, finally resolving the situation, showing their willingness to protect their lord and ensure order in his surroundings. Shenggu then turned to Chi-Chi again, advising her to ignore what was happening, showing that it was important to remain calm and avoid emotional tension in situations like this. Chi-Chi reflected on the presence of her father's protectors, suggesting that they could be everywhere, and this explained her older brother's calmness, which emphasized her awareness of the danger and risks associated with their family's situation. Sheng expressed his confidence that neither of them would allow anyone to touch Chi-Chi, even if her father's protectors had not intervened. Chi-Chi reiterated her understanding of the situation. Shenggu offered to return home, stating that they would need to prepare to return to the palace tomorrow, and asked Chi-Chi if she would like to return, expressing concern for her plans and expectations. Upon arriving at the palace, Chiki greeted him, expressing her joy at returning home after a long absence, indicating her attachment to the place and her desire to be near her family. The tiger, Chiki's longtime friend, rushed towards her, showing his joy at seeing her and his affection for the princess, which emphasized this animal's special place in her heart and in the life of the palace. Chiki was surprised to find how quickly the tiger had grown and asked him to stand up as he had become very heavy, expressing surprise and concern for his physical condition. The caretaker noticed the changes in Chiki and expressed her surprise at her growth and weight loss, assuming it was due to her adventures outside the palace, to which she replied that although she enjoyed traveling, she always missed her home. The caretaker greeted Chiki with joy, expressing her boredom and inviting them to move on to another place, notifying her of a favorite snack prepared for her, signifying not only concern, but also joy at the girl's return. Chiki expressed her desire to share the snack with her father upon hearing that he had returned home early, but a servant cautioned that His Majesty was probably too busy today, indicating the possible busyness and importance of matters requiring the ruler's attention. The emperor expressed his disappointment in the inability of his troops to achieve victory despite their prowess, which emphasized his expectations and hopes for success while remaining frustrated with the current results. A servant kneeling before the emperor asked for forgiveness, explaining that the generals were facing difficulties due to the enemy's unconventional tactics and unfamiliar landscape, expressing his loyalty and willingness to accept responsibility for the difficulties on the battlefield. Recalling a conversation with her father in the past, Chiki shared her thoughts that her father's strategy would probably prove risky and lead to a quick defeat for his army, expressing her fears and concern for her father. The emperor stated that he intended to head to the frontier in 7 days to take command of his armies, emphasizing his determination and willingness to take an active part in the war effort. The servant begged His Majesty to reconsider, arguing that the emperor had enough talented generals to take on this responsibility and asked him not to risk his life, expressing his care and concern for the ruler's safety. Recalling his youth and experience, the emperor realized that being sent to the frontier would help him better understand the enemy's tactics. And he also took Yule's feelings into consideration, not wanting to disappoint him, indicating his desire to balance his personal interests and the duties of a ruler. The emperor claimed that his personal presence among the armies would serve to inspire them and help them achieve victory, emphasizing his role as a leader and his desire for success. The servant, despite his age and limited physical abilities, promised to accompany and assist the emperor on the frontier, showing loyalty and determination in the fight against enemies, reflecting a high level of loyalty to his ruler. The deputy emperor, his right-hand man, asked Chiki to wait a little longer, explaining that he would go to notify the emperor of her arrival after the current meeting was over, demonstrating his concern for the proper organization of processes in the palace. The emperor, hearing the commotion at the doors, inquired who was behind them and asked for more tea to be brought to him to continue his presence and emphasize his interest in the current events in the palace. Chi-Chi, in response to his father's request, walked over to pour him more tea, showing her care and attention to him. Chi-Chi explained that she had come to see her father immediately after her return and offered him tea, expressing her care and attention to his comfort. The father expressed his joy at seeing his daughter, greeting her upon his return. Chi-Chi watched her father carefully and noticed that he looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes, which she thought indicated that he was stressed out due to his royal duties. His father tried to reassure Chi-Chi, explaining that he was fine and that his thoughts were related to the upcoming trip and not any problems. In response to father's words, Chi-Chi, concerned for his well-being, decided to clarify his intentions regarding the trip to the front in order to better understand what was driving father at this moment. Father recalled that Chi-Chi had expressed her desire for him to go to the front, and this struck him as she was directly referring to his own words that he had uttered in the past. Chi-Chi expressed her fears about the possible dangers of war and admitted that she hated to lose her father. Her anxiety was evident, and she tried to convey it to her father so that he would understand how much she cared about his well-being. Her father noted that the temple where Sitsi spent a lot of time had helped her learn a lot, and he expressed his joy at seeing how his daughter had grown to care for him. This emphasized the importance of nurturing and learning in Sitsi's life. Chiki presented her father with a bag labeled Peace, explaining that she had originally planned to train extra before the event, but decided to do so now. Her father was deeply touched by her gesture and made an effort to appreciate his daughter's efforts, realizing that it was an expression of her care and support. The father expressed his desire to rest, recognizing that he was just as tired as Chiki, who looked tired after a restless night spent waiting for his return. The aide reminded the majesty of the importance of rest, noting that today he might have the opportunity to get a good night's sleep. He emphasized that rest was key to maintaining health and clear thinking, especially before important events. When they found themselves at the gates of the city 7 days later, Chiki realized that the sacrifice they had made was only the beginning of preparations for the army's upcoming march. This confirmed that the Tyrant had not only decided to lead the army personally, but had also paid special attention to thoroughly preparing for the event. The Emperor, realizing the importance of the moment, ordered the departure, confirming his determination and readiness for the challenges ahead. His words sounded resolute and confident, preparing everyone for the actions to be performed. When Chiki woke up early in the morning, Chen was amazed at her determination to stay awake to see her father off. Seeing her quietly leave the room, Chen suggested that she not come close to the parting place, fearing that her father would not notice them among the many people. Despite Chen's doubts and advice, Chiki was persistent in her belief that her father would pay attention to them. She believed that the bond between them was so strong that her father would sense their presence, even if they were some distance away. The importance of the moment did not escape the Emperor's attention, who turned his gaze to the princesses who stood on the upper floor, silently escorting their father on his important journey. Their eyes reflected deep affection and support, and this did not go unnoticed by her father. When Chen noticed her father turning in their direction, she shared her observation with Chiki. This created excitement, confirming that their presence had not gone unnoticed, and their thoughts and wishes accompanied their father on his journey. Chiki glanced in the direction where her father usually appeared and expressed her inner expectations, hoping for his return. The gesture carried warmth and tenderness, reflecting her deep affection for her father and concern for his well-being during a difficult time. He, sensing the general anxiety and uncertainty, wished his father peace and a speedy end to hostilities to stem the flow of unnecessary blood and suffering. His words sounded like a prayer, spoken with the hope of a peaceful end to the conflict and a safe return to his father. Suddenly, for Shengu, he caught such strong emotions in Chiki's expression that he was surprised at their depth. Chiki's gaze was filled not only with concern and anticipation, but also imbued with concern and love for her father, causing Shengu to look at her with a new respect and understanding. Chiki, exposed to Shengu's gaze, decided to clear the air and asked him if he had also come to see his father off. Her words were filled with hope for support and company at this difficult moment when their family was facing the challenge of war and division. Shengu expressed his desire to hide the truth of what was happening from Chiki. His words sounded so serious that Chiki couldn't help but pay attention to them. Questions arose in her mind that she wished to find answers to, but Shengu remained immovable and silent, as if holding back torrents of unspoken secrets. He began to recount the destruction of the Dayan kingdom, where war and human suffering had occurred in the past. Shengu's tale was filled with the menace and heaviness of past times, as if the shadow of long-ago calamities was falling over their conversation. This was the first time Chiki had heard of Dayan, and her heart clenched at the thought of such a merciless fate of the lost kingdom. During the times of conflict in Dayan, wherever Yezhi Yao was, people fell victim and the land became barren. The story continued on about the brutal events in Dayan City, where no one was spared, from the young to the old, women and children. The second brother turned his attention to Ju and asked a question about his age. Chiki answered the question by describing his height. Chiki then turned to her brother asking if he was okay. He confirmed that he was fine. The second brother and Chiki were on their way to a birthday party to which they had been invited. They were at Wang Wenwai's mansion, and Chiki wondered about the cause of the noise. One of the people present in the distance mentioned that it was due to the young master's birthday, and that the palace was also preparing for the celebration. This conversation indicated that some important events related to the celebration were taking place in the vicinity. Their presence added mystery and excitement to the atmosphere. The second brother turned to Chi-Chi and remarked that it was her friend Daju's birthday today, but Chiki had come without a present. Chiki responded by questioning what kind of birthday it was. Chi-Chi realized that today was indeed Daju's birthday, and second brother reminded her of the importance of bringing a gift if she was representing the royal family and handed her a beautiful pendant. The gift that second brother handed over was supposedly to save Chi-Chi's face in front of Daju since she came without a gift. It was a clear hint that it was important to repay kindness. In response, Chiki agreed and smiled, confirming her willingness to return the favor. Daruo's father welcomed Chiki and her second brother, expressing his joy at their presence at his son's birthday party. He noted that the arrival of the prince and princess added a special grandeur to the occasion. The second brother remarked that he was only accompanying Chiki, and now that she was already in place, it was time for him to return. This indicated that his presence was temporary and related to his escorting duties. While Chiki watched the event, she thought about the fact that Ye Ao Tian, the party host, was actually not as bad as the books described him. She realized that this event would be meaningful and memorable for the little girl, and unique events would happen on this day.
Tian asks if Dazu is actually a guy while holding a sword. The emphasis is on the question of Dazu's identity, with the sound effect of Tian nodding his head for confirmation. Tian thinks about Dazu's age, pondering the question while pinching the bridge of his nose as if trying to recall something. Kiki, with a thoughtful demeanor, begins to say something, indicating that she is considering the answer to Tian's question. Kiki humorously gestures to indicate Dazu's size, suggesting he is big enough not to fit in a carriage. The scene shifts outside, showing the carriage with puffs of clouds, as someone checks if the second brother, presumably Tian, is alright. The mansion of Wang Yuan Wei is shown with its name prominently displayed, setting up the location for the upcoming events. Kiki looks around curiously from a window, wondering why there's so much noise in the vicinity. Two attendees discuss the young master's birthday celebration, wondering if the palace is also coming to congratulate them. Tian chides Kiki for coming empty-handed to a friend's birthday, reminding her about social expectations. Tian explains that today is Dazu's birthday as they stand outside. He insists that arriving without a gift is improper, especially for a representative of the royal family. Tian offers a delicate ornament to Kiki as a gift suggestion, which leaves her a bit surprised at the gesture. Tian tells Kiki that since she came unprepared, he's saving her face by providing the ornament and expects her to repay the favor in the future. A man greets the prince and princess, expressing what an honor it is for them to attend his son's birthday celebration. Tian clarifies that he was simply there to accompany Kiki, mentioning his plan to return now that he's fulfilled his duty. As Kiki walks away, Tian waves goodbye, indicating the end of their interaction for now. Kiki reflects that Tian doesn't seem as menacing as depicted in a book, pondering her impression of him. A cheerful Dazu welcomes Kiki, insisting that she join him inside as today is a special occasion, Cowherd's Day. Kiki realizes it's Dazu's birthday and Layment's not bringing anything, but he reassures her that her presence is enough. Dazu feels the gift from Tian is too precious to accept, showing his apprehension in accepting such an extravagant item. Dazu laughs it off, glad to be inside together with Kiki, and asks if she's angry, to which she denies, cheerful once again. Kiki jokingly mentions she'll punish Dazu by making him notify her about his birthdays in advance from now on. Dazu teases Kiki about being his only friend, walking playfully while holding her hand, expressing their friendship's significance. Nearby, two adults observe Dazu's happiness and comment on his past lack of friends and the pleasant change brought by having a princess as a friend. The sight of the royal family's carriage shocks onlookers, creating a sense of urgency and surprise among them. Two people, concerned and curious, discuss Kimi's whereabouts, intent on finding her. A guide politely welcomes the newcomers, leading them inside and showing them the way with a gesture. The royal couple smiles and agrees to be led inside, anticipating their interaction with the rest of the gathering. Overwhelmed, a servant wonders aloud about the gravity of the situation, struggling to comprehend the royal visit to such a modest place. Outside the mansion, someone calls out to their siblings, desperately seeking attention or help. Struggling between Tian and another, Kiki humorously pleads to finish her meal, caught in a playful scuffle between the two. Exa asks Kiki to attend the Temple of Literature to learn horse riding and archery, mentioning that Teifuikshu is upset because Kiki skipped half a day. Kiki reacts with surprise, realizing that she forgot about her class. Exa raises her hand in frustration towards Kiki, questioning her memory, while a whisper points out that they didn't remind her. A male figure grabs Exa's hand, stopping her from hitting Kiki, causing Exa to look questioningly. The male character warns that hitting Kiki might make her dumber, retracting his grip. Exa accuses the male character of having a soft spot for Kiki and questions his intentions with a knowing smile. Exa challenges the male character, suspecting that he thinks he's the only one who cares about Kiki, while Kiki is positioned between them. Kiki speaks up to stop the argument and takes responsibility, promising not to skip classes anymore. Kiki whispers to Exa, clarifying about her facade, while a hint of embarrassment affects Exa. A carriage moves swiftly under Kiki's urging, as she wishes to avoid further conflict, urging the driver to speed up. The scene shifts to a wide view of a martial arts ring, highlighting areas for archery. Kiki admires Exa's archery skills as she hits the bullseye, clapping enthusiastically. Exa comments on her ease with archery, boasting about her skills with a closed-eye technique, while another character notes her humility. A crowd admires Prince Song's presence at the martial arts ring, questioning his reasons for being there. Kiki recognizes Song Yucheng and the person next to him, revealing a sense of recognition and intrigue. Jan Dian, introduced as Song Yucheng's childhood friend, is noted to be sitting nearby, adding to Kiki's thoughts. Kiki feels anxious, foreseeing that her third sister could be in danger due to unfolding events. Kiki offers water to Brother Cheng, showing concern towards his well-being. Brother Cheng walks past, gently acknowledging Kiki's gesture, which catches her attention. Exa wonders if someone is heading towards her direction, expressing curiosity and a hint of anticipation. Exa quickly fixes her hair and reassures herself about her appearance, while Kiki offers her support. Exa questions someone's intention, trying to understand why they approached her. The focus shifts to Brother Cheng, who states he is looking for someone, causing confusion among the group. Brother Cheng directs Kiki to speak privately, but Kiki hesitates. Brother Cheng openly admits his past mistake, apologizing to Kiki, aiming for resolution. Characters express confusion regarding Brother Cheng's actions, exchanging glances to understand the situation. Kiki graciously dismisses the need for an apology, attributing it to her forgetfulness and youth, showing maturity. Brother Cheng acknowledges Kiki's cuteness, sharing an internal monologue about potential future power dynamics. Brother Cheng reflects on the third princess's characteristics, noting an imbalance in imperial favor compared to Princess Kai. Brother Cheng contemplates the potential benefits of enduring temporary discomfort for promised luxury and power. Yu Cheng offers a new tea made from summer lotus flowers to Kiki, suggesting she tries it. Liu Ji intervenes, locking the tea, saying that Kiki doesn't like it. Kiki seems to refer to Liu Ji, possibly confused or surprised. Liu Ji explains that although the sixth prince is Princess Ki's brother, he isn't overly concerned about her. Yu Cheng questions if Liu Ji wants to stop Kiki from making friends. Liu Ji dismisses Yu Cheng, implying he isn't worthy of friendship. Yu Cheng, feeling underestimated, insists he is also a prince and questions why Liu Ji looks down on him. Liu Ji advises judging by actions, not words, and questions Yu Cheng's intentions towards Kiki. Liu Ji hints that Yu Cheng might hope he spreads some news. Yu Cheng realizes Liu Ji is aware of his intentional approach towards Princess Ki, questioning the situation given a possible connection to a previous dynasty. Yu Cheng admits he overstepped, asking for forgiveness before deciding to leave, reflecting on acting wisely when Liu Ji isn't present. Kiki questions Yu Cheng's departure, while a voice suggests Yu Cheng is someone who will stop at nothing for power. Liu Ji follows up with Kiki, asking how else she would want a situation to be. Kiki, confused but somewhat amused, wonders about the contents of a box she received, thinking it might be ice cream. Liu Ji clarifies that it's frozen sugar cane juice cubes, which Kiki finds tasty. Kiki thanks Liu Ji for coming along just to give her the treat, and Liu Ji explains he accompanied He Jing. Kiki recalls He Jing, realizing she forgot about her third sister. She worries about Song Yu Cheng affecting the situation. Liu Ji stops Kiki, suggesting it's not time to leave yet. Liu Ji directs Kiki's attention to something nearby. Two characters, Xiao Jingzi and another, enjoy a peaceful moment, fanning each other. Kiki acknowledges the scene but decides not to disturb them, opting for a walk in the garden with Liu Ji. Kiki and Liu Ji continue their walk toward the Temple of Literature's flower. A character, possibly related to Yu Cheng, wipes tears, perplexed by his behavior and suspecting Princess Qi of influence. The character resolves to reveal Kiki's true nature due to her sway at such a young age. Liu Ji informs Kiki about Yizhou's return to court. Kiki confirms the news about her father's return. Liu Ji advises Kiki to speak quietly, revealing Yizhou was secretly escorted back. Kiki wonders if her father is injured and maintaining a low profile purposefully. Liu Ji confirms the ambush during a desert mission, resulting in casualties, and suggests Kiki's father is seriously hurt. Kiki becomes determined to visit her father despite the urgency from Liu Ji. Liu Ji questions Kiki's dedication, asking if her father is that important to her. Kei is running through a grassy field, being approached by someone who wants to talk privately. She continues moving fast, with urgency in her step. Kei listens intently as the person mentions wanting to talk about Brother Cheng. Her expression shows concentration as she absorbs the information. Kei shoves the other person aside, indicating she's in a hurry and requesting not to be interrupted. The person appears puzzled and surprised as Kai hastily moves past them. She ignores their confusion and continues on her path. The person sits on the grass, questioning why Kei pushed them, mentioning lack of resentment between them. Kai, still determined, insists they can't leave before showing Brother Cheng how she was treated. Her expression reveals annoyance. Kei decides to embrace the role of a villain if accused of wrongdoing. She stands confidently and determines her course of action. The conversation escalates, with Kei leading a chase. The other person expresses disbelief about Kei's actions. The person ends up in a shallow pond, crying for help. Kei advises them to submerge their head underwater to avoid drowning, hinting at her tolerance limit. A tall figure arrives, instructing Kei that she can lead the situation to them. Kei acknowledges the assistance provided. Kei reflects on Liu Ji's words, noting the innocence of the other person, who is much younger. Liu Ji assures Kei that they will handle the situation properly. He places a reassuring hand on her head as a gesture of understanding. The scene shifts to evening at Yizhou's bedroom, setting a transitional tone for upcoming events. Two officials discuss the potential need to inform Princess Qi about a pressing matter, raising concerns about possible consequences. Qi rushes toward a grand building, appearing worried and hurried. Her determination remains evident. Qi inquires anxiously about her father's condition, directly confronting the two officials standing at the entrance. Determined to see her father, Qi pleads with one of the officials, questioning the strangeness of the situation. Qi, filled with urgency, calls out for her father desperately, pushing past any obstacles in her path. One of the officials looks on with sympathy as Qi hurriedly enters, pondering the unfairness of her circumstances. Upon entering, Qi finds her father unresponsive in bed. She approaches cautiously, filled with concern. Qi notices her father's numerous injuries, internalizing the harsh reality of his situation with concern and fear. Qi gently observes her father's injuries, trying to comprehend the severity of the situation. Her father suddenly questions Qi's identity, his gaze fixated on her with a hint of confusion. Qi is taken aback, realizing her father doesn't recognize her. Her thoughts race as she processes the moment. An official reassures Qi, noting her potential distress. Qi insists she is fine, attempting to maintain composure. Qi grapples with the shock of her father's memory loss, trying to understand what led to this situation. Qi introduces herself to her father, hoping to spark his memory and wondering if he truly doesn't remember her. The official reminds her father of Qi's identity as his beloved daughter, seeking to jog his memory. Her father vaguely recalls having a daughter, but his memories are dulled and distant, influenced by past grievances. Memories of Qi's mother flash through her father's mind, intertwining resentment with regret as he wishes for a different past. Mohan is in bed, bandaged and confused, questioning his current situation, wondering why he is still alive despite thinking he shouldn't be. Sissy listens as a palace servant narrates Mohan's critical condition after being ambushed by the enemy, leaving him unconscious for days. The servant continues, explaining that after Mohan woke up, the general mentioned Sissy, revealing that Mohan forgot about her entirely. Sissy processes the information, realizing that her existence has been entirely wiped from Mohan's memory. The servant explains that the military doctors are confused because Mohan suffered no internal injuries but has no recollection of Sissy, which baffles them on where to start. Sissy quietly acknowledges her understanding of the situation, repeating her willingness to accept the reality. As she walks away from the room, the servant reassures her that a solution might be found, but Sissy appears uncertain. Sissy contemplates her circumstances, feeling resigned to the challenges related to Mohan forgetting her or the unfolding events in her family. She concludes that everything stems from her interfering with the original plot, leading to these unexpected changes. Sissy reflects that surviving against fate is a defiance of the gods, pondering on her choice not to die as intended. Under the moonlit sky, Mohan holds a small fragrance pouch in his room late at night, thinking back to its origin. The servant informs Mohan that Princess Ki made the pouch for him, handing it over before he left for battle. Mohan dismissively calls the pouch ugly, holding it without much interest. He suggests discarding the pouch, but then decides against it, signaling its retention for an undisclosed reason. Mohan questions the narrative, acknowledging how everyone believes he cares for Princess Ki significantly. He doubts himself, wondering how someone perceived as cold-blooded could genuinely care for a child, seeing it as absurd. Instructing the servant to dispose of the pouch, Mohan turns away, leaving no room for further argument. The scene shifts to the silent Yang Palace under a dark, starry sky. In a dreamlike sequence, Sissy finds herself standing before Mohan, addressing him as her father while another girl stands next to her. Council members insist on severe punishment, equating Mohan's actions to that of a commoner, demanding justice. Sissy nervously awaits Mohan's judgment, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on her. The figures around her cry for her death, amplifying Sissy's anxiety about her past decisions. Sissy internally battles against altering the narrative, recognizing the consequences of deviating from the destined path. Mohan commands harsh retribution, ordering Sissy away, seemingly sealing her fate. As he leaves, Sissy questions if her actions cause irreparable damage. Confronted by surreal surroundings, Sissy wonders if everything she has experienced is merely an illusion. Suddenly awake and disoriented, Sissy questions whether it was all a dream, unsure of reality. A maid enters her chamber, expressing concern over the nightmare Sissy just experienced. Sissy, seeking validation, asks the maid desperately to affirm her identity. The maid reassures Sissy of her identity, confirming her as Princess Ki of Baiming, offering comfort. A woman reassures a young girl, telling her that nightmares aren't real and she shouldn't be scared, as the girl holds a blanket and reflects on a dream she had. The woman urges the princess to get up, explaining that the king has returned victorious and is hosting celebrations which the princess should not miss. The princess acknowledges the urgency. An overview of Yan Ting Hall is shown, with an intricate layout and opulent decor, setting the scene for a formal gathering. A man in elegant attire raises a cup, proclaiming their victory as they push the enemy back 300 miles and celebrating the peace they have achieved. A large hall is filled with people praising the emperor, announcing his personal involvement in the battle and wishing him a long life. A young woman watches the event, lamenting that a particular person has forgotten about her, not even sparing her a glance. Another person asks what she's contemplating, and she reflects on discerning reality from a dream. He philosophically suggests that each dream has its own deception, prompting her to think it over. The young woman worries aloud about waking from this dream, pondering its implications. He advises her to face what she's given, offering a straightforward solution to her troubles. He encourages her to enjoy her dreams instead of suffering, and to allow someone to rediscover her. With a sudden revelation, the young woman exclaims that she understands now, calling him by name in excitement. He challenges her to take action once she's ready, acknowledging her realization with a knowing expression. The woman sees the person she longs for and decides that now is her moment to act, feeling the urgency to capture his attention. The young woman sends a gesture of love, filled with hope and warmth, toward her intended recipient. The man reacts by coughing, surprised by the affectionate display he once appreciated, reflecting on past feelings. The night sky accompanies a lone figure walking toward the palace, underlining the path with symbolism. A servant addresses the emperor about his destination, and he confirms he is headed to Jingyang Palace. The emperor hears someone call him father, but he is puzzled by who it could be. The girl comes forward, offering medicine she prepared, suggesting it could be helpful for his persistent illness. The emperor questions who instructed her to make the medicine, demanding an explanation. She explains that because he dislikes bitter medicine, she prepared a milder version and reassures him it's less hot. The emperor insists on knowing if she was directed to do this, his tone firm and demanding. With sincerity, she confesses that no one told her, she simply wanted to. He questions her motives, wondering if she seeks reward or pity, and warns against deception. She genuinely insists that her intention is solely for his recovery and urges him to drink before it cools completely. The emperor smirks, interpreting her actions as an early sign of manipulation. With a sudden movement, he pushes her away, dismissing her gesture and rejecting the bowl. He feels conflicted, questioning why he instinctively wanted to help her up, a thought that surprises him. Heartbroken, the girl exclaims her frustration, accusing him of ignoring her explanations and expressing her hurt. The scene is set as Yi Mohan stands in the rain, holding his head, overwhelmed and questioning the situation. A guard by his side expresses concern, asking if something is wrong. Sissy appears weak, her hair adorned with flowers, as an alarmed bystander calls for a doctor urgently. Yi Mohan dismisses the need for a doctor, his gaze intense as he addresses the guard, who looks at him worriedly. Sissy kneels, holding back tears, and reflects on the need to remake a bowl of medicine. Despite her injury, Sissy reassures herself that it won't hinder her ability to make medicine. She resolves to bandage it up to prevent any blood from dripping into her preparations. Sissy, feeling inadequate, quietly admits her perceived uselessness, hoping Yi Mohan isn't angry with her. Yi Mohan turns away, instructing the guard to leave, who complies with a simple affirmation. Yi Mohan ponders the close bond he shares with Sissy and the overwhelming feeling he had when witnessing her injury. The guard informs Sissy that Yi Mohan is very hurt and doesn't recall her, advising her to not be sad and not to suffer by making medicine herself. The guard, addressing Sissy, reiterates she shouldn't suffer and suggests leaving because of the rain, which is becoming heavier. Sissy stands alone under the rain, acknowledging the increasing downpour with a sense of resignation. A new character, holding an umbrella, approaches Sissy, suggesting she cry if she wishes. His presence is protective. Sissy whispers affirmatively, indicating she is indeed crying, though subtly. The man advises Sissy to cry louder, as the rain would drown out the sound, offering her a strange sort of privacy amidst the noise. Late at night, a lone figure sits in a study room, illuminated by the faint glow of moonlight streaming through the window. Yi Mohan appears exhausted as he is presented with medicine and candy from Princess Ki, instructing the attendant to leave it and exit. Yi Mohan reflects on a past injury from battle and the possibility of forgetting something important due to it. He recalls having a habit of placing significant matters in hidden spots, aiming to avoid critical errors when ruling the nation. As Yi Mohan picks up a letter, he questions its contents, recognizing it as an apology from Ki for once carelessly spoken words. The letter continues with Ki's apology, expressing regret for harboring inappropriate interests and desires at a young age. Ki's sweet birthday message lingers, wishing long life and happiness, enclosed within a portrait of Yi Mohan. Discussing enemy threats and leadership, the text underscores the necessity of strong leadership for peace and order. Yi Mohan finds the matters at hand unbelievable, realizing these trivial things were deemed important to him. Echoing memories of Ki calling out to her father, happiness and fond moments drift through Yi Mohan's thoughts. Outside, under the silent night sky at Huaiyang Palace, the stillness is only punctuated by the glow of lanterns. A servant timidly welcomes Yi Mohan, her posture low and deferential. Yi Mohan muses about a certain child, his tone thoughtful and contemplative. Wondering if Ki has returned yet, his inquiry suggests a tinge of concern or anticipation. The servant confirms Ki's return, but hesitates, hinting at complications. The servant explains Ki's high fever following her exposure to rain, urging Yi Mohan to visit another time as she rests after taking her medicine. Yi Mohan notices the high fever of someone dear and reflects on their dedication despite being sick, which leaves an impression on him. A young woman is asked about an injury on someone else's hand. She replies that it isn't healing well. The young woman explains that the princess tends to handle tasks related to Lee Mohan personally, despite worsening her injury by avoiding help. Lee Mohan comments on the princess's stubbornness, pondering where she might have inherited it from. A new character, Yi Ting, enters the room silently, appearing to comment on the situation. Lee Mohan questions Yi Ting's presence, seemingly surprised by his appearance there. Yi Ting argues that he can be there if someone else might love the princess and calls Lee Mohan stubborn. Yi Ting expresses that he wouldn't dare interfere, suggesting Lee Mohan should head back due to the cold night. Lee Mohan calmly questions what Yi Ting would do if he doesn't heed his advice. Yi Ting acknowledges Lee Mohan's authority, humorously admitting his own limitations. Lee Mohan calls out Ting Cheng, signaling a change in the conversation. Ting Cheng asks if Lee Mohan has any final words, just as he prepares to leave. Lee Mohan notes how much Ting Cheng has changed since his youth, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Ting Cheng responds by observing that personalities evolve over time and considers Lee Mohan overly cautious. Lee Mohan watches as Ting Cheng departs, internally hoping his caution is misplaced. Alone, Lee Mohan hushes a young white tiger, who appears to be making noise in his company. Lee Mohan is surprised to realize that the tiger is also experiencing a fever, causing him to reflect on their shared affliction. Lee Mohan asks a young woman when she awakened, suggesting he was unaware of her stirring. The young woman retorts that she hadn't been asleep, indicating she was conscious the whole time. Lee Mohan insists on calling a doctor due to her fever, despite her attempts to refuse. The young woman, looking weary, quietly insists she doesn't need medical attention or his concern. As she begins to sleep talk, she expresses intentions to leave soon, hoping to spare him heartache upon her return. Lee Mohan demands to know where she plans to go, distressed by her words. She softly denies being his daughter, hinting at a deeper unresolved identity. Lee Mohan embraces her, affirming her status as his daughter and expressing his long-standing forgetfulness about his identity. Her quiet admission of not being needed is abruptly met with Lee Mohan's firm dismissal of her claims. Lee Mohan passionately asserts her value in his life, forbidding her from expressing self-doubt. Troubling thoughts swirl around Lee Mohan as he holds her, wondering about the cause of her severe fever. In desperation, he orders for the doctors to be summoned immediately, threatening severe consequences for any delay. Jing Shang nervously assures Lee Mohan that a doctor will be called at once, hoping to appease his rising panic. Lee Mohan stands in a chamber holding Kiki, discussing Princess Kai's high fever and burned hands causing inflammation with a court official. The official continues explaining the worsening condition due to Kiki being soaked in the rain, which caused her to faint. Lee Mohan interrupts the official, expressing a desire for a more practical approach to make Kiki comfortable. The court official wipes sweat from his forehead, preparing to explain the steps needed to lower Kiki's fever and temperature. Lee Mohan challenges the official to provide clear instructions, expressing impatience and urgency. The official pleads for mercy, telling Lee Mohan the steps to reduce Kiki's fever, which include wiping her body with cold water and continuing medication. Lee Mohan decisively carries Kiki and orders his subordinate to leave the room immediately. Lee Mohan instructs the official to call the maid responsible for Kiki's care, emphasizing the need for assistance. Kiki, in a weak state, mumbles and clutches Lee Mohan's robe, expressing fear of being left alone. With the night sky in the background, Lee Mohan declines assistance from Zhao Dishun, asserting there is no need for extra help. Zhao Dishun questions Lee Mohan's decision, seeking confirmation of his instructions. Lee Mohan directs Zhao Dishun to prepare ice, preparing for further action. Lee Mohan ties a cloth over his eyes, indicating his readiness to personally attend to Kiki's care. Lee Mohan reassures Kiki, promising her that once she recovers, they will visit Jiangnan to see the flowers together. Lee Mohan vows never to leave Kiki again, as he stands near the bed with resolved determination. Kiki's eyes slowly open, indicating she is regaining consciousness and becoming aware of her surroundings. Lee Mohan sits beside Kiki, who sits up, relieved that she is still alive and recovering. Lee Mohan checks Kiki's forehead, noting that her fever has finally subsided. Kiki, now alert, expresses distress, calling out for a wan, asking for help in a moment of confusion. A maid rushes into the room, concerned about Kiki's sudden outburst and calling for her attention. Kiki, surprised and confused, questions the maid's identity. Mohan queries Kiki on why she reacted so strongly, reminding her of her location. A maid comforts Kiki, guiding her to remain calm and suggesting the official be removed immediately. The official suggests allowing Kiki time to recover before further interactions, considering her fever-induced confusion. Mohan calmly tells the official it is time to leave, maintaining a firm demeanor. The maid gently closes the chamber door, asking Kiki if she is feeling better. Kiki, still disheartened, questions why she wouldn't be all right, despite her ordeal. The maid acknowledges Mohan's care throughout the night, pondering Kiki's continued emotional struggle despite his dedication. The maid expresses concern over Kiki's stubbornness, urging her to reconsider her plans. Kiki wonders why she struggles to forget Mohan, despite him seemingly moving on easily, expressing her emotional turmoil. Ki wipes her tears, expressing her heartbreak and assures she isn't mad, just deeply hurt as she sits in a softly lit room. A kind servant comforts Ki, noting her tendency to care for others and downplays her own worth, suggesting she doesn't require apologies. She insists that no one should be treated as inferior, affirming the servant's status as a complete human being rather than mere decoration. Expressing deep affection, Ki reaches out, declaring the servant to be even closer than her own biological mother. Suddenly, third sister bursts in, acknowledging that Ki has been unwell and is visiting to check on her condition. The scene reveals Ki and the servant, paused by third sister's entrance, as she questions the tears. The servant questions third sister's unexpected presence, wondering about her reason for visiting. Third sister explains hearing from their father's servant about Kai's high fever and inquires about her current health, also questioning their father's awareness. Ki reassures that she has recovered and their father doesn't recall the events, yet blames herself for worsening the situation. Third sister encourages Ki not to worry over their father's memory, offering to take her out to a cherished place. As they walk toward the location, leaves fall around them, and Ki agrees to follow without further questions. Outside the royal reading room, a desperate voice pleads for mercy from the unseen presence. Minister Zhonglia is dragged forth pleading innocence, blaming corrupt officials for embezzlement accusations. Mohan confronts Zhang about his supposed loyalty and deceit, sitting in judgment over him. Zhang defends his career integrity, claiming the blame belongs to others driven by greed during the confusion of war. Mohan accuses Zhang of deceit as he recalls leading his troops despite low rations due to Zhang's betrayal. Mohan throws a scroll at Zhang, challenging him to confront his misdeeds personally. Seated with authority, Mohan recounts Zhang's loyal service yet unveils his betrayal regarding military supplies. Rising ominously, Mohan criticizes Zhang for setting him up for failure, expressing a bitter acknowledgement of the betrayal. Zhang, on his knees, begs for mercy, admitting his mistake and offers to resign and return home if spared. Mohan dismisses Zhang's proposal of resignation, seemingly amused and incredulous at Zhang's request. Mohan berates Zhang's attempt to escape judgment through resignation, questioning his audacity after the crime committed. Zhang, in a plea for forgiveness, mentions his daughter serving as Mohan's concubine, trying to leverage familial ties for leniency. Unmoved, Mohan asks about Zhang's accomplices, emphasizing the necessity of justice over mercy. Mohan reveals awareness of Zhang's links, aiming to teach a broader lesson without touching his apparent ally for now. A court official urgently calls for Mohan, trying to capture his attention as the concern escalates. The official reports to Mohan that Princess Ki has been led away by third sister, prompting an immediate reaction. Alarmed and confused, Mohan reacts with urgency upon hearing about Kai's whereabouts. The scene shifts to the mountainous area where wolves linger, setting an ominous atmosphere. Third sister stands with Ki, who questions the purpose of being brought to this mysterious location. A girl with pink flowers in her hair recalls a place, while another girl affirms she remembers due to a past wolf encounter. The girl in a yellow dress reminds the other of a previous incident where she almost lost her life, which was forgiven, asking to let bygones be bygones. The purple-haired girl insists that this time she also needs to be forgiven. The girl in yellow is shocked at a revelation, expressing disbelief. She reflects on her situation from an elevated viewpoint, suggesting Kiki shouldn't blame her. The purple-haired girl stands in a dim setting, deciding it's time to bring satisfaction. The girl in yellow, now dusty and scratched, struggles and questions if the other has reached a rebellious phase. She demands someone find a rope to help her out of the predicament. From above, the purple-haired girl threatens to cut the other's bangs if she doesn't comply. She prays for her sister's safety and that everything turns out well. The girl in yellow is surrounded by wolves, pleading them to stay away. Crouched in fear, she laments that the struggles return, feeling like she's back at the start. She vows not to forgive Yi Yun Shang, even if she becomes a ghoul as a wolf lunges. An arrow hits the wolf, and she cries out for someone to save her. She looks up with astonishment, questioning if it's her father who intervened. Her father focuses intently, urging someone not to strike. He passionately declares his determination to protect his daughter as arrows fly. Guarding the gate, the guards panic as they are told the Majesty jumped down again. In a red cloak, the father reflects on an action as familiar, pondering why it's happening again. He finds the scene highly reminiscent, standing amidst a mesmerizing background. From his perspective, the girl staggers forward, softly calling him father. He questions internally about the timing and circumstances of her severe injuries. She embraces him tightly, repeatedly calling out for her father. Memories of the great hall and gazebo surface, blending into a nostalgic haze. He recalls moments at the back of the mountain, emphasizing their significance. Clutching his head, he admits to himself that he remembers everything now. Apologetically, he acknowledges his past wrongs and shortcomings as a father. She confirms his recollection, seeking assurance that he indeed remembers. Emphatically, she questions why it took him so long to remember, expressing her frustrations. He embraces her, promising he won't repeat his mistakes, admitting his prior faults. Mohan and Tin are enjoying time together at a festival, the setting sun casting warm hues over the surroundings. Tin and Kiki are smiling, wearing traditional festive clothes with lanterns hanging above. Kiki gazes at the same festive scene with admiration for the decorations and lively atmosphere. Tin and Kiki stand side by side, enveloped in a comfortable silence as they watch people pass by in the background. Mohan and Tin hold hands, his protective demeanor evident as they walk among the crowd. Kiki holds a tray of food, her focus on serving the delicious dishes in front of her. Tin stands, processing Kiki's words about never forgiving her without making tangulu. Mohan reassures Tin, promising to make a whole cart of tangulu without eating or sleeping. A servant expresses concern over the princess' recent high fever and whether to call a physician. Mohan instructs to call all imperial physicians to the palace while Kiki sleeps in his arms. Mohan orders more ingredients for tangulu, ensuring there's no shortage. Kiki is carried while Mohan questions the absence at the Temple of Literature. Tin admits her fear of Kiki resenting her. Mohan comforts Tin, patting her head, acknowledging Kiki's intelligence and understanding nature. Tin is touched by Mohan's words, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Mohan offers a chance for Tin to join in making tangulu as she truly cares for Kiki. As Kiki wakes, she is surprised by the large quantity of tangulu Mohan prepared. Mohan asks if Kiki remembers the location, hinting at its significance. Mohan reminisces about meeting Kiki crawling out from the dog door for the first time. Kiki reflects on that first encounter, recalling that day with a smile. Mohan confirms the dog door is still present. Kiki is shocked to learn the door was repaired on Mohan's command. The dog door is proudly displayed, specifically designated for Princess Ki. Mohan playfully asks Kiki if she likes the gesture. Kiki is stunned, awkwardly responding to Mohan's question. A sudden exclamation is heard, drawing attention to someone at the door. Another woman, concubine Shu, is revealed, seeking an urgent audience with Mohan. Concubine Shu explains her need to speak due to being blocked by eunuch Zhao. She pleads with Mohan, claiming her father's innocence and wrongful framing. Mohan listens, dispassionately asking if she's finished with her plea. Mohan and Ting stand together, silhouetted against a sunlit backdrop. Mohan is garbed in dark attire, creating a striking contrast with the brightness behind him. Ting, dressed in lighter tones, stands beside him, sharing in the peaceful moment. Ki holds her hand out towards the viewer. The background swirls with dark patterns, indicating a moment of surprise or revelation. A serene sunset frames Mohan, who wears intricate traditional robes. He mentions the evening class at the Temple of Literature, reminding Ki about her waiting sister at the gate. Mohan gently pushes the little girl forward, telling her to go straight ahead and not look back. Her eyes are wide as she grips onto her item, acknowledging with a quiet okay. The little girl walks towards a traditional gate, lanterns hanging to the side. She protests aloud, admitting her faults, perhaps in a moment of reflection or regret. Ki stands among a shower of delicate white roses, addressing her sister with a mix of shy and embarrassed sentiments. Her name echoes in the floral archway, a testament to their close bond. The young girl expresses an odd mixture of surprise and alienation towards Ki, questioning the stranger-like gaze she's receiving despite being siblings. Sissy hesitates, recalling if her actions caused any harm. Her sincerity is evident, though there's a moment she seems to struggle with admitting her intentions. Ki, humored, teases her sister about her fear, painting her as a fearless figure in jest. Their bond is playfully expressed through laughter and light-hearted chides. Kai lightly mocks Sissy, questioning her true intentions with a playful nudge about Song Yu Cheng. Their interaction is filled with sibling banter, highlighted by their closeness. Sissy counters with playful defensiveness, explaining her motives with an affectionate pinch, while seeking her sister's understanding despite the mischief. Ki questions Sissy on her feelings for Song Yu Cheng, prompting a thoughtful response about her own nature and disinterest in forced affections. As they walk down a stone path, Ki reflects on her current standing in the palace, wondering aloud about her next steps. From a distance, Ki urges them to hurry, concerned about being late as the sky dramatically changes color, emphasizing the urgency in their pace. Ki bumps into someone suddenly. A small cry from her sister calls out to her. The viewer sees her surprise against the backdrop of twilight hues. The man, grand in his white robes and gentle demeanor, reassures Ki that there's no rush, expressing he had exceeded his boundaries in their impromptu encounter. Ki stands before the unknown figure, puzzled by his absence in the original tale she knows. Curiosity piques her interest in this unfamiliar presence. Ki, exercising polite formality, introduces the man as advisor, a title which seems to surprise her sister. The cordial exchange underscores an unfamiliar authority. With a reminder from Ki, her sister executes a bow in haste, unfamiliar with this respected figure whose significance she cannot comprehend without cues. The advisor reveals his recent return after 3 months in seclusion, providing a respite for the sisters from their school obligations. They stand attentively, taking in his words. Ki reacts with a thought bubble of skepticism, contemplating the advisor's long absence and the mysterious aura he carries. The advisor addresses the princess' academic setbacks with a gentle reminder of diligence over leisure. His intent gaze suggests an earnest desire to guide her properly. Inviting Ki to the Sutra Pavilion, the advisor extends an open invitation for further study, with a hint of authority laced with kindness. Ki silently acknowledges the aura surrounding the advisor, connecting it to the respect he commands within the palace. She understands his unique presence. As the advisor walks away, the princess shares her insecurities with her sister, feeling overwhelmed by the situation and the proximity of impending trouble. Sissy is puzzled by her sister's fear of the advisor, reasoning his role was specially arranged by their father, therefore requiring her to treat him with singular deference. Ki confesses her bewilderment at her own fear despite the advisor's beauty and considerate demeanor, voicing a contradiction between her feelings and his perceived perfection. Ki's sister jokingly waves off the notion of the advisor's charm, treating the idea of him as a future beau as an amusing absurdity. Ki playfully silences her sister's teasing, emphasizing discretion amidst their conversation, though the underlying admiration is briefly entertained. Ki whimsically considers the advisor's attributes, pale skin, pleasant demeanor, and tranquil white garb, yet she hints at a deeper reason for her apprehension, a subdued enigma. King Han reflects on the risk of angering the advisor, acknowledging that her little life here hinges on her keeping a low profile. As King Han prepares to leave, she mentions needing to copy books and instructs Debay to return without her, reminding the latter not to wander. King Han advises Debay to head back for dinner and warns against speaking to anyone about the advisor or her evening plans. Debay mischievously teases King Han about the possibility of something happening between her and the advisor. King Han dismisses Debay's teasing with a playful threat to settle it with a beating upon her return. Debay ponders the changes in the storyline, wondering if a new character emerged due to plot alterations. She considers He Jing's chances in the story as she kicks leaves, questioning the implications of the new developments. Debay is surprised to see Liu Ji and calls out to him under an autumn canopy. Liu Ji squints in her direction, questioning her presence as Debay explains she was headed back for dinner. Debay senses something amiss with Liu Ji, noting his scent of blood and wondering about his recent activities. She is struck by the alarming thought that Liu Ji might have killed someone. Liu Ji gently pats Debay's head, signaling her to go, as he decides to leave as well, Dabai feels she should trust Liu Ji despite her fears about what he might have done. Dabai expresses her desire to dine with Liu Ji, asking him to take her back with him. Liu Ji, showing reluctance, retracts from Dabai's reach, suggesting they'll meet another time. An hour passes at Zhonghua Palace, indicating the passage of time in the narrative. Dabai instructs Liu Ji to eat first, promising to join him later after handling some tasks. Growing uneasy, Dabai resolves to accompany Liu Ji, suspecting something is wrong with him. As Dabai follows, she notices blood and realizes Liu Ji is bleeding, which alarms her. Confused and concerned, Dabai questions the events that have led to Liu Ji's current state. The revelation of the severity of Liu Ji's injuries shocks Dabai, deepening her concern. Inside the room, Liu Ji is seen wrapping his wounds, his condition visibly severe. In a surprising turn, Liu Ji suddenly picks up Dabai, leaving her bewildered. Liu Ji, panicking, demands to know who sent Dabai to spy on him, his suspicion rising. Overwhelmed by the situation, Dabai tries to clarify her identity and intentions to Liu Ji. Dabai calmly reassures Liu Ji that he doesn't need to fear her, affirming her identity. Liu Ji questions Dabai's reason for being there, his curiosity clearly piqued. Liu Ji senses someone approaching, urging Dabai to hide swiftly. An attendant arrives with medicine for Liu Ji, announcing its purpose at the entrance. Liu Ji instructs the attendant to leave the medicine outside, not allowing entry. Mo-han and Tin are shown together, forming connections of complex emotions, involved in a delicate exchange that hints at deeper plot elements. A hand reaches out in a formal setting, with the words of deference, indicating the presence of someone of high status being addressed as Your Highness. Tin is lightly wrapped in bandages, attempting to create distance by telling the other to let go, showing an assertive, independent stance. The conversation turns to concerns about safety in the palace, posing a question if such caution is necessary, challenging the established sense of security. Tin, reflecting on her status, explains that no place offers true safety, revealing the precarious balance she maintains within the palace walls. Cece is curious about Tin's status beyond being the Prince of Baiming, suspecting another hidden identity adding layers to the intrigue. Tin shows relief, deciding not to question why Cece followed him. Instead, he requests her help with applying medicine, prioritizing healing over accountability. Tin asks Cece if she knows how to apply the medicine, resulting in her agreeing to try despite uncertainty, nodding in acknowledgement. Cece questions why Tin didn't consult the royal doctor, pointing out the visibility of his injury, and expresses concern over the need for secrecy. Cece internally wonders who could have inflicted such an injury on Tin and why it must remain hidden, showing her empathetic nature. Conflicted thoughts plague Cece as she ponders the numerous secrets surrounding Tin, fearing what truths she might uncover. Cece fears that the truths behind Tin's secrets could lead to irreversible consequences, intertwining curiosity with anxiety. A gentle inquiry from Cece about causing pain is met with Tin's reassurances, urging her to continue the task, maintaining their collaborative effort. Cece remarks on Tin's sweating, wondering about the extent of his pain, indicating a caring involvement in his well-being. Tin internally assesses Cece's intentions, concluding she harbors no desire to harm him, fostering a sense of cautious trust. Cece promises Tin confidentiality, respecting his privacy and ensuring any secrets will be kept safe, reinforcing her supportive role. Mo-han makes an unexpected offer to Cece, opening the table for questions and suggesting a willingness to share more of himself. Cece is taken aback by Mo-han's openness and contemplates the possibility of learning his secrets, cautiously optimistic. Cece questions Mo-han about hidden intentions, like being silenced after discovering the truth, linking her knowledge with danger. Mo-han considers Cece's persistent desire to uncover the truth, acknowledging her determination to understand his injuries. Cece asks if Mo-han still feels pain, showing continued concern for his condition and reflecting her compassionate nature. Mo-han is surprised by Cece's question, revealing unexpected vulnerability under her scrutiny, indicating shifting dynamics. Cece acknowledges the need for secrecy and expresses understanding, highlighting her ability to empathize with Mo-han's situation. Mo-han admits the injury was a warning from his company, hinting at deeper schemes and underlying tensions in his world. As Mo-han discusses his company's grand plans, Cece reacts with panic, fearful of the wider implications of his words. Mo-han addresses Cece's fears directly, questioning the need for delay if he intended harm, providing her with reassurance. Sissy reflects on her history with Mohan, deducing that if he intended harm, she wouldn't have survived their past encounters. Mohan offers Sissy the chance to ask further questions, emphasizing his openness and shifting the conversation dynamic once more. Sissy declines further questioning, contemplating Mohan's strength and the likelihood of success in his endeavors, filled with uncertain admiration. A tender moment ensues as Mohan wishes Sissy success and instructs her to return quickly, showcasing a gentle side and protective instincts. Sissy questions herself, wondering why she forgot to use the hemostatic medicine. Mohan dismisses the effectiveness of the palace's medicine, telling Sissy not to worry and to leave. Sissy reflects on Mohan's careless attitude towards his injuries, noting it's become a habit. She thinks about how Zhonghuo Palace lacks medicinal materials and servants, finding it pitiful. It is now the second night at Zhonghuo Palace. A woman, distressed and wounded, repeatedly calls for little Cheng. Mohan is by the woman's side, calling her mother. The woman insists that little Cheng must live on. Mohan, now alone and alert, demands to know who is there. Sissy reveals herself, asking Mohan to keep his voice down while struggling with a jar. Mohan comments on the height of the window, exasperated. Sissy carefully climbs through the window, balancing her jar. Playfully, Sissy explains she climbed up with the help of Dabai. Sissy reassures Mohan about discreetly making medicine for his wound. Mohan questions Sissy's effort, surprised she carried the jar all the way. Sissy encourages Mohan to drink the medicine quickly, assuring him it will heal him. Mohan asserts he never needed saving from Sissy. Sissy places the jar down, saying she's brought it regardless. Mohan notices Sissy's injured ankle and questions it. Sissy reassures him, saying her ankle will heal quickly. She explains the scratch might be from when she climbed the wall, but it's not painful. Mohan insists that she drink her medicine before it cools down. He refuses to drink, stating he doesn't need it. Sissy is puzzled about the severity of Mohan's injury. Mohan firmly tells Sissy he doesn't need her help. Mohan reveals his back, instructing Sissy to see for herself. Sissy is astonished. The wound appears gone. She hesitantly points out where the wound should have been. Sissy confirms that the wound has completely disappeared. Mohan asks if Sissy sees clearly now. Tin stands with a solemn expression while Sissy looks up, contemplating how she saw the wound from the previous day and recalls the pain he showed was not faked. Tin covers his chest, where the wound once was, as Sissy wonders how it healed so quickly without a mark. The mystery of its rapid healing puzzles her. Tin turns slightly, telling Sissy that she doesn't need to worry about the situation, indicating it's something she shouldn't know. Sissy admits silently he might be right. They move to a quiet room where Tin sits and explains that he cannot reveal more details yet. When the time is right, he will share everything with her. Tin complicates matters by saying they aren't resolved and the time to discuss it hasn't come yet, holding Sissy's attention as she listens closely. Sissy agrees not to ask further questions, deciding to trust Tin despite the uncertainty around them, preferring to wait for when he's ready to speak. Tin says he will head back, leaving the room while Sissy stands by, wrapped in her thoughts about the night's revelations and unanswered questions. As Tin prepares to leave, he mentions that rain is coming soon, showing awareness of shifting weather, while Sissy seems to prepare herself mentally. Sissy stands by the window, remarking on how it feels colder than when she arrived, with no moon in the sky as she contemplates the night's events. Sissy suddenly becomes alert, referring to Dabai, as uncertainty fills the room. She seems to seek confirmation or support for what's going on. Before the rain begins, Sissy decides they should leave quickly, aiming to move with urgency before the weather shifts. Tin, cross-armed, agrees to Sissy's insistence on leaving. He allows it, indicating willingness to respect her decision despite any personal reluctance. Sissy becomes startled by something unexpected, questioning the presence of an ominous figure in the shadows, unsure of what it could mean. In a light-hearted panic, Sissy wonders aloud if the figure is a ghost. Tin humorously concurs, sharing in her mild fright. Rising concern about the supposed ghost causes Sissy to refuse returning alone, prompting Tin to jokingly offer to carry her for safety. Tin proposes a sleeping arrangement where Sissy takes the bed while he takes the chair, prioritizing her comfort and safety. Sissy begins to suspect Tin might have orchestrated the evening's events, considering the series of circumstances that unfolded. The scene shifts to the Imperial School the next morning, capturing the changing leaves as a new day starts with reflections on lost enthusiasm. In the classroom, a classmate wonders why Cece looks so tired, teasing her about possible late-night activities and questioning her sleepiness. Cece admits her insomnia, explaining her struggle to sleep at night and stay awake during the day. Her classmate comments how it sounds poetic. The classmate urges Cece to wake up, mentioning a big event happening today and invites her to join, piquing Cece's curiosity about the occasion. Opting for fun over classes, they decide to skip school and aim for an adventurous day, switching their mood to excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, in a restaurant's side room elsewhere in the capital, someone comments on the simplicity of the situation they are discussing. Two individuals inside the room conclude their conversation with one affirming that there's nothing more to add, leaving matters settled. The discussion shifts to past events involving Kiki, as inquiries are made about thorough investigations into those occurrences, requesting clarity. An appeal for understanding from all perspectives emerges, with one admitting it's tough dealing with frequent requests from the other. A servant arrives, announcing the arrival of tofu for the 9th Royal Highness, noting the effort taken in obtaining it due to long lines. With curiosity about the source, one asks if the tofu came from a well-known family, reflecting on its reputation and preparation. Confirmed that it's the same sought-after tofu, the servant recounts the crowded lines and even sacrifices made, receiving appreciation in return. A brotherly interaction follows, as one suggests trying the tofu together, inviting a shared moment as they settle in for a meal. Mohan demands someone throw away his stinky tofu. The frightened servant hesitantly agrees to dispose of it for him, while smoke wafts from the hot dish. Mohan sternly instructs the servant to leave the tofu, commanding the task be carried out immediately, pointing decisively. As Mohan listens, another servant interrupts, mentioning that while in line for stinky tofu, they saw the 3rd and 7th princesses nearby. Mohan questions if the princesses skipped school and inquires about their destination, prompting the servant to stammer out a response. Two young princesses inquire at a bookstore about a book, asking if the latest volume they ordered has been published yet. The shopkeeper proudly presents the book to the princesses, highlighting the author's signature on it, which delights them. The younger princess is surprised to realize the book is an ancient text, her eyes wide with intrigue. The shopkeeper shows several other new books, inviting them to explore the selection as the shelves are filled with promising titles. One princess decides there's no need to look further, having found what she wanted, her expression set. The older princess decides to buy all the books from this author, asking the shopkeeper to reserve signed copies for her in future. The shopkeeper lists charming and romantic book titles, piquing the interest of the younger princess who listens intently. The younger princess, holding the books, curiously asks if any of them contain the thing they are searching for, inquiring of her sister. The older sister hushes her sibling, cautioning that she's too young, and promises to hand over the books in 2 years. A servant approaches, bowing, and informs the princesses that they're being summoned by the emperor, which surprises them. As they ascend the palace steps, the younger sister wonders aloud why their father suddenly left the palace. The servant explains that details cannot be revealed, but insists on escorting the princesses to meet their father immediately. The older sister expresses concern about their books being discovered by their father, while the younger silently worries. Kiki is asked to enter first, but she defers, observing traditional respect for her older sister, suggesting she lead instead. The older sister insists on letting the younger go first, but Kiki counters, teasing that she's older using a mysterious logic. The older sister, puzzled, questions what Kiki means by 2 lifetimes, her curiosity piqued by the cryptic statement. Mohan calls from inside, demanding both princesses enter, causing them to freeze and react with apprehension. Mohan questions their absence from school as they stand silently with downcast eyes, feeling the weight of his words. When confronted about their truancy, both sisters nervously deny skipping school, attempting to justify their actions. Mohan is curious about what they're hiding and demands them to reveal it, as Kiki anxiously holds the concealed item. Shocked by Mohan's presence, the princesses reluctantly display the hidden items, surrounded by a tense atmosphere. Overwhelmed, both sisters feel a sense of doom approaching, dreading the outcome of their brother's reaction. Mohan quietly asserts both their culpability, while tension continues to fill the room between them. Mohan sternly accuses them of playing truant merely to obtain the books, his stance resolute and unwavering. The younger sister tries to deflect some blame by mentioning the stinky tofu as another motivation for their actions. Another character lightens the tense scene, jokingly acknowledging the irresistible smell of stinky tofu, creating a brief moment of levity. Imo-han stands in the room looking at CH60 and Tinjin, who seem puzzled by a report on the floor. A question hangs in the air about the situation at hand. Imo-han, with determination in his eyes, suggests that answers will be revealed soon. The scene shifts to an elegant building surrounded by greenery, marking a transition a moment later. A whimsical image shows three people writing apology letters while exercising. Imo-han confirms the situation with a triumphant yes. A reflective thought of frustration about being implicated twice without cause, leading to feelings of hate. The setting changes to the Royal Library room at midnight, where an official approaches Imo-han, who is seated at a desk. Imo-han inquires if someone is asleep, casually rubbing his head, indicating a state of contemplation. The official informs Imo-han that the seventh princess is already asleep and mentions her uneasy slumber due to exhaustion. Imo-han instructs the official to relieve her of writing duties for the next day, suggesting that Imo-han will take her place instead. Imo-han questions if arrangements have been made to find the author of controversial books. The official confirms the author is imprisoned, waiting for audience. The official offers to quietly eliminate the author, but Imo-han dismisses the need for such action. Imo-han decides to let the author continue writing. He taps his fingers on a table, indicating his decision-making process. Imo-han seems pleased, considering the scenario where if his daughter enjoys the books, they should be written with inspirational content. This is seen as a clever tactic. An official decree is spoken, promoting the author to an artist with benefits of a 6th-rank mandarin, enforcing a new role. The condition is set for the author to produce more than 3,000 words monthly, with dire consequences otherwise. Flattery about Imo-han's mercy follows. The official has additional news regarding General Exu's return with troops, desiring a meeting outside the palace. Mention of General Exu and monitoring Crown Prince Xi-ming catches Imo-han's attention, prompting further contemplation. Imo-han decides to grant an audience to General Exu, instructing to let him in. The scene transitions outside to the Huayang Palace, bathed in moonlight, signifying a change of setting. CX-60 is caught in confusion amidst chaos, shouting about her whereabouts amidst warnings to flee. The revelation of being in Bai Ming strikes her with surprise, repeating the name to herself in shock. The reality of being in Bai Ming continues to unsettle her, as the environment is filled with ominous energy. The narrative states the story is coming to an end, leaving a cliffhanger aura in the atmosphere. Yan Cheng, a male protagonist, appears on horseback, signaling a significant plot development involving CX-60. An ominous narration describes Yan Cheng's destructive actions in Bai Ming, imperiling everyone, including CX-60. Yan Cheng declares CX-60's fate as the last in Bai Ming, to sacrifice for the prosperity of Bai Yan. CX-60 awakens abruptly, pondering the vivid and personal nature of her dream about the story's end. Her reflections bring concern that changes to the plot may not alter the grim outcome, questioning her agency. Overwhelmed, CX-60 recalls the male lead Yan Cheng's face, linking her dream's events to reality. A shock ensues as a scream fills the air, prompting CX-60 to pay attention to external happenings. Imo-han bursts through the door forcefully, holding a sword, and finds Sissy on the floor, who calls out the name Liu. Imo-han accuses Sissy of being the last survivor of Bai Ming and demands her blood as a sacrifice for Xinming people. Birds flutter away in the sky above a traditional building as a shout of "No!" echoes. Sissy awakens in bed, wearing traditional clothes, while a concerned servant checks on her, mentioning Her Highness awakening. The servant explains to Sissy that she had a fever last night and reassures her that the doctor treated her. Sissy muses about her father's visit last night and resolves to thank him later as she drinks from a bowl. Sissy contemplates the bizarre dream she experienced, questioning its logic. Sissy feels uneasy about the dream, feeling as though Liu's brother wanted to kill her, while thinking about the royal library. Sissy, carrying a small box, wonders about the significance of the appearance of male lead Yan Cheng. Sissy hides behind a corner, wary of the soldiers passing by, and thinks about these people. Sissy connects the scene with Yan Cheng from the original story, contemplating who he is. Sissy peeks from behind the wall, asking herself which one is the male lead. Sissy recalls the original depiction of Yan Cheng, noting his distinct appearance and exceptional handsomeness. Sissy focuses on his sharp eyes, admitting that she feels something is off. Observing the group, Sissy realizes that no one fits Yan Cheng's description, wondering if he hasn't appeared yet. Sissy reflects on the original storyline, where Yan Cheng hid his identity to seek revenge. Now seated, Sissy predicts that the moment of Yan Cheng's appearance is near. A scene of destruction is depicted, critiquing the portrayal of the male lead as lacking the main character's aura. The narrative describes Yan Cheng's struggle after Bai Ming's fall, hiding his identity in the enemy's barracks. Yan Cheng is shown resting, determined to avenge his family and country's destruction. Guards berate Yan Cheng, emphasizing his weak position and impending fate on the battlefield. Yan Cheng, under autumn leaves, strategizes a surprise attack as criticisms about his story's pacing are made. Yan Cheng agrees to orders and is hinted to eventually rise to significant power within 3 years. Yan Cheng is depicted leading troops into the capital, indicating his growth into a formidable leader. Yan Cheng stands before the throne, having led an attack against the imperial palace. Yan Cheng, now on the throne, has dethroned the great tyrant Yi Ji Yao, showcasing his rise to power. The narrative paints Yan Cheng as ruthless, lacking romantic feelings, like a demon without mercy. Sissy reflects on the story's male lead, contemplating how to avoid a similar tragic fate for Bai Ming. Despite the poor odds, Sissy is determined to try for her loved ones, aiming to prevent the tragic end. Sissy senses someone watching her, yet sees no one, heightening her awareness of her surroundings. Kiki carries a basket, thinking about handling her father's work and deciding to return to the palace first, doubting her suspicions may be excessive. Kiki is surprised to hear Liu Ji's voice and turns to see him entering the room. Liu Ji stands holding a folder and greets Kiki, questioning her presence as she wonders why he is there personally meeting her father today. Liu Ji reassures Kiki, saying he just passed by the Sutra Pavilion and coincidentally ended up there, reaching out while holding the folder. Kiki doubts Liu Ji's excuse, mentally noting the Sutra Pavilion is south and the Royal Study north, questioning the validity of his explanation. Kiki changes the topic, asking Liu Ji if he was busy yesterday as she tries to move the conversation away from her doubts. Kiki muses about having a fever and dreaming Liu Ji killed her, expressing feeling wronged about the dream. Liu Ji asks if Kiki is feeling better now, and she brushes it off, saying she is fine while her body language shows mild annoyance. Liu Ji teases Kiki, suggesting she might be upset he did not visit when she was sick, but not taking her complaint seriously. Kiki insists she is not upset as she stomps away, her actions contradicting her words. Kiki internally justifies her irritation, remembering her efforts to help Liu Ji when injured without receiving the same care back. Liu Ji smiles, revealing he did visit Kiki, however, no one knew about it, hinting at his secretive nature. Kiki curiously peeks under a cloth, carefully lifting it to see what might be underneath. Kiki reacts with shock upon seeing what's under the cloth, clearly taken aback by the discovery. Liu Ji gently covers Kiki's eyes, telling her not to look at the scene ahead. Guards warn Liu Ji to remove the object as it frightens the princess, and he apologizes, acknowledging their command. Assuring Kiki, Liu Ji lets her know the disturbing sight is gone, urging her not to be scared. Liu Ji reflects on the experience, suggesting Kiki may never have seen a dead person before as he strokes her head. Kiki questions the identity of the dead person with urgency in her voice. Liu Ji reveals that the dead person was Crown Prince Exigning, startling Kiki with the revelation. He clarifies further, confirming that the body was Yan Cheng's, adding to the gravity of the situation. Kiki pretends to be surprised, exclaiming Yan Cheng's name aloud as she processes the information. Kiki internally reflects, knowing Yan Cheng faked his death, and ponders Liu Ji's involvement, questioning his knowledge about this. Kiki wonders if Liu Ji knows the reason behind Yan Cheng's death, speculating inwardly on his awareness. Liu Ji reflects solemnly, questioning the true cause of Yan Cheng's demise, pondering deeply about the circumstances. Liu Ji mentions Kiki's sneaky attempts to gather information from him, lightly teasing her while still serious. Liu Ji sadly implies that Yan Cheng's end might have been unavoidable, suggesting there was a justification behind it. Liu Ji philosophically comments on the world's unfair nature, lamenting the lack of justice for good and evil deeds. Liu Ji excuses himself, saying he has palace matters to attend to, and leaves Kiki pondering his sad demeanor. Kiki calls out to Liu Ji, pleading for him to wait as she follows him, feeling the pressing need to understand more. Ting invites Kiki to join him, saying he's not in a hurry to see their father. Kiki responds hesitantly, addressing Ting directly. A view of the palace roof is seen through the leaves. Ting suggests taking Kiki back to the palace first. Kiki asks if she can eat lunch with Ting at the Zhonghua Palace before going back. Ting mentions the pastries there are better than his, implying her silence means agreement. Kiki, smiling and grateful, thanks Ting for agreeing to her suggestion. The scene shifts to outside the Zhonghua Palace, a serene setting with sunlight filtering through the trees. Kiki spots a cat and comments that it belongs to their eldest brother, asking Ting if he knows it. Kiki, excited, calls the cat Niang Niang, coaxing it to come closer. Ting repeats the cat's name, seemingly in recognition or surprise. Kiki confirms her surprise that it is indeed Niang Niang after rubbing the cat gently. Ting looks around, commenting on their eldest brother's absence, while Kiki holds the cat, thinking she can keep it for a while. Dabai instructs Kiki to put the cat down, considering it dirty, as they stand near a garden entrance. Kiki insists the cat is clean and cute, offering it to Dabai, who refuses to hold it. Guards search the bushes, stating they heard someone mention the presence of the Majesty nearby. The Majesty orders a search, looking determined as the scene unfolds in the garden. The Majesty calls out for Niang Niang, while Kiki feels alarmed and worried about their situation. Kiki anxiously hopes the Majesty won't misunderstand her actions with the cat. The Majesty questions why Niang Niang is with them, observing the situation carefully. Kiki feels confused as she struggles to explain the situation, holding the cat closely. She nervously hopes the Majesty won't take drastic action over a misunderstanding. Ting reassures the Majesty that Kiki will accompany him, planning to leave once the matter is resolved. The Majesty thanks Kiki for her help, ending the narrative on a calm note. Kiki informs Liu Ji that she's leaving. Liu Ji responds that it's up to her. The scene shifts to the Changde Palace under the warm light of the sun. Kiki is impressed by the palace's size, noting it is much larger than her own Huaiyang Palace and different as expected of the eldest son's residence. She wonders why there is so much water and suspects the eldest brother was getting Niang Niang a bath. Kiki holds a cat, suspecting that the bath must have led to Niang Niang's upper part being wet. The eldest brother explains it's the maid's day off, and after trying to bathe the cat himself, the cat ran away, afraid of the water. Kiki mentions that cats generally fear water but can still take baths. The eldest brother inquires if she has a solution. Kiki explains that because the cat has never been exposed to water, it feels insecure. She advises gently wetting its entire body to help it get accustomed to the water. While Kiki follows her advice, her eldest brother comments that they haven't interacted much. He notes that the cat's lack of security could be due to unfamiliarity. Kiki remarks that the cat is no longer afraid as she puts it back in the bath. Her eldest brother wonders if Kiki's fear of him resembles the cat's fear of water. He points out their limited interactions and touches her forehead lightly. Kiki smiles and expresses her gratitude towards her eldest brother. Kiki mentions Niang Niang is clean now and expresses her intent to leave. Her eldest brother invites her to stay for lunch, suggesting she eat with him. Kiki apologetically declines, explaining her palace has already prepared lunch. Her eldest brother offers to take her back. Kiki politely refuses his help and starts to leave quickly. Her eldest brother wonders if she is still afraid of him. Kiki reflects on her prejudice against him, attributing it to previous bad rumors heard from her third sister. She questions why she feels scared of him when he's always gentle and never angry. Kiki notes her habit of running away while thinking of him waiting for her. Liu Ji asks if she brought the cat back. Kiki confirms that she did. She explains that although she initially planned to leave after returning the cat, she discovered her eldest brother was unable to bathe it properly. Liu Ji tells Kiki that her whereabouts and activities don't concern him and turns away. Kiki observes his apparent anger and sighs. She calls out to Liu Ji to wait for her. He has a hard mouth and a soft heart. This character will only make him suffer. She reflects on how he waited an hour and acted cold, leaving her puzzled about his anger. She apologizes for not knowing he was waiting for her. Next time, she says, she will be more aware. He tells her there will be no next time, emphasizing the finality of his words. He instructs her not to follow him, marking an end to their encounter. The sound of him pushing away resonates. She realizes he is truly angry and finds it challenging to appease him, shaking her head in disbelief. 1 hour later, the scene transitions to Zhonghua Palace, setting a new stage for their interaction. She mentions the confusing path in the palace, thankful for her previous visits, otherwise she would have gotten lost. She laments her lack of lunch while musing on her exhausting tasks. Her mission to console him feels daunting. Feeling hungry, she wonders why food is laid out despite it being past lunchtime. Did he prepare it for her? She hesitantly asks if he is still angry, unsure of how to approach him as she sits down. Liu Ji waves away the food, indicating she isn't hungry, and instructs the table to be cleared. She insists she is hungry, quickly grabbing the food before it's taken away, showing her determination. He points out that her eldest brother doesn't allow her to eat, hinting at the control in their environment. She protests, stating Liu Ji treats her the best, and she enjoys eating at his palace, eating a big piece. He gently tells her to eat slowly, and she expresses her desire for shrimp meat, appreciating his care. He warns her against wanting everything at once, expressing slight frustration. Finding her manner undignified as she burps, he points out her behavior with a raised brow. Feeling satisfied and full, she informs him she is leaving with a confident gesture. He abruptly stops her, causing her to turn back in surprise and anticipation. Confusion washes over her as she wonders if he is still upset or has another motive. Liu Ji requests her hand, adding to her bewilderment, unsure of his intention. He finds her hand dirty, prompting him to clean it, which surprises her given his past anger. She reflects on her assumptions, relieved he only wanted to clean her hands. Her skill in soothing seems to have improved. Deciding to leave, she departs with a pleasant demeanor, ready to move on from the encounter. Watching her go, he muses on their relationship, likening himself to an older brother. He ponders the boundaries between them. His thoughts reveal a secret about their lack of shared blood, fearing the impact of its revelation. Rationalizing her age and innocence, he dismisses his worries, believing they are unfounded. As he contemplates his country's restoration, he resolves to disregard his current feelings for her. His resolve is shown in the declaration. In a moment of vulnerability, he mutters her name while lying down, revealing his hidden affection. The scene shifts to a bright vision of her calling him warmly, inviting him to join her in an idyllic setting. In the midst of a serene garden, Mo Yan faces Kiki, intrigued by her presence and calling her name softly. Kiki, adorned with a crown of flowers, playfully offers Mo Yan a floral wreath, enjoying the sunny atmosphere. Mo Yan hesitantly reaches out, taking the flowers from Kiki as he continues to express surprise at her radiant appearance. Surrounded by blossoms, Kiki playfully adjusts her flower crown and mentions how it tickles her, adding to the light-hearted mood. Mo Yan, reaching out to touch the flowers, is gently reminded by Kiki to stop, as she refers to him affectionately as Liu Ji. Mo Yan, momentarily serious, instructs Kiki not to call him Liu Ji, emphasizing a more formal tone. Closing the gap between them, Mo Yan leans in and suggests that she call him Yan Ji instead, allowing for a more personal connection. Kiki, looking up to him, softly repeats Yan Ji, acknowledging his preference with a hint of affection. The scene transitions to a later hour as the narrative shifts to a cold spring behind the Zhonghua Palace under an ethereal night sky. Mo Yan, now alone, reflects on his earlier encounter with Kiki, questioning the surreal nature of the interaction as if it were a dream. He sits by himself, frustrated with his thoughts, acknowledging his mental confusion from the vivid daydreams. A wise advisor cautions Mo Yan about the risks of staying in the cold spring for too long, urging him to return to the shore for his well-being. Mo Yan dismisses the advisor's concerns, assigning him to an overnight duty while he himself remains preoccupied with other matters. As Mo Yan enters a dimly lit room, his footsteps echo softly, hinting at a sense of purpose or mission. His internal turmoil manifests physically as Mo Yan slams his fists against the wall in frustration, unable to find peace. Regaining composure, Mo Yan inquires if anyone needs more food, revealing a dual nature of empathy and authority. Mo Yan shows a moment of vulnerability, holding an empty bowl, seemingly caught between reluctance and necessity. He reassures the other presences in the room, promising future nourishment when the time is right, displaying calculated control. Surrounded by memories, Mo Yan recalls discussions with Kiki, illustrating his persistent internal conflict and responsibilities. Mo Yan's demeanor changes to stern, commanding those around him to avoid gazing at him with questioning eyes unless ready to face consequences. He reveals his identity as a prince from the enemy nation who has been secretly holding the real prince Yi Ting-cheng captive, outlining a hidden conflict. Mo Yan dismisses any familial loyalty, claiming that the fate of the Yiming royal family is justified and directs any resentment towards them. The third prince of the opposing nation is revealed to be Mo Yan, his presence defined by a powerful aura amidst a dramatic setting of red roses. The captive prince, confused and shackled, recognizes Mo Yan's true identity. Expressing shock at the revelation of Yan Cheng, Mo Yan asserts the striking similarities between Yi Ting-cheng and Kiki, despite their twisted circumstances and origins. Advancing with intent, Mo Yan asserts control, leaving the captive in uncertainty about his fate and identity. The captive begs Mo Yan for answers, questioning his intentions and expressing fear over his uncertain future. Mo Yan hushes him, revealing his liking for the name Yi Ting-cheng, delighting in his new identity's complexities and opportunities. The narrative reflects on Kiki's gentle demeanor, her voice softening the harsh realities faced by Mo Yan, recalling her affectionate naming. Mo Yan contemplates his strategic plans against the Yi royal family, calculating future gains while reflecting on the past decisions that led him here. Imakshwan holds a bottle, contemplating his decision not to kill just yet, deeming the person valuable for the moment. He observes a chained figure, considering using them to create a new mask, noting how faces change over time. The scene transitions to the next morning at the training ground, with the sun rising over a traditional building. Yi-tin, shown yawning, regrets agreeing to supervise sword practice, finding it mundane now that it's too late to decline. Kiki peeks around a corner, addressing Yi-tin as second brother, catching his attention. Yi-tin, surprised, questions why little Kiki has come to the training ground, coughing to clear his throat. Kiki explains that their eldest brother mentioned a martial arts training session involving young soldiers, which sparked her interest to watch. Yi-tin realizes they've been tricked by their brother into helping with supervising, dismissing its significance. Kiki, holding a cat, explains that their eldest brother asked her to care for the cat, Nyan Nian, for the day while he travels. They lament being tricked into various tasks by their brother, with Kiki humorously wishing to sew up one of his eyes while Yi-tin tries to remain calm. Despite feeling tricked, Yi-tin is content with Kiki's company and expresses he's not lonely. Kiki apologizes, stating she has more important things to do than simply watch the event unfold. Reflecting on the original storyline, Kiki recalls a plot where the male lead, Yan Cheng, was bullied in hopes to meet him at the training ground. She decides she must first get Yi-tin to leave her alone to have any chance of meeting or talking with the male lead. Kiki asks Yi-tin to hold Nyan while she pretends to find a place to change clothes behind the mountain. Yi-tin agrees, telling her he'll send a maid to accompany her for assistance. Another character offers to guide Kiki to the tents set for changing and using the bathroom, reassuring her. Kiki requests privacy while she goes into a tent to change, telling the maid to wait outside. Inside the tent, Kiki notices its instability, considering if she can escape through the back. Attempting to squeeze through the tent, Kiki finds herself stuck and wonders if she has gained weight, feeling embarrassed. She realizes she can't ask the maid for help without revealing her real intentions, leaving her in a predicament. Resigned to her situation, Kiki contemplates waiting until she gets thinner from hunger to escape. Unexpectedly, someone approaches and Kiki nervously asks who it is. Recognizing Liu Ji, Kiki pleads for help while remaining stuck in the tent. Liu Ji, amused, assures her to stop struggling as he believes in her, despite her worries about eating too much. Liu Ji asks her to step back, but Kiki protests she's already tried and failed to make it work. Liu Ji reassures her not to cry and tells her he's thinking of a solution. He discreetly helps her, telling her to hurry as it's uncomfortable for her. Kiki quietly warns Liu Ji that there's a maid guarding the door, expressing concern. Liu Ji confidently enters, dismissing concerns about propriety, asking the maid to step aside, revealing his rank as a justification. Cece stands with a puzzled look, questioning why people let someone in so easily. Cece calls out to Liu Ji, wondering if he's inside. While walking, Cece reflects on how easily Liu Ji was allowed to enter, suspecting the maid found him attractive. Cece and Liu Ji are outside. She recalls that she was blocked from entering and remarks that he had to knock the maid out. Liu Ji tells Cece not to move as he attends to something. Liu Ji explains how the scent bag affects movement, suggesting Cece should lean toward her back leg. Liu Ji, holding a small object, instructs Cece to try again. Cece notices the space around her seems to widen. Sissy finally frees herself and expresses relief, resting against Liu Ji. Sissy vows never to crawl through a dog hole in the future. Liu Ji coughs, and Sissy notices something peculiar about him. Sissy feels grateful towards Liu Ji, not understanding his blush. Liu Ji suggests returning to the martial arts training ground, and Sissy agrees. Sissy ponders behind the mountain, questioning if she missed a significant event while stuck. A voice asks Liu Ji if someone is okay amid a serene landscape. Liu Ji reassures that he used minimal force and the person will awaken shortly. Sissy grabs Liu Ji's arm, indicating she is searching for someone. Internally, Sissy worries about accidentally revealing too much truth. Liu Ji questions Sissy on whom she seeks, amid soldiers at the training ground. Sissy nervously recalls the male lead, possibly using the name Quanju Asai. Sissy inquires if Liu Ji knows all the young soldiers at the training ground. Liu Ji coldly confirms he can recognize most soldiers, asking Sissy whom she wishes to find. Sissy mentions the name Quanju Asai, but Liu Ji responds he does not know him. Sissy questions whether Liu Ji has ever heard of the name, or if the person simply isn't there. Liu Ji asserts that the name does not exist in the army list, challenging Sissy's disbelief. Sissy expresses belief in Liu Ji, though she internally worries about the storyline deviating. Sissy contemplates the original storyline where a corpse was disguised, pondering alternatives. Reflecting on the past, Sissy imagines a different fate for Yi Ki. Thinking about survival beyond 6 years, Sissy remembers Q Uncle, contemplating his role. Sissy envisions Q Uncle in the original story, postulating why his life is spared in current events. A serious moment unfolds as Sissy reflects on a grim realization. These clues all converge on one point that shouldn't be. People destined to die are surviving, while those meant to live are being put in danger. Sissy stands under a starry sky, pondering the true identity of the corpse labeled as Yan Cheng, the male lead in this story. The uncertainty of the situation troubles her. The lifeless form of a young man lies on a table, covered by a sheet. Sissy questions if her existence has altered the storyline, inadvertently causing the death of the male lead. A light-hearted scene outside features Mohan lounging under a tree. He casually remarks on his fortune, while Sissy stands nearby, bemused by his relaxed demeanor. Mohan approaches Sissy, checking her forehead. She seems puzzled by his concern as he questions why she appeared to act so erratically, despite showing no signs of fever. Mohan stays silent, arms crossed, as Sissy tries to make sense of her thoughts. The weight of her actions bears heavily on her mind, contemplating how she had affected powerful dynasties. Looking at her intently, Mohan points out that the person she seeks is unable to come and wonders if this disappoints her. His question lingers as Sissy contemplates the implications. Sissy denies being upset, reasoning positively that the male lead's death means she no longer needs to fear his vengeance. Her mind races through her changing reality and the balance of safety around her. Standing together, Sissy reassures herself that those she cares about will remain unharmed now that certain threats have been eliminated. She feels a sense of relief alongside Mohan. Mohan playfully taps Sissy on the head, curious about her focused gaze. Her thoughts, however, remain unspoken as she tries to express what truly occupies her mind. Sissy dismisses her gaze on Mohan with a simple response, then energetically suggests they move on. The pair heads off, ready to confront whatever awaits them next. The scene shifts to a new day in a serene royal reading room, setting the stage for the next chapter of events, implying the tranquil start of the morning routine. An acquaintance, possibly an old friend dressed in regal red, teasingly questions where Sissy, the little mouse, has come from. His demeanor is playful, setting a new tone. The man suggests Sissy feels hungry and encourages her not to sneak around when she wants something. He expresses concern about disturbing his work, hinting at a familiar and caring relationship. Sissy joyfully agrees to sit and eat, delighted by the company and the offer of food. The atmosphere is light and filled with mutual affection. As Sissy settles in, an advisor enters, seeking an audience with the man in regal attire. Permission is granted, indicating a transition to a more formal interaction. The advisor approaches with respect towards the imperial figure, while Sissy remains engrossed in the unfolding scene, implying her familiarity with the court etiquette. Sissy recognizes the advisor as the one who had previously taken her elder sister away. She recalls his name, Yin Juking, unsure why his presence now feels significant. As she ponders, Sissy remembers Yin Juking's role in the original storyline. Realizing he was once a vital character, Thoughts churn as she recalls fleeting impressions from the past. The advisor, Yin Juking, stands with poise, his long silver hair reflecting wisdom and age, introducing a significant character whose history is intertwined with others. Cece reflects on Yin Juking's limited portrayal in the original narrative, primarily focusing on his untimely demise. She contemplates the author's intentions and gaps in his story. A vivid memory emerges, detailing a dramatic moment after a royal marriage, leading to a tragic turn of events. The visual storytelling weaves intensity into the narrative. The image transitions to the battlefield, highlighting Yin Juking's return to the capital, covered in battle scars. His bloody presence symbolizes unresolved conflict. Yin Juking abruptly stops outside a princely mansion, poised on horseback. He respects the boundaries, suggesting a reason for his hesitation and underlining his tragic fate. The story unfolds with the revelation of Yin Juking's death from injuries, unrecognized by many. His untold demise at a symbolic door, hung with white silk, adds to the mystery. Cece introspects upon reading the book, realizing deeper truths about Yin Juking and the hidden layers behind his story. The narrative conveys her personal journey of understanding. The imagery returns to a tender moment of first love, the blossom of young affection between characters, symbolically depicted through vibrant blossoms. Yin Juking becomes captivated by his youthful disciple, unable to resist the bond they share. The blossoming tree metaphor represents growth and deep-seated feelings. The narrative introduces a new subplot with the impending marriage of someone dear to Yin Juking. The mention of marriage ties relationships and brewing emotions. Yin Juking expresses melancholic reflection about the growth of his love, equating it to a peach blossom tree destined to drift away with the wind, laden with blossoming emotions. Imohan reflects on how Shang-Er has liked someone for many years, with thoughts lingering on recent events. With the peach blossom tree deeply rooted in his heart, the removal is impossible. He gives his blessings for the wedding, noting its good news before heading to the battlefield. The narration explains how the little princess has grown, and her thoughts are often occupied with the nostalgia of not seeing someone. She has reached the age where love begins to flourish. The scene depicts a ceremonial procession, revealing that the person heading the procession is not the one she holds affection for. Imohan notices the redness in the eyes of the seventh princess, expressing gentle concern. Cixi assures that the incense smoke in her father's palace caused her eyes to be red, dismissing it as nothing serious. Cixi is deeply confused, pondering over who might be a suitable match for her third sister. Imohan decides that the incense in the palace should no longer be burnt in the future, addressing a staff member who agrees. Preparations for the blessing ceremony during the spring hunting festival, entrusted by the Majesty, are reported completed. Cixi tugs at Tin's sleeve as she addresses him with a request. Cixi asks if she can participate in the spring hunting festival, her excitement evident. Tin gently tells Cixi she is still too young for the festival, suggesting she wait a few more years. Cixi wonders aloud if her elder sister won't be attending the festival either. Imohan explains that participating requires one to be at least 10 years old, addressing royalty and minister descendants. Cixi laments being the youngest, as her siblings will soon reach the eligible age while she's not yet 7. Cixi expresses her desire to join, feeling left alone in the palace when others go, making her feel unbearable. Tin points out the necessity of horseback riding for hunting, hinting at Cixi's short stature. Tin proposes that if Cixi can explain why she wants to participate, he might agree to let her go hunting. Cixi is thrilled at the chance to explain, hopeful about joining the event. She ponders her short height, wondering aloud what she could possibly accomplish. Imohan teasingly suggests that she could go to pick mushrooms. Cixi is delighted, exclaiming she could indeed pick mushrooms. Tin agrees, permitting her to join the event with a gentle smile. 3 days later, at Q Uncle's mansion, there's a light-hearted discussion about picking mushrooms. An unknown figure praises the cleverness of the mushroom-picking reason. Over a meal, Cixi confirms that her father agreed to her participation, sharing the news with excitement. She reveals her father hesitated initially, but agreed for her safety by allowing a sibling to join her. Another family member is advised to put on a coat, a reminder of the upcoming hunting event and the weather conditions. As Cixi receives a warm embrace, the elder notes how much she has grown over time. They laugh, acknowledging her weight gain jokingly as he almost struggles to carry her. Cixi sits with a frustrated expression, thinking about her size and how she can't fit through a small hole, her hands fiddling with her dress as rabbits surround her playfully. Tyan consoles Cixi, telling her she is not fat but has grown up, while gently rubbing her head adorned with pink flowers. Sixu, feeling mocked, demands that Tian stop laughing at her, her cheeks flushed with irritation as Tian promises not to laugh anymore. Curious, Sixu points at Tian's neck, asking what is wrong with it. Tian appears puzzled, noting his neck is red and wondering if it's a bug bite, pondering its cause. Tian seems to recall something as he speculates that the neck mark might be from the previous night. Trying to cover up his discomfort, Tian assures Sixu that it's just a mosquito bite while they stand together in the room, accented with droplets showing tension. Sixu suggests applying an ointment as Tian nods. Accepting her advice, they share a moment of light-hearted awkwardness. Sixu notices someone unfamiliar in the room and deduces by the attire that he might be a guard from Ninth Uncle's palace. Ming Yan, identified as Yi Mohan's confidant, enters with a message that Lord Jiang of the Ministry of Revenue is waiting, introducing a new event. Sixu internally comments on Ming Yan's handsome appearance, intrigued by his knowledge of specific preferences, while eyeing the peach blossom pastry cake. Tian, suddenly stern, questions Ming Yan's presence, holding Sixu protectively while showcasing authority. Ming Yan remains unfazed, reminding Tian of Lord Jiang's visit, implying arrangements need attention. Tian gently instructs Sixu to wait while he handles matters, indicating his return soon, leaving her with a sense of understanding. Alone, Sixu reflects on Tian's peculiar behavior, finding it strange and out of character, raising her concerns. Sixu joyfully anticipates having peach blossom pastry cake, expressing her delight with energetic flair. Sixu decides she will save the pastry for Ninth Uncle, deciding it's better to share while standing in the sunlit room. Tian, accompanied by Ming Yan, asks about Lord Jiang's whereabouts, showing his readiness and focus on his duties. Ming Yan casually suggests Lord Jiang might still be at his palace, leaving some ambiguity while maintaining his composure. Tian, realizing Ming Yan's deceit, confronts him with anger, demanding truthfulness. Ming Yan, slightly marked from last night, receives Tian's reprimand for not keeping a low profile, hinting at past interactions. Ming Yan apologizes, attributing his lapse to an uncontrolled moment the night before, suggesting complexities in their relationship. Tian, clearly frustrated, demands distance from Ming Yan while facing personal turmoil and unresolved issues. Ming Yan warns Tian against repeating previous mistakes with a light-hearted tone suggesting familiarity and shared history. Sixu yawns, wondering why Ninth Uncle isn't back yet, speculating if something delayed him while seated at the table. Planning to return, Sixu decides she will head back, eager to find out more details, setting off with cheerful determination. Ming Yan intercepts Sixu, gently explaining the need to escort her back to the palace, as he was tasked with ensuring her safe return. Sixu objects to being carried, asserting her independence, but Ming Yan lifts her effortlessly, emphasizing his responsibility and care. Ming Yan reiterates the necessity of carrying Sixu, hinting at consequences if she resists, while maintaining a polite but firm demeanor. Sixu resigns to Ming Yan's insistence, recognizing that sometimes wisdom lies in choosing battles wisely and allowing circumstances to guide actions. Mohan and CQ discuss travel plans, ensuring the princess's safety is prioritized. Mohan acknowledges the instructions seriously, emphasizing understanding. CQ ponders over a man's distinguished appearance. She's puzzled why the man isn't mentioned in the original text of her sources. CQ questions the connection between the man and Ninth Uncle, wondering about his role in the imperial court. She notes that the man is aligned with Ninth Uncle, indicating non-affiliation with the Empress's side. CQ decides to observe the man without forming immediate conclusions. The scene shifts to Zhonghua Palace, setting the timeline to 3 days before the spring hunt. CQ is concerned about the upcoming spring hunt and considers convincing Liu Ji not to participate. An idea sparks, and she thinks about suggesting a mushroom-picking trip to deter Liu Ji from hunting. Liu Ji focuses on his archery practice, unaware of CQ's presence as she approaches him. CQ, now closer, expresses that she misses him, drawing his attention. Liu Ji is startled by her admission, causing him to momentarily lose grip of his bow. CQ quickly clarifies her statement was an attempt to start a discussion they should have tomorrow. Liu Ji, regaining his composure, kneels to listen, encouraging CQ to share her thoughts. CQ inquires about Liu Ji's archery practice, suspecting it is in preparation for the spring hunt. Liu Ji confirms her suspicion. Seikyu hesitantly suggests a scenario where he might have to abandon the hunt due to unforeseen circumstances. Liu Ji questions what these circumstances might entail, showing mild curiosity. Seikyu humorously suggests that Liu Ji might end up picking mushrooms with someone instead. Liu Ji's response depends on the company he'll have during mushroom picking. Seikyu coyly asks what if the companion were her. Liu Ji cheekily questions the benefit of picking mushrooms with Seikyu, seeking her reasoning. Seikyu offers the mushrooms she picks as her contribution, hoping it suffices. Transforming the scene to a cartoon-like depiction, she portrays herself as a worried bunny, while Liu Ji appears as a skeptical wolf. Liu Ji states his dislike for eating mushrooms, lightly dismissing the idea. Seikyu suggests selling the mushrooms for candied haws, giving an alternative to using them herself. Liu Ji, eating, hints at the possibility of exchanging candied haws for someone with a sweet tooth, suggesting Seikyu. Seikyu shyly demurs, suggesting Liu Ji could trade the mushrooms for gifts for a girl he likes. Liu Ji, amused, remarks on Seikyu's tendency to suggest ideas for him, and questions what kind of gifts the girl would want in the future. Seikyu enthusiastically recommends books and stinky tofu, offering to introduce him to the latest book releases. Embarrassed, Seikyu decides to stop suggesting, encouraging Liu Ji to directly inquire about such preferences in the future. Liu Ji, with a friendly demeanor, assures Seikyu he won't tease her further. Seikyu reflects on how long it's been since she's seen Liu Ji smile so openly, feeling a longing within herself. Mokusamon gently holds C's face, thinking about how much they wish to maintain this smile forever. C teases Mokusamon, saying they look very handsome when smiling and encourages them to smile more in the future. C comments on Mokusamon's pleasant scent, noting that it's different from honey locust, followed by Mokusamon expressing a sense of doom. Mokusamon reflects internally about their impending doom, mentioning Yan Cheng. Mokusamon asks C not to come so close suddenly, suggesting it's dangerous. C feels puzzled at Mokusamon's reaction, wondering why they seem angry again. C questions whether they did something wrong, but Mokusamon reassures that it's not them who are the problem. C accuses Mokusamon of deceit, insinuating that they are not being truthful. Mokusamon, overhearing C's thoughts, acknowledges that they heard them. C appears concerned that they might have spoken their thoughts out loud unknowingly. Sai, looking apologetic, asks for Mokusamon's belief that they realized their mistake. Mokusamon wonders if Sai has any additional tricks up their sleeve. Mokusamon suggests ending the playful exchange and focusing on eating, with C agreeing. Mokusamon advises C to eat slowly, acknowledging their agreement. Sei, while eating, recalls an incident with mushrooms, casting a worried look. Mokusamon remembers the mushroom incident as well, commenting on its lasting memory. Mokusamon lightly reprimands C not to talk while eating, offering to pick mushrooms with them later. The scenery shifts to a narrative setting, noting the passage of 3 days towards a spring hunt at the palace gate. C contemplates whether Liu Ji will accompany them in the carriage or choose to ride alone to Yuanjing Palace. C notices there is not enough room for additional people in the carriage, leading to a comedic realization. Someone calls out for Kiki, attempting to locate her within the carriage. A request is made to Kiki to help fit more items into the carriage. With a bit of confusion on her part, someone discreetly asks Kiki to hide an item until they reach the hunting ground, promising to recover it later. The request is emphasized with a threat not to lose the item, with Kiki silently reacting. A voice questions why someone hasn't mounted their horse yet, interrupting the prior exchange. Jiang Cheng appears, addressing a companion, who reacts by acknowledging the chaplain master. Jiang Cheng expresses a desire to ride their own horse, adding to the ongoing conversation. The chaplain master instructs to hold on tight as they prepare to proceed. With a gentle smile, the chaplain master reassures Jiang Cheng, who timidly agrees. Finally, the scene shifts, with a greeting directed towards the chaplain master as the carriage arrives. Riding together on a horse, Xi reflects on how only Yi Yun Chang can bring such obedience from the other, suggesting the unique bond they share. Kiki insists her belongings be kept safe, highlighting her concern over losing something important. Sai reassures Kiki about the safety of her stuff, even if it takes some effort to solve the situation. Pei Ziying enters, interrupting with a stern question, adding tension to the room. A moment of inspection occurs as Pei Ziying questions the modest amount of luggage Kiki has brought. Sai's puzzled thoughts reveal the discomfort of sharing cramped spaces, especially with company. Kiki, directly addressing Xai-er's potential discomfort, tries to reassure him, but he insists it's fine. Xai-er humorously acknowledges neither feels cramped. It's the other person's discomfort that is noticed. Xai-er observes Pei Xiang's distinct features, pondering why his neck appears fairer than his face. Kiki speculates it's likely due to Pei Xiang's neck not being exposed to sunlight, leading to an uneven skin tone. Questioning her own complexion, Kiki wonders if she should try sun exposure, urging Pei Xiang to pick mushrooms. Kiki, caught off guard, quickly explains her curiosity upon being questioned on her unusual scrutiny. A servant alerts about a sudden jolt experienced by the carriage due to a rock, asking about the passenger's state. Pei Xiang calmly assures the servant that everything is fine, easing the potential worry. Pei Xiang suggests adjustments for more comfort, and Kiki agrees, acknowledging the solution. Pei Xiang discovers an item, questioning if it belongs to Kiki, who appears flustered by the revelation. Kiki reveals the item belongs to Ye Yun Chang, burdened by guilt for hiding it and fearing blame. Pei Xiang queries if Kiki has yet explored the contents of the item, skeptical about her involvement. Kiki admits she hasn't seen it, still anxious about the possible trouble it could bring her. Pei Xiang identifies the book about spring hunting, intending to read it later, shifting focus from trouble to future plans. Pei Xiang acknowledges Kiki's innocence concerning the book's contents, providing some relief. Surprised by the book's presence, Kiki questions its origins, puzzled by Ye Yun Chang's secrecy about it. Pei Xiang firmly insists Kiki refrain from reading the book, indicating its unsuitability for her. Pei Xiang promises to return the book to Kiki when she's mature enough, emphasizing responsible handling. Alarmed, Kiki worries about Ye Yun Chang's potential wrath due to the missing item, pondering the consequences. Pei Xiang encourages Kiki to rest, considering the early hour and her evident anxiety. Kiki resolves to retrieve the book to avoid Ye Yun Chang's anger, strategizing her next steps. In a state of confusion and worry, Kiki contemplates potential actions to solve her predicament. Seeking comfort, Kiki admits to feeling cold while gaining warmth and reassurance through physical closeness. Pei Xiang resolves to embrace Kiki, providing needed reassurance amidst her wavering emotions. Imohan gently holds Sisi, reminding her to stay still so he can hug her comfortably, surrounded by soft floral decorations. The peaceful courtyard of Wanjing Yuan is shown, with trees and bright sunlight streaming over the garden and the central building. Yi Tin discusses the upcoming spring hunting ceremony with Sisi, explaining that attendees will chase a white deer with a red string around its neck as part of tradition. Sisi looks puzzled and asks for clarification on the significance of the white deer within the context of the event. Qin responds to Sisi, saying whoever shoots the deer first can ask a favor from the father, who would agree if in a good mood. Qin humorously points out the anticipation of civil servants, generals, and princes, all eager for the opportunity to participate in the event. Qin continues to explain to Sisi the chance to request the kings, noting the eager excitement shared by everyone involved. Song Yucheng has already started his preparations, prompting Qin to comment about uncertainty regarding Song Yucheng's intentions. Song Yucheng rides a horse confidently through the courtyard, echoing the words "Skolo" with a strong presence. Qin asks Sisi if an item is still at her place, to which Sisi responds affirmatively, albeit with lingering uncertainty. Qin discovers that the item is gone, both she and Sisi reacting with surprise at the unexpected revelation. Imohan appears with the missing item, expressing suspicion about being deceived earlier, creating a tense moment. Qin pleads for the return of the book, asserting her maturity enough to read it, despite her apologies and explanations. Imohan teasingly suggests Jing try to steal it back, with a playful attitude as they prepared to act. Sisi covers her eyes, encouraging a playful attack which adds to the lively atmosphere among the group. Jing feels inadequate hearing Qin's remark, yet admits to carrying a medicine box as they converse. Jing appears curious as to why Qin desires the medicine box, wondering if she feels unwell. Qin signals to apply medicine, acknowledging that she might have hit Jing too hard earlier in her excitement. Qin applies a soothing touch, directing her words towards Jing with a light-hearted note on handling pain. Imohan instructs Sisi to go pick mushrooms under the clear blue sky, transitioning them toward a quieter task. Imohan inquires about Sisi's intentions with the collected mushrooms, sensing the importance of addressing it carefully. Sissy innocently suggests eating the mushrooms, leaving Mohan perplexed about what to do next. Mohan urgently identifies the mushrooms as amanita, warning Sissy about their deadly nature, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. Sissy, trembling, playfully questions Mohan on how he knows the mushrooms are poisonous, suspecting he tasted them before. Mohan reminisces about a time of survival when desperation led him to eat anything to live, revealing a personal history. Admitting to never having tasted the mushrooms, Mohan shares hearsay knowledge instead, pondering their next steps together. Mohan turns to Sissy, posing the question of action, clearly seeking her input amid the light of day. Sissy confesses playfully to having tried one, much to Mohan's surprise, adding to the growing tension. Mohan urgently commands Sissy to vomit, tapping rapidly, hoping to prevent any danger from the poisonous mushroom. Mohan steps back, slightly exasperated, as Sissy is left to handle the situation, furthering his thoughts on the day's chaos. Mohan finds tiny colorful people on Julian's head as she searches for them to help chase them away. Julian plays with Mohan's hair, teasing him about leaving her alone, but knowing he won't. Julian hugs Mohan, feeling emotionally attached and not wanting to be left alone. Mohan comments on Julian's favored and arrogant demeanor, reflecting on their bond. Julian is startled by the yellow little person, exclaiming for it to come down from Mohan's head. Julian decides to make a nest for the little yellow person to blend in with the other tiny people. Julian and Mohan notice a nearby tent, curious about whose it might be. Julian suggests it might be Uncle Q's tent and considers going there to greet him. Mohan advises Julian to run slowly while she joyfully hurries towards the tent. Julian gleefully calls out to Uncle Q as she reaches the tent, with Mohan following behind. Inside the tent, someone is annoyed and threatens forgiveness if Julian is hurt, causing Julian to question if there are tiny people there too. Uncle Q appears, asking why they came, showing curiosity about their visit. Julian and Mohan are taken aback, wondering if they imagine hearing something inside the tent. Mohan tells Uncle Q they have no problems and decide to leave, covering Julian's mouth to prevent further remarks. Inside, a muffled voice mentions tiny people, catching the attention of those outside. Uncle Q remains composed, intending to continue with whatever he was doing before. Julian reflects on another presence inside Uncle Q's tent, feeling uneasy about it. Mohan assures Julian that she might have imagined the little people and encourages her to live peacefully with them. Mohan emphasizes that hallucinations are common and there's no need to share with others to make them laugh. Julian, feeling vulnerable, confesses to Mohan about feeling foolishly enchanted to the point of being stupid. Julian asks Mohan humorously if the white deer is funny, wiping away her tears. Mohan points out the first target of the spring hunt, inquiring if Julian also sees it. Mohan warns Julian about the deer's speed, faster than an arrow and apt to scare away. Julian curiously asks the deer if it's tasty, while Mohan looks surprised by her unusual question. Mohan questions Julian's intent, unsure if she would truly consider eating the deer. Julian notes the deer is injured and suggests they heal it first before making any decisions about eating. Mohan explains that possessing the deer could grant immense power and wealth by appealing to the king. Julian confidently states she doesn't need the deer to get what she wants, showing her independence. Mohan reflects on how Julian has changed, while contemplating if she truly has or if it's just his perception. Mohan concludes that Julian has always been consistent in her behavior, despite how others might perceive it. Chinjin expresses surprise at the presence of the 6th prince and 7th princess while on horseback, holding a bow. Chinjin pulls back an arrow on his bow, asking the others to stay away, feeling insulted. Ting asks if someone desires the deer, standing with determination. Chinjin, smiling slyly, states the importance of the deer as it is a rare opportunity. Ting questions what is to be requested from Yi Ji Yao if the deer is desired. Chinjin on horseback reveals that it's inconvenient to disclose his intentions, with Siju watching with a deer. Ting challenges Chinjin about not handing over the deer. Chinjin insists he must secure the deer today, ready to use his arrow if needed. Ting doubts Chinjin's threat, questioning his reliance on just an arrow. Ting dares Chinjin to proceed, as Chinjin cautiously steps back. Chinjin admits defeat, requesting forgiveness and expressing a desire to cease competing. Ting dismisses Chinjin casually, indicating for him to leave. Chinjin inquires if the royalty desires the deer as well, kneeling and focused. Chenjin assumes that his desires align with those of the royalty. Iting questions whether Chenjin feels deserving of the deer. Chenjin acknowledges some things are beyond control despite his confidence. Iting urges Chenjin to pursue his desires, jesting about their ongoing contest, as Siju observes curiously. Chenjin, preparing to act, tells Iting to watch as he will proceed, his expression sly. Siju, worried, speculates about Chenjin's intentions, suspecting hidden motives. Iting, confident, doubts Chenjin's ability to succeed as he departs. Siju observes Iting's frustration aimed at Chenjin's pursuit of the deer. Iting reassures Siju, who appears startled, clarifying there's no need for fear. Siju nervously mentions the reactions of small creatures around, feeling them shiver. Iting comforts Siju, agreeing not to frighten her companions anymore, deciding to head back with the white deer. Siju notes having gathered little, while Iting jests about their outing being successful with companions and a deer, as they walk under the sunset. With excitement, Siju's sister arrives, showcasing a pair of rabbits as a gift for her. Overjoyed, Siju admires the rabbits, humorously asking if seasonings were brought as well. Siju's sister suggests keeping the rabbits as pets instead of making a dish, noting their families. Siju playfully considers cooking the rabbits together, contrasting her sister, who is slightly irritated. Siju's sister reminds her about a package from before, asking if it's needed, as they stand near a table filled with various items. A girl is holding a rabbit plush, asking someone about a jar, concerned if it was broken. The same girl instructs to pay respects to their father, implying it's something important. The father is being admired by his child for apparently hunting a gray wolf, as they request to leave. The father's hand gestures permission to leave, signaling approval. The girl in pink indicates she'll wait in the tent, prompting curiosity from her sister. The girl contemplates if their earlier conversation was overheard by the father, feeling anxious about the potential consequences. The father acknowledges the girl for bringing back a white deer, an act he seems quite pleased with. There's a mention of a special favor to be given to whoever captures the white deer, a tradition in their spring hunt. The father asks what the girl wants as a reward, sparking contemplation in her. The girl repeats the question, appearing slightly confused about what she desires. She reflects on the value of the white deer and her indecision, pondering if a tea set might be a good choice. She expresses her wish for her father to remain healthy and live a long life, considering that her heart's desire. The father hints he is not easily manipulated, suspecting her intentions despite her genuine wish. The girl realizes the father is onto her thoughts, displaying surprise at his perception. She humorously wonders if the father's intelligence increased from an earlier incident. She questions whether the father's smartness is a result of drinking, curious about its effects. The girl decides on something and shares her realization with the father. The father generously offers to give her whatever she desires as a birthday gift. The girl softly calls out to another character, Liu Ji, while holding a drink. The father reflects, feeling a disconnect with the girl who seems different from what he expected. The girl shows off her rabbit toys to Liu Ji, asking for his opinion on their cuteness. Liu Ji responds, but it seems his focus isn't on the rabbits. Liu Ji clarifies his comment was not about the rabbits, prompting curiosity. The girl asks Liu Ji to repeat what he said, intrigued by his statement. Liu Ji begins to repeat his words, a bit more seriously. He admits that his comment on cuteness did not refer to the rabbits, implying something deeper. The girl stands with the rabbits, overwhelmed by the situation. Despite being young, she reflects with maturity, feeling internally conflicted. She considers Liu Ji's words as strange, contemplating their deeper meaning. Determined to avoid confusion, she decides to stay with her own thoughts, wary of being influenced. Imogen leans close to Sisi, catching her by surprise as she focuses intently ahead. In the forest clearing, rabbits are seen dashing away. Sisi is dismayed at the sight, lamenting the escape of her rabbit. With a determined look, Sisi demands compensation for her rabbit, expressing her irritation. Itin softly reassures Sisi, offering to compensate for her loss, while she looks up at him expectantly. Sisi dismisses Itin's offer, advising him to stop chasing her around. She decides she no longer wants the rabbit, seeming frustrated. Sisi offers to take Liu Ji back, noting that he seems sleepy, and suggests returning to the tent to rest. Sisi reflects on Liu Ji's condition, realizing that drinking doesn't make everyone smarter, hinting at his temporary lack of clarity. Liu Ji insists that he is not sleepy, while Sisi seems to struggle with pulling him along, demonstrating his sense of righteousness. Sissy asks Liu Ji what his intentions are again, looking somewhat confused by his actions. In an unexpected turn, Liu Ji suggests catching a rabbit, leaving Sissy speechless. Liu Ji agrees to go back to the tent, with Sissy holding onto a rabbit toy, promising to fulfill his request obediently. Sissy acknowledges Liu Ji's agreement and finds dealing with his drunken state challenging but satisfying in its resolution. Liu Ji advises Sissy to stop messing around and questions what else she wants to do, indicating the need for clarity. Alarmed, Liu Ji notices people nearby and alerts Sissy by covering her mouth, signaling the presence of others in the forest. Sissy questions the need for caution, believing that the forest, though vast, is protected by royal patrols. Despite Liu Ji's reassurances, she declares she isn't afraid. Liu Ji instructs Sissy to observe the individuals he has pointed out, drawing her attention to their silent exchange. The figures in the forest, Ruoan and Song Yucheng, discuss an important matter that concerns them both. Sissy realizes who the individuals are, identifying Song Yucheng, and contemplating his actions concerning a childhood sweetheart. Song Yucheng attempts to justify his intentions by explaining that his actions were meant for a greater purpose involving marriage. Sissy is shocked by the revelation that Song Yucheng's objective was to seek marriage to the princess. Sissy reflects on the possibility of Song Yucheng's plans being detrimental to Ye Yun Chang, stirring concern within her. Liu Ji's demeanor shifts, and Sissy questions why his expression has turned so serious, trying to understand the gravity of the situation. The other woman, conflicted, voices her mistrust toward Chang Ji, expressing doubt about maintaining their childhood connection should he marry the princess. Chang Ji insists he has his own plans and reassures the other woman, attempting to dispel her concerns. Nevertheless, the other woman remains skeptical, accusing Chang Ji of insincerity regarding his future intentions. Chang Ji comforts her, advising calmness due to her frail condition after a past incident, stressing the importance of taking care of herself. Chang Ji prepares to carry the woman to the imperial physician, promising to ensure her well-being and offering reassurance. Chang Ji pledges that once he marries the princess, she will no longer suffer from illness, offering a vision of hope. Memories flash by, revealing how the woman had fallen into the water, resulting in a high fever. Sissy contemplates the lingering effects of the fever that impacted the woman's health, deep in thought about the situation. Yi Yun Chang and Qi discuss the situation. Song Yucheng intends to marry Yi Yun Chang for family prosperity and to cure Ruoan's illness by taking her heart and blood. Qi realizes in a reflective moment that her actions have led to unintended consequences, repeating to herself what seems to be a realization. She admits to herself that her anger led to Jian Qian's misfortune, realizing she is the true culprit. Yi Mohan approaches Qi, comforting her quietly, indicating she shouldn't dwell too much on her thoughts. Qi responds quietly, agreeing not to overthink, feeling somewhat reassured by Yi Mohan's presence. Yi Mohan tells Qi to keep her eyes closed, creating a sense of trust. Qi, slightly curious, wonders about his intentions. As Qi appears to be tearing up, Yi Mohan questions her condition. Qi denies crying, blaming the dry air for her eyes' condition. Qi insists that being tied up is uncomfortable and promises not to run away, suggesting Yi Mohan untie her. Yi Mohan checks Qi's wrist, concerned if it's hurting. A tender moment passes between them. Yi Mohan offers to soothe her pain, gently tending to her wrist, while Qi notices his lack of sobriety. He reassures her the pain will subside, treating her hand with care. Qi tells him not to be overly polite. Qi reflects on Yi Mohan's current state, noting his carelessness and slight confusion. Yi Mohan casually asks Qi why she's not heading back to the tent, wondering where she plans to go now. Qi simply states she's hungry, echoing Yi Mohan's own hunger, setting a light-hearted tone. Yi Mohan suggests going to the river, preparing to catch some fish despite Qi's hesitations. On alert, Qi quickly cautions Yi Mohan against going into the river, fearing for his safety. She worries about handling potential dangers, feeling an internal struggle on how she could help if something goes wrong. Qi tries to reason with Yi Mohan about the coldness of both the weather and the river, pleading for caution. Arguing about the need to catch fish, Qi points out the available food in the tent, questioning the necessity of fish. Yi Mohan nonchalantly mentions someone's fondness for eating as they prepared to catch fish by the riverbank. Qi remarks on Yi Mohan's determination to fish despite consuming wine earlier, offering a playful challenge. Imo-han carries Kiki while she playfully protests, committed to facing whatever is in the water with him. Finally, Imo-han stops the playful struggle, reassuring Kiki, stating neither will enter the water. Standing by the river, they both contemplate catching fish, with Kiki looking at Imo-han, who affirms they will continue. Imo-han starts fishing, which draws a skeptical yet hopeful look from Kiki, questioning the feasibility of the task. Kiki laughs off the fish's unexpected capture, deeming it too easy and doubting its sufficiency for their meal. Holding a fresh catch, Imo-han questions Kiki if the fish is now adequate playful ease between them. Kiki, reluctantly agreeing, teases about capturing the fish's entire lineage, hinting at Imo-han's determination. The dawn breaks and their camp is peaceful, indicating the start of a new day after the night's fishing endeavor. Kiki remembers yesterday's mushroom-picking adventure, mentally preparing for the upcoming hunt by strategizing. Kiki is nestled under a blanket, thinking about going hunting and exploring the world with Imo-han. Imo-han, spotting a protruding bump under the blanket, inquires about what Kiki is up to. Kiki emerges, admitting she came to see Imo-han's appearance in armor and on horseback. Imo-han waves his hand, suggesting Kiki share her thoughts now that she has seen him. Kiki blushes, acknowledging that Imo-han looks very beautiful. Imo-han notes that her face suggests she has something to ask, inviting her to speak openly. Kiki expresses her desire to go hunting with Imo-han. She hesitantly asks if it's possible for her to join the hunt. Imo-han agrees but mentions he has one condition for her participation. Kiki is curious about the condition, feeling a sense of foreboding. Dressed for hunting, Kiki asks who's accompanying her on horseback. A servant informs Kiki that His Majesty Imo-han will personally take her hunting. Imo-han questions if she is unhappy about hunting with him. Kiki feigns contentment, waving her hand and internally lamenting her missed mountain adventures. Imo-han, riding with Kiki, asks if she's scared since she seems nervous on the horse. Kiki insists she is not afraid, attempting to maintain her composure. Imo-han dismisses the entourage, announcing a reward for the best hunter. Kiki, nestled with Imo-han, asks if they should join the others. Imo-han recalls a waterfall surrounded by colorful flowers and suggests visiting it. Kiki realizes their destination is to see the flowers, which surprises her. Excited, Kiki asks Imo-han to make the horse go faster, eager to see the flowers. Suddenly, an enemy appears, threatening Imo-han and demanding his life. Imo-han stands with a confident look, prepared for what lies ahead. His mind resonates with the challenge ahead in the royal hunting grounds. He regards the coming event with boldness. Two masked assassins with swords raised abruptly cut into the scene, demanding surrender, leaving Imo-han unperturbed by their threats. Holding Kiki tightly, Imo-han instructs her to keep her eyes closed, ensuring her safety amid the impending conflict, while tension fills the air. As swords clash, Kiki remains wrapped in Imo-han's protection, questioning the situation full of assassins, pondering the absence of the male lead here to face them all. The lead assassin expresses surprise at Imo-han's martial skills, realizing they have underestimated his ability, acknowledging his prowess unexpectedly. Another assassin charges with doubled swords, intent on proving his threat to Imo-han, revealing the determination in their attack strategies. Imo-han assesses the situation, remarking on the uncertainty of the assassins' positions, contemplating the best approach in this encounter. Defeated, an assassin kneels, pleading for his life, a sudden shift in demeanor from aggression to vulnerability, facing Imo-han. Imo-han reflects on the nature of life and death, noting his usual indifference towards those who cling to life in fear. Kiki looks up, curious about why Imo-han isn't pursuing the fleeing assassins, her innocence contrasting the harshness of their situation. Observing from a distance, Imo-han and Kiki notice hidden secret guards, hinting at additional layers of protection and surprise allies watching over them. Kiki processes the revelation of secret guards, presumably offering reassurance amidst hidden dangers, adding layers to the unfolding narrative. She contemplates their delayed appearance, wondering about their strategy and possibly critiquing their timing during such a critical juncture. Imo-han senses something unusual, a strange smell that catches his attention, stirring curiosity and slight concern about the source. Imo-han asks Kiki if she notices the scent, together attempting to identify it as hints of fragrance fill the air, possibly indicating a new development. Sae realizes the scent comes from incense linked to the assassins, momentarily ambiguous before clarity forms, shedding light on a trap or ploy unfolding. A masked figure emerges, familiarly addressing Mohan as his nephew, hinting at a complex family dynamic brewing beneath the encounter. Mohan internally questions the release of his uncle, concerned by the implications of this new player entering the confrontation unexpectedly. Pointing an accusatory finger, Mohan dismisses his uncle's presence as another bout of illness, characterizing it as a recurring issue amidst their family ties. The masked uncle counters harshly, denying any illness, signaling a divergence in perspectives and hinting at deeper unresolved conflicts. He rushes forward, intent on claiming Mohan's life, a climax of intent signaled by the weapons they both wield against each other. Taunting Mohan, the uncle challenges him to fight back, adding tension to their encounter as they face off amidst the forest's serene backdrop. With a sharp retort, Mohan questions his uncle's concern over CXC, undermining his taunt and turning the conversation back onto their shared priorities. The uncle seizes on Mohan's perceived weakness, claiming it as leverage for his attack on this day, underscoring the personal stakes in their conflict. Unleashing a shuriken, the uncle proclaims it will accompany Mohan in death, adding a physical threat to his foreboding words. His regret fades as he reveals the poison within the dart, foreshadowing its grim journey through Mohan's body should it find its mark. Holding CXI close, Mohan contemplates ending this threat sooner, realizing the battle reflects a personal struggle beyond mere survival. The uncle mocks Mohan's feelings, asserting that an emperor shouldn't fall victim to emotions, reinforcing their differing beliefs about leadership and power. He attributes Mohan's downfall to his gentleness, suggesting vulnerability and softness, a stark criticism of what his emotions have supposedly wrought. The uncle gloats over Mohan's fate, declaring CXC's presence as an unwanted companion to his impending death, a final taunt layered with malice. Kiki sits next to her father, feeling cold and sleepy as the night deepens around them. The smell of blood lingers in the air, causing Kiki to worry about their situation. Kiki, concerned, asks her father what is wrong, noticing the shuriken in his shoulder. Kiki is held by her father as she processes the unfolding events, questioning the situation in her mind. She wonders anxiously if her father is still alive, touching his face gently. Relieved, Kiki realizes her father is still breathing, holding on to hope. Reflecting on the events, Kiki connects the smell of blood and poison to the attack by assassins. She reassures her father silently, hoping to instill courage in both of them. Kiki promises to protect her father until the Imperial Guards arrive, displaying determination. Observing the darkened blood from the wound, Kiki realizes the darts are poisoned and wonders about a solution. She contemplates removing the dart, fearing the poison might spread before help arrives. Kiki is overjoyed and emotional as she sees her father waking up. Her father calmly reassures her that he is still alive, trying to lift her spirits. He urges Kiki not to be afraid and to help him by pulling out the dart. Her father encourages her to be brave, reminding her of their bond. Kiki offers her arm for him to bite if pulling the dart causes too much pain. They sit together, her father indicating the arm plan again, while Kiki insists it doesn't hurt. Realizing the severity, Kiki considers sucking the poison out to aid his recovery. Her father cautions against removing the poison directly due to its toxicity, suggesting waiting until daylight. Kiki insists she will endure the pain, determined to help quickly. Preparing for surgery, Kiki decides to gather firewood to keep them warm through the night. Alone with her father, Kiki contemplates her responsibility to care for him, encouraging herself not to be afraid. Surveying the remote area, Kiki reassures herself there are no wolves, trying to stay calm. Her fears peak as she imagines wolves might be nearby, retreating back inside. Her father gently asks if she is scared, noticing her hesitation. Kiki confesses her fear of the dark, admitting she lacks the courage to gather firewood. Her father points out dry firewood in the corner of the cave, prompting her to notice it. Kiki wonders how the firewood got there, suspecting it might have been intentionally placed. Her father recalls seeing it earlier, suggesting it might be a temporary shelter of a hunter. Kiki finds flints among the firewood, preparing to start a fire and ensure their safety overnight. Mohan observes Kiki attempting to use flints. Despite her struggles, he tells her she isn't too stupid for recognizing them. Mohan recalls how she, being a royal family member, never learned mundane tasks like cooking and making fire. Mohan offers to teach Kiki, who utters an exclamation as she clumsily handles the flints under his guidance. Kiki expresses warmth from the fire, looking delighted with her achievement. Kiki questions how her father knows these survival skills, despite being privileged. Imohan explains that the inheritance of the royal title requires fighting, not just receiving it. He further details the struggles involved in claiming the throne, mentioning battles with other princes. Sensing Kiki's hunger, Imohan directs her to a food stash in the cave, suggesting she check it out. Kiki eagerly heads toward the mentioned stash, wondering about the food. Overjoyed, Kiki discovers a basket of sweet potatoes, thrilled by the find. Imohan reassures her that they can roast sweet potatoes to avoid starvation, though he dismisses the notion as unlikely. He assures Kiki that he wouldn't let her starve, regardless of the circumstances. Kiki thinks about the contrast between Imohan's gentle side and his tyrannical reputation. Imohan reminds Kiki to focus on the potatoes, warning they'll burn if left unattended. Kiki clutches her hands, intent on monitoring the roasting process with determination. Imohan appreciates the warmth Kiki brings to his life, indicating she alleviates his pain. A search party updates a prince about their findings, revealing only a piece of the king's clothing at the cliff's edge. The soldier expresses fear concerning the fate of his majesty and the princess. The prince sternly warns against speaking negative possibilities, threatening dire consequences. He orders the search to continue, believing in divine intervention to aid the royal survival. One member points out the futile search efforts around the cliff area, questioning their next move. Another insists on searching below the cliff, contemplating the grim fall. Doubt arises about their survival chances if they truly fell from such a height. Despite the uncertainty, there is a belief in hope and life, holding on to optimism. The searcher reassures herself of Kiki's likely survival, determined to remain hopeful. The view shifts to the ninth prince's tent, nestled in a quiet, shadowy area. Guards inform the ninth prince about ongoing search efforts and invite him to rest, emphasizing not to worry. The ninth prince, expressing defiance, questions who would dare give him orders, dismissing the guards. Another figure reassures that they wouldn't dare impose orders on the ninth prince. They assure the ninth prince of the loyalty of his guards, promising discretion about their relationship. Imohan and Itin are in a dimly lit room. Imohan insists there's no relationship, asking Itin if he can find his brother in someone else. Itin confidently assures Imohan that he wouldn't dare visit him without any clues. He reports on the search for Imohan's brother and the seventh princess on the cliff in the west. Imohan looks surprised, processing the information about the cliff and what's entailed. Itin reassures Imohan not to worry. He mentions footprints on the cliff, implying the fall was intentional, but Imohan need not worry about His Majesty's capability. Itin explains that several people have been sent down the cliff for the search. He questions about the clues related to the assassin. Itin reflects on interrogating the unconscious assassins at the scene. They only mention smelling something before losing consciousness. He comments on the boxes belonging to the assassins. Imohan compares finding the murderer to searching for a needle in a haystack, expressing skepticism. Imohan suspects a conspiracy to usurp the throne, implying the assassination was premeditated. Itin praises Imohan's intelligence, suggesting he figured out the plot. Imohan warns Itin about standing too close, prompting a light-hearted moment. Itin suggests it's late and hints at leaving, but Imohan interrupts him. Itin expresses a desire to linger, requesting to stay a bit longer, while Imohan expresses slight disapproval. Itin observes Imohan's anxiety, addressing the tension in the room. Itin inquires if Imohan's worries stem from his brother or another issue. Imohan dismisses it as none of Itin's business. Itin mentions that he won't press further about the girl if Imohan is more concerned about his brother. Imohan reacts strongly. A voice off-screen informs about news regarding His Majesty and the seventh princess. The scene shifts to a grove where Dabai kneels before Imohan, apologizing for the delay in saving His Majesty. Itin, in a different attire, addresses Imohan, referring to him as father and suggesting leaving someone to him. Imohan, carrying a young child, reflects on a past mistake related to concubine day and seeks acknowledgement from Itin. Itin questions his mother's actions, indicating a level of confusion. Itin, with a determined look, insists on remembering his mother due to the enduring bond of family. Imohan reveals that concubine D remains ill despite continuous medication. Imohan emphasizes the severity of concubine D's illness, questioning Yi-Tin's apparent lack of concern for her. Yi-Tin stresses his equal worry for both his mother and Yi-Mohan's family, expressing unease over their disconnection. Yi-Mohan agrees to let Yi-Tin visit Jingbei to take care of his mother, revealing the emperor's intentions. Yi-Mohan advises departing secretly and without informing anyone else. Yi-Tin, dressed for travel, acknowledges the necessity of leaving, though with some reluctance. Yi-Tin reflects on the importance of memories, contemplating the time until reunion. As Yi-Tin departs, a servant kneels, stating the king's command for immediate departure to Jingbei. Yi-Tin looks back, hoping for future recognition and not to be forgotten before a final departure. Mohan addresses the situation, asking if they need to investigate the day's assassin incident. The setting sun casts an orange hue over the scene. Yi-Tin, relaxed and bandaged, states there's no need for further investigation, turning slightly to the person behind him who is treating his wounds. Mohan questions the conclusion, noting that the identity of the assassin seems already known. In a moment of realization, Mohan wonders if a particular individual might be involved, expressing concern quietly. Mohan decides to break the formation and increase surveillance, mentioning another pressing matter that needs attention, looking back towards Yi-Tin. Yi-Tin discusses a recent event involving the sixth prince's trip to Jingbei, emphasizing the need for discreet observation and immediate reporting of anything unusual. Mohan expresses suspicion about the events and the people involved, forming a strategy in response to the unfolding circumstances. Reflecting on the situation, Yi-Tin admits to a growing suspicion and mentions mistakes pointing towards the possibility of the queen's side being involved. The next day dawns bright and clear, marked by a sense of anticipation in the air. Inside the palace, the princess awakens, and another character inquires why Sister Awan has arrived at such an early hour. Sister Awan explains her visit, mentioning the spread of rumors about the king's encounter with the assassin and how it caused fear among the servants. Awan advises the princess, Yuling, about having company, highlighting Yuling's need for care and support. Reflecting on the past, Awan confesses her perceived shortcomings and the resulting difficulties for Yuling, gently attending to her. Yuling reassures Awan that she was well taken care of, dismissing any need for concern about her well-being. Awan notes Yuling's positive outlook and remarks on her habit of speaking kindly, pondering aloud. Awan shares news about the sixth prince's mother and his urgent departure for Jingbei, which captures Yuling's attention. Yuling contemplates the distance to Jingbei, pondering the implications of the journey. Awan explains that Defei's worsening condition prompted the sixth prince's departure, illustrating the prince's worry and his hurried journey. Yuling considers the prince's emotions, understanding his concern for his mother. Yuling reflects on familial bonds, but questions her own feelings, sensing an emptiness despite knowing the circumstances. She wonders about receiving letters from the prince during his absence, seeking reassurance on their connection. Yuling earnestly asks Sister Awan whether the prince will keep writing to her, showing her vulnerability. Awan comforts Yuling, affirming that the prince will definitely send letters and always keep her in mind. Resolving to wait, Yuling promises to remain patient, no matter the distance or time that keeps them apart. Another sister abruptly enters with excitement, hinting at the interesting things she has brought along. Sensing the somber mood, the newcomer quizzes the others about the apparent tension in the room. Yuling, maintaining her composure, lightly asks about the new things that were brought, focusing on changing the subject. The newcomer offers a mysterious bottle, prompting curiosity and surprise. A playful exchange ensues, with the newcomer jostling to ensure she's left with a share of whatever's in the bottle, adding a lighter tone. Observing Yuling's introspection, Awan comments on her thoughtful nature, suggesting a visit to the palace might uplift her spirits. Imakshuen and Yi-Ting stand together, observing the view. Imakshuen seems contemplative about unspoken feelings, while Yi-Ting listens intently, focusing on their surroundings. Yi-Ting walks alone beneath cherry blossoms, reflecting on whether someone will return. Thoughts of longing fill her mind as she hopes for a reunion. The vibrant palace scene suggests memories of waiting. Yi-Ting recalls 3 years of expecting someone's return, portraying a deep sense of yearning in the serene landscape. Yi-Ting, in a red dress, walks through the courtyard, pondering whether she will receive a letter as spring fades, concern etched into her mind. A soldier on horseback converses with Yi-Ting, stating it's unlikely to receive a personal letter among urgent military dispatches. Yi-Ting ponders the improbability. Yi-Ting feels forgotten, enveloped in a blossoming garden. Though surrounded by beauty, her thoughts linger on being overlooked by someone important. Yi-Ting looks up at an autumn tree, reminiscing on birthdays past where gifts felt hollow. Her wish is for someone meaningful to acknowledge her special day. Lying among autumn leaves, Yi-Ting waits in vain, clutching a small glass bottle. She reflects on waiting patiently for someone that never arrives. Standing amidst snow-covered trees, Yi-Ting recalls academic achievements and political situations at court, mentioning rumors about the throne, yet feeling distant about it all. Yi-Ting considers her improved handwriting and wonders about her unanswered letters to Jing-Bai, thoughts of effort and longing in her heart. Doubts creep in as Yi-Ting wonders why Jing-Bai hasn't replied if he's read her letters, questioning everything she's done to reach out. Yi-Ting tries to convince herself it's better if Jing-Bai forgot her, while holding a hexagonal box as snow gently falls around her. A snowy landscape symbolizes the separate lives Yi-Ting and the one she misses now lead, emphasizing peaceful acceptance amidst longing. The governor's mansion in Jing-Bai is introduced, setting a new scene where important discussions seem about to unfold. And Zishu teases Yan Chao about receiving another letter from the girl in his heart. The jovial mood contrasts the serious undertone of unresponded letters. And Zishu persistently jokes about Yan Chao's lack of responses to many letters, playfully pushing him to explain himself. Yan Chao handles a letter, casually dismissing and Zishu's suggestion to respond, maintaining a stoic demeanor while brushing off the advice. And Zishu offers to read the letter himself, but Yan Chao, with a firm no, indicates his persistent unwillingness to engage with the letters. And Zishu humorously suggests that Yan Chao is only hard-hearted while teasing him about being soft otherwise, intensifying Yan Chao's resolve. The dialogue reveals Yan Chao's secretive visits to her over the years, questioning why he keeps her unaware of his emotions, hinting at hidden feelings. Contemplating the impact of false hopes, Yan Chao acknowledges the weight of expectations when he's not ready to face them, prioritizing others' feelings. A softer side of Yan Chao emerges as he smiles, suggesting hopeful thoughts about meeting her soon, showing a rare moment of gentle resolve. A celebratory message for little play sets a cheerful tone. The setting shifts to Huaiyang Palace, indicating a festive atmosphere. Kiki has her hair patted by a friend who empathizes with her sadness over unreciprocated feelings, assuring her of being missed as she ponders over her unvoiced sentiments. Kiki's friend insists Jing-Bai is busy and offers consoling reasons for the missing birthday wish, trying to ease her heartbroken feelings. Anger intensifies as Kiki's friend advises her to think wisely, not wanting to see Kiki upset over someone who hasn't reciprocated her devotion. Kiki is seen crying, yet comforted with a gentle gesture as someone wipes her tears, a silent promise not to let her cry alone anymore. Kiki is advised to stop drinking, revealing she uses dreams to cope with unspoken longing, reinforcing her state of vulnerability. The image portrays a complex emotion as Kiki confesses drinking helps her dream of someone. The presence of someone who knows this signifies a silent connection. In a touching moment, a person embraces Kiki under falling cherry blossoms, offering solace and shared understanding without the need for words, capturing warmth and empathy. Mohan and Kiki are together. Mohan acknowledges how real the dream feels and invites Kiki to touch more, as reality mixes with dreams in their mind. Kiki feels regretful, explaining how she couldn't find Mohan after waking up, taking blame upon herself for the situation. Mohan reassures Kiki that they will meet again, emphasizing the proximity of that day while they both stand under a cherry blossom tree. Under the pink sky, Mohan gently celebrates Kiki's birthday, calling her his little princess as they share a moment of tenderness. A character speaks cheerfully about acquiring supplies of soldiers and horses, ensuring there's no worry about military food this year. Another discussion continues about training soldiers, with an acknowledgement of Yan Cheng's intelligence at a nearby table. They praise Crown Prince Kai's strategic abilities in battle formation at a young age, as the conversation flows around his talent. Mohan talks candidly about his trust in the other's abilities but reveals impatience to achieve great things quickly, warned to be patient. The conversation shifts to 3 years ago when Mohan intended to go to Jing-Bai, the past unveiling like layers before them. With sharp eyes, Mohan questions the knowledge of his intentions about Jing-Bai, underlining his curiosity. His companion lightly accuses him of always planning each step, suggesting the events 3 years ago were part of his scheme. Walking together, one confesses to revealing plans to the king, leading to a revelation about a banishment to Jing-Bai. The person reflects on how the girl depended on Mohan, hinting at curiosity about his ability to leave her behind. Mohan seems puzzled by the idea of reliance, questioning what it means as he processes the information silently. His companion explains that given the girl's young mind, seeing him as a brother allowed her natural reliance. Mohan counters with his own observation about her intelligence, delivering his statement with a sense of pride. Faced with Mohan's resolve, the companion concedes, acknowledging they might be wrong with a gentle jest. The conversation playfully turns to the girl's growth, noting how children change quickly, with Mohan agreeing thoughtfully. Mohan, dismissing inquiry into his correspondence, is silently critiqued for not responding to letters, which may cause hurt. Both raise the possibility of her forgetting him, referencing the complexity of the palace and other influences. Mohan issues a warning against further talk, humor laced in his voice as he threatens withholding dinner for any more chatter. A soldier approaches with a monthly military report, addressing Mohan formally with deference in the interaction. Inquiring about letters, Mohan's focus shifts to matters at the palace, seeking clarity from the soldier. The soldier reports on the lack of letters sent to Jingbai since the previous month, highlighting a budding issue. Kneeling, the soldier offers to recheck for any missed letters, showing commitment to find answers for Mohan. Mohan commands a search among all practicing soldiers for the letter, stressing the importance and urgency. Contemplating alone, Mohan reflects on the lack of communication since last month, questioning the last letter's importance. Pondering her silence, Mohan considers whether she no longer remembers him, or if she's finding comfort elsewhere. Continuing his thoughts on her absence, Mohan unveils deeper concerns about her attentions being captured by others. His companion teases about the situation, claiming they hinted at this outcome previously, with a light-hearted demeanor. The scene begins with Mohan looking intently at someone, instructing them to go find something for him. A character with light hair responds nervously, agreeing to look as well, appearing anxious. Just outside, the light-haired character urges themselves not to rush, reassuring they will definitely find it. The light-haired character decides they will urge others to search as well, telling Mohan to rest first. The perspective shifts to Jingbai Cantonment site, where the environment is calm and scenic. Recruits nervously inform someone of high status that all veterans have been defeated, and there's no one left. The recruits explain that only new recruits remain who are inexperienced in fighting. One recruit suddenly remembers that they haven't cleaned their sword, and others follow suit, leaving hastily. The light-haired character wonders why everyone is running away so quickly, holding a fan and pondering the sudden exit. The character senses a cold gaze directed at them, feeling regret for possibly getting involved in someone's bad luck. The character explains trying to find a letter but failing, hoping the person won't hold it against them. Mohan declares the day's actions complete, leaving the situation hanging in the air. The light-haired character feels relief, realizing the lack of letters has affected someone deeply and wonders about their future reaction. Mohan is greeted by a hooded figure as Your Highness, setting a more serious tone. The hooded figure outlines their plan regarding money sent to Jizhou, which will arrive at the border that night, mentioning a trap has been set. The hooded figure is questioned about the certainty of this plan, confidently stating there's a high likelihood of success. Mohan is informed about a newly appointed general escorting the money from the capital, confirming the news with the hooded figure. The hooded figure recounts the tragic news of General Cheng's death, sharing the recent event. Mohan comments on General Cheng being a good man, expressing a hint of lament. Mohan reflects on the pity of Cheng's dedication and ultimate downfall, questioning the emperor's awareness and the effects of his past actions. Mohan elaborates on his efforts to empower new forces over the years and disparages the officials who failed their duties, including the young general's incompetence. He resolves that the conflict and debts caused by the emperor will eventually be repaid, indicating a strong personal vendetta. The next scene shifts to the imperial study, showcasing a serene interior and a young girl seated with an attendant nearby. The girl, identified as Kiki, is highlighted as 10 years old, dressed in formal attire. Unit Zhao addresses Kiki, surprised to see her presence and questioning her visit. Kiki greets Unit Zhao and inquires about her father's court session, showing familial concern. Unit Zhao advises Kiki against visiting her father, explaining that His Majesty is very angry today. He whispers to Kiki about an incident involving robbery at the border concerning Ji Zhao's relief funds, expanding on the tension. The emperor responds angrily to the news of embezzled relief funds and ensuing riots, questioning the outcomes after the busy days. Minister of War Zhang Yume remarks on the necessity of properly managing the people's hearts, as violent suppression only fuels unrest, advocating for a more practical resolution. In a formal setting, an official outlines the urgent need to redistribute relief funds to prevent worsening conditions. Another official disagrees and presents a counterpoint. Chen Kongjian, a minister of revenue, argues that repeated distribution of relief funds fails to address the root causes of the country's current struggles, including famine. The official highlights the financial burdens from necessary repairs and questions the source of additional funds for relief efforts. The financial strain is evident. Another officer suggests halting army wages to redirect funds to Jichou, presenting a controversial idea amidst the debate. A voice acknowledges the merit in Chen's plan, but skepticism remains among the officials, questioning the feasibility of the proposal. An official dismisses the suggestion, implying that soldiers need wages to support their families and should not bear the financial burden. Chen responds defensively, insisting that soldiers would prioritize national issues without needing a reminder of their responsibilities. A counterargument suggests that if officials had to work without pay, their motivation might wane, highlighting the challenge of expecting sacrifice without compensation. The discussion shifts as attention turns to the disappearance of relief funds, suggesting a conspiracy behind the issue. The official addresses the significance of the matter to the Majesty. The relief funds vanish at specific checkpoints, prompting a call for a thorough inspection of border counties and their vehicles. An official voices dissatisfaction with the current plan, questioning how the people's unrest will be managed during the investigation. Another official urges caution, warning against careless comments that could harm his reputation. With the treasury depleted and debate over relief, a character questions if there are alternatives to the current approach. A delicate hand raises, offering a potential solution with a weak yet determined voice, hinting at a new course of action. The central figure calls T-Key over, signaling the start of a new plan to address the dire situation they face. The individual acknowledges Key's proposed solution to the difficulty, inviting her to share her insight with the group. Key expresses her appreciation for the officials' loyalty and willingness to aid the nation during its crisis, recognizing their efforts. Another official confirms Key's statement, agreeing with the sentiment that the seventh princess is correct in her observations. Key suggests that if each official could contribute financially, the relief funds could be replenished, even proposing a specific contribution amount. She points out that recent salary increases could allow for such contributions, suggesting that personal sacrifice could lead to national gain. The central figure praises the ingeniousness of Key's idea, attributing her wisdom to familial influence in education. A minister stands, ready to contribute a significant amount to aid Jichou, demonstrating personal commitment to the cause. Another official raises his offer, even at personal cost, determined to support the relief efforts despite potential financial ruin. The central figure solicits contributions from others, encouraging further support from loyal ministers to address the crisis. Various officials announce their pledges, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, showcasing their collective commitment. The leader praises Di Shun specifically for his impressive offer, reinforcing the satisfaction with the gathered support. Strategic instructions are given to record and investigate large contributors, ensuring transparency and accountability in using the funds. An intense reaction follows the revelation of mishandling finances, questioning past decisions regarding salaries. In a quieter moment, the central figure queries Key about her absence from the academy, learning she was given a day off. The leader gently comments on her hairstyle, adding a personal touch to the conversation, balancing the prior tension with warmth. Key talks about how her sister styled her hair with osmanthus oil, adding a special touch to it. Key enthusiastically explains the steps her sister took to style her hair, demonstrating each motion. Key notices her father's unusual smile and wonders if he is happy today, commenting on his rare cheerful demeanor. She relates her father's mood to the minister's expression after leaving, noting that they looked miserable, implying it affects his mood. Key says when her father is happy, others are happier, playfully recalling an official who was so excited that he tripped in his eagerness. Her father praises Key's observant nature of court affairs and suddenly changes the topic, asking how she did in a recent exam. Key admits that she placed second best in the exam. She resolves to achieve the best result next time, showing her determination. Her father questions what will happen if she doesn't do well next time. Key insists she will try harder if she fails again, showing persistence. Her father acknowledges her youth and recalls his promise to grant her a wish if she achieves second best. He asks Key what she wants as her reward. Kiki expresses her concern about her father's changed demeanor as he stopped smiling and lost weight over time. He admits she seems less lively recently and offers to fulfill whatever she desires. Kiki reveals her wish is to visit elsewhere, walking alongside her father. She specifically states she wants to go to Jingbai. Kiki acknowledges that the imperial city is pleasant but suggests there is a reason for her wish. Her father questions whether something is amiss at the palace, hinting at discomfort. Kiki reassures him it's not dissatisfaction, but a desire to see the world outside the palace now that she's grown. Her father contemplates the situation with concern. He addresses Dushun, who responds promptly to his call. He inquires about the confiscation of embezzled assets, showing he is attending to administrative duties. He asks about Concert Des' health, revealing another concern on his mind. Dushun reports that Concert Des' health is improving, thanks to the sixth prince's visit. Dushun is about to ask if the sixth prince should return, when Kiki's father changes the subject, mentioning his daughter's maturity. Dushun is visibly confused by the sudden change in conversation. Kiki's father decides not to recall the sixth prince, allowing him to stay to care for Concert Des. Dushun suggests reconsideration, citing the unstable situation in Jingbai. Kiki's father assures protection for her, promising to send capable guards. He expresses his internal conflict about letting his daughter go as he turns away from the conversation. Moxuan reflects on his relationship with his daughter, feeling conflicted about letting her go while acknowledging that not respecting her independence might push her away further. A servant reassures Moxuan, expressing admiration for his kind heart and confidence that the seventh princess will understand his efforts. The scene shifts to Jingbai, marked by the passing of 5 days as cherry blossoms dance in the rain. Imo advises the party to be cautious upon entering Jingbai territory due to the presence of bandits and refugees, requesting them to turn back. Sissy shows reluctance, expressing that it is difficult for her to follow the request. Sissy considers the difficulty of reaching Jingbai and questions the reason behind her escort's insistence, wondering about the motives of the great Tyrant. She muses over the challenges of finding Brother Liu and laments the missed opportunities to enjoy the marketplace. Time moves on as the rain continues, and a grand building stands in the backdrop. Sissy is informed that the governor is attending to urgent matters and requests her to wait at a tavern for dinner. Sissy is taken aback by this unexpected freedom to have dinner while pondering its implications. A servant explains Jingbai's culinary fame, especially Bojiu cuisine, and suggests clams are in season. Sissy follows the servant willingly to a prepared private room, acknowledging his courteous invitation. Qin Zishu humorously suggests to his companion that the elegant lady he sees might be his type. His companion reprimands him for his rudeness and the inappropriateness of his comments. They continue their conversation, with Qin Zishu acknowledging the woman's charm, but lamenting he couldn't see her face. He playfully contrasts with his friend's celibacy. Qin Zishu shifts the conversation to a serious topic, asking about the plans concerning the escapees from the previous night. His friend, taking a sip, responds simply that they are already dead, leaving the outcome clear. Qin Zishu muses about court officials being sent to Jingbai on a secret investigation, hinting at a missing government funds case. His friend indirectly acknowledges their resourcefulness and implies a hidden capability to navigate such situations. Qin Zishu denies having a specific plan but hints that there may be opportunities to creatively alter the circumstances. A disturbance outside highlights a conflict where someone dares to steal money in broad daylight, while the other demands their surrender. Qin Zishu observes the commotion involving a young lady getting robbed, viewing it through a window. His friend is indifferent, noting that the area is lively and implying that it is not their concern. A sense of urgency fills the air as cries to protect the Princess echo, drawing attention to Sissy at the center. Qin Zishu questions his friend over the sudden drop of a cup, a seemingly startled reaction to the chaos below. He probes further, asking Qin Zishu what he meant earlier about adding color to the situation, seeking clarity. Qin Zishu, surprised by something unspoken, reacts with a start, prompting concern from his companion. Sissy is in distress, seemingly confused as she questions the intentions of those around her, finding herself called a bride child. Imo condescendingly challenges Sissy, advising her to consider her situation carefully, with a hint of menace. Sissy, grappling with the situation, timidly questions Imo, clarifying if he is truly a villain, her uncertainty evident. Imoxuan leans over Tin, pondering if he appears as a bad person to her. Tin seems apprehensive, unsure of his intentions. Tin declares with determination that she will become his child bride, not fully understanding the weight of her words. Tin assesses that Moxwin is quite handsome, convincing herself that there's no loss in becoming his child bride. Tin raises her hand, stating that she has 3 conditions for becoming his bride, with a confident air. The first condition is depicted with a playful visual of cartoonish characters. She insists she must remain his only child bride and not be given to other bandits. The second condition shows another cartoonish scene. Tin humorously demands to be fed meat every day to avoid hunger. In the third condition, another comical illustration shows Tin explaining she isn't a marriageable age yet, so he must raise her first. Moxwin, amused, points out the irony of her making conditions so soon after they've just met, questioning her comfort in doing so. Tin confidently tells him that if he agrees to her terms, she will ascend the mountain with him and become his wife there. Moxwin acknowledges the pertinency of her conditions, contemplating them with a smirk. However, Moxwin reveals that he accepts none of her conditions, leaving Tin surprised. Moxwin taunts Tin, questioning if she would still accept the proposal if someone else offered with agreeable conditions. Tin is taken aback, recognizing his eyes and feeling a familiarity she cannot quite place. Tin reflects internally, thinking that as a kidnapped child, she has no real choice in these matters, feeling compelled by circumstances. Moxwin challenges the notion that she can't make her own choices, pressing who dictates her obedience besides him. Meanwhile, a group of guards demands the release of the princess, interrupting their conversation and creating tension. Moxwin dismisses the guards' demands with a simple sound of annoyance and directs Tin to stay put while he handles them. Preparing to confront the guards, Moxwin instructs them to cease their interference, showing his lack of time for distractions. Tin internally scoffs at the idea of waiting for him, deeming it foolish, and considers her next move. Despite admiring his looks, Tin decides she does not wish to conform to the role of a child bride and makes a quick departure, imagining her farewell as a playful escape. Moxwin, now depicted with animal ears for a humorous effect, questions Tin's lack of obedience as she hides, pondering how she was caught so swiftly. Moxwin catches up to Tin, questioning her about where she had run off to, asserting his presence behind her. Moxwin covers Tin's mouth, urging her to silence, reinforcing his dominance and control over the situation. Tin is frustrated by Moxwin's heartlessness, feeling trapped by his actions and unable to express herself. Tin warns Moxwin to release her, emphasizing her important status as the Emperor's favored, suggesting consequences if harm befalls her. Moxwin acknowledges her cleverness, noting her understanding of using her status as leverage against him. Moxwin, unfazed, tells her that bandits like himself are used to resistance from their prey, particularly on this day. Tin suddenly feels sleepy, confused by the abrupt onset of drowsiness, while Moxwin remains close. Moxwin muses on Tin's naivety, noting how unlikely it is for any real bandit to listen to her demands for so long as he carries her. Tin regains consciousness, realizing she was drugged, reflecting on her capture and current location, lying in an unfamiliar room. Dabai observes his surroundings with caution, holding a needle in hand, while Sissy lies nearby, appearing startled and reflective of the precarious situation. Sissy thinks about her best option for escape while making sure she is not yet discovered by Dabai. Sissy tries to quietly crawl away from the scene, hoping to make her escape before Dabai notices her departure. Suddenly feeling dizzy, Sissy blames the anesthetic and wishes to rest a little due to its strong effects. Now lying down, Sissy wonders why it's so quiet, questioning if Dabai has left. She lies still, contemplating her next move. Dabai approaches Sissy, surprising her with a question about what she wants, as autumn leaves drift outside the window. Dabai, holding a necklace, suggests that it's time to stop pretending, as he suspects Sissy's act. Dabai demands Sissy return his shirt, illustrating the nature of their acquaintance. Sissy expresses concern over their lack of communication over 2 months, relieved to see Dabai unharmed, yet curious about his well-being. Sissy voices her suspicion about Dabai's intentions, probing whether he desires money. Sissy offers a solution. Her wealthy 6th brother could provide the money if Dabai helps her reach him. Dabai reacts with curiosity about Sissy's claim of her brother's wealth, pointing out a lack of awareness of his own alleged riches. Sissy confidently asserts her brother's fondness for her, insisting he bestows money generously because of his affection. Dabai inquires further into the sincerity of Sissy's claims regarding her brother's affections. Sissy reassures Dabai of her brother's dedication despite their long separation, certain of his willingness to pay a ransom. Sissy claims that only her sixth brother treats her well, showing deep trust in his devotion, which she explains with heartfelt sincerity. Dabai, changing moods quickly, becomes irritated by Sissy's persistence, leaving her to wonder why he was upset after having seemed agreeable. Dabai questions the believability of Sissy's assertion that her brother likes her but has not written for 3 years. Sissy defends her brother's absence, attributing it to his busy life, especially caring for their mother. A sudden realization hits Sissy, propelling her into a swift reassessment of the ongoing discourse. Dabai challenges Sissy's logic by questioning how she knows details about their communication gap. Sissy, caught off guard, is reminded by Dabai of her prior inconsistent statements. Annoyed, Dabai highlights Sissy's contradictory story, referring to her as having a big mouth. Sissy ponders Dabai's unpredictable temperament, finding his frequent anger challenging to handle. Dabai surprises Sissy with an unexpected question about her hunger, shifting the topic suddenly. Dabai offers Sissy food, suggesting she sustains herself after the eventful discussion. Sissy, holding the food package, insists that she is not hungry despite the offering. Sissy internally debates the safety of the food, worried it might be poisoned, given previous experiences. Dabai mentions hearing Sissy's growling stomach and urges her to eat to alleviate her hunger. Stubbornly, Sissy refuses to eat, asserting her unwillingness to accept Dabai's offer. Imakshin holds a peach blossom cake, recalling it used to be someone's favorite, and wonders why they no longer enjoy it. Imakshin reflects that after 3 years apart, it's normal for taste to change. Itin, clutching her stomach, feels betrayed by its untimely grumble, embarrassed in front of Imakshin. Imakshin, resolute, tells Itin that they will feed her if she refuses to eat. Itin considers that there's no escaping today, sensing Imakshin's care, and plans to use a special move. Itin pleads with Imakshin, referring to him as Big Brother, and asks to be released. Imakshin soothes Itin with a gentle pat, telling her to go home. Imakshin questions where home is for a princess like Itin, bringing up the palace. Itin looks at Imakshin with surprise as he tells her to go to Luck Brother, asking why. Itin states simply that Luck Brother is safe and peaceful, gazing outside. Imakshin acknowledges Itin's view, considering her words. As Imakshin ties Itin's hair, he reflects on her trust and describes how she turns her back without fear. Imakshin instructs Itin not to move while he ties her hair. Outside, guards discuss the princess being inside and plan to save her from an apparent threat. Imakshin gently questions Itin if she is crying, offering his attention. Imakshin asks Itin to stop crying, standing above her reassuringly. Imakshin grips Itin's hand, asserting it's time to proceed. Imakshin declares he has to go, speaking closely to Itin. Imakshin reminds Itin of her promise to be his camp wife as he departs. A new character appears, apologizing to Itin for the late rescue, asking for her forgiveness. The new character commands an arrest, but Itin defends Imakshin, claiming he meant no harm. Itin notices Imakshin is gone, the scene quiet following his disappearance. A soldier is ordered to pursue Imakshin, responding affirmatively. The new character checks if Itin is hurt. She insists the bandit was gentle. Frustration arises as the new character argues showing mercy risks disasters for oneself. Itin agrees with understanding, politely addressing the new character as she explains. The new character is taken aback by Itin calling them Aunt G, questioning it. Itin teases that if Imakshin is pursued again, she'll address the new character with any title. The new character reconsiders, telling others to cease pursuit and declaring no more talk of capturing. The new character asks Itin if she's satisfied with the situation, to which she responds affirmatively. Kiki reassures Mohan that she will control herself in public, promising to know her limits. Mohan contemplates Kiki's behavior, feeling that sometimes she seems much younger than her actual age. Kiki tells her big brother that she is hungry and wants to eat something. Mohan questions Kiki's sudden decision to act clueless at this point. Mohan recalls that he isn't interested in matters concerning women or children. Mohan warns Kiki to stop talking or he will leave her there, bringing an abrupt end to their conversation. Kiki agrees not to say anything further, trying to hold back her emotions. Mohan informs Kiki there's food in the carriage and mentions stopping by the nearest yamen before taking her to a safer place. Kiki is surprised to hear they are going to Liu Ji's place, expressing concern. Mohan assures Kiki that the Liu prince's residence is safer due to its guards and explains the current unsafe conditions elsewhere. Mohan tries to comfort Kiki by explaining that it's a temporary arrangement due to unrest in the city. Encouraging Kiki to hurry up, Mohan focuses on getting both of them moving quickly. Outside, guards question if the carriage belongs to the princess from the palace. Someone explains the princess has had a difficult journey involving an assassination attempt and needs rest. The caretakers assure that they will not neglect the princess in any way, ensuring her comfort. Tanyan and Ryu, introduced as the most capable maids, are selected to serve the key princess. It's emphasized that the two maids will carefully handle the princess's food and drink needs. The maids understand their responsibilities and assure their dedication to the task. As Kiki is gently encouraged to keep sleeping, the maids prepare to take her to her room. Someone requests to take responsibility for her, interjecting into the situation. Another character asks for Kiki to be handed over to them, indicating a shift in protection. Carrying Kiki in their arms, they declare they are home, addressing her warmly. The person asks Kiki to sleep well, placing her gently down to rest. A moment of reflection occurs as they think about the 3 years that have passed. The question arises in thought, pondering if Kiki still remembers them. Lingering memories of her face appear in dreams, expressing thoughts that must remain unsaid around her. Despite her young age, Yan Cheng struggles with the inappropriate ideas forming in his mind. His ambition and future goals conflict with his intrusive thoughts about Kiki. Expressing frustration, he reflects on his failure to eradicate challenging emotions long ago, leading to his current worries. Yan Cheng decides that when Kiki grows up and marries, perhaps he will finally cease thinking of her. A man named Mohan looks down at a girl, recalling that she is the daughter of his enemy and reminds himself she is untouchable. Mohan reflects on not wanting to see the girl given to someone else, despite acknowledging the problematic ties. Determination fills Mohan's thoughts as he resolves to make her father repay his debts and promises not to involve others. Mohan silently vows to protect the girl, seeking a lifetime of peace for her. The girl, feeling groggy, asks a Wanjiji for water as she wakes up. Observing the man in the room, the girl queries about his identity, not recognizing Mohan right away. Realization dawns on her that she is in Jingbai, specifically in Liu Ji's bedroom. Mohan confirms her suspicions with his familiar voice while handing her a drink. Overcome with emotion, the girl leaps into Mohan's arms, relieved to finally see him. She expresses her longing to finally see Mohan after a long time apart. She questions Mohan about whether he missed her during the 3 years they were separated. Mohan admits that he did miss her, feeling emotionally moved by her question. Mohan begins to doubt himself, feeling tormented and confused by his emotions. Holding Mohan's face, the girl accuses him of lying about why he didn't write back to her. Mohan contemplates how he replied to all her letters, but never actually sent them. A letter addressed to Kiki sits unfinished, filled with unsent heartfelt words. Despite writing many letters, Mohan never sent any of his affectionate words to her. Understanding the unpredictability of his life, he refrains from making promises to her. Mohan accepts that the yearning may be futile but struggles with his feelings. Frustrated, Kiki demands to know if Mohan is paying attention to her or not. Mohan assures her that he is listening, trying to regain his focus. Annoyed, Kiki tells him to stop holding her, expressing her anger. Mohan is determined not to let go despite her protest. He apologizes, admitting to being lost in thought and taking the blame. Kiki questions her ability to confront Mohan now that he's taken responsibility so quickly. She understands that his mother's illness distracts him, making it hard for him to focus on her. Mohan reassures her that she is not irrational and knows her priorities. He insists that she remains important to him, despite everything. Kiki, feeling embarrassed, requests to be let down due to her fear of heights. Transitioning the mood, she then states her hunger, shifting the conversation. Mohan has prepared all of Dusty's favorite dishes for the evening, showcasing a considerate gesture. Dusty is surprised and touched that Mohan remembers all of her favorite desserts. Mohan reflects on how Dusty has grown elegant and beautiful, resembling the true princess she is. Mohan inquires about a recent incident with a bandit, ensuring Dusty was unharmed during the ordeal. Curiosity rises as Mohan asks Dusty for her opinion on someone's appearance, leaving her puzzled. Mohan excuses himself from the table, mentioning he has tasks to handle the next day. Dusty acknowledges Mohan's departure, agreeing to see him tomorrow. Dusty watches Mohan's hurried silhouette as he leaves, feeling a sense of familiarity. A cloaked figure invites Mohan for a drink under the starlit sky. Mohan politely declines the invitation, needing rest for the next day. The cloaked figure hints that Mohan's refusal is due to Dusty's presence. The figure comments on Dusty's significant influence over Mohan as he sips from a cup. He reveals that Dusty was ambushed at a tavern, laying blame on Ashu for the danger she faced. Assuring Mohan, the figure states he disciplined Ashu, asking for Mohan's forgiveness. Mohan is relieved that Dusty wasn't harmed during the incident. Acknowledging Ashu's recklessness, the figure mentions his well-meaning intentions. The logic behind Ashu's actions is explained. He thought an investigation was underway. The cloaked figure pleads for leniency on behalf of Ashu, hoping for Mohan's forgiveness this time. Mohan reveals his lack of anger, expressing disinterest in punishing Ashu further. Mohan warns against further reckless behavior, suggesting a severe consequence. Mohan instructs the figure to have Ashu meet him at the training grounds the next day. The figure realizes the severity of Mohan's decision, knowing the training grounds' implications. Understanding Mohan's command, the cloaked figure accepts the directive without question. The next morning dawns with cherry blossoms blooming under a clear sky. Dusty questions whether Liu Ji has returned from his duties at the training ground. Xianyan explains Liu Ji's responsibilities and her role to accompany Dusty for a walk. Dusty, with a carefree attitude, decides to take a walk by herself, dismissing Xianyan's offer. Xianyan smiles, expressing concern as the princess often gets lost, emphasizing her duty. Dusty feels slighted, realizing Mohan's lack of faith in her sense of direction. Confidently, Dusty reassures Xianyan of her familiarity with the surroundings, promising to return later. Cece walks through the Kingston garden, marveling at its vastness and beauty, her delicate shoes touching the stone path beneath her feet. She looks around, puzzled by her surroundings, and notices the door is locked and guarded by two watchful figures, questioning her location. A guard explains to Cece that Lady De's residence is off-limits without permission from His Highness, leaving her to wonder about this secluded place. Cece contemplates why Lady De resides in such a remote and hidden area, considering how difficult it is to find. Deciding to pay her respects to Li Ji's mother, Cece laments not bringing a gift but resolves to make it up next time, trusting Lady De's understanding nature. Cece asks the guards for a brief audience with Lady De, reassuring them her visit will not take long, hoping for their consent. The guard expresses uncertainty, hesitant to comply with Cece's request, expressing the challenge of granting her access. Mohan quietly calls out to Cece, garnering her attention as she turns to acknowledge his presence. Kneeling in respect, the guard greets Mohan as the Sixth Prince, emphasizing the gravity of the moment. Mohan questions Cece about the reason for her visit, displaying a friendly curiosity in his demeanor. Cece reveals her intention to pay her respects to the virtuous consort now that she has this rare opportunity. Mohan instructs the guard to open the door, displaying authority as Cece stands dutifully by his side. Reassuringly, Mohan tells Cece that his presence ensures her access to the residence, leaving no place barred to them. As they enter, Cece is struck by the desolate and gloomy atmosphere, noting the absence of any servants. Cece wonders if the concert favors peace and simplicity, pondering if this is the reason for the palace's modesty. The siblings walk together through the quiet corridors, and Cece questions the eerie silence, comparing it to a prison. Mohan explains that their mother values tranquility, choosing to keep only a few close aides nearby. Mohan questions Cece's resolve to meet the consort, seeking to confirm her intentions in light of the situation. Cece affirms her desire to proceed, feeling committed now that she is already at the door, indicating her readiness. Suddenly, cries of a ghostly warning fill the air as an unseen voice shrieks about a suspected imposter, causing a commotion. Mohan gently reassures Cece, calming her immediate fear amidst the alarming outburst. Seeking clarity, Cece questions Mohan about the unfolding situation, her curiosity piqued by the strange events. Mohan informs Cece of the consort's loss of sanity, providing context for the unusual occurrences within the residence. He recounts the gradual decline in her mental state 3 years prior, emphasizing the ineffectiveness of royal physicians. Cece processes the revelation, realizing the impact of Mohan's presence on their mother's condition and her subsequent delirium. The distressed howl echoes again, imploring His Highness to bring peace and order to the escalating situation. Cece ponders the sorrow of a mother's sudden emotional breakdown upon seeing her beloved son. Mohan reflects on the inevitability of destiny's hardships, considering them not entirely negative. Observing the consort's decline, Cece resolves to refrain from questioning further, acknowledging the prince's burdens. Embracing Mohan, Cece offers comfort, vowing to support him henceforth, fostering hope for the consort's eventual recovery. Mohan asks Kiki if he can hug her for a while, expressing a quiet moment of vulnerability and connection between them. Kiki acknowledges the closeness they share since childhood, noting that traditional distance restrictions don't apply to them and recalling past events. Mohan reflects on his struggle with his feelings whenever he sees Kiki, feeling conflicted about his emotions. He worries that Kiki might one day learn the truth and hate or scorn him, contemplating the potential repercussions of his secrets. Mohan expresses his desire for Kiki to keep her promise to stay by his side, stating that's all he needs. Mohan inquires about the condition of his mother, showing concern and involvement in her well-being. A maid reports to Mohan that concubine De's illness has relapsed, causing disturbance, but she calmed after receiving her favorite dessert. Kiki notes that concubine De's illness might not be curable soon and addresses Mohan as sixth brother. Mohan asks if Kiki wants to see concubine De with the seventh princess, indicating a family discussion about their next steps. A maid warns that concubine De might react unfavorably to strangers due to her condition, potentially causing harm. Voices from inside are heard pleading and claiming that someone's child isn't who they claim to be, indicating inner turmoil. The maid explains that concubine De's episodes involve violent behavior, citing an incident where a maid was blinded. The maid advises waiting until concubine destabilizes before visiting, ensuring safety for everyone involved. Both Mohan and Kiki agree not to visit concubine De that day, ensuring they adhere to the maid's advice. Mohan instructs to feed concubine De her favorite desserts, ensure injured are treated and compensated, showing responsibility and leadership. The maid expresses gratitude and assures Mohan that they will do their best to follow his instructions. Kiki notices Mohan's relaxed demeanor despite deciding against visiting concubine De, questioning his change in attitude. A worried character, unfamiliar to the others, mentions the Prince of Li Miao and shows concern over Li Dedojiang. Kiki ponders about the woman claiming to be concubine De, feeling as though she had something important to relay. Mohan jovially questions Kiki's distraction, attempting to lighten the mood as he pats her on the head. Kiki dismisses her thoughts as she suddenly felt a chill, suggesting they return quickly. Kiki questions the situation surrounding concubine De, pondering about her state and feeling uneasy about the circumstances. Mohan tenderly ensures Kiki doesn't catch a cold, wrapping his cloak around her, demonstrating care and affection. Kiki reassures Mohan that she is no longer cold, appreciating the warmth and protection he provides. Kiki suddenly asks Mohan if they are still allies, prompting him to question her unexpected doubt. Kiki seeks reassurance about their alliance, wondering if she can still trust Mohan as before. Mohan acknowledges Kiki's maturity, recognizing her ability to question and probe thoughtfully. Mohan confirms they are allies, emphasizing his dual identity as both her brother and someone who seeks to be her ally. Kiki asks if Mohan will return to the capital once concubine De recovers, probing his future intentions. Mohan appears surprised at the suggestion of returning to the capital, leaving his future plans unclear. Mohan reflects on never considering a return to the capital city. He remembers his determination to face challenges alone since planning to go to Jingbai, and acknowledges someone important still resides in the capital. Mohan questions the appeal of the capital city, expressing preference to stay in Jingbai, away from the emperor's control. Saixai challenges him, asking about the people who care for him in the capital, and if he cares for them too. Mohan admits that he didn't just come to Jingbai to tend to the consort's illness and finds it hard to leave. He acknowledges it's too early to explain everything to Saixai, promising to share the full story in the future if successful. Saixai feels frustrated, noting Mohan keeps secrets and doesn't disclose everything to her. Mohan reassures Saixai, affirming that he will certainly return to the capital one day. He emphasizes the importance of his current mission, requesting more time in Jingbai. Saixai, feeling overwhelmed, tells him not to explain further as they walk together. Saixai resigns herself to knowing as little as possible, as before. She questions how Mohan managed to come to Jingbai despite a clearly disapproving letter. Realizing he hasn't read the letter, Saeksai responds with mild irritation. Imohan reacts anxiously upon mentioning the letter was lost. Saeksai sarcastically lists countless reasons the letter could be lost, including theft and damage. She demands him to explain any other potential reasons for the loss. Imohan admits fault for the situation, clarifying it's no one's responsibility but his own. He sincerely acknowledges his wrongdoing. Imohan takes full responsibility for not reading or replying to the letters and missing important events. Saeksai is surprised by his apology for past failures. Embraced Cxi assures Imohan she isn't angry at the moment, prompting a relief from him. Imohan tentatively asks if she's formed bonds with other princes over the years. Embracing each other, Cxi confirms they haven't. Agitated, Imohan questions if she let others hold her closely like this. Laughing, Cxi denies any such occurrence, inviting more questions. Growing suspicious, Imohan presses further, pondering if Yi Yao showed any affection. He continues by questioning if Yi Jingxuan, known for his cunning nature, did anything concerning. Cxi exasperatedly insists on her innocence, warning she'll feel overwhelmed if he keeps probing. The next morning, Cxi yawns as she wakes up, signaling a new day beginning. In the Jing Xin Yuan room, a maid comments on the princess's stubborn hair as she helps with brushing. Kilai is reading from a book, discussing people with stubborn hair, linking it to a tough personality and hardships ahead. A maid, Mei, decides to fetch hot water and carefully brush the princess's hair. Ki Li dismisses concerns about her hair, noting it's just a strand and people don't notice it anyway. Luca interrupts, telling Mei to leave the room. Mei reflects that despite Luca's cold demeanor, he looks at Princess Ki Li with undeniable gentleness. Mei clutches a book, her youthful feelings reminding her of Mu Xiaoai, but also feeling confusion. She sighs, deciding that pondering such matters is futile, and she should just focus on her duties. Luca gently instructs Ki Li not to move as he tends to her hair. Ki Li feels a sense of familiarity, recalling how Luca's hair brushing resembles a past incident with a bandit. Ki Li inquires how Luca became so proficient at braiding hair, wondering where he learned it. Luca responds that he has never formally learned the skill. He explains that due to frequently being alone and without servants, he had to learn to do things himself. The image of Luca practicing on a small doll amuses Ki Li, sparking curiosity. Luca clarifies that he practiced braiding on his own hair, not hers, which makes Ki Li laugh. Mai offers to take over the task, concerned about her duties, but Luca insists she has other responsibilities. Luca instructs Mei to call for breakfast instead, indicating he has everything else under control. Mei feels she has overstepped in speaking too much, showing a surprised expression as she acknowledges her mistake. Ki Li sits at the table with Luca, commenting on his plans to train the soldiers that day. Luca teases, asking if Ki Li doesn't like him being there instead of training. Ki Li reassures him, explaining she heard Qin Ji Shu mention Luca's occasional visits to drink flower wine. Ki Li playfully inquires if Luca is skipping his usual visit that day. Luca, taken aback, questions her knowledge of flower wine and mentions Qin Ji Shu. Ki Li giggles, considering if drinking flower wine parallels stories in books about Gulan Yuan. She admits to tricking Luca, enjoying his attempt to explain. Luca struggles but starts to explain his visits, implying they are not for leisure. He clarifies seriously that he visits to gather intelligence at Gulan Yuan, urging not to misinterpret. Ki Li cheekily responds, pretending to accept his explanation of exchanging information. Luca emphasizes his limited interaction, insisting it's just verbal exchanges. He asserts his honesty, claiming everything he said is true. Ki Li humorously echoes his claim, feigning belief. Ki suggests going to a meal as she walks beside a figure in blue attire, expressing a cheerful thought. Standing outside, Ki listens to Mohan's questioning of her decision to go to a certain place. Ki explains the reason for going to eat, pointing out that Luca has specific preferences for food, implying a choice made despite its quality. Mohan, with serious intent, tells Ki about a place known for romance and complexity, hinting at its hidden secrets. As Mohan and Ki converse closely, he details the challenges of going there and his infrequent visits due to its inconvenient nature for her. Ki quietly ponders the word romantic, seemingly lost in thought. Dreamily, Ki reflects on the beauty and allure of a place referencing mountains and rivers, questioning why she cannot visit. Mohan questions Kiki, seeking to understand whether she truly grasps the meaning of romance. Recognizing Kiki's innocence, Mohan acknowledges her ability to speak such touching words despite naivety. Mohan promises Kiki that he will take her to eat if given the chance, offering reassurance. Kiki appreciates the firmness of Mohan's words, noting their reliability. Mohan reflects on a gift he prepared, originally intended for Kiki's 10th birthday. Kiki, with curiosity, inquires about the nature of the gift Mohan mentioned. As Kiki inspects the gift, she guesses its identity, contemplating its possible forms. Kiki realizes the gift is a dagger, reacting with surprise. Mohan questions Kiki about her satisfaction with the gift, seeking affirmation. Kiki expresses her liking for the gift, appreciating its special nature. Mohan feels relieved and pleased by Kiki's appreciation for the gift. In another setting, someone remarks on the unusual nature of the gift, pondering typical choices like hairpins. Another voice comments on the impracticality of a dagger for a girl, doubting her ability to use it. Mohan, alone, hopes that the dagger will serve as protection for Kiki in his absence. Kiki admires the carvings on the dagger, speculating on Mohan's craftsmanship. Mohan modestly downplays his effort in carving the dagger, suggesting it was done casually. Kiki, now with bunny ears, asks Mohan if he can carve some words on the dagger. Kiki cheekily requests her name, Kiki, to be carved instead. Kiki adds that she also wants Mohan's name, Yi Ting Cheng, to be carved along with hers. Mohan reacts with surprise upon hearing Kiki mention his full name, Yi Ting Cheng. Kiki stands nearby as Mohan contemplates the significance of Yi Ting Cheng and what he represents to her. Kiki notices Mohan's hand bleeding, expressing concern for his well-being. Mohan dismisses the need to carve his name, expressing relief at not dealing with it any longer. Kiki is concerned and asks why Mohan was so careless, noting it must hurt a lot. Mohan responds that it's just a small wound and his recovery ability is still effective. Kiki acknowledges Mohan's special physique and recovery ability, questioning if he feels pain or is unaffected by typical human conditions. Mohan observes Kiki's reaction, recalling how she used to be worried about others getting hurt. Kiki checks if the bleeding has stopped and asks if it still hurts. Mohan softly replies no. Mohan admits the wound hurts a lot, surprising Kiki. Kiki offers to blow on the wound to help Mohan feel better, and he agrees. Kiki gently blows on Mohan's bandaged hand, hoping to soothe the pain. Mohan humorously questions Kiki about talking to his hand, leaving both in a light-hearted pause. Kiki inquires how Mohan plans to teach dagger skills with his hand bandaged, raising her concerns. Kiki suggests postponing learning for the day and encourages Mohan to rest and recover. Mohan proposes checking if Men Fang has prepared the horses, hinting at a change of plans. Men Fang assures them that Tian Li Ma is ready, confirming the readiness for travel. Kiki, curious, asks if they are planning to go somewhere. Mohan expresses his intent to take Kiki to a special place, making it a secret. Kiki agrees enthusiastically, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Mohan wonders why Kiki doesn't ask where they are headed, prompting introspection. Kiki trusts Mohan fully, showing contentment as they walk together, unconcerned about the destination. Mohan reflects on Kiki's trust over the years, contemplating the impact of revealing his true identity someday. A picturesque scene unfolds in the peach blossom forest on the outskirts of town, introducing a serene setting. Mohan shares how he visits the peach blossom forest to relax when he feels unhappy or encounters unpleasant things. Kiki admires the fully bloomed peach blossoms, appreciating the beauty of the season and landscape. Mohan elaborates on the beauty of the blooming and falling flowers, observing the charm even in bare branches. The seasonal scenery offers Mohan solace, a sentiment Kiki understands and shares. Kiki, now feeling hungry, inquires if they brought any food, emphasizing her desire to eat. Mohan anticipated Kiki's hunger, confirming he came prepared for their outing. Kiki is surprised at the prospect of a wonton shop being nearby, exclaiming her disbelief. An old lady recognizes Mohan as a regular and offers him his usual order, hinting at his frequent visits. Mohan confirms the order of 2 bowls, continuing their customary dining experience. Kiki reflects on Mohan's regular visits, pondering whether he has many worries to relieve through these outings. The young woman whispers, questioning Liu Ji about an old man's difficulties with mobility, wondering if it's due to poor health. Liu Ji responds, explaining that the man became completely blind after suffering from an eye disease a few years ago. Observing a loving couple, the young woman reflects on how joyful they look as if untouched by hardship. Liu Ji acknowledges her observation, noting that having someone by your side can make pain feel lighter. The young woman speculates that Liu Ji visits the couple to relieve stress because he doesn't have companionship. Liu Ji reassures her that his troubles stem from military camp issues and lack of companions, but nothing serious. The young woman sees a bowl of wontons, admiring their skillful wrapping and abundant filling. Liu Ji reflects on how having someone to accompany you feels good, while the young woman ponders silently. An old woman praises the young woman's discerning taste, explaining their wontons are wrapped in the morning and eaten later. She continues, sharing that they make a limited number of bowls a day at Peach Blossom Mountain due to their age. The young woman feels fortunate for the opportunity to enjoy the couple's cooking today. The elderly woman speaks about fate, mentioning the young pair's visit to the mountain as destiny. Liu Ji wonders if fate has prevented him from letting go for 3 years, considering the possibility. The young woman reflects on their sibling bond, acknowledging the difficulty in severing their connection. Liu Ji asks if she's full. She confirms, satisfied with the meal. He suggests continuing their hike, promising the most beautiful scenery at the mountaintop during sunset. The old woman recounts her son's return from the battlefield, noting the lack of a charge for the food. Liu Ji observes the absence of visitors at Peach Blossom Mountain, questioning its profitability. He explains that the high and dangerous roads deter visitors, thus foot traffic is non-existent. Liu Ji reveals the couple's son died in his army, vowing they remain unaware of his demise. In a flashback, the son requests burial at Peach Blossom Mountain, overlooking his parents' cottage. The son urges Liu Ji not to reveal his death, believing his parents will wait for him if unaware. Liu Ji tasks someone with finding ways for the couple to set up a stand, considering their skills. A confidant reports on the couple's vigor and their talent for making delicious wontons. The old couple serves food as patrons commend their culinary skills. The elderly woman, unknowingly, speaks of her son's anticipated return, hinting at a family reunion. Liu Ji devises a plan to send soldiers to frequent the stall, ensuring it thrives financially. A companion questions Liu Ji's motive for such generosity. Liu Ji muses that having a memory to hold on to justifies the wait even for 3 years. The young woman admires Liu Ji's hidden kindness, contrasting his often cold demeanor. Standing beneath a flowering tree, Yi Mokshin listens to Yi Ting happily announce her reason for visiting: their 6th brother's upcoming birthday celebration. Yi Mokshin, seated on a horse, acknowledges Yi Ting's statement, asking if she truly remembered the date. Yi Ting confidently confirms that she remembers the birthday on June 16th. Yi Mokshin reflects on the date, June 16th, acknowledging it. He muses that the date Yi Ting mentioned belongs to Yi Ting Sheng, while his birthday is actually the day before. Yi Mokshin dismisses the concern over birthdays, downplaying their importance to Yi Ting. Yi Ting notices something amiss and questions Yi Mokshin about it. Yi Mokshin asks Qi to stay put, and wants Yi Ting to wait for him while he briefly leaves. Covering Yi Ting's eyes, Yi Mokshin instructs her to count to 30 as he plans to return shortly. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a subordinate informs his boss that Yi Mokshin and Yi Ting are no longer visible. The boss scolds his partner for calling him a demon, highlighting their inexperience in robbery. Admitting their mutual fear, the boss demands action from the subordinate as both are scared. The subordinate reassures the boss with a promise of protection, despite their shared anxiety. The boss grows impatient and prompts the subordinate to tie up their targets quickly. The 2 bandits listen intently, questioning if they truly heard something unusual. Both bandits are startled, contemplating if the sound was from a ghost. Terrified, the boss demands to know if the presence near them is human or demon. Frightened, the shorter bandit asks for a pause to change clothes, while promising loyalty. Yi Mokshin quietly observes the situation, identifying the bandit they've encountered. The bandits plead for mercy from Yi Mokshin and Yi Ting, claiming it to be their first wrongdoing. Yi Ting reflects on previous encounters in the area, confirming her first meeting with a person there. Yi Mokshin muses over the bandit, finding the entire encounter rather interesting. He leaves the decision up to Yi Ting, asking how she wishes to handle the situation with the bandits. Yi Ting recalls a past link with the bandits' leader, deciding to spare them as a gesture of goodwill. Emoction questions Yi Ting's decision to spare the bandits in return for past kindness. Emoction swiftly cuts the ropes, signaling the bandits to leave. The bandits express immense relief, grateful for their unexpected freedom. They offer to connect with their master in Shi Erzhai, hoping to repay Yi Ting's mercy somehow. Emoction, slightly annoyed, tells them to leave, while Yi Ting looks on with curiosity. Yi Ting questions her brother's choice to dismiss the bandits so abruptly. A young woman contemplates a recent encounter, pondering about the identity of a mysterious boss she hasn't yet identified. A man dressed in dark clothing questions why she needs to find someone, expressing skepticism about her motives for doing so. She replies, explaining her intention to express gratitude, seemingly deep in thought as she speaks. Reflecting on her insistence, she wonders why she's so eager to meet the bandit again, likening her urge to something inexplicable. In a playful exchange, he inquires about her impression of the bandit, prompting her to recall details she observed. She reminisces about the bandit, recalling his handsome appearance and the complexity of the situation they were in, noting his striking features. She describes him further, remarking on his refined demeanor, which contrasted with his bandit reputation. He is surprised at how much she remembers from a single meeting, hinting with mild disbelief. She responds, reminding him that he had been the one to ask for her recollection in the first place. The man suggests she follow the bandits to find the person she speaks so highly of, urging her to hurry up. As they walk, she struggles to keep pace, lamenting about the missing horse and asking for help due to her aching legs. He dismisses her request lightly, implying that her wish is impractical, possibly with a hint of amusement. Reaching a surprising location, she comments on the grandeur of the house atop a mountain, expressing her surprise at its existence. She asks if he visits often, to which he acknowledges, mentioning that he used to come alone in the past. He confirms his previous solitary visits, perhaps revealing a more personal side of his history with the place. They arrive at a spot he refers to as a secret hideout, indicating it's a place of retreat and safety. She suggests it's a special place known only to him, noting its usefulness when he needs to hide. She explains the uniqueness of the place, implying it can only be shared with someone special, indicating trust. He seems contemplative as he repeats her words, pondering the significance behind them. Concluding the day, he says they'll stay there for the night and descend the mountain the following morning. She points towards the bed, noting the limited space and the potential discomfort of sharing it. Internally, he acknowledges she's now an adult and considers how their relationship must evolve. He suggests she take the bed while he sleeps on the floor, ensuring her comfort over his own. She argues that since it's his place, she should be the one to sleep on the floor, sharing her reasoning. He declines, explaining the floor's discomfort due to its coldness, which she would find unbearable. Concerned about his well-being, she reminds him of the cold and his injury, implying she cares for him. A past burden is alluded to, giving insight into a struggle that left him feeling internally exhausted. He lightly chides her for talking too much, perhaps trying to change the atmosphere with a smile. He tells her to rest without further discussion, emphasizing quietness for a peaceful night. Reflecting on an inner void, the narrative describes the cold and dark atmosphere, symbolizing his emotional state. The man, Yi Mohan, wearing dark robes, gently tucks a blanket around the girl, Laiziki, who lies on a bed. He wishes her good night as they are bathed in soft evening light. Laiziki lies down, wrapped warmly with a sense of comfort, while her thoughts linger on the warmth felt in her heart. The image conveys a serene and intimate moment. Laiziki wakes up surprised in a sunny room, wearing her elegant robe. Her confusion is about why she didn't asleep on the bed where she was before. Yi Mohan, seated on the floor with an arm under Laiziki, remarks on the numbness of his arm. He appears slightly discomforted while holding her, indicating she had moved during sleep. Laiziki stands up, embarrassed, explaining her poor sleeping habits. She's visibly flustered as she tries to straighten her clothing in the well-lit room. Yi Mohan confirms last night as the time when she started moving in her sleep to find space, while adjusting his robe thoughtfully. Laiziki, with bunny ears on her head, questions if Yi Mohan managed to sleep. Her concern is shown through her worried demeanor. Yi Mohan, sitting while holding his knees, looks sideways at Laiziki. He seems bemused and leaves the thought of what she should think. Laiziki stands behind Yi Mohan, her hands resting on his shoulders, wondering why he didn't push her away if she had disrupted his rest all night. Yi Mohan comments on Laiziki's quick movement, saying he only adjusted slightly, and she immediately woke up afterward. Laiziki inquires about what Yi Mohan just mentioned. her expression suggesting she misheard or was unsure of his explanation. Mohan changes the topic, instructing to prepare for descending the mountain, leaving behind any previous miscommunication. Leiziki, sitting on the floor, suggests that there is a temple nearby dedicated to the god of soil, pondering the idea of visiting it. Mohan stands nearby as Leiziki recalls her promise to get a talisman for Sister San Juan, indicating a temple visit is on their agenda today. Leiziki claps her hands in joy while planning to pray at the temple and collect a talisman on their way down the mountain. While fixing Leiziki's hair, Mohan questions the significance of the talisman, doubting that he would understand Sister's feelings regarding it. Mohan dismisses the need to understand the backstory, revealing his disinterest in knowing more about Sister San Juan's tale. Leiziki confesses about a love charm linked to Ye Yun Chang and a past relationship she inadvertently disrupted, musing over her matchmaking difficulties. Mohan suggests a plan to accomplish tasks, including handling military affairs after praying. They arrive at Jingtu Temple, depicted under the bright sky with tall trees surrounding the sacred place, their destination on this journey. Holding the acquired talisman, Leiziki joyously waves and announces they are completed with the task at the temple. Mohan, standing beside Leiziki on stone steps, questions the number of talismans she collected as they prepare to lead together. Leiziki explains her approach to praying collectively for everyone with the talismans in hand, reflecting a hopeful view. Holding talismans for several people, she names each one intended for family members and friends, showing her attentiveness. Leiziki waves a few dismissively, listing the colors and designated recipients while a hint of disappointment flashes in the air. With a surprised tone, she gives a talisman to Mohan, revealing a gesture meant for him amidst their earlier misunderstandings. Mohan holds the talisman, having initially thought Leiziki forgot to make one specially for him, showing his appreciation. Leiziki beckons Mohan to hurry down the mountain, expressing her hunger and eagerness, urging him to join her quickly. Mohan agrees to follow Leiziki, a hint of amusement in his demeanor as she rushes forward with enthusiasm. By midday, the pair leave Jingtu Temple's vicinity, continuing their journey outside its gates, en route to fulfill additional duties. A palace attendant informs the prince about a distinguished guest coming to the palace, showing signs of urgency and respect as he addresses the prince. The prince, wearing a blue robe, is approached by a young woman, Tin, who questions him about the distinguished guest, appearing curious and engaged in the conversation. The scene shifts to a flashback, showcasing a happy moment between father and daughter. Tin, as a child, joyfully calls out for her father, expressing warmth and nostalgia. Back in the present, the father advises her to slow down to avoid falling, demonstrating his care and attention towards her. He embraces her, mentioning how he hasn't seen her for a few days and wonders why she doesn't want to come home sooner. This includes a heartfelt hug. Tin responds with affection, saying that in her heart she still misses her father, suggesting a deep emotional bond. Curious about his arrival, Tin eagerly asks him why he came to Jingbai and when he arrived seeking answers. He explains he traveled all night, arriving early in the morning, and expresses mild surprise at her not being there upon his arrival. Recalling his thoughts, he expected to see her immediately, but learned from the housekeeper that she left with someone else, causing him to wait for a day and night. Tin, smiling, admits she didn't anticipate her father's sudden visit to Jingbai, showing her delight and surprise at the encounter. Tin shares her experience about visiting Taohua Mountain with Brother Liu, noting how beautiful it was during the peach blossom season, expressing joy. Sissy arrives and greets her father with a polite salute, acknowledging his presence respectfully. Tin's father comments on how much Brother Liu has grown over the past 3 years in Jingbai, observing noticeable changes. Brother Liu invites Tin to join, suggesting that her father must be tired after his long trip and extending courtesy. The father responds in disbelief to Brother Liu's suggestion, questioning when he ever said he was tired, showing his stubbornness. Tin acknowledges and agrees with Brother Liu, recognizing her father's travel fatigue and considering his needs. Brother Liu mentions preparations in his palace for the father's rest, suggesting he should rest first and attend to other matters later. Tin urges her father to rest quickly, showing concern for his well-being, while Brother Liu holds her gently. Brother Liu reflects silently, contemplating whether the father came to Jingbai solely to see his daughter, revealing his inner thoughts. In a quiet moment, the father considers assassinating a tyrant to repay his blood debt, contemplating the opportunity presented in Jingbai. He deliberates the risks of taking action, acknowledging the lack of guarantees and potential repercussions, indicating careful planning. Brother Liu, concerned about exposing his true identity, fears it might involve her, showing his protective instincts. Tin queries Brother Liu about his destination, curious about his sudden departure, showing her interest in his actions. Brother Liu responds, mentioning unresolved matters in the army that need his attention, indicating his sense of duty. Tin protests, pointing out her father's visit and Brother Liu's sudden departure, expressing concern and confusion. Brother Liu dismissively questions what Tin expects him to do, showing frustration and reluctance to engage further. He insists his presence is unnecessary, deeming himself irrelevant since her father is there and preparing to leave. Tin ponders Brother Liu's defensive behavior upon her father's arrival, sensing tension and unease between them. In quiet contemplation, Brother Liu wonders how he can make Tin not hate him, showing his concern for their relationship. In a cheerful setting, Tin is in the kitchen with a servant, who suggests letting the servants handle the work, showing a moment of domestic normalcy. Sissy comforts someone by explaining that she occasionally cooks in the royal kitchen when she's at the palace and assures them she's familiar with the process and won't ruin anything. Tan expresses concern not about the cooking being ruined, but about the risk of injury while preparing the meal. Tan worries that if things go wrong, His Highness might use her failure as an excuse to use her as a meal while drinking, hinting at a joking fear. Sissy is surprised by the thought and asks if he has started eating people, to which Tan responds that it's just an exaggerated scenario. Sissy reassures Tian, telling her not to worry as she plans to do it only once. She questions what the special occasion is. Tian remembers something important as she continues the conversation with Sissy. Tian reflects on the butler's strict orders given that morning, which prohibited anyone from coming to the front hall unless they had business, suggesting the presence of a distinguished visitor. Sissy wonders if the visitor's arrival relates to her sudden decision to cook. Tian finds her observation smart. They both wonder about the identity of this important character, speculating that it might not be a high-ranking official. Chan argues that the person might not be a high-ranking official despite the steward's fuss, and believes they must be a significant guest. Sissy reveals that the distinguished guest is her father, catching Tian off guard with the revelation. Tian, shocked by Sissy's statement, asks her to repeat what she said. Sissy clarifies, explaining that while others refer to him as Your Majesty, she addresses him as Father. Sissy enters a warmly lit room, holding a tray, and asks her father if he is still awake. Sissy approaches her father, who is resting, and remarks about his lack of appetite and the potential for him to starve due to not eating all day. Sissy observes her father's haggard appearance, noting the changes to his face after just a few days. Concluding that it's better to let him rest, she decides not to wake him, considering how exhausted he must be. Her father stirs awake, recognizing Sissy's presence and questioning if he is dreaming. Sissy assures her father that her presence in Jingbai is not a dream and he is truly seeing her. Her father reaches out to acknowledge her presence, relieved that it is genuinely her. He laments aging and expresses his fear of loneliness, asking Sissy to stay. Sissy reflects on her father's vulnerability, surprised by his fear of being alone. Sissy promises not to leave, deciding to stay with her father, revealing that despite his status, he has a tender side worried about his children leaving him as he ages. Sissy playfully remarks she is still young and relies on him for many more years, bringing a smile to her father's face. A scene outside a lit room transitions the narrative as a minister reports that he has followed the emperor's instructions. In another room, the minister informs the emperor that using acupuncture on Defei Nian's pulse shows concerning results. The emperor instructs the minister to explain the situation clearly. The minister clarifies that while Defei Nian's pulse is normal, the rhythm is unusual, unlike previous concerns of madness by Prince Liu. The emperor considers the possibility that Defei might be pretending to be mad and questions the minister. The minister hesitates, suggesting that the situation might not be a mere feigning of illness. Mohan stands, ready to listen and judge, as the advisor nods in agreement, acknowledging the conversation's gravity. Mohan listens carefully to the advisor's explanation about the symptoms of pathological madness affecting Defei Niang. The advisor notes the gentle pulse suggesting interference with medication, indicating a deeper conspiracy. Mohan concludes that Defei has been poisoned, maintaining her in madness, and receives praise for his insight. The advisor explains the poison's careful dosage, leaving Defei confused but otherwise unharmed, with unknown intentions. Mohan dismisses the advisor, indicating he has his own plans, and grants him leave. Mohan emphasizes discretion, ensuring no one else learns of this matter, as the advisor agrees to be discreet. Tin enters, greeting Mohan as his father, signaling a respectful relationship. Mohan instructs Tin to speak softly, underscoring the need for secrecy. Mohan inquires about Defei's condition, hoping for some improvement. Tin responds to his father, standing at a respectful distance. Tin reveals that Defei remains unchanged, maintaining the status quo of her condition. Mohan reflects on Tin's delayed return due to Defei's illness, questioning any resentment for serving in Jingbai. Tin shows acceptance, viewing life's challenges as heaven's gifts, and denies any resentment. Mohan questions Tin's sincerity, pressing for honesty in his feelings. Tin considers the opportunity to take action, noting the absence of bodyguards and weighing the risks. Tin calculates a 30% chance of success if he chooses to strike, illustrating his internal conflict. Kiki enters, addressing Mohan as father and notifying him that everyone has gathered. Mohan reacts, wondering if their conversation disturbed Kiki's rest, and rises to address the situation. Kiki reassures them, noting it is morning and questions if they hadn't slept or woke up early. Mohan urgently instructs Kiki to put on her shoes, indicating urgency in the moment. Kiki admits her shoes are missing, probably under the bed, adding a light-hearted moment. Mohan calls for servants to fetch Kiki's shoes, but Tin dismisses the need, taking charge. Tin carries Kiki, deciding to take her back to her room, ensuring her comfort and propriety. Dabai stands nearby as Mokshin calls out to Ting Sheng, capturing the group's attention with his presence. As they stand before a large gate, Mokshin informs the others that he's come to take Kiki back. He offers Ting Sheng the chance to return to the capital if desired. Kiki questions Mokshin about when they plan to leave for the capital, looking up at him intently. Mokshin responds that they will depart early the next morning, indicating a sense of urgency. Ting Sheng reflects privately, thinking about the emperor's early departure. He considers that this might be their only chance for action. Kiki asks Ting Sheng if he wants to return to the capital, expressing her curiosity about his decision. Ting Sheng ponders the consequences of returning, weighing the difficulty of their plan against the risk of ending his bond with Kiki. Ting Sheng requests one night to make a decision about returning, promising an answer by the next morning under the evening sky. Mokshin permits Ting Sheng to take the time he needs, encouraging him to go ahead with his decision-making. With Kiki resting, Ting Sheng expresses surprise that she didn't decide to return with him due to concerns about Defei's illness. Ting Sheng assures Kiki that his reason for staying is not what she thinks. He has other matters to handle. Kiki insists on knowing what matters are more important, showing impatience and declaring that he must return with her. Ting Sheng agrees to return with Kiki, reassuring her that nothing is more important than their plan to leave. Ting Sheng assures Kiki that he has never lied to her and promises to return after she sleeps, guiding her to rest. Ting Sheng internally expresses regret for his decisions, acknowledging the gravity of this chance he's chosen. Ting Sheng, cloaked, prepares to leave under the cover of night, hoping for Kiki's forgiveness and planning to make things right if successful. A confrontation occurs as Ting Sheng wields a sword, facing off against Mokshin, who stands defensively. Mokshin acknowledges the boldness of the assassination attempt, expressing a mix of challenge and surprise. Mokshin calls out for Yulin Jun, seeking their presence amidst the confrontation. Mokshin, supported by a group of guards, confidently questions the assailants' readiness, acknowledging their preparedness. Mokshin reasons that there must be a traitor in their residence, as the attempt on his life indicates a deeper plot. Mokshin demands to know the identity of the assailant, threatening them with the consequences of silence. The masked assailant regretfully informs Mokshin that it is already too late for revelations. Mokshin orders his men to prepare arrows, escalating the tension of the standoff. Kiki rushes in, calling out for her father in a desperate attempt to intervene in the conflict. Kiki bravely steps in front of Mokshin, pleading with the assailants not to harm her father. Mokshin commands his men to hold off on shooting arrows, wanting to protect Kiki. Kiki defiantly challenges the assailants, declaring that they must go through her if they intend to harm Mokshin. The masked assailant, recognizing Kiki, hesitates, allowing Mokshin to reassure her of his safety and urge her to come to him. Kiki grips the masked figure, urging them not to cry, as both regard each other with complex emotions. In a dimly lit room, Cece is being held hostage by an assailant wearing a hood, who tightly grips her from behind while wielding a knife. The room is filled with tense silence as the confrontation unfolds. Imoxen stands nearby, raising a hand defensively. He pleads for the safety of his daughter, promising not to make things difficult for the assailant if they release her. As the urgency builds, the assailant orders Cece to move quickly. Holding a knife herself, Cece responds affirmatively, ready to act. The assailant warns the onlookers to put down their bows, threatening Cece's life if anyone disobeys. The guards comply, lowering their weapons as Imoxen gestures to them to comply. Suddenly, the assailant leaps backward, taking Cece with them. Imoxen watches helplessly as his daughter is whisked away into the sky in a swift motion. Back in the meeting hall, Imoxen instructs his guards to lock down the city and capture the assailant, emphasizing Kiki's safety as a priority. The guards acknowledge his orders resolutely. On a rooftop under the night sky, the assailant and Cece sit together. The location is identified as Yi Kiki's residence, indicating a momentary calm. Cece questions the assailant's motives for helping her. The assailant admits to knowing her true identity, which piques her curiosity. Cece recalls the first encounter with her captor, recognizing him as a bandit leader who once captured her upon her arrival. She recounts being tied up in an abandoned temple. The assailant is relieved to learn that Cece remembers their past encounter, acknowledging this revelation softly. Cece acknowledges the debt she owes the assailant for saving her life previously, considering their current situation a repayment. She is grateful that her father was not harmed. Cece shares the significance of her father to her, revealing that he was the first to offer her a meal in this world. She vows to protect him at all costs. The assailant contemplates the gravity of the situation, wondering aloud about future possibilities. Standing tall, the assailant poses a hypothetical scenario to Cece about what she would do if they were to kill her father. Cece expresses her determination, insisting that she would pursue the assailant to the ends of the earth if necessary. Understanding her resolve, the assailant acknowledges her unwavering commitment with a slight nod of realization. Reflecting on unfulfilled dreams, the assailant muses that regardless of how beautiful dreams may be, they eventually must end. Alone on a roof, the assailant leaps into the night, leaving behind a trail of unrequited feelings as they disappear into the distance. The scene shifts to daylight, focusing on the sign Jing Xin Yuan, marking a new location as morning dawns. At the site, Imoxen inquires if Kiki was frightened, assuring her that there's no rush to depart so soon and that they can stay a few more days. Cece insists on the danger present, mentioning the threat to her father. She reasons that returning to the palace might offer some security and recalls that Six's brother agreed to the return. Excitedly, Cece points out to her father that Six's brother is now outside, prepared. Observing him, Cece wonders aloud why Six's brother isn't carrying any luggage, hinting at a puzzle. Cece playfully suggests to Liu Ji whether he packed his luggage or if they should shop along the way. Liu Ji advises her to board the carriage first, ensuring their needs will be met at their next stop. Cece notes Liu Ji's changes and reassures him that despite their return, he will remain unrecognized, offering to accompany him. Surprising her, Liu Ji firmly states his decision not to return, breaking the expectation. Shocked, Cece questions his sudden revelation, seeking clarity. Cece demands a reiteration of his words, ensuring she heard him correctly. Liu Ji confirms his intention to stay in Jianbai, expressing his desire not to return with them. Disbelieving, Cece questions if Liu Ji is teasing her, unable to comprehend the sincerity of his decision. Imoxen states that if his listener doesn't understand, he'll repeat himself regarding his decision not to return. Imoxen, expressing disinterest in the palace, insists that someone else should go while he covers his eyes with his hand. Cece tells her father she wants to get off the carriage, asking him to wait there for her. Her father considers issuing an order to force someone back to the palace, but Cece suggests the person may have their reasons. Cece is determined to persuade Imoxen and insists that he not be forced, while her father simply agrees with her plan. Cece confronts Imoxen, questioning if the promises he made were all lies as she grabs onto him. Imoxen admits to breaking his promise and claims he has no way back, maintaining a solemn expression. Cece insists she understands Imoxen has reasons and offers to wait for him in the palace, showing her persistence. She continues to suggest that once he finishes his business, he can return, displaying her unwavering hope. Imoxen, kneeling, asks if Sixi comprehends his stance, attempting to convince her further. Imoxen reflects on the freedom he finds away from the palace and shares his thoughts on spending time elsewhere, misleading himself. He confesses that he's never considered returning with her over the years, clenching his fist tightly. Imoxen proposes ending things to avoid future resentment, asking her to forget about their past. He acknowledges the difference in their paths and suggests considering their past as just a dream. Imoxen advises Sixi to think of their past as non-existent and protect herself by not being implicated by him. Imoxen wishes silently to look at Sixi one last time, knowing this may be their final encounter. He imagines a dark future, either avenging his father or facing execution, expressing his internal conflict. Imoxen resolves not to see Sixi cry for him anymore, signifying his final decision and detachment. Sixi, with eyes closed, quietly calls out for Yi Ting Sheng, showing her emotional state. She chides him for not being as important as he believes, questioning the significance of his return. Proclaiming her decision, Sixi ends their relationship, stating she no longer has a brother in him. Imoxen responds simply with "all right," accepting her decision, as the atmosphere between them shifts. Imoxen appeals to his father's sense of filial duty, expressing his desire to remain in a particular location to care for his mother. His father advises him not to regret his decision, offering a final warning. Imoxen confidently asserts he will never regret his choice, maintaining his resolve. The official decree acknowledges Imoxen's filial piety and promises him a title and land, forbidding his return without further orders. Imoxen accepts the decree, promising to remember his father's grace as he looks toward his new future. Her father offers Sixi the option to cry, acknowledging the emotional weight of the situation. Sixi staunchly refuses to cry for Imoxen, deeming him unworthy of her tears. Her father reassures her that she still has family and friends, promising their constant support and presence in her life. Mohan stands alone by the gate, aware that someone remains outside, yet he is hesitant to glance back. Qin Q resolutely declares that she will no longer look back as she stands beside Mohan. Guards confirm their departure towards the capital, while the sun casts a warm morning light over the scene. Mohan and CXA sit together. He reflects on the possibility that they may never meet again in this life. CXI is in turmoil, insisting that she does not care, trying to convince herself of her indifference. Disheartened, CXI acknowledges her inability to cope with the situation. Mohan acknowledges her struggle, gently placing his hand on CXI's head. CXI calls out to Liu Ji, pulling back the curtain of the carriage, a sense of urgency in her voice. Liu Ji speaks of family and extends a final offer of reconciliation, a chance to leave past grievances behind. Liu Ji reveals his disinterest in the family connection, attributing it to her subjective desires. CXI echoes Liu Ji's words about subjective wishes, signaling a strained understanding from the carriage. With a somber expression, CXI decides to forget the conversation and the past. As the carriage departs, CXI utters a farewell to Yi Wang, marking the end of their encounter. The scene transitions to the first year of spring, with CXI standing under a starlit sky, reflecting alone. Over time, CXI frequently visits the Huayang Palace rooftop to gaze at the moon, lost in thought. By the summer of the second year, CXI chastises someone about handling a sword, expressing unease. A maid confesses to finding the sword beneath a pillow, which sparks an unexpected fury in CXI. As autumn arrives in the third year, CXI gasps in surprise while engaged in an outdoor activity. During the third year, CXI suffers a fall while climbing, but is fortuitously caught by Fang Yi Chen. Fang Yi Chen holds CXI and introduces himself, asking for her name, illustrating a new acquaintance. They converse about her injury. CXI acknowledges her fortune in being caught. Moving to winter of the fourth year, fireworks illuminate the sky above a grand palace, signaling a festive season. Inside the palace, Yi Yun Chang compliments Qi and inquires about her recent association with someone from the War Ministry. Yun Chang suggests Qi consider marriage due to her age, but Qi expresses no urgency. Qi reflects on Yun Chang's intentions, pondering over the passage of 4 years and her need to move on. Yun Chang discusses the loss of freedom that marriage could bring, highlighting her carefree dreams alongside Qi. Qi sits calmly, acknowledging Yun Chang's insight about someone she holds dear in her heart. Faced with Yun Chang's teasing embrace, Qi denies any affections for Gu Shi, dismissing romantic notions. Kiki hesitates before sharing recent rumors, prompting Yun Chang to question her reticence. Yun Chang reveals a significant piece of news. The eldest prince mentioned that Yi Wang is set to return to the palace. Yi Wang stands in a stately outfit, drawing notice for his remarkable looks, as rumors swirl about his unexpected handsomeness surpassing the king's own sons. A palace official greets Yi Wang respectfully, acknowledging the long time he has spent away and mentioning a banquet arranged in his honor. From behind, Yi Wang acknowledges the greeting with gratitude, addressing the official as his eldest brother. The official informs Yi Wang that his mansion is not yet ready, and he is to stay in his former residence at Zhonghua Palace per the Crown Prince's instructions. Yi Wang understands the situation and requests the official to inform the Crown Prince that he will change before attending the banquet. The official assures Yi Wang that the Crown Prince has ensured everything at Zhonghua Palace remains as it was during his earlier residence. Yi Wang asks for arrangements for his returning soldiers to be made properly. The official responds positively, ensuring prompt action. As Yi Wang walks ahead, the official muses to himself that by tonight, Yi Wang will likely become the subject of many admirations in the capital. At the banquet, Yi Wang's brother commends his leadership in various rebellions and handling of bandits over the years. Yi Wang humbly downplays his efforts, expressing that the army's strength came from others, while he only trained in martial arts. A woman at the banquet playful suggests that Yi Wang might be searching for someone, catching his attention. Yi Wang simply denies her implication, holding his cup with a subtle composure. The woman introduces a new topic, mentioning that Qi Kai is suddenly unwell and unable to attend the banquet. Yi Wang responds with interest, questioning the nature of Qi Qi's illness. The woman teases further, remarking on his apparent interest in Qi Qi, continuing her playful prodding. Another figure interjects, discussing how Qi Qi was perfectly healthy just the day before, leaving questions hanging about her sudden ailment. The woman speculates Qi Qi might have caught a cold while riding the previous day, hinting at reckless behavior. Reminiscing fondly, she mentions how Kai Qi was a lovable child who often followed them around. She explains how, since meeting Fang Yi Chen, Qi Qi's behavior has shifted from well-mannered to spoiled. Yi Wang questions this transformation with a hint of skepticism, wondering aloud about how Qi Qi might have changed. The woman notes the complexities of girls' thoughts at Qi Qi's age, adding that Qi Qi used to admire Yi Wang, but now seems interested in someone else. Yi Wang asks further about Fang Yi Chen, wanting to know more about the individual in question. The woman provides details about Fang Yi Chen, noting his connection to the Deputy Minister of War and his presence during palace events. She humorously recalls Fang Yi Chen's past as an unnoticed weak boy before praising his current appealing appearance and suitability for Qi Qi. In a teasing manner, the woman questions Yi Wang, hinting at his possible jealousy but leaving the question open-ended. Feeling overwhelmed, Yi Wang excuses himself from the gathering, claiming he's too drunk to remain any longer. The atmosphere shifts to the peaceful exterior of Huaiyang Palace, displayed in the night, quiet and serene. Inside, a lady suggests closing the window to prevent catching a cold, showing concern for her companion seated in the room. She questions why the window is open when it's cold, hinting at the seated woman's anticipation or hidden hopes. A large white tiger, Dabai, is addressed concerning its playful habit of entering through the window despite its growing size, adding a lighthearted moment. Seixei sits beside Dabai, asking if he ate the carrier pigeon from Fang Yi Chen as she holds a note in her hand. Seixei reassures the playful Dabai, promising it won't happen again, while gently holding his face. She explains the difficulty of raising a carrier pigeon and offers to provide food for Dabai if needed, as he responds obediently. Seixei receives a note reading "Come here quickly," and contemplates its urgency. While coughing, Seixei communicates to a servant who understands her silent message, preparing to leave. A servant announces that it's late and asks everyone to let the princess rest, emphasizing not to disturb her unless urgent. Servants take their leave, closing the door quietly behind them as they retire for the night. Seixei asks Dabai for assistance with her plan to leave, indicating he knows what to do. She assures Dabai she'll bring back some bones for him, getting a final affectionate pat before departing. Outside, Seixei quietly searches for Fang Yi Chen, questioning his whereabouts as she scans the surroundings. Fang Yi Chen covers her mouth, reminding her to speak softly to avoid drawing attention as she expresses surprise. Fang urges Seixei to be silent so they can avoid the night guards and escape the palace without trouble. Fang confirms their plan to leave the palace that night, with information leading them to Xingyu House. Fang assures CXI they planned a safe ambush with Da-Tu to solve the case before anyone else intervenes. Fang instructs CXI to follow his lead up the ladder, offering assistance from the other side for safety. CXI assures him she is used to climbing walls, having done so since childhood, feeling confident in her abilities. Fang teases her about a past mishap, suggesting it was fate when she fell into his arms. CXI insists the fall doesn't count as she wore the wrong shoes, warning against bringing it up again. Fang agrees not to mention it further, reaching out to clasp her hand as they proceed. CXI questions the reliability of their spy at Xingyu House, suspecting potential betrayal orchestrated by Shang Guan. CXI urges Fang to speak as he silently holds her hand, querying his quietness. Observed by another person, they question whether CXI recognizes someone, pointing towards an approaching figure. CXI, noticing the figure, begins to identify the person as possibly known to her. The observers suspect the person resembles CXI's elder brother, comparing his figure to the crown prince. They recall a past incident when their brother discovered them sneaking out and chased them with dogs. They reminisce about getting into trouble, highlighting a past event where CXI caught a cold, causing family strife. Fearful of instigating further issues, the observers decide to leave quietly before being noticed. CXI comments on their cowardice from her vantage point, watching as they scurry away. CXI resolves to face the challenges with Fang, determined not to back down like the others. Fang reassures CXI that her brother's potential punishment is minor, suggesting a trivial task has the worst consequence. Mohan thinks about avoiding being labeled as a kidnapper. He worries about being punished by his father with a beating. He reflects on the severity of his situation, knowing he'll be hung up and beaten, and also be deprived of meals for 3 days. Tin clarifies she is not in danger of severe punishment. Instead, she fears copying the 3-character classic as a mild reprimand. A sudden decision to leave is made, resulting in a hurried goodbye from Mohan. Tin attempts to get his attention as he departs. Tin hastily explains to Mohan, addressing him as Crown Prince brother, that she was merely basking in the sun, not climbing walls. Mohan questions Tin's excuse, standing before her on the wall, adding a hint of skepticism. Tin assures Mohan that she was moon-gazing, correcting her previous statement. Mohan simply responds, expressing his disbelief with a single word. Tin rambles on, promising to behave and appealing to Mohan's leniency like a child. Acknowledging the lateness, Tin decides to return to the palace, advising Mohan to do the same. Mohan embraces Tin, advising her to be careful as they prepare to part ways. Tin reassures Mohan, asking firmly if he could release her from the embrace. A guard addresses Mohan, surprised by his presence and questioning his sudden appearance. Tin becomes shocked upon recognizing the guard as Yi Wang, drawing a startled reaction from her. Yi Wang addresses Tin, commenting on their long separation and unfamiliarity. Tin regrets her initial misjudgment, wishing she had known it was Yi Wang earlier. Tin politely acknowledges her error in not recognizing Yi Wang, admitting her rudeness. Yi Wang reaches out to Tin, prompting her to respond to his presence. Tin suggests that the situation isn't suitable for conversation, proposing they relocate. Yi Wang quietly asks Tin not to engage with him in a certain manner. Tin advises Yi Wang to return to the palace and rest while she departs. Yi Wang questions Tin's absence at the banquet, suggesting she faked illness to avoid him. Tin explains her sudden illness, attributing it to catching a cold and having a high fever. Yi Wang expresses disbelief over Tin's mention of a high fever. Tin insists she felt a headache, but assures Yi Wang it was improving. Yi Wang comments on the inconsistency of Tin's actions with her words, realizing the truth. Tin firmly requests Yi Wang to maintain distance, setting a clear boundary. Yi Wang assures Tin his intentions are harmless, hoping she does not harbor resentment. Tin admits to her harshness, claiming the passage of time has blurred her memory of Yi Wang. Reflecting on the 4 years apart, Tin recalls Yi Wang's last cold words which left a lasting impression. Sissy softly states her weariness and announces her intention to leave, capturing a moment of vulnerability in the tranquil setting. Mohan grips Sissy's hand, questioning her indifference and her eagerness to escape, creating tension in their encounter. Mohan, with an inquisitive tone, asks if Keiki is avoiding him, prompting a thoughtful pause in their exchange. Cece shrugs off the importance of her avoidance, allowing the moment to linger with an air of unresolved emotions. Mohan encourages Cece not to cry as she wipes her tears under the serene night sky, adding a layer of tenderness. Cece suggests they meet later, deciding that after tonight, they should not cross paths with Wang Dianxia again. As Kiki walks away, her name echoes softly, highlighting Mohan's inability to reach her. Mohan reflects on the strength needed not to visit or embrace Kiki, revealing his internal struggle. He ponders how 4 years of attempting to forget the past have left him with endless pain, emphasizing his enduring torment. Mohan admits to himself how much he misses Kiki, conveying the depth of his longing as he stands in solitude. The next day, Cece is shown at Wai Yang Palace, hinting at the passage of time and a change in setting. A woman enters, addressing her as princess, marking a shift in the narrative focus to palace life. Cece rips apart her drawing in frustration, showcasing her inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. The woman questions why Cece destroyed her work, noting her prior dedication to it over several days. Cece explains that the ink has stained her drawing, rendering it unusable, adding to her sense of defeat. The woman observes Cece's distress and inquires if something is troubling her, to which Cece responds negatively. Cece forces a smile, claiming to be pondering the plot behind a story, masking her true feelings. Two women express their curiosity about Cece's story and its popularity, eager to know if the male protagonist kills the emperor. Cece dismissively denies such an event in her story as she continues to work on her drawings. The woman reflects on the story's details, questioning the male protagonist's missed opportunity to eliminate his adversary. Cece insists on maintaining confidentiality about the story, acknowledging her attendant's understanding with a nod. The woman informs Cece about the swirling excitement of her book's reviews at the bookstore, indicating its burgeoning success. Cece learns of an invitation for a book signing, a concept that piques her interest and raises concerns. She grapples with the revelation of her identity, worrying about how her true self might be unveiled. Cece formulates a plan with enthusiasm and calls for her attendant, ready to face the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to Jing Cheng's bustling streets, setting the stage for the anticipated book signing event. Cece's attendant humorously questions her reputation concerning missed deadlines, trying to lighten the mood. The attendant cheerfully describes the laborious process of distributing books, emphasizing its significance. A host formally welcomes their guest and invites them to a secluded room for privacy, marking the event's progression. Cece expresses her gratitude, engaging with the host, signaling her preparedness for the day's events. Mo Booty receives a box of gold from a merchant, praised for his excellent manuscript, which is in high demand. The merchant calls Mo Booty their cash cow and hopes for earlier manuscript submissions, to which he agrees cheerfully. An assistant rushes in, alarmed, proclaiming a serious problem. Mo Booty asks the assistant about the cause of their panic, while a distracted Cece fans herself. The assistant reports that the young master from the Ministry of War, Fang Yichin, has arrived. Mo Booty dismisses his assistant's worry, but is informed that Fang has brought aggressive attendants and wants to take someone away. Cece is surprised to hear that Yichin intends to take her away, questioning the situation. Mo Booty wonders if Cece somehow offended Fang Yichin, but she claims he shouldn't know her. Cece recalls an incident where Fang Yichin saw her drawing and liked the style, but she never revealed her identity. Mo Booty notes that Fang Yichin is persistent once desiring something, suggesting potential trouble. Mo Booty advises Cece to hide as he plans to investigate the commotion downstairs. Mo Booty confronts Fang Yichin and his entourage in the shop, asking their intentions. Fang Yichin claims to be a fan of Mo Booty's work and wishes to invite him for a chat at his mansion. Mo Booty informs Fang Yichin that Mo Booty already left and likely won't meet him today, expressing regret. Fang Yichin insists on meeting the artist, valuing the importance of his friend and hoping Mo Booty understands. Fang Yichin commands his followers to ransack the shop, assuring he'll cover any damages. The scene shifts to Junyu Tavern, the capital, showing a private room with dancers. General Li hosts a meal with Prince Yi, expressing honor in their gathering. Chen gifts a storybook to General Li, known for his interest in reading. Chen praises the book's popularity among nobles who rush to buy it, yet are unable to find it easily. General Li scoffs at the book, showing disinterest in words and pictures. He jests that his interest lies in romantic tales, causing laughter. A servant hurries to serve Prince Yu, surprised by his beauty. The servant offers to accompany Prince Yu as he drinks alone, suggesting companionship. General Lai offers to find more company for Prince Yu, should he be dissatisfied. Prince Yu declines the offer, expressing no need. General Li feels disrespected by Prince Yu's dismissal, recalling the prince's low status. Prince Yu comments on General Li's money-making discussions, causing tension. General Li demands to know what Prince Yu implies by his statement. Prince Yu accuses General Lai of forcing girls into prostitution, highlighting the severity of the offense. A court official kneels before His Highness, denying any involvement in rumored misdeeds, and cautions that false accusations could lead to problems if the emperor hears of them. The official nervously holds a stack of incriminating documents marked as indentured servitude contracts, questioning how His Highness came to possess them. Imo Han, holding a cup, calmly remarks that although he's in Jingbei, he has his sources in the court, suggesting wider influence. An incident unfolds where guards restrain a distressed woman. It's revealed that General Li abuses his military connections to force women into servitude. Imo Han points out the signatures on the contracts as explicit evidence of wrongdoing, maintaining a composed demeanor. General Li pleads his innocence, claiming negligence rather than participation, and promises to investigate his subordinates upon return. Imo Han, lowering his cup, implies that even if washed clean, traces of past deeds remain, subtly indicating the persistence of evidence. Imo Han taunts that he has access to ledgers containing details of wealth and power dealings by subordinates, hinting at potential exposure to the emperor. Imo Han implies that the actions of General Li's subordinates threaten the preservation of something valuable, urging him to reflect on his involvement. Faced with His Highness's assertions, General Li concedes guilt, admitting greed clouded his judgment, and seeks forgiveness. Pledging future loyalty, General Lai declares himself ready for any assignments from His Highness, willing to comply without hesitation. Imo Han wonders aloud if things might have been different had General Lai shown wisdom earlier, apparently in control of the situation. Imo Han turns his attention to the others in the room, questioning their stance following General Li's confession. The subdued group proclaims their sole obedience to His Highness, indicating unanimous submission and loyalty. Imo Han instructs everyone except General Lai to leave, warning against disclosures of the day's events under threat of severe consequences. Extending a hand, Imo Han tells General Lai to rise, signaling a willingness to accept his cooperation moving forward. General Lai, taken aback, starts to respond as Imo Han's gesture surprises him with its unexpected kindness. Imo Han enlists General Li's aid in a forthcoming task, hinting at larger plans that require his involvement. Imo Han confides that the court is divided between the Crown Princes and the Second Prince's factions, revealing a need to remain as tensions escalate. General Li queries Imo Han's strategy amidst the political division, eager to understand his intentions. Imo Han tasks General Li with leveraging military power to assist the families of veteran soldiers in the capital, implying strategic benefit. Simultaneously, Imo Han has informed the Emperor of a need to bolster forces in Jingbei, suggesting strategic repositioning to supplement capital requirements. General Li begins to grasp the plan, realizing the intent to convert palace troops to His Highness's control, reflecting on the implications. Imo Han confirms the strategy, assigning the excuse regarding returning soldiers as leverage for further involvement in capital affairs. General Lai expresses confusion about the overarching plan, seeking clarity on Imo Han's ultimate goals. Imo Han dismisses the need for General Lai to comprehend fully, instructing him to simply follow orders without probing further. Imo Han mandates an end to exploiting women into prostitution, warning General Lai to cease actions that tarnish reputations, demanding compliance. Elsewhere, someone pleads with Mr. Budu to stop an undisclosed action, indicating rising tension or conflict. In private reflection, a character worries about maintaining anonymity as the artist Budu, desperate to keep their identity hidden from others. She fears the disgrace of being exposed for masquerading as a man and leaving the palace to earn money, contemplating the shame it would bring if discovered. Imo Han stands on a balcony, hoping for respect towards his friend and asking someone not to flee. From above, he observes Sixi running away, claiming it is an inconvenient day. Sixi confesses a sudden stomachache, stating they must use the bathroom and suggesting they'll meet again if destined. Imo Han questions why Sixi needs to jump down when there's a toilet in the building. Sixi explains that it's a habit to jump when going to the bathroom, fearing they can't get out otherwise. Imo Han watches from above, amused at the peculiar habits of Mr. Budu. Cartoonish image of Yi Mohan portrays his expectations of someone Xiao Qi would admire. Yi Tin wonders why a man's feet appear small, noticing something odd. Sixi reflects on successfully disguising as a man, doubting Lao Fang's recognition despite their closeness. A new character asks why there was a sudden stop. A young master reports to Yi Wang about nearly colliding and losing a shoe in the chaos. Sixi takes a breath, surprised at the mention of Yi Wang. Sixi insists they discarded their shoes on purpose, dismissing its relevance to others, and decides to leave first. A suggestion is made for Sixi to enter a car as a lord will escort them home. Sixi declines assistance, insisting their home is nearby and rejecting Yi Wang's escort. Sixi jokingly accuses Yi Wang of forcibly seizing citizens from the street, while being held by them. Sixi wonders if the man didn't recognize them, pondering past disguises. Yi Wang questions Sixi's reluctance to accept a ride, noting their shabby appearance and wishing to help. Sixi politely thanks Yi Wang, requesting to be dropped off at the next turn. Sixi wonders about silence, feeling anxious about the lack of conversation. Sixi acknowledges Yi Wang, who stands beside them, slightly smiling. Sixi questions Yi Wang's sudden attention, fearing exposure of their disguise. Yi Wang, gazing at Sixi, states their name, maintaining attention. Yi Wang instructs Lingwei to stop the carriage. Sixi expresses gratitude and intention to go home upon stopping. Yi Wang, leaning forward, demands Sixi remain seated and not to move. Sixi, baffled, questions Yi Wang's intentions as they sit in the carriage. Sixi desires to leave but finds it inconvenient with Yi Wang seated outside. Sixi is surprised by Yi Wang offering women's shoes, worrying about their disguise being uncovered. Sixi reacts with shock, expressing refusal over an undisclosed matter. Yi Wang kneels beside a table, reaching out for Kiki's foot, holding a shoe in his other hand. Kiki appears concerned, realizing something has been exposed. Kiki, still seated, insists she can wear her shoes without troubling Yi Wang, addressing him as Your Highness. Kiki asks Yi Wang to return her other shoe, showing a gesture of retrieval. Yi Wang places the shoe down, suggesting it should stay there for now. Kiki questions how Yi Wang recognized her, and he replies simply, by looking. Yi Wang extends his hand, asking for hers, while Kiki refuses, saying she doesn't need it. Yi Wang recalls they have always performed this gesture, even in the past. Yi Wang mentions the past, referring to himself as Royal Prince Yi, intrigued by the connection with Kiki. Kiki insists on wanting to leave the carriage, expressing her wish. Yi Wang softly addresses Kiki, evoking her name with a sense of concern. Kiki stands up abruptly, reiterating her wish to leave the carriage. Yi Wang responds with worry, wanting to check if Kiki is okay. Kiki softly expresses her wish to get down from the carriage. Yi Wang notes there's no clear wound but prepares to ease her pain with ice cubes. Yi Wang comments on Kiki's grown-up aura, noting the lingering scent of milk. Yi Wang questions if Kiki has had her lunch yet, initiating a conversation. Kiki hesitantly claims to have already eaten, though her uncertainty is evident. Yi Wang knowingly acknowledges her response, while Kiki feels frustrated. Kiki insists she's not hungry, while Yi Wang adorably admits it's him who is hungry. Yi Wang suggests sharing a meal, acknowledging they haven't seen each other in a while, but Kiki disagrees. As they approach a restaurant, Yi Wang mentions the menu, which previously was Kiki's favorite. Yi Wang continues to list familiar dishes, triggering Kiki's memories. Kiki becomes suspicious, questioning how Yi Wang knows her preferences despite his absence. Yi Wang offers a taste of the food to Kiki with a gentle invitation. Kiki declines, recalling she's already familiar with the taste from past experiences. Yi Wang acknowledges her time in the royal palace, suggesting he should try the food as he's forgotten its taste. Kiki firmly sets boundaries, asking Yi Wang not to touch her head, insisting on her distant relationship with him. Despite the years, Yi Wang remarks on Kiki's fierceness with an air of admiration as they share a meal. Kiki brings up a past incident, urging Yi Wang to discuss it privately, indicating the lack of others around. Yi Wang sits across from Yi Kiki, holding chopsticks. He tells her not to pretend anymore and expresses his reluctance. Yi Kiki refuses his gesture, appearing startled as she blocks his movement with a hand. Yi Wang stands close to Yi Kiki, voicing her anger about their situation. Yi Kiki looks up at him, clearly caught off guard by his words. Yi Wang, still holding chopsticks, insists on understanding Yi Kiki's feelings. He inquires directly, wanting clarity on her emotions. Yi Kiki questions Yi Wang's assumption, challenging whether she must answer him just because he asked. Her eyes convey determination and resolve. Yi Wang expresses his wish for Yi Kiki to communicate her dissatisfaction openly. His tone invites honesty in their conversation. Standing together, Yi Wang listens as Yi Kiki contemplates whether to discuss her long-standing issues with him at that moment. Yi Kiki reflects on allowing Yi Wang into her life when she was young and naive, questioning past decisions as she searches for answers. Yi Kiki admits to closing that chapter, revealing she no longer permits Yi Wang to occupy that space in her life. Her inner conflict is apparent. Yi Kiki vividly recounts chaotic scenes from their past, expressing the tumultuous nature of their history with vibrant imagery. Yi Wang, amused, acknowledges Yi Kiki's use of various idioms to emphasize how much she has learned over the years. His demeanor shows subtle admiration. Yi Kiki demands the return of something important, her posture asserting determination and authority in the situation. Yi Kiki, caught off guard, stammers through her response, unsure of how to address the issue at hand. Her internal panic is evident. Yi Wang, in a careful gesture, instructs Yi Kiki to remain still, showcasing a protective side to his demeanor. Yi Kiki leans closer, confused by Yi Wang's sudden close proximity, trying to understand the underlying situation. Yi Wang points out Yi Kiki's physical closeness, underscoring the growing tension between them. Yi Kiki hesitates, realizing the shift. Yi Kiki explains she wasn't physically pressing earlier, indicating a change in their dynamic as she reflects on their proximity. Yi Wang affirms the current state, acknowledging Yi Kiki's closeness while their mutual understanding seems to deepen. A comedic tension arises, with Yi Wang and Yi Kiki dramatically stepping back from one another, highlighting discomfort and playful embarrassment. Yi Kiki suggests Yi Wang should consider marriage, possibly hinting at his father's involvement, surprising Yi Wang with the remark. Yi Wang questions the connection between his relationship status and his father's role, seemingly puzzled by Yi Kiki's comment. Yi Kiki suggests Yi Wang is overdue for finding a spouse to bring stability to his household, implying maturity and responsibility. Yi Wang wonders about Yi Kiki's concern for his well-being, teasingly questioning her intentions in the conversation. Yi Kiki deflects, attributing her previous statement to a slip of the tongue. Preparing to leave as time becomes a factor. Yi Wang mischievously brings up his lack of romantic history, hinting at past experiences and leaving Yi Kiki with unanswered questions. Yi Kiki subtly acknowledges Yi Wang's words as she processes the new revelations, smiling softly at his comment. Yi Wang attempts to lighten the mood by mentioning a maid near the bed, adding humor to their serious discussion. Yi Kiki reconsiders her previous comments, noting the changes she observes in Yi Wang compared to 4 years ago. Yi Wang expresses regret for misunderstanding, wrapping an arm around Yi Kiki, consolidating their moment of reflection. Yi Kiki shares wisdom from her father about relationships requiring suitable status, gently patting Yi Wang's shoulder in solidarity. Yi Wang confesses his focus has never shifted from waiting for one person, emphasizing patience and longing as he speaks from the heart. Mohan stops Sisi, announcing his departure, but she asks him to wait. Mohan hands Sisi a gift, and she questions when he bought it. Mohan explains that he bought the gift on the way, having come across it by chance. Sisi takes the gift, stating she doesn't need it. Sisi tells Mohan to give the gift to someone else, suggesting it would be better appreciated. Mohan reflects that if Sisi were older, he wouldn't mind being more expressive. Mohan tells Sisi that he will see her off, but she insists it's unnecessary as it's not on his way. Mohan asks Sisi where she's heading, and she mentions going back to the palace, asking if his residence is still outside of it. Mohan explains he's temporarily staying in the former Zhonghua palace due to ongoing construction. Mohan tells Sisi about a lush plant in his bedroom. Mohan recalls how the 7th princess would visit to water the plant during those years in Jingbai. The servant suggests the plant may be a keepsake to remember someone. Sisi appears to think deeply as she considers the keepsake explanation. Mohan contemplates his relationship with Sisi, acknowledging she may hold a more significant place in his heart than he realizes. The narration transitions to a night scene at the Weiyang Palace. Mohan and Sisi are seen together, with him suggesting they wait a little longer. Mohan gently touches Sisi's face as they share a quiet moment. The scene shifts to the next day at the Imperial Academy. Another character encourages Sisi to open a package to see what's inside. Sisi is shown in momentary impatience, curious about the contents of the gourd. Sisi, rendered speechless, reads the message instructing her to meet after class. She mentally critiques the childish nature of these games. Jiang Chu-Chu inquires about a letter Sissy received from brother Yi Chen. Sissy dismisses Chu-Chu's curiosity, suggesting knowing less is better. Chu-Chu expresses frustration, feeling excluded due to her father's lower official status. Sissy tries to comfort Chu-Chu, attempting to stop her from crying. A boy criticizes Chu-Chu for being fake and overly emotional, which leads to dislike from others. Chu-Chu confesses her feelings for him and admits she pretends to charm him. Their tutor angrily interrupts, reprimanding the students for their behavior in class. The boy teases Xiao Qi, asking if she heard something but is met with silence. Imohan excitedly tells Qi that Jiang Chu-Chu confessed her feelings for him. Qi responds nonchalantly, indicating she already knew. Qi explains to Imohan that Jiang Chu-Chu has liked him for a long time and everyone knows about it except him. Imohan appears thoughtful and asks Qi how he should feel about Jiang Chu-Chu's confession. Qi dismisses Imohan's question, telling him that because Jiang Chu-Chu likes him, not her, she doesn't feel anything about it at all. Imohan looks puzzled and asks Qi what she means by not feeling anything. Imohan tells Qi to forget about it as he still cannot comprehend the situation. Qi contemplates buying candied haws as Imohan suggests they go get some together. Imohan gestures for Qi to hurry up and join him, signaling that she should come with him. Chu-Chu tells Qi that perhaps they can meet another day as she has some personal matters to attend to. Qi seems suspicious about Imohan's plans and wonders what he is scheming while insisting on secrecy. Qi agrees to let Imohan go, offering to find other company if needed, like Lin Bai or A Chu. Qi is reminded of how her family situation is in decline and of her mother's insistence on a strategic marriage. The pressure mounts as Qi's mother insists she must marry her cousin Fang Yi Chen to become the mistress to benefit her family. Qi solemnly acknowledges her mother's words, indicating she understands and remembers the burden placed upon her. Fang Yi Chen encounters Qi outside, initiating a conversation as they stand by the bridge. Imohan enthusiastically calls Qi to come over quickly as he has something to give her. Imohan presents a gift to Qi, ensuring her that she will definitely like it. Qi curiously asks what the gift is, evident by her focused attention on the present. Imohan gently tells Qi that if she likes the gift, he hopes she will promise him something. Qi is intrigued and asks what it is that Imohan wants from her. Imohan reveals to Qi that he has liked her for a long time, getting to the heart of his confession. Imohan boldly states that he desires to be her husband, making his intentions clear. Imohan reminisces about how they met 3 years ago and how drastically his life changed since that moment. Imohan explains that although he had never been eager to learn, seeing Qi daily became his only desire. Imohan shares how learning about Qi's identity as a princess motivated him to utilize his father's connections. Imohan solemnly tells Qi that she will always hold a special place in his heart, declaring his deep feelings for her. Qi smiles and tells Imohan that she likes him too, causing him to blush with happiness. Qi casually acknowledges their long-standing friendship and makes it clear she doesn't dislike Imohan, which surprises him. Imohan becomes flustered, trying to explain that he means he likes her differently than just friends. Imohan finally clarifies his feelings, stating that he wants to marry Qi, capturing his heartfelt proposal. Qi declares okay and questions if it's really okay, feeling flabbergasted and trembling. Imohan, looking confused, tells Qi that she needs to wait in line first. Qi, sitting, wonders about waiting in line while Imohan stands beside her with a puzzled expression. Qi explains she must wait until she reaches a marriageable age. Qi, smiling, mentions she must have a sweet love affair with other candidates before Imohan's turn. Imohan is surprised that others have confessed their love, especially Yin Chu Sai's inclusion. Qi reveals that Ah Chu also expressed his desire to be her husband in the past. Imohan, surrounded by floating green hats, questions if the people in Qi's notebook will all be her future husbands. Qi reassures Imohan that she will have one husband only, which Imohan finds relieving. Qi adds that she can have many male concubines along with one husband, causing Imohan surprise. Imohan, overwhelmed, writes furiously and internally screams due to Qi's promiscuous plans. Qi picks up an item, asking if she can open it now. Mohan encourages Yi Ki to open the gift, assuring her she'll like it. Mohan explains it's the shoe of Yi Ki, his favorite painter, which he acquired personally. Yi Ki remains silent in response, while Mohan eagerly waits for her praise. Yi Ki crosses out Fang Yi Chen from her notebook list. Mohan, surprised, questions Yi Ki's reaction to the gift. Yi Ki suggests they should just be friends, confusing Mohan as she previously expressed liking him. Yi Ki asserts that not hitting Mohan is the last bit of friendship she can offer. Yi Ki explains her changing feelings, mentioning that the past and present can't be combined. Mohan tries to follow after Yi Ki as she walks away. Mohan asks if he still stands a chance with her. Yi Ki acknowledges Mohan's attractiveness, attributing it to his good looks bestowed by his parents. Yi Ki philosophizes that handsome men are like clouds, and one cannot stick to just one tree. Yi Ki advises Mohan that even if he is reluctant, he should explore other options. A group, including Mohan, stands silently while the atmosphere is tense. A nervous official addresses Prince Yi with concern. Prince Yi sternly calls for Yi Ki, causing fear. In the Eastern Palace, Yi Ki enters a room where Prince Yi and others are seated. Prince Yi, holding a cat, gravely mentions 3 times. Moxin and Cece are having a conversation. Cece claims she has copied the 3-character classic multiple times. Moxin mentions historical records, which surprises Cece. Moxin criticizes Cece for discussing husbands and male concubines, questioning her decorum. Moxin instructs her to stay and write, indicating the other character, Tin, will supervise. Cece appears obedient, which is unusual, and Moxin notices. Moxin speculates that Cece's behavior might be due to Liu's presence. Moxin informs Cece that Liu will join her in copying texts as he has other obligations. Liu and Cece stare at each other, seemingly aware of each other's presence. Cece internally wishes not to be seen by Liu. Liu considers how overhearing Cece has revealed her hidden ideals. Liu brings up Cece's earlier mention of male concubines. Cece confidently states she has grown up and isn't afraid anymore. Cece admits to mentioning male concubines and asks what he thinks about it. Liu diverts Cece's attention elsewhere, calling her over. Liu points out a mistake in Cece's writing. Cece insists she can correct the mistake herself, but Liu requests the pen. Cece is flustered when Liu offers to teach her how to write. Liu instructs Cece on the order of writing strokes, guiding her hand. Cece regrets not pushing Liu away despite the proximity. She notices the beauty of Liu's hands and recalls his scent. Liu questions if Cece heard him clearly, which she confirms. Cece assures Liu she can write herself, thanking him. Liu asks why Cece isn't writing, implying she's distracted. Cece protests against Liu blowing in her ear, finding it ticklish. Cece asks Liu to stay away, explaining her discomfort with being watched while writing. Liu agrees and steps back, still watching with a smile. Cece finally finishes writing, though it's just 1 page. Frustrated, Cece wonders why copying historical records is so difficult. She's impressed by Liu's efficiency, noting his quick work. Cece discovers Liu has copied 2 pages for her, leaving her surprised. Moxin is practicing calligraphy, his focus intently on the brush in his hand. Yi Ki questions why he is being so nice to her upon returning from Jingbai. Yi Ki wonders why Moxin is being so kind, showing only her hands as she places them on a table. Yi Ki lists the gifts she's received: shoes, a brooch, and help with noting down, questioning his intentions. Moxin explains that it's normal for brothers to treat their sisters nicely. Yi Ki doubts his words, recalling their past in Jingbai. Yi Ki feels that his kindness now is worthless, expressing that she doesn't need him. Yi Ki recalls a time 4 years ago when Moxin distanced himself from their family. Moxin acknowledges that his words caused hurt, grasping his hands in thought. Yi Ki insists she doesn't need his pity, stating her independence. Yi Ki throws papers down, emphasizing her autonomy. Moxin reflects on his past mistakes and how his nostalgia affects him now. Moxin regrets missing significant years of Yi Ki's life, feeling consumed by it. Moxin admits he never intended to be her brother. Moxin insists that the past doesn't change their present relationship. Moxin suggests Yi Ki will understand him better when she grows older, holding her close. Yi Ki demands to be let go, tears falling silently. Lee Moxwin teases that she will become a tabby cat while holding her. Lee Moxwin jokes about others laughing at her, comforting her. Yi Ki refuses to be wiped off, showing her defiance. Lee Moxwin reluctantly agrees not to wipe her tears, but sneaks a gentle touch. Yi Ki playfully hits Yi Moxwin, who teases her about her strength. Yi Ki demands to be put down, and Yi Moxwin agrees. Yi Moxwin suddenly asks what's wrong. Yi Ki turns, revealing blood, which alarms Yi Moxwin. Wei Ki feels embarrassed and overwhelmed by the situation. Yi Moxwin insists on checking to see if she's hurt. Yi Ki admits she's on her period, feeling awkward. Yi Moxwin seems puzzled by her mention of a period. Yi Moxwin asks if her stomach hurts, showing concern for her well-being. Ki is overwhelmed by embarrassment, remembering sitting on Mohan's lap when an unexpected situation occurred, expressing her feelings with a sense of shock and disbelief. She is flustered, hiding her face in her hands, worried about the mess she made, thinking about the state of the blanket, and realizing it was due to menstruation. Ki admits to herself, with a resigned acknowledgement, that her period has arrived, adding to her embarrassment. Mohan understands the situation, acknowledging it calmly, while Ki feels an intense sense of shame. Ki hesitantly addresses Mohan, expressing concern over his blanket, fearing retribution. Mohan reassures Ki, stating he will have a servant take care of the blanket, providing her some relief from her worries. A view of Huaiyang Palace is shown, setting the scene for what's to come. Inside the palace, a maid suggests to the princess that hugging a warm kettle might provide comfort. The maid offers medicine to Ki, explaining that the doctor prepared it to ease her cramps, though she is resistant to the idea, noting its bitterness. Mohan steps in, requesting the medicine, taking control of the situation. Mohan takes the medicine from the maid, instructing her to leave. He holds the medicine bowl, indicating that Ki refuses to take it. Mohan gently places the bowl on Ki's lap, insisting on its importance. In a direct manner, Mohan tells Ki to take the medicine, reinforcing his earlier instructions. Ki defiantly refuses, asserting her autonomy though still reluctantly covered in a blanket. Overwhelmed by the situation, Ki contemplates her embarrassment, wishing she could vanish. Mohan concedes temporarily, which surprises Ki, making her question his apparent ease in dealing with her resistance. Ki wonders about the sound of footsteps fading, contemplating if Mohan has truly left her alone. Hearing the door close, Ki confirms that Mohan has indeed left, adding to her relief. She emerges from under the blanket, relieved from the suffocating situation, beginning to relax. Mohan returns, telling Ki not to move, catching her off guard. He drapes a blanket over her, kindly asking if she feels better now. Together, they sit, with Mohan inquiring if Ki's stomach pain has lessened, showing concern. Ki admits to Mohan that the pain still persists, feeling a mixture of discomfort and vulnerability. Mohan observes that despite her pain, Ki retains a mischievous spirit, hinting at her resilience. He encourages Ki to take her medicine, offering it to her patiently. Ki, noticing Mohan's change of attire, starts taking the medicine, mindful of the situation. She reflects on her earlier actions, feeling there's nothing more embarrassing than what had happened with Mohan's clothes. Ki struggles with the bitterness of the medicine, reacting strongly to the unpleasant taste. She reconsiders her earlier thoughts, finding a new source of embarrassment in staining Mohan's clothes twice. A Mohan is seen standing confidently, glancing down at someone with a calm demeanor. He acknowledges the situation with a simple "all right." Ki apologizes, admitting her earlier mishaps and feeling embarrassed about them, while looking at Mohan. Mohan reassures Ki by saying it's okay, congratulating her on achieving adulthood, which makes the moment more special. Ki seems confused, expressing her lack of understanding, while Mohan gently touches her head, conveying a sense of comfort. Ki reflects on how her other royal brothers have said similar things, but coming from Mohan, it feels different, making her skeptical. The feeling of distance is evident as a figure walks away, underscored by past events, particularly from 4 years ago in Jingbai. Ki stands alone, contemplating the coldness and embarrassment brought by the day's events, her thoughts lingering on past memories. Mohan hands a drink to Ki, instructing her to drink it all, to which she reluctantly agrees. Ki drinks the entire bowl in a single gulp, her vigor depicted humorously with her donning rabbit ears in an illustration. Kiki requests some preserves to counteract the bitter taste left by the concoction, indicating it was too bitter to speak. Imohan informs Kiki that her maid mentioned she'd want an apple after taking the medicine, and he has it ready. Imohan offers Kiki an apple, suggesting she might want to eat it herself, displaying a gentle interaction. Imohan, seemingly unconcerned about sensitivity, inquires about Kiki's first menstrual period. Kiki is taken aback by the question, reacting with noticeable shock and discomfort. Kiki questions internally the appropriateness of Imohan's inquiry, feeling bewildered about the lack of boundaries. Kiki, overwhelmed, desires to sleep, signaling an end to the conversation with Imohan standing beside her. Imohan advises Kiki to go to bed early, his authoritative presence leaving no room for argument. Outside, a maid greets Imohan, recognizing him as Prince Iwan, showing deference. Imohan discusses with the maid Kiki's health, instructing her to avoid cold foods to care for Kiki's well-being. Kiki and her maid discuss the delivery of nutritious dishes, speculating on the intentions behind the emperor's gifts. The maid confirms that the dishes weren't sent by the emperor, but were actually gifts from Prince Iwan, surprising Kiki. Kiki ponders over Imohan's unusual considerate behavior, suspecting a hidden motive. Kiki contemplates returning the dishes, yet the thought agitates her as she feels unsure. After deliberating, Kiki decides against returning the dishes, worried that Imohan might just bring them again. Kiki concludes that going back and forth with this cycle of returning gifts could become troublesome. The maid reminds Kiki not to stay out too long, as autumn makes nights colder, and advises her to return early. Kiki, now outside, hears someone call out to her and turns to recognize the familiar voice behind her. Kiki excitedly acknowledges the voice, identifying it as her 9th imperial aunt, Ju Huangshen, showing familiarity. Lin Xinyi, the 9th imperial consort, greets Kiki warmly, recognized as the eminent woman in the capital. Lin Xinyi asks Kiki if she's busy, inviting her to the fabric store to choose materials for clothes for Wang Yi and Huan Er. Imohan peeks around a curtain, greeting a cousin warmly and offering a joyful presence to the room. Saixai stands amidst lush greenery, recalling how Imohan married Lin Xinyi, the talented daughter of Lin Shangshil, 4 years ago. Saixai continues reflecting on their praised marriage as a perfect match, considering them a handsome man and talented woman. Young Yi Tian appears with a mischievous demeanor, reminding of the couple's son, Yi Wenhuan, born the next year. Lin Xinyi playfully scolds Yi Tian, calling him chubby and asking him not to rush his cousin, inviting him closer instead. Saixai reminisces about how she always thought Imohan and Sei Mingyan were a couple, expressing uncertainty about the truth. Saixai reassures Lin Xinyi, volunteering to take care of Huan, while noting the estranged relationship between Imohan and Sei Mingyan. Yi Tian receives a gentle pat, feeling warmly accepted by Saixai, who expresses her fondness for him. Saixai considers the changes brought by Imohan's new family, pondering how the original storyline might have shifted. Saixai questions the fates of others, as silhouettes of key figures emerge against a backdrop of barren branches. A procession of significant figures appears, each seemingly entangled in their destinies, leaving their future paths uncertain. Saixai wonders about the potential trajectories of their lives, contemplating what outcomes might unfold. In a fabric shop, an attendant presents fine silk to Lin Xinyi, suggesting it as ideal for creating spring attire for her husband. Lin Xinyi seeks Saixai's opinion on the silk colors, aiming to create something beautiful for Wang Yi. Saixai considers the dignified dark green and free-spirited light blue, admiring Imohan's ability to look good in any color. Saixai proposes buying both fabric colors, suggesting that Imohan should choose for himself. Lin Xinyi hesitates, wanting to surprise Imohan for his birthday, and contemplating whether to ask his preference. In the bustling shop, Li Qing arrives, seeking the owner and checking on his previous order. The narrative describes Li Qing as the feared eldest son of the Li family, known as the Tyrant of the capital. The shopkeeper greets Li Qing and with nervous politeness, asking for forgiveness and promising completed orders. Eager to appease, the shopkeeper presents the finished clothes to Li Qing, assuring they meet his specifications. An assistant elaborates on the exquisite details of the garments, listing the luxury materials used. Satisfied, Li King and inspects the garments, nodding approvingly at the craftsmanship. The shopkeeper tentatively addresses the outstanding payment, asking if Li King and would be willing to settle the balance. In a sudden outburst, Li King and aggressively kicks someone, expressing anger amidst the commotion. Li King and mocks the shopkeeper for the delay, threatening to forfeit payment while an associate jeers alongside him. Deciding to leave, Li King and his companion agree to move on, planning to indulge in drinks elsewhere. Sei Exi intervenes, commanding attention with a forceful stop as she steps into the shop. With a sly smile, Li King and notices Sei Exi, inquiring if she has business with him as he takes in her appearance. Sei Exi asserts her demand, instructing Li King and to apologize to the shop owner, settle the unpaid amount, or leave immediately. A stout man compliments a woman in red as they stand on a street, surrounded by chickens perched above. A woman in a purple dress raises her arm, appearing upset, while the woman in red watches. The woman in purple talks in a room with shelves, drawing attention to another lady, while the woman in red stands nearby. The woman in red reassures, mentioning her martial arts training, while the woman in purple stays beside her. 4 men in traditional attire stand in a room as the woman in purple plans to discipline someone. The woman in red challenges others, daring them to approach her without fear of death. A person in purple tells the woman in red not to rush, claiming they can handle multiple opponents. A sound effect accompanies a sudden kick, making the stout man express surprise. The stout man is knocked down as a person nearby exclaims, addressing him as young master. Angrily, the stout man questions who attacked him, demanding recognition. The stout man boasts about his father, interrupted by the forceful pressure of a boot. A close-up of another person's mouth reveals a disdainful comment about noise. A tall figure in dark attire is revealed, standing confidently against the background. The woman in red queries the newcomer, who commands for an arrest. A kneeling man pleads for justice, tears in his eyes as he speaks to the figure in authority. The kneeling man criticizes someone named Lai, painting them as a tyrant. The woman in red urges the newcomer to arrest the arrogant person, displaying resolve. The figure in dark robes instructs someone named Ru Feng to arrest the culprit, receiving acceptance. The young woman in red stands beside the figure in dark attire as someone addresses them as Your Highness. A small child dashes towards the person in dark clothing, calling out affectionately. A man lifts the child up warmly, responding to the child's question about the mother's whereabouts. The man exchanges a glance with another, expressing surprise at their return. The woman in purple addresses the man as Your Highness, smiling subtly. The man in dark speaks gently to the woman in purple about a recent encounter with gangsters. The woman in purple expresses gratitude for timely intervention, feeling concerned about potential danger. The figure in dark attire queries about Kiki's well-being, gently patting the woman's head. The woman in red replies, stating her well-being but hinting at a brother's involvement. A thought bubble reveals a suspicion, while another man advises against going out without servants. The man proposes a drink, reminiscing about a long separation from the other. An internal conflict surfaces as the figure in dark clothing struggles with feelings towards the other. Mohan agrees to something, acknowledging a situation with a brief response, and they continue their conversation in a serene room adorned with traditional elements. Tin stands with a child in her arms, politely suggesting to Mohan that they should depart to allow personal conversations to continue, while Chi observes from behind. Chi is perplexed, trying to comprehend the unusual tension in the room, silently questioning the circumstances around her. The scene shifts outside to a picturesque view of a multi-story traditional building, with Mohan curious about when someone returned to Jing, pondering their last meeting. The two individuals sit around a table, engaging in a casual conversation where one reveals that they arrived half a month ago. Mohan reflects internally, noting that it's been 3 years since he has seen this person up close, sparking a mix of emotions. Mohan reminisces about how this person's face was a source of his constant thoughts 3 years ago, leading him into turmoil. They decide to focus on eating, with Mohan mentioning the delightful dish of sweet and sour fish, recalling that Tin has a fondness for fish. As they walk, Mohan questions his memory of liking fish, to which Tin confirms it's something he always ordered. Mohan admits to changing his habits for Tin and even going to war for him, influenced by feelings from the past. He reflects on how these past actions nearly cost him his life, contemplating the weight of his decisions and sacrifices. Mohan realizes the futility of his past efforts, feeling that his dedication was one-sided and ridicules his former self. Tin questions Mohan's harsh demeanor, challenging the intensity of his words and actions. Mohan softly denies the accusation of harshness and instructs Tin to sit down, suggesting a desire for calmness. Mohan expresses frustration, asking if Tin has stopped playing games with him and what his intentions are now. Despite the tension, Tin remains composed, urging him to sit and wait for their meal, hoping to defuse the situation. Tin requests Mohan not to block the exit, gently taking hold of his gloved hand in a gesture of restraint. Mohan asks Tin what he means by his actions, trying to decipher his intentions behind the sudden change. Mohan demands clarity, questioning if Tin expects him to pretend nothing happened between them, raising intensity. Tin suggests reverting to past simplicity, sharing meals together, hinting at rekindling a sense of normalcy. Mohan reflects on past promises made amidst political turmoil, noting Tin's prior words of life sacrifice. Tin asserts his readiness to lead troops, reminding Mohan of twice-promised military support, challenging past assurances. Tin lays out the condition: return safely and he will grant whatever is wished for, underlining sincere commitment. Mohan skeptically responds, curious about the authenticity of such promises, pondering potential requests. Tin reassures that anything wished for will be granted, aiming to satisfy desires completely. Mohan's thoughts reveal past deception, where he was lured to the border, recounting a significant event a decade ago. Tin, smiling confidently, agrees to the arrangement, sealing the deal with implications of trust and future intentions. An ominous reflection suggests a journey akin to hell, filled with underlying fear and distrust towards Mohan's motivations. Mohan, bloodied and angry, directly accuses Mohan of betrayal, cementing feelings of deception regarding border events. The scene closes with leaves falling, symbolizing a vow Mohan made to retaliate against Mo Yihan, fueled by past grievances. Mohan stands silently, staring at his bloodied hand as red leaves fall around him, contemplating an unfortunate situation he finds himself in. Tin approaches Mohan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, announcing his return with a subtle gesture of companionship. Mohan reflects on a past relationship, realizing that he was the first to fall into its depths, pondering on how it all began. In a memory from 3 years ago, Mohan recalls riding horses beside Tin, believing wholeheartedly in their bond. Mohan expresses doubt about being deceived again, seeking reassurance from Tin, who responds with confidence. Tin reminds Mohan how he escorted him out of the kingdom before, urging him to trust once more in the promise of waiting for his return from battle. A soldier reports to Mohan about the kingdom's news of the 9th prince's upcoming marriage, noting the king's apparent happiness. Mohan contemplates amnesty, but is visibly affected by the revelation concerning the prince's marriage news. The looming news of the marriage adds tension and complexity to Mohan's thoughts about freedom and loyalty. Mohan admits to himself a fierce desire to confront the woman and child whose existence challenges his resolve and desires vengeance. Tin stands nearby, his presence causing Mohan to question his own ability to carry out his dark thoughts, wondering why he hesitates. Mohan fixates on Tin, pondering the internal conflict between his intentions and the inability to act upon them. Tin interrupts Mohan's thoughts by casually inquiring about his preferences for food, shifting the atmosphere with mundane simplicity. Mohan abruptly decides he should leave, while Tin questions where he intends to go, adding a layer of uncertainty to the conversation. Mohan mentions Sing Se-ji, leaving the room with unresolved tension lingering in his departure.